It was 7 years ago. That's when this terrible disaster happened. A horror called Dungeon Breakout had begun, but none of the citizens appeared ready for it. Many different monsters emerged from the dozen or so rifts that sprang up across the country, and many people died as a result of this incident. The monsters spared no one. His parents were also among the dead. Michael Nodfer lost everything in an instant that day. That's when he promised revenge, shedding bloody tears that made it all the more frustrating. He swore to himself to become a monster hunter. But 7 years later, nothing had changed. He'd been kicked out of the Hunter Training Center, and now the guy sat in despair. At this time, he was approached by an inspector who addressed Michael, referring to him as participant. The man told him not to come to the Hunter Training Center anymore because there was nothing for him to do there. Of course, Michael couldn't just accept it and asked, "Why am I being kicked out?" The inspector replied, "You know yourself that a couple of months is enough for normal. He is an awakened individual. That alone is usually enough for Hunter training, except that he has been here for 7 years. Michael stared at him, not understanding why the man suddenly chose to say this now. The man continued, explaining that the trainee had yet to show any special talent, which made it difficult for the center to build a strong reputation without more outstanding members. Even so, deep down, he felt sympathy for the young man since he had always seen him training diligently every morning. Still, after 7 years of effort, his stats had barely changed, and he had not unlocked unique traits or acquired new skills. Now, Michael was sitting in Memorial Park, clutching a can of cold coffee, filled with frustration. Suddenly, he heard a woman's voice asking her daughter if she remembered how her father had passed away. The girl replied that she did, because her mother had told her many times. She added that when the monsters attacked, her father had bravely sacrificed himself, protecting others until the very end. Her mother praised her, then asked what she would do if she faced difficulties in life in the future. The little girl's answer took Michael completely by surprise, for she said that one must be brave and not give up. Afterwards, her mom hugged her, saying that her daughter was the smartest, and she laughed merrily. Michael got up from his seat and walked over to them, surprising the woman and child a little. They wanted to ask who he was, but the guy only bowed and ran away the next moment. He didn't want to talk to them, so he wouldn't tell them about his life because he felt like nothing. But he was also grateful for the words they said. He was in agreement with them. But until he met them, and it's been 7 years, he couldn't just give it all up. With that thought, he ran to the place he had been kicked out of today, wanting a second chance. It started raining in the evening, but that didn't stop the guy. He came to the right place and knocked. The inspector did not open the door at once, for the time was late, and he was not expecting visitors. He was surprised to see him, but soon his face frowned, and he told the guy to get out of here, for he had told him everything today. Michael then asked him to help him pass his hunter's exam one last time. He explained that he couldn't give up that easily, and he even thought the curator had considered his words. However, this proved to be a false judgment. The man's name was David, and he was very angry at Michael's request. Michael had never seen him like this before, so he was a little surprised, but he pressed on. He asked if David had come here to get his wasted money back. Michael replied in the negative. David shouted, "For me, it's not about the money." He continued, "I'm not here for that. I'm here for the opportunity." But David apparently thought otherwise. He slapped Michael and sent him away. "Don't dare come back here," he yelled. Michael flew into the trash cans, hitting his head on the wall. The impact caused him a lot of pain. He hurt everywhere. Meanwhile, David muttered, "You can't even lie to me. I know you like I know the back of my hand." Calling Michael a brat, David turned around and walked away, leaving the boy lying on the ground. After a while, Michael managed to sit up. His head ached and his mood was low. He wondered if he too had some unique characteristic, or better yet, if he had some hidden talent. If he did, maybe he could change his worthless life, from which he now received only pain and suffering. Suddenly, he saw a system window reporting that the Tower of Trials was praising him for his iron will. After reading this, Michael was surprised twice. First at being praised by someone for the first time in his life, then at the fact that it was some kind of tower. Then something incredible happened. He realized that he was falling into the unknown. At first, the guy was surprised. Then he was not just afraid, he was terrified. Never before had such a thing happened to him. There was then a huge explosion. Even David, being in his room, heard it. He didn't understand what had happened there. Only some time ago, he had left Michael in that spot, but he decided to go out and see. He thought the guy might be calling for help. However, when he went outside to take a look, Michael wasn't there. A surprised David looked around, but Michael was still nowhere to be seen. He then looked at the trash cans, where he had last seen the guy, but saw that he was gone. Meanwhile, Michael was still falling into the abyss, not realizing what was happening to him. It was like he was underwater, and after a while, he realized he couldn't breathe and had to get out. But then the water ran out, and he realized he was continuing to fall somewhere into the unknown. He read one more message saying that the test tower had selected all the suitable candidates from the ground. Then he was asked to choose a difficulty level, and the reward he would receive would depend on the difficulty he chose. Michael didn't understand what was happening to him, but his gut told him he was on the right track. Without thinking long, he chose a difficult level of difficulty because he had nothing to lose. He realized that a chance had come to him, and he must use it to his advantage, and then something started to change. The system window said they hoped he'd get good results. It then said he would soon enter the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Michael still didn't understand anything. He suspected he was dead and dreaming, but he still had a headache from hitting the wall. Suddenly, he read that all status ailments and traumas were being healed from him. The trial was about to begin, and he realized that something important was about to happen. But the guy didn't expect to find himself in the desert without any resources. After a moment, however, he was given a sword. Michael thought that with a weapon, his chances increased. Apparently, it was some sort of survival thing, though he didn't fully understand what it was all for. But his thoughts were soon confirmed by the system, which said that the reward for this ordeal was the discovery of a unique characteristic. When Michael saw this, he froze in surprise, for this had been his dream. For as long as he could remember, the guy thought he would finally achieve what he had been working hard on for the last 7 years of his life. After all, the unique characteristic would allow him to become a hunter without problems, just as he wished. It was so unbelievable that it even seemed crazy, and Michael even thought he was crazy. But he soon realized that his mind wasn't clouded, and the first thing he did was pick up his new weapon. As he approached the sword, the sand at his feet suddenly stirred and moved from its place. Michael started to run away from it, and he climbed higher and higher, forming a huge hump of sand. The guy read in the system window that a training trial was about to begin. His chosen difficulty was displayed there as well, and Michael realized that none of this was good. A huge sand golem suddenly appeared in front of him, staring right at the guy. He froze with horror. This was something incredible to him, as he had never defeated a single monster in his life. Then the status window announced, "Survive for 10 minutes and the task will be completed." Michael was not happy about this prospect. He started to run away as fast as he could, hoping to avoid being hit by the golem. It also surprised him that the penalty for failing this test was death in the real world. He ran, hoping the monster wouldn't chase him, but of course that was the case. Michael began to doubt whether he could escape this way. It was exhausting. Plus, the golem was much faster than he thought, making it even harder to survive, primarily because of the sand. And with his endurance, it was impossible to run for 10 minutes. It was also pointless to rest because at any moment, he could be killed by a golem. The system had given him the sword and punished him to survive, so he didn't have much choice. Michael understood that. Either he would die trying to escape, or he would die fighting. He liked the second option better. The guy stopped and quickly thought about how he could overpower this thing, since it was made entirely of sand. Suddenly, the faces of all those who had laughed at him and bullied him over the years flashed before his eyes. Michael remembered how many times he'd been called nothing and yelled that he was sick of it. He didn't want to die a miserable death just running away, even if it looked safer, because he would never become a hunter or avenge his parents who had died because of that disaster. Of course, he wasn't going to settle for that. The guy was determined to fight to the end, even if he lost. When it came to theory, he could safely say he knew more than many hunters, so he knew that running away was a bad idea. The golems would only stop moving in one way. If you destroy their core, however, it is usually in hard-to-reach places. And if so, he must first find the location of the core and then destroy it. Michael ran upward. He knew that the nucleus was usually located near the heart in humans, but sometimes it could also be in the arm. All one had to do was detect a faint red glow, as if from the heart. Michael decided to give it a try. He pushed off from the sandhill, intending to strike the golem with his sword. It was harder to do than he had imagined, but Michael didn't give up. He managed to climb to the top of the hill just as the sand began to fall from there. This played to his advantage, for by his movements at the foot of the hill, he caused a small sand avalanche. Thanks to her, the golem lost his balance, and Michael was able to approach it on a sand wave. He figured he could only do it if he timed it right. So he waited a bit, then pushed off and jumped. A moment later, he was already on the body of the falling golem and saw its core. Michael cheerfully stood up and walked over to it, swinging for a punch and keeping his balance. And then he hit it with all his might, and the blade went right into the core, but somehow, not completely. It was harder than Michael thought it would be, so it only left a crack from his impact. Michael froze in surprise. He had hoped to end it all with one attack, but it wasn't enough. He realized in horror that he would need one more blow to break it completely, but he couldn't deliver it. The golem suddenly screamed in pain and started flailing its arms. Michael realized in horror that the golem was about to tear him to pieces. The thought made him nervous. He figured he'd have time to strike again. That should be enough. But the golem's hand was already near his body. The monster grabbed him and squeezed tightly. If it had been a stone golem, there would have been nothing left of him. Michael screamed furiously in pain. No matter what you say, sand in large quantities squeezes no worse than a boa constrictor. For a moment, instead of the golem, he saw the faces of all those who had mocked him, especially now. That's when he decided he couldn't go on like this, and he would either die in battle or emerge victorious. Michael gripped his sword tighter and shouted, "Shut up!" Suddenly, the rage coursing through him gave him strength. He managed to free his hand from the golem's grip and thrust his sword straight into its core, praying it would penetrate. To his surprise, it did. The sword pierced the monster's heart, and the golem loosened its grip. Michael screamed loudly as the creature began to crumble, falling apart like sand. The system window flashed with messages. You have successfully destroyed the sand golem's core in 3 minutes. This meant he had completed the training trial and would soon receive his reward. But Michael was left with almost no strength. He had used the last of his energy to drop his sword and now lay on the ground, breathless. He didn't know how long he stayed there, but if it hadn't been for the unbearable heat, he might not have risen. He knelt down, covered in sand from the battle. He couldn't believe he had done it. Spitting blood and breathing hard, he was alive. That thought warmed him, giving him new strength. Of course, it was dangerous, and at any moment, he could say goodbye to his life. But still, he managed. Michael got to his feet, feeling immense relief. He had survived. The system window congratulated him on passing the first floor. As a reward for his efforts, he received a unique characteristic and 1,000 points. He also gained the fast recovery skill as an additional reward, along with another 500 points. Michael looked at all of this with wide eyes. He can fully understand what all these numbers and terms meant. However, if that was true, then the most important thing for him was that he had gained a unique characteristic. He had put in so much effort over the past 7 years, and all he had gotten in return was scorn and ridicule. The system window displayed a message. He was receiving the unique characteristic of necromancy. The boy thought excitedly that now, finally, he could become a hunter too. This way, he could realize his dream if only he survived. He wanted to think about it more, but suddenly he felt a strange change in his body. And then, a strange red round thing appeared at the spot where he had killed the golem. It was dotted with black mist, resembling ball lightning, and it really surprised the guy. He decided to touch it, and at that moment, another system alert window popped up. It stated that his necromancy characteristic had been activated, and now he had to make a choice. He was asked if he wanted to absorb the sand golem's soul. Michael thought about it with surprise. He realized that the black mist must be his unique characteristic, and he made his choice. It was positive. Soon, some kind of tentacles stretched from the ball-shaped lightning. They all entered his body. As Michael realized, they sucked directly at his heart, causing him pain. Then he read that he had successfully absorbed the sand golem's soul, and that his skill had increased by 7%. For a while longer, the tentacles continued to enter him, all of it swallowed by the black fog. Michael was also surprised when he suddenly stopped feeling any pain in his heart. The only emotion he had now was amazement at how the absorption process was happening. But then, the soul of the golem itself approached him, and entered his body where the guy's heart was. The soul left behind no signs of injury, and everything happened without pain. The system window showed that he still had 4 of their 5 souls left. Michael suddenly realized that he could feel the golem's soul. It appeared that he could store souls if he absorbed them. And boy, did he think it could be used. Behind that, he read that he could also increase his stats with the souls he received. He decided to apply it. His strength increased by 3 and his stamina by 2 points. The guy even felt something. It seemed to him as if energy was filling his body, and the most mysterious thing was that it actually was. His stats had actually increased, and after all, he hadn't been able to raise them for the past 7 years. According to his characterization, he could not only store souls, but also use them as he wished. The lad thought happily that he could be an excellent hunter if he managed to get back, and then suddenly he saw a small portal form in front of him, and the window changed as well. He was asked to go to the waiting room, and Michael decided he should enter that portal. Besides, it wasn't like he had any other choice. So he slowly headed towards the portal. He stepped carefully as his whole body ached after the battle of the golem, and it was serious. When he entered the waiting room, he immediately collapsed from lack of strength and the great pain all over his body. Michael thought he had underestimated his wounds, but it was too late to change anything now. Suddenly, his body was enveloped in a strange green mist that had a pleasant medical odor. After that, the guy realized all his wounds were suddenly healed, and he was able to stand up, wondering what had happened. He looked around and noticed that there was only one bed in such a rather large room. But Michael was too tired to think about it, so he immediately lay down on it. He thought about what he should do now, as getting out of the tower seemed a difficult task. He also didn't understand why the tower had called him here. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by another message. It stated that there were now 5 commands available to him. Store, community, inventory, and challenge. The command was set to activate it. Michael slapped himself in the face. He He told himself that survival came first and foremost. He called the test command and saw that the next test on the second floor was almost a day away. He couldn't choose one yet, but the lad noted that it looked like he was going to face quite a few such trials. Then he called out the report command. An hour of people discussing the same topic appeared in front of him. Everyone in the more common area was confused. It seemed there were some here who were not hunters as well. But suddenly, the chat room locked up. An admin had logged in and Michael was even more surprised. The admin then spoke up, saying he had important information to share. Michael realized he had to focus. This could help him get out of here. The admin explained the points they earned after the challenge. In this place, they served as local currency. Points were necessary for survival. Without them, they wouldn't even get a drop of water in the Tower of Trials. Michael realized that since points could only be earned through challenges, he had to give his best effort to accumulate enough. They were essential for moving forward. The administrator announced that the session was over and left the chat room. At first, Michael had hoped to become a hunter once he returned home. But now it was clear that he was bound to the Tower of Trials and had no choice but to follow its rules. His eyes fell on his sword, but he quickly understood that a sword alone wouldn't be sufficient. He called upon the store team, and shortly afterward, he began practicing with the shield he had acquired. Michael considered that all hunters seemed to lose their stats upon entering the tower. Still, they had an advantage. The skills they had once mastered could be relearned more easily. To Michael, that was crucial. Since he was starting at a different pace than the others, he needed to train diligently to catch up. After several minutes of exhausting practice, Michael dropped onto the floor, breathing heavily. He thought about resting, but suddenly he felt his strength returning. He rose once more and carried on. Faced the healing effects of the waiting room, he realized that he could train without any problems. But soon the guy sensed a new problem: hunger. This negated his entire workout. Of course, he couldn't just leave it like that. So he called up the inventory command. There, he saw the items he had already purchased, on which he had spent almost all of his points. Only 40 remained. If it weren't for the extra reward, he wouldn't have even dreamed of a shield. But now he had to satisfy his hunger. Time flew by, and it was now 17 minutes and as many seconds until the second floor test. Michael noticed that even the restless chat had gone quiet when it was almost time for the next challenge. For a moment, he wondered if he could survive again. This time, it would be even more difficult. However, the boy quickly dismissed the thought, telling himself that he would definitely survive this time as well. Meanwhile, with only 10 seconds left to the challenge, it seemed that every contestant was in suspense. And then the waiting time was over. Everyone heard a deafening sound in their waiting rooms. A final message from the system appeared, asking if they were ready for the test. Michael responded positively, and soon, a new portal materialized before him. Boy, did he step through it! He was surprised to find himself in a forest. That at least made things a bit easier. Then he read that the purpose of this trial was to kill. He had to kill the leader of the orc tribe. He probably got this assignment because he chose the hard difficulty. But killing an orc tribe leader was nothing compared to facing a sand golem, and that thought made him nervous. Michael couldn't believe he'd have to sneak into a camp crawling with monsters and take out their boss. He stood on a mountain and managed to count at least 20 orcs who hadn't noticed him yet. The guy figured it would be harder to survive this time, but that didn't mean he was giving up. As you know, orcs aren't particularly advanced creatures. They kept small camps and had their own boss. All the monsters obeyed him, but essentially, each orc was just a dumb creature with home skills. Michael realized he could overpower the leader without even getting into a fight with the rest of the orcs. But it would be difficult. The lad also knew that, usually in dungeons, if there was a sentry in the orc tribe, a hunter should be expected as well. However, Michael wasn't sure he could defeat even one hunter, for they were stronger than the others. The problem was that there were too many orcs, so hunters usually had to form a group. He couldn't do it alone. Michael realized what he had to do, but the idea seemed ridiculous to him. He decided to back off for now and come up with a plan. For one thing, he was flawless at that, his mental skills. After a while, he smiled. He had figured out a way to pass this test. After some more time, he had already gathered the right amount of materials needed for his plan. Now, there was only one thing left to do to fulfill it. Michael built some sort of torch. Then he called up the inventory command and sent his new piece there. The system window with his inventory showed that he had a new item. Michael smiled contentedly. This meant his theory had worked, and now he could move on to the next point of his plan. All the orcs look like lazy pigs. They're actually a pretty diligent race. They stick to small groups, which allows them to react quickly to any danger. Hunters, on the other hand, always leave to hunt in the morning and return by sunset. So, he still has plenty of time. The biggest hurdle in this mission was to break through numerical superiority. Therefore, he should have used something that would make all the orcs scatter and open the way for him to the chieftain. Michael knew that, according to the Hunters Association, the orc sentinel wasn't always on guard. They usually returned to the village to eat and rest for a while. Consequently, he must use this time for a deceptive maneuver to make his plan work. Michael threw the torch into the bushes and hurried to the pond, which was located not far from the village. After a while, as the fire spread, the orcs noticed it too. And the lad knew that if the flames completely engulfed the village, he wouldn't have to worry about meeting the hunters. After all, they would be returning from the hunt. But before that, he should have killed at least 2 orc workers. As expected, several of them ran to the pond to draw water and douse the flames. It was there that he waited for them. When one orc filled a bucket with water, the lad went behind his back. The next instant, his blade pierced the orc's neck. The orc let go of the bucket and slumped to the ground. Michael, meanwhile, activated his unique characteristic of necromancy. The system window appeared, asking if he wished to absorb the orc's soul. He answered affirmatively. As soon as he did, his skill increased to 9%, and he felt another soul within him. However, right after that, he heard someone coming up behind him. It turned out to be an orc sentry. Michael was able to react in time to his attack and put his shield up to protect his head. This orc was stronger than the others, and Michael could barely hold back his onslaught. But he didn't give up. Then, an unexpected solution came to him. He realized that he could add to his strength if he lacked it. Why wouldn't Michael use the absorbed soul of a LRK to improve his stats? As a result, his strength increased by 4 and his agility increased by 2 points, allowing him to repel the sentry's attack. After a couple of minutes, the orc was defeated. And Michael activated his characteristic again, absorbing his soul. He boosted his stats once more, and in the meantime, his fast recovery skill was working. Thanks to his new soul, his agility increased by 3, strength by 2, and stamina by 4 points. After some more time, he moved away from the pond, the area around which had already caught fire. He was noticed by the other orcs who prepared for another battle. But Michael's face read confidence. He had already killed 3 laborers, 1 sentry, and the old chief, successfully consuming your souls and raising his stats. The lad realized that if he was careful with the sentries, he would have no trouble defeating the chief. Plus, thanks to the sentry's absorption, the orc workers were no longer a threat. Michael easily defeated them one by one and didn't forget to absorb their souls, increasing his stats. But he was able to defend himself thanks to his shield. On the other hand, this meant the sentry had gotten away from the chief, leaving him alone. Accordingly, the sentry was the last obstacle to the chief, and Michael had to overpower him. He dodged the new attack and seized the moment when his opponent lowered his defenses. The guy pounced on the orc sentinel, ducking under the punch the orc hoped would land. He stabbed the monster in the stomach, and it died instantly. Meanwhile, Michael successfully consumed the soul of the last sentry. The lad used it to increase his stats, but just then, the chief raised his staff cane, which turned out to be magical. With a swift motion, he launched an attack. A charge from a pillar of fire that rained down directly on Michael. Michael froze, fear gripping him. He didn't even know how to react. But at the last moment, he managed to raise his shield. It held strong, defending him against the chieftain's attack. The chief looked surprised. After all, not everyone could survive this fiery assault, but this guy could. Seeing that the enemy was still on his feet, the chief shouted in a strange, broken voice. Michael, meanwhile, read in another system window that he had a new skill, fire resistance. He also got a new achievement, the one who passed the fire, and prepared to finish off the orc chieftain. He looked him straight in the eye. The chief did not take his eyes off the lad. He was curious, wondering who he was. Then the orc pointed his staff at Michael again, intending to finish him off with another attack. But this time, the lad was faster. In a flash, he approached the chief and swung his sword. The blow passed near his head, shattering his mask. The orc closed his eyes in surprise and fear. He realized he could not match this opponent. This boy was much better than him. So the orc thought of nothing better than to run away. He rushed into the tent, hoping to escape. But Michael had no intention of letting him go so easily. All he had to do was kill the chief, and he would be rewarded. The boy followed the monster into the tent, expecting him to pull some kind of trick. He chopped down the entrance to the tent and prepared for a surprise attack, but it did not follow. Instead, the guy saw a slightly strange sight that definitely couldn't have been foreseen. The orc chief sat in the center of the tent, cradling 2 small orcs. They were all scared. Then, another baby orc approached Michael's leg and tearfully started tugging on it. The guy thought that even these monsters had their favorites. For some reason, he even felt sorry to kill them. He remembered his own parents who had been just as protective of him on the day of the disaster. They had done it so he could survive. But while the guy was thinking about it, the little orc reached for his weapon. It pulled out a small knife and aimed it at his leg, hoping his opponent had let his guard down. But Michael was on pins and needles. He couldn't afford to die, so he struck the kid first. Even though the blow was delivered with the hilt of his sword, it was enough to crush the small skull. Seeing this, the chief lunged at his opponent, wanting to avenge his child, but Michael pierced him too. For a moment, he hesitated, but then he remembered that he had to kill monsters. After all, it was the least he could do. Once he was back in the waiting room, Michael contemplated buying a new shield. He also noticed a chat room from which it could be deduced that half of the applicants did not survive. Then he suddenly froze in surprise when he saw one participant post that he had used his question. He did this to find out how to get back to Earth. Michael realized that such a way existed. After a while, he figured out that they could ask questions to the information command in the community chat. The players came to the decision that they should all share any information with each other. Upon reaching level 5, they would be able to purchase temporary return to Earth stones, but only for a couple of days. Starting at level 8, they would have access to new items, one of which would allow them to return to Earth permanently. Michael took another look at his stats. His necromancy had already reached 65% mastery. The guy thought that he would be invincible if he had such powers on Earth, so he wanted to return as soon as possible. But so far, he was only at level 2, and 8 was still so far away, so he decided to look for the positive. He found it in the fact that his stats were at rock bottom. However, they were now approaching 20 points. For starters, Michael decided to absorb the 5 souls he had caught, considering he had almost died in the process. After that, almost all of his stats approached 30 points and only magic remained at 13. Michael noticed that he felt more and more powerful with each improvement, and he liked it. He suddenly started running around the room, climbing the walls without falling off like a spider. These were not human abilities. The guy realized he had finally surpassed human limits and felt incredibly powerful. He jumped from the ceiling he was standing on, not calculating the speed at which he rushed to the next wall. As a result, he crashed into it, leaving a dent. It was quite painful, but the healing effect kicked in. Michael thought he had leveled up so quickly that his body probably wasn't used to the new power yet. He then opened a store and purchased a deadwood shield that cost him 2,100 points. This shield had been created by a black mage from the wood of a huge dead tree. It activated a buff when you lost health. As a reward for the ordeal, he received a black steel dagger that improved his stats. Also, the assassin's cloak, which allowed him to stay more undetected and move faster. When everything was ready, Michael exhaled. All that was left was to get used to the new items and stats. He had to do this before the next challenge. However, wasn't all. The guy wanted to become stronger than anyone could dream of, so he continued to train. After a few more days, which flew by very quickly, he entered the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. The theme of this challenge was dueling, and the system reminded him once again that he had chosen the hard difficulty. Michael considered apparently he was in some sort of cave where he thought the duel would be. Then suddenly a new message appeared, saying that a Guardian of Darkness would appear in 10 seconds. The guy realized that he would be his opponent, so he prepared himself, not knowing where the attack would come from. As expected, the enemy acted unexpectedly. He went behind Michael's back, and he didn't even notice. In the last instant, the guy felt something rasping the air near his head and realized he was under attack. He barely had time to turn around and shield himself, but the attack still hurt him a little. The Guardian of Darkness looked quite intimidating. He was also strong, which made one act more cautiously. When Michael saw it, he realized he was facing the doping gunner he had read about in Hunter reports. He knew that physical attacks worked best against them. With that thought, he kicked him. The monster flew a decent distance away, but quickly got back on his feet. They looked at each other. Dope smiled wickedly, clearly confident of his victory. Not everyone could overpower him alone. But Michael wasn't going to lose. He had to win at all costs to survive and move on. The wound he received quickly shrank thanks to his quick recovery skill. Then the lad was surprised to notice something odd about the doping galer's demeanor. He was made of dark matter, able to take any form, and now he was mimicking it. The monster took the same stance, and suddenly he too had a sword and shield. To see for sure if he would copy him completely, Michael rushed to the attack. In the blink of an eye, he was behind his opponent's back, intent on a sneak attack. But the doping Goliath couldn't react in time, so the attack was successful. The monster was wounded. This meant that he could only copy his movements, but they were no match for Michael's strength. However, the course of the battle had changed. The guy noticed that the dope and Galer had stopped copying him. On the contrary, he seemed to get angry. The wound on his chest began to tighten as well. The monster looked at the guy. He was surprised that he was able to hurt him, so he didn't know how to proceed. Michael mockingly said, "You seem to have a recovery skill as well." Dope didn't answer him and rushed back into the attack. Now he was going to repeat the new maneuver. It was the same attack Michael had come in with, so the monster copied it. However, the guy knew that the monster would act this way, so he had no trouble anticipating his movements. When the monster swung his sword, he dodged and then kicked it with his foot. He already knew how to overpower it. After all, he had the advantage of knowing how to counter his own techniques. The initiative was clearly on the guy's side. He was crowding the dope and Nur against the wall to finish him off there. His swordsmanship skills had improved greatly during this time, and he thought that the training had not been in vain. But suddenly, when he was about to knock his opponent out, the guy saw a sword right in front of his eyes. He quickly regrouped and blocked the attack, but the monster managed to move away as well. Michael was in surprise, not realizing what had just happened, since he hadn't used that move. Then, Dopengaller took the initiative and began pushing Michael against the wall. It wasn't just a coincidence. After all, it had only been fighting for a short time, but the monster had already evolved. It was harder to block his attacks now, though Michael was still copying all of his moves. At that moment, Michael activated his Assassin Cloak skill, and his movement speed increased by 15%. That meant he had to finish everything in less than a minute. For just how long the effect of the cloak lasted, Michael rushed to attack his opponent. The others seemed to notice the guy getting faster too. But for now, the monster decided not to back down. Michael, meanwhile, was already across from him and swung around for another deceptive attack. So when the monster swung his sword to repel him, Michael kicked him instead. The monster wasn't ready for this, but it wasn't over. The guy was already preparing to finish him off. Then came a sharp lunge that pierced the monster in the gall, but the lad did not foresee the consequences. He thought he had succeeded and decided to kill the monster permanently as soon as it hit the ground. So far, the monster had only screamed loudly from the wound he received. But then something strange happened. Michael's arm was somehow severed as well, and he couldn't even scream from sheer shock and horror. This was something he'd expected, though everything indicated it had to have something to do with the monster's copying skill. Michael was already screaming then. The pain was incredibly intense and made it hard to concentrate. But the guy realized that this wasn't the end. If he won, he would surely get his arm back. Plus, the doping gunner hadn't moved yet, which meant that even though he had a recovery skill, it seemed he still needed time to recover from this kind of attack. This was his chance to win. Without a sword, it was hard to do. So Michael came up with a plan. He had 15 seconds left of the assassin's cloak effect, meaning his speed would soon be gone. Deciding he had nothing to lose, he grabbed his shield and told himself he could win. After all, it was better to take a risk than to just wait for death. That had probably been his creed lately. With that thought, he pounced on the monster. He had only one shield to bet everything on. Seeing the guy approaching, the dolphin was surprised by his determination. It even frightened him. He swung his remaining arm to block the attack, but the guy didn't even try to strike with a sword. Instead, he relied on the tip of his shield, his new and final weapon. He hoped to impale a monster with it. And then Michael ducked under the attack, dodging the swing of his arm. He was able to press his shield into the dopener's stomach. The creature couldn't even scream and fell to the ground a few feet away. It didn't move again. But the monster wasn't dead yet. It was waiting for its recovery, staring at him with hostility. Michael swung around to finish it off, muttering, "Now I've got another critter on my account." It always added to his strength, killing monsters to avenge his parents. With that thought, he plunged his shield straight into the dopener's heart, delivering a quick death. Immediately, a system window appeared, congratulating him for passing the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. Back in the waiting room, all of his injuries and defects were healed, and he could feel his arm again. It felt much better now, but he knew he should be preparing for the 4th floor, so Michael resumed his training. He struck the wall of his room with all of his might, leaving a huge dent, evidence of his power. He felt the healing worked perfectly, as he didn't feel anything at all. He had absorbed the soul of a dopener galler after defeating the monster. The consistency of this soul, however, was so dense that it was no match for the others. Michael was surprised to see that the souls of all monsters were different, depending on their strength and abilities. It also pleased him that his mastery of necromancy had reached perfection. Her rank had now increased by 1 level, of which there were 5 in total. Her current progress was at 0% of level 4. As a result, another skill had been added to him. Michael gained the probability of acquiring the absorbed skill. In other words, he could now absorb not only souls, but also their skills. Though the effect didn't always work, it was similar to how he had only acquired accelerated reincarnation after being on the cusp of death a couple of times. Skills could never be obtained simply at the snap of a finger, and he was well aware of that now. Michael called up the community commands and logged in. There were now 880 members out of 158. This was his 3rd time back in the waiting room, so it felt like home. Suddenly, he came across some interesting information about the next challenge. The chat was talking about it. Someone said that this time the challenge would be a combo challenge, and it was a bit confusing. One guy named Kim said he might be exaggerating, but he learned that the theme of the challenge would be competition. And since they were talking about a competition between hunters, it could very well even mean killing. When Michael read this, sweat broke out on his forehead. The guy realized that the people in the community were serious. It turned out that in the next trial, there was a possibility for each of them to kill someone. After a while, the system window notified everyone that the 4th floor test had begun. The condition for its successful completion was to defeat the Goblin King in the allotted time. The condition for failure was the elimination of all applicants selected for the team or the expiration of time. The penalty in case of failure was death, but Michael already knew that the most important thing in this case was to stay calm. When he entered the portal, it sent him to a new place. He saw his team for this test. They were also the first people he'd seen in a long time. So it was a little strange. Michael felt uneasy, for he had only crossed paths with monsters lately. The first to speak was the girl in the big blue cape. She invited everyone to introduce themselves and started first. Her name was Beatrix, short for Betty. She had a magical staff, and she was trustworthy. She added that she was a rank 4 hunter on the outside and specialized in team support. Hearing that she was a hunter, the guy who was the second member on their team snorted contentedly. He introduced himself as Magnus, saying he specialized in close combat and was a rank 5 hunter. Michael thought the man was acting rather rudely, like a lower-ranked hunter, for they were more humble on the ground. Then it was his turn. Michael introduced himself, saying he also specialized in close combat. He added that he wasn't a hunter on the outside yet, but he was taking a training course. Magnus hummed unhappily. He called him a cadet, telling him not to even dare tangle under his feet. Michael was a little surprised by this behavior, but not to say it was the first time he'd heard it directed at him. The young man simply said he was confident in his skills as a fighter and could handle the role assigned to him. But Magnus maintained his stern attitude, warning, if you fail, the consequences will be severe. Michael thought that he was already used to this kind of pressure, for he had faced it throughout his life. For a moment, he forgot about the nightmare, but as soon as he found himself back among people, the memories returned. Looking at Magnus, he felt the tension and knew with certainty that Magnus possessed power that demanded caution. Still, in the Tower of Trials, everything came down to skill, and Michael was more than capable in that regard. In the meantime, 2 system messages appeared, reminding them of the rules and the theme of the current challenge. Then the main gate of the Citadel opened, allowing all the participants from different factions to enter. As soon as it did, groups of goblins with axes and other weapons rushed forward, trying to surround the squad. They immediately targeted the one in front, Magnus. The boy was surprised to see the goblins fighting in such a coordinated formation, then turned to Michael. He yelled, asking why the guy wasn't fighting, but the guy had his own battle tactics. Besides, Magnus didn't even look in his direction. He had already managed to kill 2 goblins. While Magnus held back the rest of the goblins, Batty was finishing up preparations for the spell. She needed a little more time to finalize everything. But Michael noticed that Magnus needed help now. He turned to the surprised girl and told her, "I'll leave you for a little while." With those words, he rushed his comrade. Thanks to his cloak, his speed was incredible. He was beside Magnus in no time. But Bethy shouted, "If you leave like that, who will cover me from the rear?" The girl stopped mid-sentence. No more sounds were coming from behind. She turned around and saw that all the goblins who had come from behind had been killed. She couldn't believe her eyes. It was the first time she had ever seen someone deal with monsters so quickly. Meanwhile, the goblins were advancing with renewed vigor on Magnus, who was already struggling to hold them back. The boy sagged under the weight of his sword, expecting it would be a while before Betty could lend him strength with her spell. But it wasn't happening. The goblins realized that it would be more effective to attack from different directions. One of them, wielding a mace attached to a metal whip, aimed his attack at Magnus. The guy didn't expect it and was surprised to see the weapon fall from his hand. His large sword dropped not far away, but there was no time to go after it. He would be finished off immediately. A new goblin, armed with a mashie, jumped at him. Magnus could only cover himself with his hands, hoping for the best. He screamed, cursing his luck for being on the same team as the cadet. But in the next instant, Magnus ducked. Someone had dashed near him with a swift attack. He looked up in surprise and saw Michael, who had killed the monster, threatening him. The rest of the goblins screamed as they saw their comrade fall. They briefly retreated. Seeing that the cadet had defended him, Magnus struggled to find the right words, but Michael didn't expect anything. He simply told the master to stand back for now. Normally, hearing that would have made Magnus angry, but at that moment, he was more discouraged than anything else. Then Michael destroyed him morally by adding that he wanted the guy to stay out of his way. In the blink of an eye, he dealt with the rest of the goblins who continued to advance. The system window flashed with a message. He had earned the new Goblin Hunter achievement. But the most surprised of all was Magnus. He even opened his mouth in disbelief, shocked by Michael's skills. When it was over, Michael had successfully absorbed all the goblin souls available to him. He also made the discovery that the black haze from his characterization was invisible to others. Afterward, he increased his stats. Strength by 3, agility by 4, stamina by 2, and resilience by 7 points. But then Michael noticed something unexpected. He had absorbed one of the Goblin Guardian skills as well. This skill granted a larger sight radius, allowing him to spot opponents faster. Surprised, Michael decided to try it out right away. He concentrated, focusing on feeling the skill. After a while, he got it right. It was like bringing the phone camera closer to something previously out of view. Michael smiled contentedly. For it was another jackpot, though no one but him had gotten anything. Magnus, meanwhile, to make some kind of excuse, said that the cadet was very lucky. He added that he'd done a pretty good job, but both Michael and Betty looked at him questioningly. Michael then said, "From now on, I'll be in charge of the operation, moving in the vanguard." He remembered to ask if Magnus had any objections to that, still teasing him, but the guy wasn't having any of that. He only gave him a strange look and then answered in the negative. Michael then added, "You just need to protect the huntress, Betty. It'll be up to me to fight ahead." To the girl, Michael told her, "Just keep doing everything you were doing before." Betty replied, "I understand," and then said she was resuming her search for a target using magic. A few minutes later, they were already fighting another goblin squad, and Michael was successfully absorbing their souls. The mastery of his level 4 unique characteristic was already at 12%, and there were still 14 hours left for the trial. Soon it was dark, and they set out to find shelter, saying that the fights with the goblin AI were exhausting. They had been attacking at different intervals, but now everything was quiet. Michael thought for a moment. Then suddenly he snapped out of his seat and ran off on his own, leaving his partner standing in wonder. Bethy asked, "What's going on?" But suddenly she saw what Michael was running towards. It was water. More specifically, a beautiful fountain, probably the only thing that had survived on the property. Magnus said he thought the other challengers had been here before. Everyone was surprised at their speed. Michael leaned over and tasted the blood of the goblin he had killed nearby. It was still warm. "Consequently, if we hurry, we can catch up with the other contenders," Michael said. "If the other team wins, those of us who fail the test will die, never to return to Earth. We'll be buried here." That prospect didn't suit any of them. "We'd better hurry up," Michael added. Meanwhile, the other team met up with the goblin squad again, but they posed no threat. Among their team members was a guy with an inventory like Michael's, and he was doing great too. Another guy who possessed an unknown ghost art was also present. His name was Thomas. He said, "I'm sick of these perpetual little skirmishes, but it looks like this is the last one." After her, the boss should have appeared. But for now, the focus should have been on the battle with the goblins. The guy had been sitting on the head of one of them the whole time. Then he cut it off and pushed himself off the dead body. He rushed at the remaining goblins, his eyes burning with hatred for the monsters. It was terrifying. In a moment, all the monsters were finished. He stood in the middle of the goblin corpses. His comrades praised him, saying he had done a good job and had performed excellently. But Thomas replied, "I'm sick of this freak hunt. I have to do everything alone." He then turned to one of the guys, whose name was James, and asked, "Did you enjoy skimming all the cream?" James was a little confused by what he'd asked, so Thomas irritably ordered, "Just open the boss's room." They all wanted to finish everything as soon as possible and rest in their rooms. James went to open the door as he was ordered, but the guy didn't like being commanded like that. When he opened the door, the system window notified everyone that all members of the Challenger team had entered the spire. It was the home of the Goblin King, but the battle with him wouldn't begin until one of the 2 teams remained. It was also reported that it would become impossible to leave the current location from this point onward. As if to confirm this, a huge red barrier formed across her territory. Thomas looked at him disdainfully and asked, "Why is this suddenly happening? What about the other 2 teams?" But soon he realized it all for himself when he saw 3 more people standing on the other side. Michael's team had arrived just in time. Now the guy was sizing up the men they were about to fight. Thomas wrinkled his face in frustration and muttered, "I hope to finish things quickly." Suddenly, Michael spoke up, surprising everyone. "I'll fight alone." He then turned to Bethy and asked her to provide him with the agility-boosting buff. Everything else, he said, she could supply Magnus with. Biggie replied, "I've seen with my own eyes how strong you are. But humans, they might be scarier than all these monsters put together." And that was true. Michael said he heard her, adding that he would signal if he reasoned he was in danger. "Until then, I'm counting on your support," he said. With those words, the lad threw himself into the fray. His agility increased by 2 points, an effect that lasted for 10 minutes thanks to Buddy's spell. Michael had already convinced himself that he had surpassed the skill level of the average hunter. On top of that, he had just killed over 30 goblins. He noticed the other team getting ready. Finally, Michael thought that the current him was strong enough to handle the ordeal. With that thought, he rushed to attack the 3 men at once. This surprised and alarmed them a bit. Thomas didn't understand where Michael was coming from, but he saw that the guy looked confident enough. "James, use your shield at full power," he ordered, "and do it now." The guy with the curls began to follow the order, activating his defenses. Apparently, he had a magic shield. Michael realized it too when he saw that the boys were covered by a magical dome. However, it couldn't be called a solid barrier. So, he prepared to break it. He pushed himself off the ground and hit it with all his might, causing it to shatter into many cracks. After a moment, the defense disappeared altogether, and James, who had been running it, fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Michael was almost upon Thomas. He realized that this opponent was quite strong. Michael pounced on their team, and the guys couldn't react in time. He even injured one of them. Bethy and Magnus watched it all in amazement, clearly not expecting such skill. And Michael continued. He was already rushing at Thomas, who he now recognized as the leader of their team. The guy also understood that the main battle would be his, so he prepared for it. Their blades met, but to everyone's surprise, Michael was dominating the fight, while Thomas was merely defending himself. It was strange, though. Michael's skills seemed inferior to Thomas's, yet he easily blocked every attack. The lab reasoned that, in that case, he should act more decisively. However, as he was about to perform some sort of maneuver, Michael was suddenly at his back. This was followed by a pretty strong attack that was going to be decisive for the guy. But just when Michael thought he had won, Thomas suddenly reflected his sword, twisting his body strangely in the process. He did it almost in a leap, which surprised Michael because he had not expected such reflexes in his opponent. Thomas, meanwhile, was starting to get angry at not being able to retake the initiative of the fight, so he began to take action. Michael noticed that the guy had unusual eyes, thanks to which he could see the trace of the blade pointed at him. Thomas bounced to the side, choosing the right moment to counterattack. But Michael wasn't about to back down. Suddenly, Thomas saw the shield that had served as Michael's defense flying at him. As it turned out, this was done intentionally. This way, the guy had a limited field of vision, and Michael was already running at him with another attack, hiding behind his shield from below to hurt his opponent this time. The next instant, he pierced him with his blade, and Thomas couldn't see it because of his shield. He spat out the blood, amazed that there was someone who could overpower him, and even seriously wound him. Meanwhile, Michael's system window announced that he had received an additional award after the challenge. Thomas was dead. The attack had hit vital organs, so there was no way for him to survive. But those were the rules. The penalty for losing was death, and everyone knew it, even though they looked very shabby. Betty noticed that Michael was trembling for some reason. She realized that he was also uneasy about the murder. She turned to him, asking if he was okay. "I'm fine," Michael replied, his tone distant. "You don't need to worry." But his look was somewhat detached. Betty decided it was shock from the murder he had just committed. Michael then asked, "Would you mind if we go and fight the boss right now and end the challenge?" Betty and Magnus responded positively, saying they were ready to fulfill that immediately. Michael nodded. After some more time, they defeated the goblin boss. The decisive blow was struck, as always, by Michael. He stabbed his sword into the monster's back, where its vulnerable spot was, from which he died. The system window popped up a message stating that the test target had been destroyed. As a reward, all stats increased by 4, and as an additional reward, Michael received a new skill. It was a rank 3 instant acceleration. When it was over, they walked safely to the portal. Magnus hurried back first. He was a little afraid of Michael, but Betty lingered at the portal entrance. She turned to him abruptly, saying, "Don't worry about what happened today." The girl added, "Perhaps my words are out of place, but you only did what you had to do. Someone needed to kill the opposing team anyway, and if they refused, I would have entered the fray." This surprised Michael a little. He thanked her, saying, "Your words made me feel better about myself." Then the girl clicked something in her system window. Michael saw that he had a message. Beatrice Carroll sent him a friend request, which surprised the boy, as he didn't know that such a thing was possible here. Betty explained that they passed the test today because of him, so she felt indebted. She added, in the future, when he returned to Earth, he should look for her in the White Guild. Michael looked at her without saying a word, but he understood what the girl was trying to tell him. When she went into the portal, he realized he had an important decision to make for himself. It consisted of whether or not to consume a human soul. He thought to himself as he looked at Thomas. Once Michael was satisfied that he was capable of something like this, he put the process on hold. He did it because he felt he was about to cross an irreversible line. But now, he had made up his mind. Even though he had no intentions of killing people to become stronger, in a situation where there was no right to choose, he was ready to go on a killing spree. With that thought, Michael consumed Thomas's soul as he continued to look for excuses for himself. He thought that beyond his very first desire to become a hunter, a new ambition had begun to germinate in his soul. After all, the Tower of Trials had given him a chance, and he wanted to take full advantage of it as he continued on his way to the top. When the absorption process was complete, he too entered the portal and emerged in the 5th floor waiting room. To his surprise, the system immediately announced the expansion, creating a ranking of applicants. Michael didn't understand what it was, but he was required to enter a nickname. The guy hesitated for a moment, unsure since he hadn't played many computer games in his life. He didn't have to think long, however, and soon saw that his nickname had been changed to Hunter. The system then summarized the 4th floor test by showing a list of applicants. All were as good as gone. Michael started looking for his nickname, thinking that maybe he was on the list somewhere. He saw himself in 16th place and was very surprised by his ranking in this test. After all, it was much higher than he had expected. Then the system added that the contenders ranked in the top 50 would be designated as first-timers, and whoever achieved that status would get a head start on the 8th floor. And if they continue to hold first-timer status all the way to the 8th floor, it would earn the Halo privilege. Michael was surprised by this, but thought it was some sort of skill-granting reward. He decided to find out the details when the time came, but for now, he should have been focusing on his growth. He could now absorb up to 15 souls and store them all, so it was worth increasing his stats. When he did so, he felt that he had finally crossed the limits of human capability. The 5th floor opened up access to purchase the returned Earth Stone, though only for 3 days. But Michael decided to take that chance and purchase the item for points at the store. He also wanted to see if he could move with his gear. When he absorbed the pure stone, the system notified him that his next time point would be Earth. The absorption process began, and Michael felt as if he were being sucked in by something. It felt the same as the time he went to the Tower of Trials, and the emotions were the same. Then it was over as suddenly as it had begun. He was lying on his bed at home. He was wearing the same dirty shirt he'd worn the first day, along with the same pants. He also felt like he smelled bad. Michael thought he really was at home, which meant the move had really worked. He got up on his elbows, intending to look around first, but this was indeed his room. Even from the last time he had been here, the guy hadn't closed the window, so it was a little chilly now. In the midst of the summer heat, it was just the thing. Michael fell back onto the bed, amazed at how soft it was. The only thing that spoiled the whole picture was his own odor from his dirty clothes. So he made the decision to take a shower and got out of bed to do so. However, he was unexpectedly surprised. After all, there were his items for the Tower of Trials on the floor that he had inadvertently stepped on. Michael decided to check them out just in case, but it looked like they really could carry items with them. However, it also meant that other challengers would probably be able to carry weapons as well. Soon, the number of people returning to Earth would increase, leading to a dramatic rise in the number of items. This would cause the price of Hunter's gear to drop in the market, so he should have gotten rid of his items. But the problem was that only those with Hunter qualifications could sell them on the market. With that thought, Michael picked up his phone, intending to make an important call that could change everything. Inspector David was observing the training session of the Hunter trainees from his office. The students, both male and female, were practicing quite well when his attention was suddenly drawn to an incoming call. He answered, introducing himself as an instructor at the training center. Michael introduced himself in return and asked if David still remembered him. David confirmed that he did. After a short exchange, David asked, "Why don't you just apply online?" Michael replied, "It's possible that the tuition I already paid won't be refunded." David asked in surprise, "Do you really think so?" Michael confirmed. After pausing for a moment, David said, "Then I would have just one small request for you." At first, David considered declining, thinking that Michael might be asking to return to the training program. But unexpectedly, Michael only asked for help with taking the Hunter's exam. At that moment, David reminded him that his earlier result had not been as strong as expected. Michael calmly acknowledged that his midterm had not gone well, but added that if the instructor refused to support him, he could easily change his mind about the payment made. After all, money is never superfluous. So he offered him a deal where only one thing was required of him. When the guy ended the call, he went straight to the bathroom and began examining his body in the mirror. He noticed that it had changed greatly in proportion to his progress in the Tower of Trials. But now was not the time to admire himself. He had arranged to take his Hunter's exam today. Michael quickly got dressed and went outside. The first thing he saw was his neighbor. The boy thought he missed this daily life. It was nice to see even his neighbors. He decided to greet the girl and she returned the favor, though without much enthusiasm. But Michael wished her a good day anyway, for he knew that everyone in this house thought of him as a loser, and that had indeed been the case up to this point. Today, though, he would make them all look at him differently. A couple of minutes later, he was already hailing a cab, his hand raised. But no one was stopping. Time was running out, and Michael realized that at this rate, he might even be late for his exam. So without thinking long, he decided to put his skills to use and made his way across the rooftops. He figured running to his destination wasn't a bad option either, considering he wouldn't get caught in traffic that way. At this pace, he arrived at the place even faster than if he caught a cab, and he liked it that way. The Hunters Association was a huge building, more like a skyscraper. That's where Michael headed. Once inside, he saw that he was already being greeted by the right people. One of them was Instructor David, who honored his request, and with it, the deal. Michael greeted him again, saying they hadn't seen each other in a while. The instructor agreed. A smile appeared on his face, for he couldn't hate the guy, despite his lack of talent. Michael, meanwhile, shared that he had endured a lot lately and felt like a different person. David was a little surprised at this, for he remembered saying goodbye to him near the garbage cans. At that moment, another man spoke, introducing himself as the examiner who would be grading his test. The man's name was Kim, and he asked if the guy had any questions about how the exam was going. Michael replied that he was perfectly aware of that, so they could get straight to the point of the test. In a couple of minutes, he was already standing in a special room. He was given a sword, and the guy got ready. David turned to Mr. Kim, asking if he remembered his request to expel the boy as soon as possible. The examiner replied that he could not worry about that and turned to Michael, telling him to choose the desired difficulty. He could make a choice from 1 to 10. The boy remembered how he had always chosen the first degree before. A goblin appeared in front of his eyes, defeating him every time, even though he tried his best. But the problem was that he didn't get them then because he was very weak. That feeling when David announced that he had failed the test was so bitter that he almost cried. David advised him from the balcony to opt for the easiest first degree of difficulty, but Michael unexpectedly chose the 10th, which surprised the instructor and the examiner. The guy himself was quite observant of their reactions, for there were probably few who chose the most difficult degree. David thought he was crazy because he remembered perfectly well that he had been losing even to a goblin with the first degree. And then the examination began, the essence of which was the hunt for the firebird. Michael saw it. He also felt his movements slow down. It turns out it was a special effect working. In addition, his sword suddenly cracked in several places at once, and it was very serious. Turns out David personally slipped him a broken gun so the guy would fail the exam. Michael thought bitterly. He wanted Michael to finally give up on his attempts to become a hunter after losing once again. But for now, the lad stood firmly on his feet in front of the bird, which sprang up to attack him. Her entire body was covered in flames, but Michael stood calmly and analyzed the monster's behavior. He realized this was his last chance to be a hunter, so he couldn't screw up. Among the names of those who passed the hunter's exam was his name, so David was very happy to be a hunter. At the time, he thought he was the best, but in reality, it turned out to be quite different. Gradually, the gap with his peers began to widen, and eventually he gave up trying to bridge it. The man thought the world of hunters was based on innate talent and stopped trying to make a difference. People are forced to give up when they feel a wall in front of them that they can't overcome. And not only him, everyone does it. You just have to accept this fact and live the life you have. So the same should have been done to Michael Nonfer, David thought as he watched him fight desperately. However, it's also time for him to give up and stop trying to prove something to himself that will never happen. Michael, meanwhile, saw that his blade had cracked, which surprised him greatly, for it had been issued to him. He thought that, even if it was a low-level weapon, there was no way a WoW could crack with such ease. Then he realized that there was no outside interference. He looked at the instructor, and David smiled gloatingly, quietly wondering what he would do with the damaged sword. Now, to make matters worse, the bird began to attack, directing a fireball toward the defenseless guy. But Michael was even glad things had worked out this way, because it was the perfect situation to test his skills. He had learned a lot in the Tower of Trials, so right now he would show it to everyone. With that thought, he used the skill. It was an instantaneous acceleration, which allowed him to push off the ground and approach the bird. The bird hadn't expected the guy to be so nimble. Plus, he was now standing on the ceiling, looking right at her. Michael noticed that this skill was far better than the speed boost he got from using the assassin's cloak buff. The bird, meanwhile, forked a fireball again, intending to finish him off right there. But Michael decided to be proactive. He ran at her first, surprising the monster a little. He didn't even need a whole blade to wound the bird before it could attack him. He thrust his sword right into her eye, limiting her vision. The bird screamed furiously. As expected, the sword was too short. It wasn't enough to kill a monster. Michael glanced at the tile that had cracked from the bird's attack and decided he could use it. He peeled off a piece of the tile and threw it with all of his might at its head, intending to stun the bird. But the tile flew at great speed, turned with its power into an axe, and cut through her head. The piece of floor didn't stop there. It crashed into the balcony wall where Principal Kim and the instructor were standing. David was surprised to think that Michael was doing something incredible, but it looked like he was done. The unconscious bird fell to the floor, greeted by a successful exam. Michael didn't forget the instructor and examiner apologizing for not calculating the force. He smiled contentedly, for he had passed the exam, even with the broken weapon that had been slipped to him. After a while, a woman in charge of issuing certificates handed him a card. It had his data on it, stating that he had become a rank 2 hunter, which was pretty cool. Michael thanked her, and the woman added that he could now visit the dungeons and sell items at the market. Meanwhile, David was asking examiner Kim how this could even happen for a guy to pass the test. After all, a man had said that one would fail within 10 seconds. But in the end, on the contrary, he managed everything in that time. The examiner replied that he had done his best, because based on the reported data, the guy would have failed. David then asked, Couldn't they have given him a lower rank? Kip replied they already did. Their conversation was interrupted by Michael, who entered the office and announced, "I received my hunter's license." He walked over to David, noticing that he looked a little pale. "Are you okay?" he asked. David replied, "I'm fine," and congratulated Michael on his new accomplishment. Michael suddenly said, "If my memory serves me correctly, the instructor reached rank 3 before he retired." He added, "I remember fleetingly how the man called me scum," because he really felt that way. A thought popped into his head. Perhaps David himself was the scum the instructor had referred to. Hearing this, David jumped up from his seat, ready to hit Michael. "Have you lost your fear?" he demanded. Contrary to his expectations, Michael thought the instructor had easily fallen for the provocation. David swung at him, but Michael dodged the blow and countered with one of his own. Eager to demonstrate his strength once again, David grimaced in pain as Michael's punch landed squarely in his solar plexus. And he understood that he would not get anything for it because he had acted in self-defense. This was in response to the aggressive actions of the instructor, who had also been slapped. David had time to think and wonder how a rank 2 could possess such strength. Then he lost consciousness. In the evening, when the boy was saying goodbye to Principal Kim, he asked, "Are you offering me a job?" The man responded positively, saying he worked directly for the Hunters Association, and his salary would be around $1 billion. With those words, he handed him his business card. Finally, the man added that he was offering the position because he could see David's potential, but Michael wasn't interested. "It seems the difficulty level of the exam was adjusted arbitrarily," he said. Seeing that, the principal's face changed. Michael added, "I won't make a big deal out of it." However, it wasn't in his nature to make a deal with someone he didn't trust. The 2 remaining days flew by, and here he was back in his room ready to go. The news reported that there had been rumors of a mysterious apparition of the Tower of Trials among hunters recently. Michael thought that finally everyone had found out about the towers, so he made sure he did the right thing. After all, he was able to get rid of the gear at a very good price. Those 3 days had been very productive, but his time on Earth was coming to an end. Soon, he saw the familiar system window. It began the countdown, at the end of which he would be sent back to the Tower of Trials. Michael even wanted it a little bit because he would be able to progress again and become even stronger. The boy thought that after his return, he'd be busy once more, and for some reason, that thought made him happy. Within seconds, he was back with his waiting team in the tower, also in full uniform. As expected, they could safely move items between the tower and the real world. He took a small chest and a stone with him, deciding to put it all in his inventory for now. Michael then jumped off the bed, deciding he would start by warming up his body a bit and working out. After that, he wanted to challenge the 5th floor, but suddenly the system gave him a new achievement and a new skill. The skill was called Eye of Truth. Both were of the highest rank, which surprised Michael greatly as he had never possessed such a thing. Based on the description, thanks to this skill, he could get all the information about the target he was observing. His skill was certainly lacking so far. But what surprised the lad the most was the following trait. With this skill, he could determine whether his opponent's words were true or not. That was incredible. Michael figured that with that eye, he would now always be able to tell the difference when people were lying to him. It was a jackpot of pure water, because such a thing wasn't available to everyone and even rarer among hunters. Michael then decided to do some shopping and entered the store. First, he purchased a rank 2 Thunder Sword. After that, he bought a rank 3 plus Hunter Scout Shield. He spent a total of 9,300 points on everything. However, though they predominantly went for the sword, Michael really liked its options. He couldn't help but buy it. All because it had a 10% chance to apply a lightning effect when hitting an enemy. The guy then called the test team and was asked by the system if he was ready for the 5th floor test. Of course, he responded positively. After a few minutes, he was already running into the portal, preparing for more battles. The theme of this challenge was hunting. The difficulty, as always, was high, and the penalty for failure was death. He had to kill a boss werewolf in the Wolf Gorge over the course of the day. Michael realized his task. He was excited to win, eager to see how the werewolves would fight him. After all, they were half human, half wolf. He found himself right at the foot of the mountain, where apparently there was a cave with the boss, but it still had to be reached. Meanwhile, many small wolves surrounded him and attacked from all sides, but the guy didn't even flinch. He wielded his sword perfectly and finished off all the monsters in no time. He was even a little annoyed that they turned out to be so weak. After all, he had hoped for stronger opponents. But suddenly he saw new opponents approaching him, and these were much stronger. Michael was even a little surprised at the sudden change of heart, but it was what he wished for. In front of him stood another pack of wolves, bigger, stronger, and fiercer than the previous ones. One of them clacked its teeth, and Michael felt their murderous energy. Each of the monsters was aimed at killing him. but for some reason, it made the guy smile. He prepared himself for battle, realizing that now he would be able to test his real powers, not like he was on a fake exam. Michael thought the Tower of Trials never disappoints and rushed to attack the monsters. The giant werewolves rushed at him in response, barking loudly and opening their mouths to swallow him, but Michael deftly jumped on one of them, dodging all the attacks. He realized he was even having a little fun. Perhaps he was slowly beginning to go mad, for a normal person would not enjoy the ordeal. It didn't really bother him, however, because he knew he was getting stronger day by day. The system gave out information that his sword skill had reached rank 5 perfection, and his sword skill had increased to 5+. Also, by level 4, his accelerated regeneration had increased. And Michael thought he should get a new skill. After all, his current inventory stats had almost betrayed his growth, so it was worth considering. The wolves, meanwhile, jumped right on top of him. If it hadn't been for his well-developed stats, he'd be dead by now. Michael liked that he was honing his skills. He turned to the monsters and told them to keep attacking. After a while, it was over. The guy was absorbing the souls of slain werewolves. He thought he had already hunted 3 times, but the lightning effect never appeared. The system window alerted him that he had absorbed quite a few souls of mad wolves, and his skill had increased by 16%. This was a good thing because at this rate, he could achieve a rank increase in his unique characteristic. Also, he had almost reached the middle of the Wolf Gorge, so the boss was going to show up soon. But suddenly he stopped. He looked in wonder at what he saw among the high rocks of the gorge. There were the tattered bodies of other wolves. The guy figured there had been some kind of conflict in the pack. However, he later dismissed that thought as he saw that the blows had been delivered with sharp weapons. And the footprints left nearby only confirmed his assumption. Michael decided to use his new skill set, activating the Eye of Truth to find out the truth. He saw the trace of a rank 3 aura left behind after someone had gently rocked the wall. Suddenly, he felt uneasy as there were too many nuances that didn't fit in his mind. Then, out of nowhere, he heard a scream. He couldn't immediately distinguish who it belonged to, but he sensed it was nearby. Without hesitation, he ran in the direction it seemed to be coming from. As he ran, he saw the medium-sized cave from which the roar seemed to be originating. But no sooner had the boy entered the cave than a huge pink werewolf flew out, badly shredded and collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Michael stood frozen, surprised by its sudden appearance. He realized that another monster couldn't have left him in such a state. This meant there was someone else in the cave. A system window popped up, informing him that the boss werewolf had died and the reason was under investigation. Michael stared at the dead monster, confusion clouding his mind. Not understanding why this was happening on the floor, Michael looked around in confusion. But lo and behold, the system's analysis was complete. It reported an invasion of the Challenger trial. Then the purpose of the challenge changed. Now he had to kill a challenger from another dimension. He was the one who had caused the invasion and now showed himself to Michael completely. He looked like a knight. Michael didn't understand why he was suddenly here from another dimension as the system had stated, but he didn't like it. He wondered if this meant that the Tower of Trials existed in several worlds at the same time. The stranger from another dimension spoke up. "I'm surprised you're not dead yet," he said. It appeared that he was the master of this ordeal. But alas, it will be over for you now. He attacked, and Michael blocked his blow. As he did, he felt the knight seemed to have his head on straight. For a while they stood staring at each other, assessing their strengths. Then the knight displayed his sword. Michael never imagined a situation where the target of his ordeal would be wiped out by an invader from another world. Even so, Michael was fortunate that the trial hadn't ended in failure, or it truly would have been over for him. At that moment, the knight asked, "Are you so afraid that you cannot even speak?" Michael stayed alert, ready to defend himself against anything this opponent might attempt. The man radiated an intimidating strength. Michael referred to him as a knight because he was clad head to toe in armor, and the long blade in his hands resembled a spear. What surprised Michael most was that, despite the heavy armor, his speed was extraordinary, but losing was not an option. Thinking quickly, Michael decided to use what was available. He pushed the fallen boss's body toward the knight with his foot. Yet, such an obstacle meant nothing to the knight. He pressed forward without slowing and cut the body aside with one clean strike. But then came the surprise. Michael was no longer standing before him. Instead, the knight felt the sudden force of an attack from behind. Michael's movement had been astonishingly fast, slipping past his guard. Now he was already readying his next strike, determined to leave a deeper mark this time. The knight swung his sword, but the boy ducked under his arm and stabbed the stranger from another dimension right in the rib. To his surprise, however, the armor didn't crack. And then the knight said, "It fell right into my hands." Michael realized that the situation was getting dangerous. He had planned to split the armor in half, but he hadn't left even a scratch. The knight, meanwhile, brought his sword down upon him. It would have severed his head before Michael could even step back. Even so, Michael couldn't keep his balance. The shockwave from the knight's attack hit him even at a distance. The guy hit the rock with such force that it collapsed a bit, but no debris followed. Michael realized that this opponent was the strongest he had ever had to fight. His shield was defeated, and his sword was damaged. In addition, his whole body was sore from the heavy impact into the rock. The knight was a little surprised that the guy was able to block his aura. He had hoped to finish him off quickly. Michael shouted, "The system recognized me as an intruder," but he'd never heard of anything like that. The knight questioned him back. How would a barbarian like him even know about floor infiltration? Upon hearing this, Michael asked, "Why is it in my trial that such a thing happened?" The knight told him not to hold a grudge. The tower is originally an unpredictable place, he added, but now it's time for you to do the honors. He swung his weapon, intending to finish Michael off, but the guy waved his arms. "Stop," he pleaded. Michael then asked, "Can you tell me what this floor introduction is, after all?" This question surprised the knight. After all, the guy was essentially on the cusp of death, yet still wanted to know such things. However, the knight figured he might as well tell him. Michael was already a dead man anyway. He cleared his throat and began. Among the system options that expand from the 8th floor is floor implementation. If you buy a ticket for floor implementation at the store, you'll get the opportunity to interfere with other people's trials. Michael then wondered, has this stranger really come from another world, just as I thought? Hearing this, the knight smiled. However, Michael didn't see him smile. He asked if he really thought so. Meanwhile, Michael activated his new skill, Eye of Truth, to test the veracity of his words. The system window showed that his opponent's words were true, except that, for some reason, the knight saw it too. Angry, the knight demanded, "How dare you doubt my words?" He was ready to pounce on Michael again. Michael remained calm and replied, "I can't help it. I wasn't even really hurt." The knight sneered, "You barbarian brat, do you dare to insult me?" Michael shrugged and said, "I got the information, so I thought I'd share a fun fact with you too." He continued, "Thanks to my pain tolerance skill, my injured arm is barely bothering me at all. But if I let her go, it'll trigger the accelerated regeneration skill." Michael demonstrated it as he spoke. Finally, he added, "It seems to me that you would have shared the same information if you were in my position." The knight narrowed his eyes and asked, "So, you're just testing your healing skills? Because if that's all this is, you can't escape death." Michael stood up again, grabbing his thunder sword with a sarcastic grin that he didn't even know how to be. After all, his strength continued to increase rapidly. He had increased his stats with the help of the souls he had absorbed earlier. Stamina, durability, strength, agility, and mana increased by 4, and he felt it well. The knight seemed to notice these changes as well. He asked, "Do you have a unique characteristic?" Instead of testing it, Michael activated the temporary effect of the assassin's cloak, which added to his speed. He only had a minute left, so he had to hurry. This time, Michael attacked his opponent first. The knight was already seriously surprised because it was strange to him that the challenger from the 5th floor had so many skills. Michael, meanwhile, was rapidly approaching him, preparing to strike at the weak points of his armor. They faced off in battle again, but this time, Michael was more cautious and moved incredibly fast. The knight didn't understand why this guy had such prohibitive stats. After all, he was only on the 5th floor. He realized that, at this rate, he might as well lose. So, he decided to end things with an aura. This time, however, Michael was ready for his attacks and was able to bounce back from his crushing blow in time. But the knight did not plan to stop there. He continued to attack, masterfully wielding his sword. Michael knew that Aurora was highly skilled, so such a strike could seriously damage him. However, he was definitely ahead of the knight in terms of stats, so he had no trouble dodging. The real problem though lay in the armor, as his equipment was also of a high level. With Michael's current abilities, it was impossible to break through it, no matter how hard he tried. But Michael knew he had another trump card. By continuing to strike blow after blow, he was able to activate the effects of the sword. A flash of lightning struck the knight so suddenly that he didn't even realize where it came from. Mike smiled contentedly. It was just what was needed. The 10% effect of his sword had worked at the perfect moment. The lightning struck the knight's entire body, and though his armor remained nearly unharmed, it still had its impact. The metal was well for the charge. He spat blood and fell to the ground. Michael walked over to him, preparing to finish off his opponent. The guy thought that if the armor had a lightning rod function, it would add to the hassle, but luckily it worked out. The knight raised his head, looking at him with wide eyes. He realized that the situation had drastically worsened for him. The stranger tried to stand up, but was too weakened after being struck by lightning. So, he stopped trying. He thought that he should have won originally. After all, he was just a challenger from the 5th floor in front of him. Michael said, "You are very foolish to rely completely on your skill and armor alone." Then he pointed his sword at him. "Now it's time for you to understand honor too." The stranger asked him to stop. He said he could provide answers to all of his questions, but the guy replied, "There's no need." With that, Michael thrust his sword right into his eyes. A stranger died instantly from shock, managing to curse him just before it happened. But Michael didn't care about his words. He realized he had destroyed the intruder. Mission accomplished. He also suddenly noticed that it was becoming easier and easier to kill people each time, and it was frightening. But he felt uncomfortable piercing another man's flesh. That would be a much more serious problem. Meanwhile, the system window congratulated him for successfully passing the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Michael, without thinking long, consumed the soul of the stranger from the other floor. As it became clear, his skill increased to 15%. The system window reported that he had absorbed the spirit of challenger, Kata Drax. Michael was surprised to think that he had almost missed the opportunity because the knight's body had begun to disappear for some reason. Apparently, if you die in another dimension, the body disappears like a mirage. This was another important discovery. Suddenly, the system window gave a message. The difficulty level and the reward did not match. As a result, the rewards would be changed. Michael looked questioningly at the space where Kata's body had been just a second ago, wondering what his rank was. He then obtained the first breakthrough board, a high rank 3 absolute skill. As a bonus award, he received 7,500 points and additionally received another 3,500 points. This made the guy happy. He noticed that instead of the promised rank 2 reward, he got a high rank. The invading knight must have been quite strong since the system thought the rewards and difficulty did match. After a short time, he returned to the 6th floor waiting room and was healed of all defects and injuries. The boy threw his equipment into his inventory. His shield was broken, but he had other things on his mind right now. Michael tried his best to save his tickets for sending questions to the 8th floor, but realized he had to use them. He activated the right command. He had a total of 5 tickets, which meant 5 questions. Michael wanted to know more about the floor infiltration and whether it was possible to know about the impending invasion. When he was done, the system reported that his question had been sent and would be answered shortly by an admin. Not 10 seconds later, he received a reply. And Michael was surprised that it had happened so quickly. But that was even better. He opened the answer he received, waiting to finally deal with the matter. It said, floor implementation is a system that allows you to enter another challenger's trial. However, the gap between them must be no more than 10 stories, and you can only invade personal trials. Then Michael realized that, in other words, it was like breaking a ladder to the person climbing it. But then a new message appeared, saying that this information was not available on his floor, and since the quest was only half granted, the ticket for submitting the question would not be used. It was a little strange for Michael, but nevertheless he was glad his ticket was still intact. Then the guy thought it was time to use the items he had brought with him from the ground. One of them was the Kraken Tower recovery chest, which allowed him to recover items. Michael used it to repair his secret hunter shield, and it was as good as new in no time. He then used another item called a purity stone, which might seem like a waste of money, but Michael thought a couple thousand won was not a bad price to pay for the feeling of freshness and vigor that comes from bathing. There was still an hour and a half left until the 6th floor test, so Michael figured he could still check the accessibility of the totals. But what was his surprise when he saw his nickname in 3rd place and that he had an epic rank? The guy thought he had climbed pretty high from 16th place, and if it kept going like this, he would get the achievement. He was not yet aware of the advantages of the Pioneer, but he was getting closer and closer to them. Then he entered the community chat room, but what was going on there really surprised the guy because the atmosphere of the chat room had changed. Applicants were looking to acquire skills related to homicide and robbery. It was evident that people had become selfish towards each other as everyone was trying to survive and pass on. Michael thought there was literally chaos and disorder in front of him. The mental resistance skills that were now being actively traded had the effect of easing mental pain. And then Michael saw a message that made him a little surprised. And remember what had happened before. Someone in chat brought up Tendon, who had publicized the info on floor 4, saying he changed his nickname. It was this person who then voiced the idea of killing each other. And now, someone had found out that he changed his nickname to Sudi. Michael wondered if this time the guy was going to do the same thing he did on the 4th floor. For starters, he decided he should memorize this nickname well. Soon it was time for a test. The theme was occupation. Everything was given 50 minutes. The reward for successful completion was the capture of a stronghold. Michael entered the portal, wondering what the reward would be this time, since his rank had improved significantly. When he found himself in the trial area, he was surprised to see the sea and sunny weather in front of him. Michael looked around and saw what appeared to be their strongholds to capture. Suddenly, the system reported the selection of applicants to form teams, but for some reason, there was no one but Michael on the dock. He was a little surprised that no one was showing up. He looked into the portal, but suddenly, a spear flew from there straight at Michael's head, something he definitely wasn't expecting. He managed to intercept the weapon before it hit him, however, and his master was soon to appear. The guy who was holding on to him showed up literally the next second, so Michael had to step back. Seeing his weapon grabbed by someone, the guy looked at Michael in surprise as he continued to fly. He finally landed, and Michael asked, "What are you even doing?" "You just attacked your own team." But the guy called him a douchebag, saying, "You should know what's what to if you're going into the community. After all, it says that killing is the easiest way to get achievements." Michael then asked, "Is the most important thing for you to earn as many achievements as possible?" To this, his new comrade replied, "You should look around before playing the part of the righteous." Michael decided to do so and saw what this challenger was talking about. Other teams were killing their members as well. It was an eerie sight. People went crazy in pursuit of achievement, trying to earn as much as possible. Seeing the whole picture, Michael lowered his head slightly and drew his weapon, approaching the man. Suddenly, he called him a hypocritical idiot. The man realized in that moment that he was now facing a new battle. The other players, meanwhile, continued to hunt each other down, killing their comrades. Yet some seemed disgusted by the bloodshed. Two players in particular had come together over their shared discomfort. One of them, a chubby guy, was relieved to have met someone who agreed with him. He felt that everyone else should come to their senses. Otherwise, they would all die here. But then the man he was shaking hands with drew his sword and stabbed him in the stomach. The chubby guy was stunned. He'd have trusted the stranger without hesitation, without fully understanding the situation. By killing his teammate, the stranger earned the Vile Assassin achievement, and his stamina increased by 1. The battle unfolded right before Michael's eyes, and in the midst of it, his comrade spoke to him. "Stop acting holier than thou," he said. "You're just after a new achievement." But Michael didn't respond, and the guy thought he was distracted, which meant it was the perfect moment to attack. He swung, intending to kill him, but Michael remained still until the end. It was only when the guy's blade was already near his eyes that Michael suddenly made a lightning-fast maneuver and pierced him first. The guy spat up blood, amazed at the speed of his opponent. He could have been his partner. Before he died, he regretted his decision. Michael got the traitor achievement, and his power increased by 1. He himself thought it was weak, for this was not the sort of ordeal he had hoped for when entering the portal. But at the same time, this trial could be called a kind of event specifically for him. After all, here he would be able to increase the mastery of his unique characteristic and perhaps get his hands on new skills. However, he decided not to specifically attack the other challengers, but only to fight whoever would do so first. The guy with black hair activated a newly learned technique, an iron dome made of water. It looked pretty impressive from the outside, but that wasn't the main thing. It was his personal abilities. After all, it was the perfect test for him, for he had studied the magic of water to perfection. Suddenly, however, the lad heard someone rapidly approaching and turned around. It was Michael, who for some reason ran directly at him, clearly not with friendly intentions. He pushed off the ground and hovered in the air for a moment, choosing the best place to attack. His eyes were filled with determination and complete confidence in his actions, and the guy noticed it. He was surprised to see that Michael was aiming at his iron dome, for the water inside it was spinning incredibly fast. However, Michael was truly planning on cracking this technique. He landed directly on the dome. When it didn't work, the guy gloatingly declared it was an impenetrable defense. But to his surprise, Michael's corner suddenly broke through the top of the dome and flew right over him. He kicked the guy and finished him off with one precise sword strike. The guy only had time to spit up blood. His dome dissipated, and the guy himself fell unconscious, not far from Michael, who landed safely. He thought that perhaps his actions were a bit cruel, but what mattered was the end result. By his actions, he instilled fear in the other contenders, who began to think of him as a monster. He had just captured the stronghold that was the target of the test, and now all that was left was to defend it. He only needed to hold out for 10 minutes without letting anyone capture the point in the remaining time. Michael thought that breaking through this challenge would be easier than he thought, as the challengers were mostly low-ranked. The trials on the 6th floor made you think about many things because it revealed the essence of man, distrust of others, the darkness and gloom nurtured by the Tower of Trials, and also hatred and desire for power. You would think sympathy, but there is real hypocrisy, because even if he managed to ward off rivals from himself, eventually someone was going to die anyway. The system window gave a message that an enemy had joined. He looked around and saw 4 people stepping into his stronghold together. One of them, a blonde guy, said the guy must want to know why there were 4 of them. Michael simply replied that it was obvious without his explanation, since they were just 4 clueless people. They came together, forming a group to complete the mission and earn more achievements. The blonde happily agreed, saying he had understood the plan and now the task would be carried out. Suddenly, he became serious. "Let's begin," he said. Immediately, his companions moved forward to compete in the challenge. Michael noticed a bucket of water near the big guy, which surprised him. The other person moved quickly and unpredictably. Michael prepared to defend himself, taking a ready stance, but in the next moment, he felt a sharp impact on his arm. It turned out that the person next to the blonde used a unique technique, causing Michael to feel part of the discomfort himself. Taking advantage of the situation, the person held his sword and executed a tactical move. However, he directed it toward himself, creating an effect that Michael could sense. The sudden discomfort made Michael drop his sword. Now, he had to face the new challenge without his weapon. Things were bad, so he activated the pain tolerance skill. All types of pain were reduced by 15%. But in the next instant, a big man with a bucket of water approached him. Michael wondered at first what he was up to. The man poured the water on him. Michael made sure it was ordinary seawater, for the sea surrounded them. Then came a message. You have touched water from the 6th floor. Your power has been reduced by 10. It was the same with agility and endurance. The penalty duration was 3 minutes. Michael realized that in this ordeal, the water in the sea was no ordinary substance. A fine was given for touching it. Meanwhile, his opponents had almost reached the distance where any attack would pass through and hit him. It was a terrible layout for Michael, but he realized that only a normal player would fail in this situation. After all, he had long since surpassed the limits of human capabilities and possessed incredible skills. The first to attack was a guy who moved unpredictably. But that couldn't be said for his attack. Michael had no trouble dodging it. He had to admit, though, the guys had come up with a pretty good strategy. He added, however, that they had made one very serious mistake, and he reached for the face of the first of them. After all, they had picked the wrong opponent. With those words, he slammed his head against the floor of the stronghold. Michael did it with surprising strength, considering he had it limited due to the penalty. It was instant death for the guy, and his 3 companions froze in surprise, marveling at Michael's strength. Twelfth, meanwhile, gained the new skill, Contempt for the Weak, as well as the achievement Killing with a single blow. The new skill allowed him to increase his power if his opponent's stats were lower than his own. Just at that moment, another of the foursome pounced on him, pouring water on him, and all his stats were lower. Thus, Michael's new skill activated, and he attacked the big guy first. He hit him in the head with his knee, causing the guy's nose to bleed. But Michael didn't stop there. He jumped up and brought his foot down on his face, splitting it wide open, and blood splattered all around. He then suffered a concussion from which he died, and Michael got the achievement Ruthless Killer. His agility increased by 1, but there were still 2 challengers he hadn't dealt with. The blonde, who was watching all of this, grudgingly gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected the guy to be so strong. Michael, meanwhile, headed straight towards him. Without saying a word, he looked him straight in the eye. The guy who had used the heart fusion looked at the blonde confusedly, asking, "What should we do now?" Instead of answering, the man suddenly swung his sword, striking his companion right in the leg. The guy cried out in pain, but it transferred to Michael too, who grimaced in discomfort. He dropped to one knee, thinking the blonde wanted to end both him and his associate at the same time. Thankfully, his pain was limited due to the effect, but it still restricted his actions. Meanwhile, the blonde aimed again at his comrade, this time intending to finish him off. He started stabbing him with his sword, and Michael felt half of all the pain on himself. The other guy was screaming. The blonde man turned to Michael, telling him, "If you take another step in my direction, I'll slit the jerk's throat." Michael realized that even with the pain tolerance skill, it would be difficult for him to react to his opponent's lunges. So, as expected hearing him, there was only one answer, which again involved murder. After all, he must kill the challenger who activated the fusion of hearts as quickly as possible. With that thought, Michael threw his shield, putting all his strength into it. It turned almost like a flying axe. As a result, he slit the guy's throat. The guy only had time to think he was dying, and then he passed away. Michael himself felt quite a bit of pain in his neck, but luckily, the skill helped him deal with it. He sank to his knees, spewing blood, realizing he was now vulnerable to attack. The blonde man swung around, thinking that if not now, there wouldn't be another chance. He pounced on Michael. Michael continued to kneel motionless, waiting for the man to get close enough. When the blonde was almost at his head, about to chop it off, Michael suddenly grabbed his sword. He stopped him, literally a centimeter from his nose, and asked, "Do you want to die first?" The blonde man hummed something inaudible, then said, "You've just lost your mind." And that wasn't far from the truth. He applied even more force and suddenly ripped the blade right out of the blonde man's hands. He had no time to blink before Michael had the weapon. Then he cut off his head. It happened incredibly quickly. He earned the Cold-Blooded Cruncher achievement, gaining 1,500 points. The system window alerted everyone that the time trial was up. Michael's stronghold had been captured. This meant that everyone who managed the same had survived and passed on. But there was another observation here. In the end, the ultimate winners were those who kept their team and comrades together. Of course, there were no exceptions. Michael looked around and saw many people like him, those who killed others, and it didn't matter if they were his comrades or just other pretenders. The guy wondered how he looked in the eyes of those who hadn't stooped to murder and had kept their team together. He was probably as much of a monster as the guys who attacked it before the end of the challenge. He was rewarded with 8,000 points and a rank 1 random draw box that went straight to his inventory. A portal then opened, and Michael was once again successfully returned to the 7th floor waiting room. Before that, he didn't forget to absorb the souls of the guys he killed, having learned all the information about them beforehand. With this, the rank of his unique characteristic increased by 1 level and was now rank 3. When Michael moved into the waiting room, a new achievement viewer activated. A list opened in front of him, showing all of his accomplishments from the tower. Among them was even an epic class achievement he received for his first return. He then decided to look into each achievement in more detail, and found that new skills were immediately granted for some. There were also stat improvements attached to summon points for others, all of which he now had in his arsenal. Michael was surprised that he had actually earned quite a few achievements for the murders, even though he hadn't planned to commit them. He then opened the inventory, where the rank 1 random draw box had already been moved. By opening it, he could get a random item ranging from rank 5 to rank 1. So, there was no point in procrastinating. Michael didn't have much hope for this reward. He just wanted to get it over with quickly so he could move on to absorbing souls. He pulled the yellow ribbon it was tied with, and the box opened. Something quickly flew out, and the boy followed it, growing more curious by the second. It turned out to be a small monster that landed nearby and stared at him. Michael asked the system what the other Pokemon was, assuming he needed to catch it. The monster glared at him in response. Then the boy pounced on it, reaching out to grab the creature. The monster proved nimble. It easily dodged Michael's hand, looking as if it were playing with him for fun. Michael chased after it for a while longer, but all attempts to catch the creature failed. Then, at last, he managed to grab the monster with both hands. The creature didn't seem to expect it. Michael rejoiced, saying, "Now I won't let you go," but he didn't anticipate that the creature wasn't the domestic kind. Suddenly, it bit on the arm. The pain was sharp as the creature's teeth sank into his skin. It made him let go of it, though the guy hadn't planned it. His hand unclenched instinctively. When the monster bounced again, Michael said in a creepy voice, "I've been polite to it so far since it was pretty cute. However, now I can expect no mercy." With those words, he pounced on the creature with renewed vigor. For a while, the monster managed to keep shorting further. But here, the guy suddenly jumped away from him. He pushed himself off the ceiling and then flew at the creature with incredible speed, waiting for a strike. He couldn't dodge it because it was too late. The blow went straight to his head. The monster's eyes rolled behind its orbits, and its head suddenly turned red. As Michael noticed, it cracked. Then something he'd never expected happened. The creature disintegrated into a multitude of porcelain-like pieces. Michael saw a beautiful necklace appear out of them. It was said that a rank 1 item had fallen to him. It was a raw iron pendant, a steel pendant imbued with the soul of the blacksmith who had worked with him all his life. It increased the effects of metallurgy and sword skills by 7%. It also had a special property when wielding mana, an exclusive effect called Steel Defense. When activated, this effect caused his skin to absorb 10% of all physical damage. Michael realized that this was a really cool item as it provided both attack and defense. He hadn't expected anything from this prank, yet he ended up getting such a huge score. However, when he put on the pendant to test its power, the system window reported that his mana was depleted. He then realized that the effect was powerful, but the price to pay was his mana, which had to be stored from now on. Now Michael decided to check the ranch status of a unique characteristic, which had increased by 1 rank. But then suddenly, a message from the system popped up, asking if he was ready to begin the 7th floor test. This surprised Michael a bit, as usually, the time before the test was announced first. He wanted to see if this was also the case for other participants. So he went into the community, where he confirmed his speculation. And so it was. Now everyone could proceed to the next challenge without waiting for the others. But there was still an air of desperation in the community to return home. No one cared that the wait time was gone. Michael noticed something else. The manner of communication in the chat room had changed. People were now more actively discussing those who had betrayed their comrades. Michael was sure that all these maniacs were quiet now because the 7th floor ordeal was going to be personalized again. But he had to be wary of those who used the lives of their comrades as mere tools to gain achievements. Most importantly, Michael had to develop skills that were unshakable by any variables. Then the guy finally checked the status window of his character and saw a new additional effect. Now he could use the souls of the dead to protect his body. However, his energy would be proportional to the strength of the blow. He also noticed that more specificity had been added to the description of the base effect, which surprised him. After all, before the main focus had been on stat boosting. Soul could now be used in a different way. He could use them both as magic power and as a protective shell. Michael figured that anything could happen, so the ability to protect the body would never be superfluous. With that thought, he suddenly pulled his sword out of his inventory. He decided to try things out on himself. Throwing the blade into the air, he moved forward to test how effective the spiritual shield would be. Michael put his hand out, deciding to take the risk. Even if the sword cut him, the waiting room would heal everything. Meanwhile, the blade continued to rotate, rapidly approaching his hand. And then, just as the weapon was about to touch his flesh, the effect of his characterization suddenly triggered. The system window reported that the soul of a guy named John Flock had absorbed the damage from the attack and disappeared. He had 3 of 30 souls left in possession. Michael thought the defense exceeded his expectations. After all, it worked quickly, not allowing him to be harmed in the slightest. So it was feasible to draw a new conclusion from that. It's best not to absorb all the souls at once, but always have a couple in reserve for your own defense. Michael then opened the board with a subspecies of the 6th floor test results, wanting to see his progress. To his surprise, he slipped to 4th position, but it wasn't critical for him at all. After all, he only needed to be in the top 50, earn the title of Pioneer. Finished with that, Michael stretched his body a bit, saying how exhausted he was while he checked one thing and another. He had no time to procrastinate, so he decided to challenge the next floor without delay. In the next instant, a portal opened, and the theme of this challenge was proof. He had to pass 3 tests in 40 minutes, or else death awaited the challenger. But a successfully completed task would grant him a new skill, the grace of the highest rank. When he found himself there, he realized he was in some kind of corridor with an unusual atmosphere. You literally couldn't feel anyone's presence here, and that annoyed the guy a little. Suddenly, he felt the energy around him change. And the system reported that he had entered the first zone. This was the first testing area, where it was required to prove that he had overcome his fears. He was suddenly transported to the desert from where he had started his growth. It was here that his first fight took place. Michael had already guessed what was about to happen, and, as if to confirm his words, the ground beneath him shook. Then it showed itself. A sand golem much larger and seemingly stronger this time. The guy realized that this space was now a reproduction of the training trial. The condition for successful completion was to break through 3 trials in the remaining time. Michael understood that as he fought the golem, 3 more challenges would appear. He would have to overcome them in time as well. But since this was a test and a way to prove himself, it would have to be done again. Meanwhile, he finally saw the golem that stood before him. Its size was truly impressive. Michael thought its size had increased by about 3 times, but that didn't matter much to him. The golem, meanwhile, pulled its hand out of the sand and prepared to attack. Swinging at the guy in front of him, the monster did look huge, but Michael didn't even flinch when it started to act up. Michael pulled his inventory out of system storage out of habit, preparing for another fight. Then the golem struck. Michael managed to bounce away, but he noticed that the golem's speed was pretty impressive. He waited for the creature to attack again. When it did, Michael jumped onto its arm and ran forward, searching for the cannonball. He remembered from his last fight with this monster that it had a cannonball near its arm, so he headed there. But this time, there was nothing. Michael decided to stick to the original plan, aiming for the head. Still, it was strange that he hadn't seen the golem's core anywhere. After all, that was where its weak point was. Then, a thought hit him. The larger the golem, the deeper its core must be hidden. The scheming monster attacked again, its movements even faster this time, catching Michael off guard. He marveled at how precisely the sand could move, realizing that coming up with a plan was becoming urgent. The golem's hand appeared before his eyes so suddenly that Michael didn't have time to react. Then the monster clenched it into a fist, intending to crush him like a bug, but it failed. Suddenly, Michael felt something in his hand vibrate violently. He felt cuts tear into his palm. Michael had freed himself from the sand trap, mangling his hand from the inside, and was now free again. He figured that since he couldn't destroy the monster with a single punch, he would just chop it into pieces. In the next instant, he put his plan into action. He pounced on the golem, attacking its entire body. He chopped at its head and arms, inflicting wounds on its body and legs. He thought that would be enough. However, with each strike, he realized it was just sand, which immediately replenished itself with fresh grains. Therefore, he had to find the core at all costs. His tactics had enraged the golem. It swung at him again, and Michael had to go on the defensive, bouncing away from it. But suddenly, after another attack, they noticed something interesting that they hadn't noticed before. He had no time to think, for the monster was going to finish him off again, this time by stepping on his foot. The guy quickly ran away from that spot, amazed at how fast and accurate the golem's attack was. He suddenly realized that dodging the blow wasn't the problem. But if he got caught in that sand wave, then everything could end quite tragically. Sand was nature, not a monster, so there was no point in fighting it. Michael ran with all his might, hoping he would be far enough away from the wave in time. But it was getting mercilessly closer. The guy realized he couldn't get out of its way no matter how hard he tried. As it happened, piles of sand covered him completely as if he had drowned in a sea of sand. Some semblance of a gorge formed, in which Michael lay beneath the sandy rubble. Michael was annoyed by this. He realized that at this rate, he could fail the test trivially, on time. Meanwhile, the golem continued to advance, though it was walking toward him as well. But the sand made things much more difficult. Michael drew his sword and prepared to defend himself, determined to find the exact location of the core this time. The golem was still going to crush him, its hands already stretched out to do so. But this time, the guy didn't run away. He used his new skill, 3 absolutes, according to which he could amplify 3 sword attacks. It required the use of one's mana, and as an additional effect, sword strength was increased. Michael activated the skill and rushed to attack. This time, his punches became stronger. He was able to completely chop off the golem's arm in one blow, then proceeded to hack away at its torso. Though Michael was surprised to notice such power suddenly surging within him, he figured it was just as well. He remembered how angry he'd been when he'd first encountered the floor infiltration during the test. Now, however, he involuntarily thought he should thank the knight for invading him. Although the abominable golem was recovering with sand, it nevertheless continued to deliver slashing blows. The guy had only one purpose, to find the core and destroy it. He attacked without stopping. The initiative was clearly on his side now, as the golem was only recovering from his attacks. Michael felt as if he had already targeted the whole golem, yet he still hadn't found its weak point. It was starting to frustrate him since only 30 minutes remained, and this challenge could otherwise go on forever. Stunningly, Michael made an interesting and somewhat odd discovery. He wondered when Golem had become so cute, as it had seemed much larger before. Hearing itself called cute, Golem blushed. Apparently, even unusual creatures could enjoy compliments. However, it seemed that the sand forming its body couldn't be drawn endlessly from the environment. That was why it shrunk in size. Michael quickly figured out how to take advantage of this new situation. He smiled mischievously and turned to Golem. Want to shrink a bit more? He asked. The suggestion didn't really appeal to the creature. It shouted something, but Michael couldn't understand. Michael moved in, and Golem had no choice but to respond. It swung its fist, unaware that these attacks were mostly ineffective. Michael deftly avoided them, maintaining the upper hand while testing the new strategy he had just devised. The guy was doing it at such an incredible speed that it was becoming increasingly difficult for the golem to recover. Soon, he collapsed altogether. His legs and torso corroded, and his arms were severed. He was immobilized. This time, Michael decided to wait until he was back on his feet, and now he looked much smaller. To be more precise, he looked the same as the first time the guy fought him in a training challenge. But it also meant that he could now clearly see the core of the golem, just as he had the first time. It was on his back, and since his body was covered in a thick layer of sand, it became extremely difficult to reach. Michael also thought he should have sped up, as the test only had 40 minutes to complete. The guy had about half an hour left, but the golem itself approached him, moving faster. However, of course, it couldn't catch Michael off guard. Still, he did notice that the monster had become more agile after the intense diet. It was kind of funny, but the guy added, "I don't have time, but I'd love to play with it some more." In the blink of an eye, he was right behind the monster's back and swung to smash its core. The golem felt something sharp pierce its body and screamed, then began to crumble. Still, if it weren't for the core, golems would be very tricky opponents. But luckily, everyone has a weakness. The sand golem core was destroyed. The system window reported it and then gave 2 more announcements. The first was that challenger Michael Nonforth had proven that he had overcome his fear, and the second was that he had completed 1 trial. After a while, all that was left of the golem was sand, which scattered everywhere around Michael. Then the guy saw a spirit golem different from the one he had absorbed last time. This one was much brighter and emitted a strong energy, so Michael activated his characteristic. However, the guy didn't manage to absorb its soul because a second portal suddenly opened. It pulled him in, and the system window gave a message that he was being transported to the second test zone. Michael froze, arm outstretched. He couldn't believe it. It was the first time he had failed to absorb a soul. Apparently, skill upgrades here were limited, if not impossible to obtain at all. But here he was, transported to the second test zone, where he was required to prove that he had become wiser. Looking around, the guy realized he was in the location of the second trial in the Orc settlement. Just as he thought, a rerun of the previous test was now taking place, just like that time when the settlement was burning. He entered the tent the Orc chieftain had run into then, but there was no one there. This surprised him a little. However, when he came out, he saw what was the matter. He realized that the subsequent events of that day were now unfolding before him. After all, he had destroyed the Orc settlement. Now, he was facing the Eber Orcs who looked stronger. One of them glanced at the guy, assessing him for a moment. Then suddenly his expression changed. His pupils dilated and his gaze became hazy. Michael immediately realized what the signs were. A fit of rabies was a phenomenon often seen in monsters seized with anger. An orc in a state of frenzy was no longer a pitiful monster, like one of rank 4, so it would not be easy. Meanwhile, a similar condition appeared in all the orcs, and they pounced on him together. But suddenly, Michael noticed something interesting in their behavior. Or rather, he figured out the reason for their anger. Before this, they had bowed over their fallen brethren, who had died by his hand last time. Michael thought that monsters shouldn't show the pain of loss to family members and activated his skills. Suddenly, he too was overcome with anger. The orcs were trying to avenge their comrades. It shouldn't have been done in front of him after all. He had lost his parents too. Anger swept over him as well. He overpowered all the orcs and then turned to their chief asking, "Is it a nasty feeling? Watching your family die and being unable to do anything about it?" The head orc's fury grew. With his last strength, he pounced on Michael. But Michael knew victory was already his. He drew his sword. He was surprised by the eagerness with which the monster tried to fight to the last. So he eased the orc's suffering by beheading him. With that final blow, Michael passed the test, proving to the system that he had become wiser. However, this wasn't the end of it. Michael quickly turned around, thinking that this time there was no need to procrastinate. He wanted to have time to absorb the souls of the slain orcs, for there were at least a dozen of them. But he failed again. The portal to the next dimension opened literally as soon as he killed the last orc. Nevertheless, when he was almost inside the portal, he was able to absorb a few souls of Orgars. The mastery of the hunter's dagger skill had increased to rank 3, and the instant acceleration skill to rank 3+. That he entered the last area of the test expecting that this time would definitely be a blowout. To his surprise, he found himself in the location of the 6th floor test where he had been just this morning. This was the very battleground where the stronghold was to be captured and held. However, Michael noticed that the layout of the tiles was different, and this time those were made of slippery metal. But there was nothing to be surprised about since such an ignorant previous test had been labeled wisdom. The guy opened his inventory and pulled out a life potion from there, utilizing 20% physical and magical strength. Without thinking long, he drank it and instantly felt the effect, his strength renewed. A couple of seconds later, he stood wondering what to do with the flask that had held the potion he had drunk. Then he decided that he could litter a bit in the Tower of Trials and threw the flask directly into the sea. It's not clear if it was because of this action or some other reason, but suddenly a wave appeared behind him. It was so huge that it blew away the metal plates and started moving toward the guy. He realized that the situation was about to get dangerous and activated the exclusive effect of the assassin's cloak. His movement speed increased by 15% for 1 minute, allowing him to quickly run away. Michael figured that the trials before had repeated rules that already existed, so it seemed to be the same here. He needed to find and capture a stronghold, but first, he should avoid the water from the sea. Fortunately, his speed was faster, so the wave couldn't catch up with him. At least, that's what he thought. Michael decided to just keep going in the same direction. But suddenly, the slab beneath his feet shuddered. No sooner had the fellow jumped to the other side than a big wave lifted him along with the slab. He lost his balance and fell. The system reported that he had come in contact with water from the 6th floor. Strength, agility, and endurance were immediately reduced by 10, and the duration of the penalty was 3 minutes. Michael thought, on the thought of the tiles staying in the same order, that there was a kind of hope, that there was some common sense in the Tower of Trials after all. She proved that wasn't true. The guy realized he was going underwater and activated instant acceleration. Pushing off the tiles, he ran down the remnants of the path, no longer afraid of coming into contact with the water. So he managed to run a little more, but the situation was getting more dangerous. One wrong move and he would have fallen into the sea, with the tiles covering him as if in a grave. Michael had no idea that one could die so easily in such a place, so he kept moving. At last, he saw a stronghold that seemed to be his salvation, and the lad headed towards it. The red tile of the stronghold grew closer and closer, and Michael felt he was almost there. Soon, finally, this annoying ordeal would be over, and the thought added to his strength. Suddenly, however, the water around the stronghold swirled, forming a new wave. Michael thought that now the Tower of Trials had decided to go completely insane and finish him off. He could barely react in time to dodge a wave that would have swept him back into the sea. It was only a short distance to the stronghold, and now he could run, his feet pounding the slabs instead of soaring through the air. But suddenly, when the stronghold was only meters away, the wave took the form of a spinning vortex. It was so unexpected that Michael couldn't bounce aside in time, and the wave's attack caught up with him. He realized with horror that he was being pulled underwater, so he decided to use his last resort. He activated the effect of a raw iron pendant that absorbed 10% of all physical attacks. Also, the soul of the orc egret he had appropriated absorbed the damage dealt to him and disappeared. This happened 2 more times, and Michael realized that if it hadn't been for the improved characteristic rank, he would have been dead by now. After all, the guy clearly felt the shockwave, but right before the impact could do any damage to him, the shield blocked it. Because of that, Michael was able to get back on the slab walkway. It was pretty close, but he managed to survive, so he continued running towards the stronghold. The waves didn't back down either. Spinning, they followed him, swiftly closing the distance. Then suddenly, the effect time of the assassin's cloak ran out, and he lost his speed. This was very bad for Michael because his mana was already at 0. If the instant acceleration failed as well, the guy would definitely be screwed. So he decided to use what was at hand, namely his souls. There were still a few Orcars left in reserve that he could still devour. He ate one of them. With that, he was able to replenish his mana and felt his strength return. It was about time. Meanwhile, the waves had almost reached him, and they were again coming from different directions for another attack. However, Michael regained his speed and saw that there were less than 3 meters left to the stronghold. He crossed the last slabs and was about to jump onto the red slab of the point when he suddenly saw an obstacle. The last slab rose into the air from a shockwave that struck from below, forming an obstruction. When Michael saw this, he was surprised and even a little afraid because he was losing time. For him, every second was precious. He couldn't go backward either because the same water trap was waiting for him there. So there was only one option left. It was a test where he had to prove he had overcome his doubts. And boy, did he know what to do. Completely relying on luck, he continued running straight at the water wall in front of him. As he entered it, he felt an incredibly powerful wave tear through his body. But fortunately, he was saved again by another orc's eager soul absorbing the damage. He was able to escape the water trap. The only thing he hadn't calculated was that the force of the current threw him high up. Though he was flying toward the red plate, the altitude was high enough to be lethal. Michael screamed, thinking that this could end rather sadly. He relied entirely on the effects. The slab was right before his eyes, and when he fell, he broke it slightly from the great force with which he flew. As expected, the orc's soul saved him this time as well, being the penultimate in his arsenal. Michael lay wide-eyed for a while, wondering if the ordeal had been so difficult. He couldn't even get to his feet. The waves, meanwhile, came over him, but the lad was not the least bit frightened. However, a system window reported the task as successfully completed, stating that he had proven he had overcome his doubts. After that, the waves stopped rotating, forming a vortex, and turned into ordinary water. It all came crashing down on Michael, and he thought that finally, this damned ordeal was over. As a reward for his breakthrough, he received a new high-level winding grace skill and 15,000 points. He also saw a message that ranked 2+ speed boots would be sent to his inventory as a bonus reward. Then a portal appeared and Michael walked through it, returning to the now 8th floor waiting room. When he returned, the lad thought he was unexpectedly close to failure this time. But still, he made it. In the current situation, he was much more anxious to return to the 8th floor. He thought he couldn't keep having this kind of luck. But suddenly, there was a message from the system. It announced the expansion as the number of applicants who passed the 7th floor tests exceeded 1,000. Then he read that the test had created some sort of overpowering point and activated the floor embedding system. But most importantly, what everyone was looking forward to so eagerly was the permanent return to Earth. And the cherry on the cake was a message that said he was among the pioneers. Now he could choose a halo, an advantage that could only be gained by maintaining the title of pioneer. Michael also read that the halo affects the unique characteristic and skills of the applicant. There were a total of 3 halos available to choose from: ruler, hunter, and monk. Michael wondered if he shouldn't have read the description of each one first before making his choice. Ruler had a varied performance and was perfectly suited to his current rank. It affected all skills and even a unique characteristic, and it also had a special power called skill synthesis. Plus, the Tower of Trials was openly seen that it was the most appropriate halo for him. He then became familiar with the hunter's halo, which was closely related to the improvement of characteristics and stats. His unique power was level up, and it was also a perfect match for Michael at the moment. The last was the monk, but here everything depended on talent, which the guy did not possess, so he immediately discarded this option. It appeared that a choice had to be made between the remaining 2 halos, but which one, he didn't know. After a bit of thought, he decided it would be best to opt for the halo, where there was more emphasis on height. The system window confirmed his choice of the ruler halo, and its special effect triggered the evolution of a unique characteristic. The options were sorted by the applicant's current ability, with a total of 3 available, but Michael didn't even think about which effect he should choose. He decided everything at once when he saw the first option. He chose the summoner effect, which allowed him to absorb spirits to revive helpers. These had to be powerful dead skeletons, and Michael figured such help couldn't hurt. After a while, his body was getting used to the new effect. Then, a message popped up that the halo had been successfully created. Michael decided to take a look at his stats after these transformations, as well as read up on his unique power. Skill synthesis allowed him to combine 2 needed skills into 1. This helped create new effects, Michael decided to test this power right away. He opened his list of skills, of which there were only 7. He wondered what he would combine. And then, he chose Contempt for the Weak in continuing the battle. Both skills were level 5, and he hardly used them, so he confirmed the continuation of the synthesis. After a while, the process was completed and he was notified. He then saw the result, a new skill created from the ones he had chosen. This skill was called Force Breakthrough, and was noteworthy that it was ranked 3. Its effect was to allow Michael to break through unknown forms of containment. However, his magic level had to be higher than the magic level of the one who cast the restraining effects on him. Michael thought it was a really useful skill that simplified a lot of things. He liked how the new unique power worked and decided to try it again. This time, he chose Ranger Training and Burn Resistance. Both skills were also level 5. The guy froze in anticipation, thinking the system wouldn't disappoint him this time either, and so it didn't. The new skill was called Strong Eye. It was level 4 and consisted of providing good visibility. This worked especially well in bad conditions, and his vision was getting sharper. But Michael wondered why he had received rank 4 this time. He thought the previous skills had combined better. Based on this, it was conceivable that skill combination also played an important role in synthesis. He closed all the windows and fell onto his bed, fatigued from the long battle. Michael thought he had gone from holding Pioneer status to receiving a Halo Award. But for some reason, he felt somewhat wounded, as if he had achieved everything through no effort of his own. He lay in thought for a while longer, then suddenly jumped out of bed. I should get back to work, he said. After all, he hadn't familiarized himself with another new skill he had gained for passing the 7th floor. According to the description, the skill granted a +10 to all speeds if you pronounced its name. But there was a nuance. Michael could use it a total of 7 times, increasing his speed by up to 70%. After that, there would be a 24-hour cooldown. However, Michael was blinded by the thought that his speed would increase by as much as 70%, and he would be able to dodge any attack. Also, this skill consumed absolutely no mana, so it came in handy and the guy liked it. Basically, Grace of the Wind was a skill that had no disadvantages and that couldn't be helped. Michael then opened his inventory to check his latest perk, rank 2 plus speed boots. He noticed that all the rewards on the 7th floor were speed related because the boots also increased it. The guy then opened the skill store, which displayed all the effects available for purchase. Among them were Enhancement, Steadfastness, Monster Hide, Enchanted Weapons, Instant Acceleration, and others. Michael thought that contrary to his expectations, the quality of the skill store left a lot to be desired. However, he needed a skill related to magic, so he bought a magic chain for 15,000 points. He also acquired magic resistance for 12,000 points. Both skills were ranked 3, which was already encouraging. The last skill had the effect of resistance to other people's magic. Moreover, it increased due to the chain. Michael thought that now, with these 2 skills, he would be able to resist attacks like Heart Fusion. He also wouldn't be caught off guard by someone else's magic, unless it was an incredibly powerful technique. The magic chain skill had the effect of accumulating magic into a chain, increasing the efficiency of mana utilization. Then suddenly, Michael felt his whole body burning, and the system reported that the circuits were forming. It was even a little painful. The guy realized that thanks to these chains, he would be able to increase his mana. It ended as abruptly as it had begun, and soon he was able to sit up on the bed again. Michael got to his feet and felt a strange lightness in his whole body, as if he weighed just a few grams. He decided to waste no time and start testing his new abilities. He stepped back into the middle of the room and stood there for some time and thought. Then suddenly he swung his leg, intending to kick straight into the floor, even though it made no sense. But Michael wanted to test how strong he had become with his skills. The unexpected effect caught Michael off guard. He realized that the flow of mana he had used had linked together like a chain, enhancing his physical strength. The successful purchase made him pleased, for those points had not come easily. Soon after, he began reading more about his new ability, which allowed him to summon supporting spirits once again. Their strength would depend on how many he had under his command. Now the crucial choice lay before him, one that would decide his progress. He had to choose between challenging the next floor or returning to the ground. Meanwhile, another participant had posted a recruitment notice looking for 2 more teammates. He sat on a bench in Memorial Park, where the emergency portal had appeared, but no one had stepped forward to join him. Suddenly, 3 men approached. They seemed to belong to another team, and their commander laughed at him. They noted that he had never managed to gather a proper party and suggested that he should hand over the portal entry authorization. But the young man had no intention of giving up his pass. "I don't plan on handing it over to anyone," he said firmly. At that moment, a heavyset man remarked that quite a few hunters had already gathered in the park. But for some reason, no one wanted to join his team. Then he said that, in that case, they had no choice but to take the pass by force. He added, Does the guy really think anyone would want to be on the same team as trash like him? Some of the hunters at the park agree with him, saying the guy hit it right on the mark. But suddenly, to everyone's surprise, they all heard someone ask the guy if he had taken any more people in. Everyone turned around to see who had said that, and they saw a man heading toward the guy sitting on the bench. Michael showed his second-rank hunter's license, which already commanded some respect. He asked the guy who was recruiting people for the team, "Is this enough to join?" The recruiter was a bit shocked at the appearance of such a strong hunter, so he just nodded his head. However, this did not please the big guy, who asked, "Can't you see there's a line of people waiting?" Michael only smiled at that, which provoked the boy even more. He squeezed Michael's shoulder. Michael then said, "If you're unhappy about something, you should have just applied to join James' team." That was the name of the guy who got the portal pass. Then Michael added, "Get the big guy behind him." He told the man, "Remove your arm from my shoulder before I break it." He activated his powerful aura. The boy was shocked at how strong this hunter was, but his hand still clutched his shoulder. He himself was also a rank 2 hunter, but now he doubted the guy standing in front of him had the same rank. Meanwhile, his partners thought it was their commander who was emitting such powerful energy and rejoiced. But the man replied, "It wasn't my doing," and then added, "I'll about Michael's antics this time." As he left, he said, "Let the man know he was just lucky the representatives from the Hunters Association were here." But Michael didn't care about him. He was watching James, who was upset that things had gone downhill. That's when Michael decided to cheer the guy up. "He can't get anyone else on the team anyway. We shouldn't waste any more time. Let's go to the portal with just the two of us. Our strength will be enough." But James didn't seem convinced by that. He interjected. Wondering if Michael was going to handle everything on his own, James asked. Michael answered positively, and soon they were the first to enter the portal, which took them to a dungeon. James immediately rushed to look at his surroundings, unable to believe his eyes. He had actually gotten inside. This apparently was his first portal, but Michael reassured him, saying he didn't need to worry so much. After all, he would be able to deal with most rank 3 monsters, so James could take it easy. James paused and asked, "Didn't you say this was your first time in the dungeon too?" Michael nodded. "Yes, but we'll be fine. Just stick with me." James frowned, adding, "You should listen carefully. Our lives are at stake." Suddenly he asked, "Who do you think has the highest mortality rate in the dungeon? Rank 4 or rank 2 hunters?" At first glance, it might seem like a rank 4 hunter would die first, James continued. However, in reality, rank 2 hunters have a higher mortality rate because they are too confident in their abilities. The likelihood of fatalities for rank 2 hunters is extremely high. And the same can be said for driving, James added. The more overconfident the driver, the more likely they are to have an accident. So the underground was a pretty dangerous place. And since Michael had ventured in here without a tank or healer, James was even more alarmed by his self-confidence. Suddenly, Vi asked if he could take over as leader of their group since he knew everything about dungeons. Michael noticed that he actually wanted to stand at the head of their small group, but he agreed nonetheless. James bowed to him, thanking him for his trust. He added that he was doing it for everyone's safety, and then they continued on their way, Michael deciding for himself that he would take the initiative if the guy didn't do well. After a while, they saw the first monster of the dungeon, an ogre, who also noticed them. James reported that these monsters are known for their skillful use of various weapons. The guy said he'd start by drawing all its attention to himself, and Michael would have to attack from behind. Michael was also curious as to how a fairly experienced hunter would fight such a creature. The ogre pounced on James. This time, his weapon was a long sword, more like a spear. The guy also bared his sword. But for some reason, James swung for an attack too soon, as Michael noticed. He continued to swing his sword in the air, and even the ogre didn't realize what he was doing. Michael wondered if they were measuring their fortitude, because if they were, it would be a while before it was over. The temporary return to Earth only took 3 days, but at this rate, it would be over faster for him. With that thought, Michael put on his shield and drew his sword. This caught James' attention, and he was surprised. "I have to intervene now," Michael said. James protested. "You can't do that." He wanted to add that it was dangerous to interfere with the fight, but Michael had already activated instant acceleration. With lightning speed, he pounced on the ogre and cut off its head. James was thrown into shock. He even opened his mouth a little in surprise, asking, "What was that?" Michael answered, "I'm sorry for not following orders, but I had to step in. I'm in a bit of a hurry." James nodded, still in shock. "I understand." Michael then asked, "Can I voice another suggestion?" The guy responded positively. He said that from now on, he wanted to take on a leadership role, and he proved it when they encountered the giant creatures again. James didn't even need to lift a finger. Michael defeated the monsters one by one, just as he had done on the floors of the Tower of Trials. Suddenly, 2 of the creatures lunged at him from behind, but he noticed their movement in time. Leaping upward, he clung to the dungeon ceiling, forcing them to search for him. Then he descended swiftly, delivering a decisive strike that brought one of them down instantly. James was astonished by the skills his temporary partner displayed. After all, Michael was practically handling the entire battle on his own, without sustaining any harm. One after another, the creatures attacked, yet none could even scratch him. Michael put forth his full effort, determined to finish the fight cleanly. James thought to himself that perhaps he was now witnessing the rise of a true super rookie. In the end, Michael retrieved a mana stone from one of the defeated creatures. Containing quietly murky magic, it had the potential to greatly aid in metallurgy or chemistry, depending on its use. So Michael gathered all the stones from the slain augurs and asked James to be his porter. Suddenly, another ogre pounced on him. This one was faster and more agile than the previous ones. Apparently, he had been waiting for Michael to let his guard down, expecting him to be unable to block the attack. However, it turned out to be quite different. The ogre managed to pierce Michael's stomach with one precise blow. After that, the monster didn't get up again, but when it fell to the ground, it did so with a great rumble. That rumble caused a small crash of debris to land right on Michael's head, but he defended himself. James was swaying too, though he looked a little scared. This was the first time he had ever encountered the wreckage of a dungeon. Michael offered to talk to him later, as it was extremely dangerous to let his guard down now. Michael then pretended to yawn, but in reality he was absorbing the souls of all the ogres he had killed. Each time, his mastery of his unique characteristic increased by 0.07%. This was very little. He figured at this rate, he'd have to fiddle with it for a long time to improve it in any way. But suddenly, he saw a new portal in front of them. James said they had found the boss's room. The guy added that he didn't even think they could get here because it was a measure of skill. It seemed to him that the man in front of him, Michael, was able to accomplish a complete sweep of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Michael himself asked if he was okay with going to the boss's team. James replied that he didn't mind, saying only that maybe Michael should take a little break. But Michael responded that there was no need for that. They entered the portal. Upon seeing the uninvited guests, the Ogre King stood up, intending to finish off anyone who approached him. James asked what they were going to do. Michael said he had to think about it for a while, which excited the guy. After all, he thought Michael had some kind of plan. But Michael was acting on the situation, and now they should have gone on the defensive. The Ogre King decided to pounce on them first. Michael thought, with a smile on his face, that it was just in time. The monster had two weapons in both hands at once, allowing it to quickly attack and defend. Michael was still using the instant acceleration skill, so he wasn't inferior in speed either. However, the reflexes and reaction speed of the Ogre King with his size amazed him. But Michael thought that no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to get any closer to him. After all, the ogre was still fast enough that Michael couldn't match his pace of combat. In an instant, Michael was behind the boss and swung his blade for the first attack. To his surprise, the ogre was able to not only repel the attack, but also hit him back with his tail. The force of the blow was so tremendous that Michael was thrown right into the rocks. It wasn't good. James grabbed his head, thinking that Mr. Hunter might not have survived something like that, though he hoped he hadn't. Fortunately, Michael's spirit-assisted damage absorption effect worked and he remained unharmed. He decided to proceed more cautiously now, but at the same time, it was a good way to test out his new gills. The Ogre King marveled that the guy not only survived, but was already back on his feet. Michael turned to him, saying, "Unfortunately, not even one stone is left of my throne." He asked, "Do you think this is an ominous omen?" Strangely enough, the boss understood him. Suddenly, the Ogre King activated magic, and his strength instantly surged. Then, something strange happened. The monster screamed furiously and released a bright purple ray from its mouth. This was its skill. Next, Michael saw a message from the system. He had been affected by the retaliation wave skill, and his speed had been reduced by 25%. However, the guy didn't plan to give in to his opponent's speed. He decided to use his trump card. He activated Force Breakthrough, and since his magic level was higher than the boss's, the slowing effect disappeared. Seeing this, the Ogre King was even more surprised. Now he felt a little uneasy, while Michael thought the breakthrough skill was the result of synthesis. He had his doubts about it, but its efficiency was undeniable. As a result, it was able to override the opponent's skill. Suddenly, he heard James' voice as he fell to his knees, his body no longer obeying him. The guy turned to Michael, asking for help, and that's when Michael realized it was the boss's doing. He looked at Michael with interest, as if asking, "What are you going to do now?" Then, without warning, he rushed toward James, forcing Michael to act faster. After all, Michael rushed after him, trying to protect his friend. He yelled at the boss, declaring that his opponent was him. But the Ogre King didn't even glance back. He was determined to finish off at least one of them. Things were bad. Michael saw that the distance between them was too great, and that there was no way he could make it in time. Then, a crazy idea struck him. He thought, if I can't help the guy myself, maybe others can. In his arsenal, he had one item with an additional effect tied to his unique characteristic. He used it to summon the dead near James, and two skeletons immediately appeared around him. Each wielded a blade and stood firm, determined to protect James with their lives. Of course, such warriors were no match for the Overking's power, but that wasn't the purpose of summoning them. He himself realized that they didn't have the strength to stop such a huge thing, but the second one, with their help, allowed him to use the summoning skill, Favor of the Wind, and increase his speed by 60%. That was enough to get close to the boss and mangle him in a flash. Michael landed not far from James, and the latter was grateful to him for saving his life. The Lizard King, meanwhile, couldn't sustain life for long, being without his head. He died, and Michael immediately absorbed his soul, permanently increasing all his stats by 1 point. In addition to that, he absorbed a new rank 3 Spirit Eye skill that allowed him to recognize attacks. The team leader from the Hunters Association just yawned out of boredom because he was tired of waiting. He asked his partners, who were on duty near the portal, if anything had happened. They answered in the negative. The lad thought that soon they would have to act as they always did. After all, usually their squad would enter the portal to finish off the boss after the advanced team of hunters. He also thought that they might be able to get their share if the attacking team cleared the first quarter completely. But then his enthusiasm quickly disappeared, for he himself realized that such a thing was only possible with the high rank. And would there be a single high-class hunter who would pull such a crazy prank? As he thought about it, 2 people from the advanced team suddenly came out of the portal. His partners reported that these guys had already finished sweeping the entire dungeon, which surprised him. The leader couldn't believe that it was just the 2 of them going into the dungeon. After all, based on this, their group should have traveled no more than halfway, but by no means the entire dungeon. But later, the leader saw that, contrary to his thoughts, the guys were telling the truth. After all, he saw it through the portal. That one suddenly became colorless, and that only spoke to the fact that the boss room had been completely cleaned out. This thought pleased the manager a little, but he was confused, not understanding how this was even possible. He ran up to the guys and introduced himself as the head of the Hunter Association's portal control team. James then asked, "Are you really here to buy any rights to occupy the portal?" Guy added. He said that in such a case, there was only one person in front of him to whom the proposal should have been made. He revealed that Michael had single-handedly cleaned out the entire dungeon, and this caused Mr. Roger to be even more surprised. He asked, "Is the guy top-ranked?" Michael replied, "I'm only ranked 2. However, he added, "That's not important either. How much do you want to buy the rights to occupy the portal for?" The leader cleared his throat. Then he said, "If we return to the main thread of the conversation, my portal control team, I want to buy the right to occupy the portal from you for $1,200,000,000. These were unbelievable sums, and of course Michael agreed. Meanwhile, Betty worked without rest. The girl thought that since returning from the Tower of Trials, that's all she had been doing, plowing like a horse. Suddenly, her phone rang, and she was surprised to see who was calling her at this late hour. Beatrice worked as a supervisor on the applicant control team from the Tower of Trials. The girl's job was mostly paperwork, so she always had to deal with documents. Even then, she thought that this would undoubtedly lead to revolutionary changes. After all, even if the applicants were hiding their identities, she never imagined it would be so difficult to recruit them. She didn't even manage to recruit 10 people, and all of those applicants were of low difficulty. Of course, that wasn't enough to satisfy upper management, and Bethy wondered. For some reason, she thought of a guy named Michael, who she found herself on the same team with on the 4th floor. She was curious how he was doing now and suddenly wished she had proposed to him sooner. It was then that she was distracted by her phone ringing. When she looked at who was calling her, she was greatly surprised it was the same Michael. However, he no longer waited for her to take the call and simply sent her a text. The text said, "If you 2 have successfully returned to Earth, I would like to meet you." Meanwhile, the guy himself checked his account, surprised to find that he had earned almost $1,300,000,000. Nevertheless, he felt amazing and even considered buying a new home for himself. The guy was sitting in the cafe that served as his meeting place with Batty, and soon the girl arrived as well. Michael noticed that she seemed to be running here as fast as she could. He said, "You shouldn't have been in such a hurry." But the girl started with the fact that he didn't even reply to her text she sent him a long time ago. She asked, "Do you know how long I've been waiting for your answer?" Michael blushed a little when he heard that. He then apologized, saying that he must have been in a great hurry at the Tower of Tea. But the girl brushed it off. She said, "I hold no grudge against you," and asked, "Are you going to go further up to the upper floors of the tower?" The guy replied positively, saying that was why he had called her here, because he needed to join some guild. He immediately voiced his conditions, among which was the right to refuse the order to report to the guild immediately. Next was non-interference in his affairs related to the Tower of Trials and permission to use the guild's dungeons. When he was done, he noticed that the girl was wetting herself and thought he might have gone a little overboard. But then she spoke up, saying that the conditions offered to them were absolutely impossible to fulfill. After all, from the guild's point of view, there was nothing owed to her. Then Michael said, "Maybe I asked for too much." Suddenly, he took the girl's hand, slipping his fingers into hers. She didn't even want to think about what that meant. Desperately, she invited him to join their white guild. Then, unexpectedly, she added something unbelievable. "I'll do anything to make these impossible conditions feasible," she said. This took him by surprise. Their meeting had been last night, and this morning, he was on his way to a new place. He was doing it from the roof of a bus. Michael thought he had an extremely productive day yesterday, raiding dungeons and joining a guild. Though for the latter, he still had one task left to complete, to single-handedly clear a rank 2 dungeon. That was Betty's request from yesterday. She said he needed to demonstrate his abilities, so it would be easier for her to convince the guild head and others to accept him and agree to his terms. Michael noticed that what she said meant was that not everyone could use the guild dungeons, so the person to whom this would become possible had to be either a rising star or an outstanding hunter. That was when he asked for everything he needed to prepare for the rank 2 dungeon sweep and shook Betty's hand. He was on his way to another neighborhood, but as more and more houses appeared, the guy decided to stretch out a little. He jumped off the bus and suddenly ran straight to his destination. He did it so quickly that the people around him were only surprised by his speed. A few minutes later, he was already in place, approaching the portal where the bard still stood. Meanwhile, Betty had also arrived at the right place. She told someone she was confirming the reservation to storm the dungeon. The man in charge said it was fine without even looking at her ID. At this point, he motioned for her to sit down and wait for a while, as there was still an hour to go. But what was his surprise when he saw Mike, who had arrived a full hour early. He asked Miss Betty if she could go to the dungeon now without slowing down, and she didn't know what to say. The girl stood pensive for a while as he began to scatter the smoke all over the beach in a tuneful manner. Bethy wondered if such a windstorm had picked up just because of normal running. It shocked her a little. Michael replied, "I have nothing better to do anyway." The girl thought that the guy was not human. Then she said, "I've already gone through all the vetting procedures, so if you're ready, we can start." Michael nodded, and soon the two of them were on the other side of the portal. This time they found themselves somewhere in a field. Michael asked in surprise, "What are we doing here?" The girl was silent for a while, gazing into the distance. Seeing this, Michael told her, "Be sure to let me know if you're in danger." She added, "I'm wearing an artifact issued to me by the guild. It has the function of a shield and weak invisibility. After all, if I attract the attention of monsters, I'll be helping you in some way, so I'll stay away." Michael replied, "That's just fine. Now I can do battle in peace." The guy activated the spiritual eye skill he had inherited from the ogre, your king. He wished to test it and suddenly saw in front of him, or rather felt, the presence of enemies. These opponents were invisible to the eye, and he realized with surprise that he wouldn't be able to do much this way. Adding to the difficulty was the fact that there was a field all around in which it was extremely hard to spot anything. But Michael could clearly see the grass near him shuddering with the sound of someone's footsteps, so he prepared himself. Then the enemy suddenly appeared. Several monsters immediately pounced on him from all sides. These creatures were a bit like ogres, but as Michael had noticed, they had no special intelligence. Seeing the monsters, Betty was surprised, thinking that it was a poisoned fish, but it didn't match the level of the dungeon. She shouted for Michael to be careful, saying that the opponent was about rank 1, so it wasn't an equal fight. But to her surprise, the guy had already dealt with almost all the monsters with his incredible strength. The poison fisherman didn't even manage to launch a single poison attack, something Michael was very happy about. And Bethy stood in shock at what she had just seen, for it was incredible and crazy at the same time. The fishermen were arriving in new numbers from the portal leading to the boss room, but Michael fended off all their attacks. He had a lot of skills, but other than that, he had great stats, strength and stamina among them. The guy didn't seem to get tired. He was killing monsters as if he were doing it around the clock, but in fact he was. Suddenly, a lightning effect activated, and Michael thought it was such a rarity that he had forgotten about it already. One of the venomous fishermen moved behind his back, intending to be the first to attack him, but Michael had no intention of letting that happen. He grabbed the monster's tail, twisted it hard in the air, and then slammed it to the ground with such force that the fisherman didn't continue the battle after that. It was the last monster to show up in the area, but Michael decided to wait a little longer. He wanted Bethy to see everything in person. He called out to the girl who was standing nearby, careful not to disturb him. Michael said that he had already taken care of things, so the girl could approach without worry. She could hardly believe her eyes when he stepped into the portal leading to the leader's chamber in less than an hour. What amazed her most was that he had accomplished it alone, overcoming challenges usually recommended for an entire team. Betty still couldn't believe how quickly Michael had handled it, almost as if it were something simple. Moreover, she realized that this was not yet the limit of his abilities. What he might show in the future was beyond imagination. Meanwhile, Michael had successfully absorbed energy and increased his stats. He figured that with his current level, even the leader would not pose much of a threat. He then told Betty he was heading into the leader's chamber and stepped through the portal, with her following closely behind. They found themselves in a vast forest, so immense that it seemed to belong to some colossal being. Betty remarked that it felt strange, since they had already come quite far, yet there was still no sign of the leader. And usually he shows up right away if you invade his territory. However, suddenly some kind of attack came down on them from above, and they realized that the boss was proving to be cunning. All the while, he waited for them to approach the spot where he had set the trap and then attacked from above. It was very dangerous, and Michael realized that the girl wouldn't be able to dodge the blow in time. Luckily, he was close enough to grab her and carry her away from where the boss had struck. Bethy didn't even realize what had just happened, but she felt the guy's grip on her tighten. Whose fisherman, meanwhile, activated his attack, aiming for the guy and girl who managed to dodge. It released a powerful column of blue fire that Michael had never seen before, but it looked dangerous. He continued to run away with Betty in his arms, and she pointed to the approaching attack from behind. The guy had literally 1 instant to react because what followed was a huge explosion where they were. But Michael was able to move to safety, telling Betty that he hoped she would understand. They sat on a tree branch, which was quite large here. Watch the fish, boss. The one in the meantime had noticed them and ducked down, adopting a new fighting stance to attack. Then Michael said, "I'll leave the girl here and deal with the thing myself." But Betty stopped him. She offered to use the enhancement skill on him, but the guy replied negatively. "I have to do everything myself," he said. "I'll be back soon." With these words, he rushed down to the furious king of the fishermen. As he flew, he had time to think of the tactics he would use, for this was very important. He put his feet out to start. When he landed, the ground shook from the force with which he did it. Even the boss was surprised by this. Michael activated the instant acceleration skill and the exclusive effect of the boots. To all of this, he added the effect of the wind grace skill, summoning it 7 times. His speed increased by 70%. Now Michael could dodge any attack, even if the opponent attacked stealthily. He pounced on the boss. The guy couldn't even keep up with his speed, so he missed the moment. The guy was under his nose. The monster decided to attack, knowing that the one would want to finish him off anyway. It was a good judgment, but before he could do any damage to Michael, the latter used the 3 absolute skill. Thanks to that, the boss was defeated. Out of habit, the guy chopped off its head and looked up at Batty. The girl kept her eyes on him the whole time. Then, a system window appeared reporting that the boss had been defeated. Betty thought to herself, now completely confused about who the monster was here, because Michael's abilities were incredible. The man, on the other hand, involuntarily thought he had gone a little overboard in mowing down the boss. But it didn't matter. As they came out of the first portal, Betty admitted that she hadn't expected a rank 2 hunter to be so strong. She added that now, with the test successfully passed, he could use all of their guild's dungeons. Then, she turned away from him so he couldn't see her face. "I'm going to back off a bit," she said. "But when we are summoned to the Tower of Trials, the difficulty we originally chose doesn't matter much. After all, even on low difficulty, challengers will face increasingly trumpeted challenges. Conversely, even on a high difficulty, if performance is lame, the challenger may slip to a lower level." Finally, the girl said, based on that, we can conclude that his difficulty level was killer. She hoped the guy would try to be a little more careful in future trials. "I would like to accompany you as long as possible and see you grow," she added. Then they said goodbye. In the evening, Michael sat on the roof of one of the buildings eating an apple. In 5 minutes, he would have to return to the Tower of Trials. He thought about how he had been spinning like a squirrel for the past 3 days. However, this had allowed both his stats and his confidence to grow, which pleased him greatly. But now his time on Earth was up. He returned to the Tower of Trials, where it all began. The boy was even glad to be moving there again. For some reason, the ordeal appealed to him. Once he had rested on the bed for a bit, Michael got up and called out the test command. The system then asked, "Are you ready to move on to the 8th floor test?" And the guy responded affirmatively. Then he was asked to choose an intersection point from the 3 available: tactics, combat, and capture. Michael remembered seeing mention of creating an intersection point earlier, so it should be fine. He also thought that he should choose combat if he wanted to increase the effectiveness of necromancy. Next came the message that all of his personal trials from now on would be based on martial skills. Then suddenly there was a message that said he had earned the title of Pioneer. What happened next surprised Michael, for he had read that a private chat with the administrator was about to open to him. The system then reported the start of the consultation of Lord Steelblood, the manager of the combat crossing point. Suddenly, Michael found himself in another location, which apparently wasn't a test since he hadn't entered the portal. The guy looked around, wondering where he was. The system window told him that he had entered the Steelblood world. It was winter, and he was probably in some forest where everything was strewn with swords and other weapons. Michael decided to explore the place himself, and used the Eye of Truth to do so. The Steelblood world turned out to be a space created especially for her by the Steelblood Lord. This place had no rank and could not be invaded. Suddenly, Michael saw a message saying that the Lord was unhappy about someone making inquiries. Then, right behind him, one of the swords stirred and gained powerful energy. The administrator's Teal Bloodlord suggested that he not suffer nonsense and follow the sword. Michael was a little surprised by this message, but decided it would be best to listen to the admin. The sword pointed the way and floated in the air leisurely, allowing him to follow it safely. After a while, he stopped because he had reached his destination. He was now looking at it, a small house that appeared completely ordinary, but Michael realized he had to go in. When he opened the doors, he saw the administrator, the Lord of Steelblood, looking at him. There was a rather attractive girl sitting in front of him. She said, "You finally arrived." She added that she was the administrator assigned to consult with him. Michael noticed that outwardly she looked like a foreign beauty, but for some reason she was called a Steel-Blooded Lord. In reality, the creature in front of him was the one who exercised control in the Tower of Trials. Then the girl suddenly drew close to him, looking questioningly into his eyes. She said, "I'm curious about what the monster looks like." She admitted, "It's pretty good." Michael asked, "Do you know me?" The girl replied, "Of course I know everything." She added, "But I only know about your trials from reports. It's impossible to observe applicants below the 8th floor." This surprised Michael a little since the girl was an administrator, yet she couldn't watch anyone. The girl said, "You must have misunderstood. The admins don't actually run the tower." She explained we should rather be seen as creatures subordinate to the tower, so you shouldn't be so nervous. She continued, "As long as I obey the tower, I can't hurt you." This information was an eye-opener for Michael. Then the girl said, "I'm here for counseling, after all, so you can ask me anything." Michael judged that no hostility was sensed in her, so he decided to trust the girl. Plus, she had explained earlier that this counseling was an advantage he had earned in the trials. Then, Michael remembered how he had almost been killed by a challenger from another floor where he himself was on 5. He wanted to know why the knight had chosen him. To this, the girl replied that there were advantages in it for that one. After all, challengers from other worlds come from places where the tower has existed for decades. And they also know that the tower of this world will someday find itself united with the towers of other worlds. Starting on the 20th floor, the focus shifts to combined trials rather than personal trials. Then the guy would have to face challengers from other worlds. Michael wasn't happy about that. He asked another broader question, wanting to know what the Tower of Trials even was. Suddenly, he saw the girl lower her gaze and wait a moment before answering. Then she said that this was a question she herself wished she knew the answer to, for unfortunately, she did not possess this information. Michael reminded her that she was the receptionist and asked if she didn't know anything. She then explained that the administrators were originally applicants like them, but those who die after passing the 40th floor gain the right to be reborn as administrators. The thought that the administrators were merely former applicants made him a little angry. After all, Michael had hoped they still knew something about the top of the tower and where it ended. These words of his didn't please the girl. She suddenly grabbed him by the neck, pinning him against the wall. She said, "The words about the top of the tower are not something to be uttered so lightly at all." Michael was surprised not at what she was saying, but rather at the force and speed with which she pounced on him. The girl noticed that he wasn't particularly puzzled and asked, "Aren't you scared at all?" To that, Michael replied, "I just don't feel any animosity from you. Plus, counseling is my perk." He also had no intention of letting her harm him so easily. With that, he suddenly broke through the wall. The guy prepared to attack, saying, "You actually said you're obeying the tower." The receptionist was a little surprised by his behavior, but he quickly realized that he had acted rashly. She remarked that she had lived for many years, but this was the first time she had seen someone who was able to destroy the administrator's residence. Then she added abruptly, "The guy's actions have convinced me of something." The guy was wary, but what she said next, Michael was unprepared for it was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The girl offered him a patronage pact. It was rather surprising, but incomprehensible. After a while, he went back to the 8th floor waiting room and lay down on the bed. Suddenly, he remembered that he could now use a new team and open an exclusive store. His contractor was a Steelblood Lord. There were a total of 3 categories: skills, strength, and items. The boy remembered how the girl had told him then, "I can't pass up a suitor who is both bold and talented at the same time." And then the system window asked, "Do you want to sign a patronage agreement?" Of course, Michael agreed. He read that an exclusive store would soon be available to him. As a special benefit, all of his stats were increased, and he would also receive cause. Special points. Michael selected the strength category in the exclusive store and familiarized himself with its 3 components: He wanted to see the list further down, but was told he could only do so on the 10th floor. It turned out there were only 3 powers available to him at the moment: Purity of Mind, Steel Soul, and Winter King. He opened the characterization of the former and read that it allowed him to maintain rationality in any situation. The Steel Soul power increased proficiency in all weapons by 2.3 times. The last power, Winter King, temporarily increased the user's stats in cold conditions, and they wouldn't feel cold. All of these descriptions seemed kind of ambiguous, and Michael thought he'd accumulate Morco points first. However, he quickly changed his mind and still bought his first power, Purity of Mind. Thanks to it, he would be able to exercise good judgment in any situation and not give in to panic or stress. After all, it was better raised his survival bar in this way than to prepare for nothing at all, because there was a chance he was going to face the floor infiltration again right now. The system asked if he was ready to begin the trial on the 8th floor. Michael responded affirmatively, stepping into the portal. The theme of this challenge was annihilation. He had to defeat a lich summoning skeletons. But when Michael came out of the portal, he was surprised by the sheer number of opponents. He figured it was an attempt to overwhelm him with numbers, so he decided not to delay and start mopping up. The guy jumped off the cliff he was standing on and landed right in the very center of the cluster of skeletons. With a powerful shockwave, he killed some of them at once. But now it was a melee. The skeletons pounced on him. They were similar to the ones he had summoned in the dungeon. They also had weapons, but Michael successfully dodged all their attacks without even doing anything. After all, as expected, they couldn't even penetrate his basic defense. After all, skeletons were so squishy. He destroyed them one by one, but soon realized that there were more and more of them. With each new skeleton he killed, his skill increased by only 0.08%. It was annoying. Nevertheless, the guy continued to fight, intent on reaching the lich as soon as possible. Still, improving his skill during this ordeal seemed pointless. Suddenly a voice echoed, asking, "Who are you? How dare you disturb my sanctuary?" Michael looked around, trying to locate the source of the sound, but it was hard to pinpoint. So he decided to use one of his trump cards. He summoned the Call of the Dead. The system window flashed, notifying him that he had absorbed souls to summon skeleton soldiers. He summoned nearly all of the skeletons, keeping only 1 soul in reserve, just in case. He left his new minions to handle the enemies while he rushed toward the boss. The guy activated Wind's Grace, summoning the effect 6 times to boost his speed by 60%. He then applied the effect of his rank 2 speed boots, instantly increasing his speed even further. Suddenly, he saw the silhouette of a castle ahead, and realized that the boss was probably there. Michael thought it was amazing if he could summon dead skeletons at that distance. Nevertheless, that was why it was necessary to get rid of him as quickly as possible. Michael increased his pace. The Skeleton King, meanwhile, didn't expect to see a guy here, also so quickly. He was standing on the roof of one of the buildings inside his castle when Michael landed right in front of him. The king remarked, "You're a defiant boy who dares to cross the threshold of my sanctuary. I will make you pay in full for your insolence." And suddenly, the king summoned new monsters. This time, they were sand golems. Michael was surprised that this boss could command them as well. That's when Michael realized he probably wasn't capable of fighting on his own, so he called on others. Michael smiled and suddenly asked, "Is there a chance you can summon someone stronger? After all, if you don't have stronger exhibits in your arsenal, that's a bit of disappointment to me." Upon hearing this, the king became angry, saying, "These guards will be enough to tear you to shreds." The golems, meanwhile, were advancing, but Michael had already activated the instant acceleration skill. He dealt with all the new opponents within 3 seconds, surprising the King of the Dead greatly. Then he even had time to be frightened because the king rushed straight at him, intending to finish him off. Michael swung his sword and hit him, causing the king to fall. The system window reported that his skill had increased by 1.2%. Michael noticed that the undead were definitely increasing his skill quickly. It was a good feeling. The King of the Dead wondered where this monster had come from. Its powers were simply beyond the realm of possibility. In his eyes, Michael was a true monster, eager to kill all monsters for his own pleasure. Michael, meanwhile, swam around and said, "We can already finish them off little by little." He also realized that the king could freely summon various monsters using the book. Since that was the case, Michael thought he might be able to master this skill as well. A smile spread across Michael's face, a gloating expression. He suddenly grabbed the book and threw it to the King of the Dead, asking, "Can you summon those guards again?" The one was a bit perplexed, asking in return why he was asking him such questions. But Michael calmly replied, "If you can't, lend it here." At that point, the boss protested. "I can call the guards again just minutes after their deaths," he said. He also asked, "What are you after?" But seeing the man swing at him, Michael said, "I'll start the draft right away." A couple of seconds later, the sand golems the boss had summoned were running at him with an attack. Of course, within those same couple of seconds, Michael had dealt with them again, understandable. Then the King of the Dead asked, "Are you happy now?" Michael answered in the negative. "We're just getting started," he said. "You hadn't summoned any skeletons that aren't already dead." Michael also ordered him, "Put all your strength into those guards." He almost forced him to do it. The king didn't understand why he was being told this. "Until when should I do it?" he asked. But Michael was too busy killing monsters. He had a reason for doing all of this. To the King of the Dead, Michael simply said, "Keep going until I tell you to stop." That was enough. The boss was able to summon golems that were larger and faster by merging with skeletal forms. However, it made little difference to Michael. He still dispersed them with ease. Moreover, these golems were far more useful than the lone skeletons he had faced at the very beginning. After all, he received a plus 1.2% boost against golems, and before long, his mastery of his unique trait reached 100%. With that, his rank rose by 1 level, and Michael could clearly feel the change. He smiled with satisfaction. For now, his summoning ability had also reached level 2, which was quite an achievement. Meanwhile, the King of Shadows had nearly exhausted his strength and grew increasingly frustrated at Michael's rapid progress. He even remarked that Michael was an eccentric challenger who could make even the strongest forces wary. Michael realized that the king's weakening state was a sign of his imminent end. It wasn't an ideal outcome, since he still wanted to make use of the king's abilities a bit longer. The king's final words were nothing more than a complaint. That meeting Michael had been the most unpleasant experience of his life. And then Michael chopped off his head and immediately saw the message, "New achievement unlocked," followed by an increase in his stats. He also remembered to absorb the spirit of the lick. After that, the system reported the successful completion of the 8th floor. As a reward, all of his stats were increased by 2. He also received 30,000 points and 1,000 ko. A moment later, a portal appeared and he was safely back in the waiting room. Then, he got another message. "System expansion complete. Administrators can now watch the trials." The restrictions on questions were removed and rank 2 skills were now available. Michael opened a window with information on his stats, all of which were roughly the same level. He then went to his unique characterization details to read about a new additional effect. Now, when absorbing someone else's skill, he could completely inherit the skill of the deceased. Additionally, when absorbing the spirit of a deceased person, there was a 20% chance that one of their skills would be acquired. Michael thought the 8th floor ordeal had ended rather gently, but he clearly shouldn't have relaxed. The guy thought he could still continue to use the sword, but he had a problem with his shield and skills. After all, since he had brought his hunter's dagger skill to its maximum, he needed a new skill. So Michael went into the store to purchase something to replace the old effect. However, his hopes were not realized. He did not see anything there that was worthwhile or better than what he already had. Then he thought that if there was no skill available, he would need to create one. He bought the basic swordsmanship skill of rank 5. It was a common skill that enhanced sword abilities, but Michael needed it for another reason. He was going to increase the rank of the hunter's dagger through skill synthesis, and for that, he needed a second component. The guy hoped to guess the best compatibility, so he chose these 2 skills to synthesize. The system produced a message stating that the fusion would be centralized around the hunter's dagger. Then, he read that he had a 75% chance that a higher level skill would be synthesized. This statement pleased Michael, for he realized that he had correctly predicted the compatibility. So he started the process, and after a while, he saw that a new skill had been created. It was called Demon Slayer and was ranked 2, which surprised Michael. He went into the store to familiarize himself with everything. This skill increased basic knowledge of all types of swordsmanship and boosted cutting power by 3 times. An additional effect was a double speed increase when fighting non-humans. Michael thought that this skill was just perfect for monster hunting. He even contemplated trying to synthesize his remaining skills. After all, the guy had checked their compatibility and likelihood of synthesizing, so he saw no reason not to try it. From accelerated regeneration and resistance to the laws of nature, he gained the skill Iron Blood Regeneration. And from the regeneration of Iron Blood and tolerance to pain, he gained the skill Ash Blood, rank 1. It was the basic racial trait a mutant vampire was born with, and he also gained enhanced regeneration. On top of that, he could block up to 40% damage, which was already a cheat in itself. Michael figured he wouldn't have a chance to properly test that skill in the waiting room anyway. After all, it was equipped with a regeneration effect, so he canceled it at the store for 50 points. Michael put his arm out and swung his sword at her, thinking that since all the spirits had been absorbed, the shield wouldn't activate. With that thought, he proceeded to check and mangled his hand quite badly. However, the regeneration effect of the peninsula met his hopes and even exceeded them. After all, his arm had healed simply at lightning speed. In essence, he was now under eternal healing. In addition to such a level of regeneration, he also had a spiritual shield. The guy then opened the community, but he couldn't seem to find anything there worth his attention. Besides, his time in the waiting room was coming to an end. so there was no point in dragging it out any longer. With that thought, he entered the portal to the 9th floor trial, where the theme was combat. The difficulty was high, and everything was given 1 day to complete. The condition for successful completion was to kill all monsters in the arena in the allotted time. The reward for a successful breakthrough was a new skill, rank 2, Beast Instinct, and the penalty was death. But suddenly, Michael saw a message from the system. It said that this test was currently unsafe for him due to the confirmed floor introduction of a challenger from the world of Merm. There was also a confirmation of goal stealing by this challenger. However, Michael had already made a decision for himself. He stepped into the portal and immediately saw a pile of defeated monsters. The intruder was standing on top of it. It was clearly no longer a young man who had introduced himself as the Merma Uni Commander Albert. Immediately afterward, Michael received a message stating that the purpose of the challenge had changed. He now had to kill the invader. The man asked Michael what his name was, but Michael questioned why he was bringing it up out of the blue. To this, the man replied that he had already revealed his name and position, but Michael had yet to name himself. Michael said that he had not entered his floor with good intentions, so there was no point in introducing himself. The intruder then replied that there was a certain etiquette between swordsmen. Michael was speechless, wondering if there were any Momo warriors among the applicants from other systems. The man, seeing that the guy wasn't going to answer, drew his sword and said, "In that case, I won't do anything about it." With those words, he attacked him. Michael had to admit he was moving pretty fast. Then suddenly the invader used some sort of skill that unleashed a hail of sword strikes on Michael. In turn, the guy activated the skill, Favor of the Wind, and increased his speed by 30%. Thanks to this, he was able to fend off all of the attacks. The man marveled at this. Few people were able to do this. They recoiled from each other, preparing to regroup their forces for a counterattack. The man said it appears there is such a skilled warrior in this dimension as well. Suddenly, he apologized for looking down on the guy. But Michael didn't need his apology. He suddenly turned to the man, telling him to stop being a hypocrite. "You're here to kill me and steal my bounty. If you've already shown up with such intentions, then don't act all polite. It's disgusting." Michael looked at him angrily, ready to pounce and kill him. To this, the man replied, "Probably because we come from different worlds, we can't understand each other." He then raised his sword, and Michael realized that he was preparing to use a new technique. Michael braced himself. The man said, "Rest in peace, lad. You're about to meet your end." In that moment, Michael saw that due to the unique light of the man's sword, he was blinded for 5 seconds. The man noticed Michael couldn't see anything, and a hint of fear crossed his face. For the next 5 seconds, his opponent had the chance to attack freely, but Michael, activating his resistance to magic skill, reduced the effect of his blindness to just 2.5 seconds. He then activated his spiritual eye skill, allowing him to perceive attacks even in the invisible range. Because of this, Michael was able to repel the enemy's attack in time despite being unable to see it. In the next instant, Michael felt the blade near his neck. He ducked at the last second. He even unlocked a new achievement, avoiding blindness. All of his stats increased by 2. The effect of the unique characteristic, Zord Light, was disabled. Both opponents bounced off each other. The man was surprised at how the boy fought. He was the first challenger from Earth to repel his attack. Michael's Ash Blood skill had activated in the meantime, and he thought he had almost had his throat slit. The man asked, "How did you figure out the trajectory of my sword?" But the guy wasn't going to continue answering him. He activated the instant acceleration skill in Wind Grace, increasing his speed by 50%, and then he rushed into action. Michael wanted to straighten out this man, standing out of politeness as soon as possible. The two prepared to defend. For now, the initiative in the battle was a draw. Their blades met. Each tried to figure out the opponent's weak spot and pierce the defense. Michael began to use not only his sword, but his entire body. This knowledge came to him through a new skill. But to his surprise, the man had time to block everything and was pretty good at fencing too. When Michael kicked him again and he swung around to stab him in the leg. Luckily, Michael managed to avoid that blow. He even decided it was worth trying other moves now. Still, it was amazing that the man had time to block all the attacks as Michael launched them with great speed. But the guy wasn't inferior to the intruder in skills either. He was also good at blocking his blows without giving him a chance to hurt him. Their abilities were about on the same level, but Michael didn't know how many floors this man had already traveled. The man, meanwhile, noticed that Michael was using some strange and unusual techniques. He added that he was a bit puzzled, as he did not expect to meet such a strong opponent. After all, despite his incredible stature, their characteristics were essentially on the same level. So after a moment, the man's face changed. He said, "I'm going to be serious from this second on." After that, he swung his hand and used his unique characteristic again, blinding Michael for 5 minutes. But this time, Michael already knew what to do. He quickly activated the magic resistance skill and the spiritual eye skill. In this way, he was able to reduce the duration of the blinding effect to 2.5 minutes, but the enemy was already attacking. Michael noticed that the speed of the intruder's blows had increased, and that didn't please him in any way. If it wasn't for the effects of the skills, there was no way he would have seen the attack, or rather felt it. The guy activated the effect of the rank 1 wrought iron steel defenses pendant. Because of this, he was now absorbing 10% of all pain from physical attacks, which was just about right. However, his shield suddenly cracked and the steel defenses skill activated. Just at that moment, the blackout effect ended and Michael could see his opponent again. He realized that he couldn't use his technique all the time as it required recharging. Without wasting any time, Michael rushed to attack the man using whatever was in hand or foot. He kicked a rock right into the man's face. The man couldn't understand how the guy managed to deflect his attacks. The man chopped down the stone thrown at him with ease and then went on the counterattack. But Michael was already rushing in the other direction and was behind the intruder's back in a flash. The man had not expected such speed. It staggered him, but he quickly prepared to defend himself. For some reason, the guy didn't attack, and when Albert turned around to see what he was doing, he was surprised. After all, the hand wound left by his sword was healing at an astonishing rate. Seeing this, the man said, "I thought you were a pretty good martial artist, but all your techniques are borrowed from somewhere." Michael replied, "The old man's unique power is also issued by the tower." He then activated the skill Wind Graces and increased his speed by 70%. Albert put his sword out, wanting to add more force, but he didn't have time to finish his move. A surprise attack from Michael caught him off guard. The guy was already looming over him, swinging for a punch. The man had to defend himself quickly. He barely managed to block it at the last second, greatly surprised by the noticeable increase in Michael's speed. Returning to his words, Michael asked, "How does it feel to die from a borrowed ability?" He thrust his sword harder, and Albert had to hold back the onslaught with all his strength to survive. He thought that he had done the floor introduction dozens of times so far. It was also the case with this floor. He chopped down opponents from various worlds with his sword, but he was especially fond of the planet Earth, particularly because the people from this world were weak in terms of ability across the board. The challengers from Earth couldn't even touch a hair on his head. Besides, he'd always had enough with a single attack, and this time, he was sure history would repeat itself again. Just at that moment, Michael almost got him. Albert ducked at the last second and realized that he couldn't go on like this because he was starting to lose. This made the man angry, so he decided to take the initiative and end this battle. After another round of fighting, they bounced away from each other, each building up their strength for the next attack. Michael, too, was wounded. His sword had been well wielded, but all his cuts healed in no time. That couldn't be said for Albert, who was already clearly at the limit of his abilities and was breathing heavily. Suddenly, the system gave out messages that the administrator of the White Crane Sword was admiring the young challenger. The Monsters of the North admin predicts his imminent defeat, and the Lord of Late Night has taken an interest in him. Albert, though he didn't video all those messages, realized that the admins were probably watching them. It meant that if he ended the fight now with his victory, he would probably get new opportunities. With that thought, Albert activated the One Strike, Two Skins, and Lightning Sword key skill. They were followed by one-hit skills and Nymph Walk, all of which greatly improved his stats. The man even changed in appearance. Incredible power that had not been there before was suddenly emanating from him. But Michael was amused by it, reminded of how he'd inked any techniques he'd gotten just a moment ago. Suddenly, the system popped up a message for Albert that said Flow Implementation Penalty. All of his stats were reduced by 8, and some of his skills were forcibly deactivated. But the recovery time of Sword Light was over, so he used the technique again. Michael, however, was already used to it, so he was able to guess the moment when his opponent would attack him. This time, the attack was from behind. But thanks to his spirit eye, he was able to sense it at the last moment. At the same time, Michael activated the 3 absolute skill, and his attacks were greatly enhanced. He knew where his opponent would end up, and he wasn't the least bit embarrassed that he would be striking literally blind. The boy swung his blade and brought it down where he thought his opponent would be. Suddenly, the effect of Albert's unique characteristic was turned off prematurely. Both swordsmen stood side by side. Michael bent over with fatigue, panting in pain, but was happy that he had succeeded. Albert let the sword slip from his hand, though he continued to stand, but it wasn't for long. After all, Michael had cut his body in half and it was bound to disintegrate. The man only managed to say, "It can't be." But the wound was fatal. In the next instant, his body fell to the ground, splitting in 2. Michael took a breath. He was tired, as using skills consumed a lot of mana, but he was glad he had won. The system congratulated him for successfully making it through the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. And the guy smiled. He absorbed Albert's soul, and his skill increased by as much as 27%. His breakthrough rewards changed. The system reported that they did not match the complexity of the battle, so a revision was made. When it was over, he received a new rank, 2 + 6 cents of skill as a reward. He was also given 30,000 points and 1,000 cause. Afterward, a portal opened and the guy headed there. He also noticed that this skill had a much higher rank than the one that was originally in the reward. However, Michael decided to watch the details later in the waiting room, so he stepped toward the portal entrance. Many administrators who had watched his fight expressed their impressions and delight at his battle. Michael froze before entering the portal, reading all of this, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. Then he remembered that earlier there had been talk of expanding the system where admins could watch him. Either way, they were left marveling at his fight, and the lad felt a slight satisfaction. Then suddenly he read that the Lord of Steelblood was condemned for excessive interest in the contractor. She added, so the guy doesn't become obsessed with the increased attention from administrators. Just at that moment, the administrator of the White Crane Sword offered him an exclusive power. Michael was surprised by this, for he didn't know that administrators could give out power so easily. He then read that the Steelblood Lord was saying in a disgruntled tone that he could take strength. She added, there are times when they sponsor are forced to gain favor with the contractor. The White Crane Sword laughingly added, we'll have any situations in the future where we'll have to clash. The Steelblood Lord said that the power provided would be so awesome that Michael would feel some kind of encumbrance. Michael then said, in that case, I have no need to doubt and will gratefully accept the power. Immediately, the system reported that the strength of Swordmaster Kui had been added to his exclusive store. The Sword of the White Crane, with a smile on his face, asked the lad not to forget this kindness, and Michael thanked him. When he returned to the waiting room, the system had expanded again. Now he had access to the common areas, but he didn't fully understand what that meant. He was more interested in other things. After all, he wasn't sure if the system administrators could observe him even in the waiting room. Determined not to miss the opportunity, Michael opened an exclusive contractor store. While examining his powers, he discovered a new one, ranked at a solid 2+. According to the description, this ability allowed him to greatly enhance his sword skills. Additionally, the sword itself could be upgraded. He could channel mana into the weapon and use the so-called sword chi, which was far superior to an ordinary sword. Michael also noticed that a second page in the exclusive store had now become available. Upon opening it, he found a new list of powers with 3 options: 2+ rank, high- rank, and 1- rank. His first power, Bone Reconstruction, increased all his stats by 2 and made him adaptable to any martial art. The Steel Blood Sword power allowed him to summon a special sword made of mana. The final power, Hand of Authority, promised unique advantages for strategy and defense, double the effectiveness of necromancy and black magic. However, each of these forces was quite inexpensive, and Michael only had 2,000 ko in his location. So the only power he was able to buy at the moment was either Bone Reconstruction or the Swordmaster Key, which had been added to his exclusive store by one of the administrators. My first thought was to decide to save up more ko to buy a few powers at once in the future. Then the guy remembered that Albert, the man who invaded his 9th floor, was a real monster. And so, in order not to die at the hands of such scoundrels, it was necessary to buy more strength to begin with. After thinking this through, Michael opted for the Swordmaster Key and purchased the power for 1,500 ko. After receiving the new power, the guy thought that the skill 3 absolutes also used mana, but the feeling here was completely different. If you call the mana flowing into the sword instantaneously like a wave, the triple absolute skill, though perhaps the strength of the Swordmaster Chi, should be compared to a stream of water flowing down the sword. After he used this power for 1 minute, the system sent messages about a 2% increase in mana consumption. After 2 minutes since activating the power, mana consumption had already increased by 4%, and it continued to rise. Michael realized that at this rate, his mana consumption would double in about 50 minutes. Therefore, he deactivated the strength of Swordmaster Shi and decided he needed to manage his mana better. He also remembered that the reward for passing the 9th floor was a new skill, 6th Sense, and went to read about it. It was simple. All his instincts were sharpened to the point of becoming a 6th Sense. With it, he'd be able to make complex inferences. Michael thought that was a pretty useful skill to have. Next, he decided to check out the last thing, the common areas where he could find information in the community. As expected, it was all about them. Since everyone who made it past the 9th floor received an enhanced version of the system, Michael noticed a lot of comments discussing common areas and the key of sharing. What surprised him the most was one comment from a guy calling himself a Maxwell swordsman. He said he had just been asked by a foreigner in the common area if he wanted to exchange force with his administrator. Michael thought the opportunity to see the many applicants from around the world in person was quite good. He decided not to delay and go exploring on his own, so he moved to the common area of the 10th floor. The common area turned out to be a very spacious place, or rather, a whole separate world inside the Tower of Trials. Right now, one guy had moved here from this floor and was incredibly happy with what he saw. He even used a question ticket to learn as much as he could about the place, so he already knew the basics. He committed himself to go forward to make the most of it before returning. However, he didn't know that he was already being followed by a group of 3 people who had figured out who he was. After all, the guy was a top-ranked Korean hunter, so he was among the talented applicants. One of their squad members said that outside of the general area, it was okay to kill, so soon the story would have one less hunter. Meanwhile, the guy was walking down the road towards the central castle-like building with some other girl beside him. Suddenly, his mana consumption rate increased by 100%, and all of his stats decreased by 20%. To top it all off, part of his body was paralyzed, all due to the effect of unique characteristics. The guy didn't realize what had just happened, but he had a bad feeling about his life. Suddenly, he heard someone's laughter behind him. He turned around and saw the 3 foreign challengers. One of them leaned toward him with his blade, asking, "Do you really not understand what's going on right now?" The guy thought they were all off the trial, but these people were looting even here. Things were bad. But then, someone shouted for the foreign boys to stop their barbarism. It was the same girl who had been walking beside him. She threatened to report everything to the community. But the head of the gang wasn't frightened by this threat in any way. Instead, he took a closer look at the girl, who was quite beautiful. Then he sighed in annoyance, saying, "I'll do as you want, if you do my bidding in return." The guy went on to add that the girl should take off her clothes. Then maybe he would think about what he said. If she dropped all her items, he'd let one of them live. So be it. The girl was clearly puzzled by such a statement. She didn't even know how she should proceed. Meanwhile, the guy reached for her, saying lustfully, "I'll help you myself if you're unable to." However, the moment he was still speaking, someone was incredibly fast near their small group. Michael stood with his back to the foreigners, intending to continue on his way unnoticed. The guy, who was apparently in charge of his team, gave him a disgruntled look. He addressed him by calling him Black Robe, but Michael wouldn't take offense because that was essentially what he was. Michael turned around and took off his hood. "Are you addressing me?" he asked. The guy agreed. The foreigner then noticed that Michael was also Korean. Michael did not deny it. He too noticed that these guys were strong contenders from another country, most likely China. Those in turn attacked him with their unique characteristics that they had used to attack another Korean before. But Michael didn't even blink an eye as he relied completely on his effects and stats. He only thought that all he wanted to do was quietly pass by. But alas, now he would have to defend himself. The guy activated his forceful breakthrough and magic resistance skill. Because of this, all effects were cancelled, much to the surprise of the foreigners, especially their ringleader. And Michael didn't think to stop there. He drew his sword and said, "I didn't start this." He was now preparing to attack. Everyone realized they had a strong opponent when he activated instant acceleration. The 3 guys only managed to get a little bit back, but it wasn't enough. In the blink of an eye, Michael approached them, his blade at the throats of 2 of them. The third had time to use a technique. He used the ice shield, but Michael was already standing beside him and swung to break through that defense. He had enhanced physical strength, so he hoped to break through the barrier with a single blow. He did so, and the ice shield, which at first glance looked solid, crumbled like sand. It's worth noting that this surprised a guy and a girl, who were not at one with the foreign applicants, and the guy who was the only survivor of his little squad was scared that he was about to die himself. For when his defense broke down, he saw his opponent in earnest. The guy yelled for the guy to stop, saying he admits he was wrong to kill others. He added for Michael to show mercy, but the man responded by thrusting his blade right into his throat. Why? He quickly absorbed the spirits of all 3 guys he killed, and his skill increased by 6.4%. After that, he turned around to walk, but suddenly he was called out by a girl in a nun's outfit. She apologized, saying she should have helped him, but the battle was over faster than she could have thought. When Michael replied that everything was fine and she could go, the girl smiled at him and said goodbye. The guy who was alive because of him also thanked him for his rescue. Michael replied that he just thought those people wanted to kill him too, so all he did was take care of himself. With those words, he turned around to leave, bidding the boy farewell. Well, but he had no intention of letting him go so easily. He suddenly asked Michael to leave him the corpses of the challengers he had killed, which surprised him. Michael asked, "Why do you want to do that?" The guy replied, "I can't help but thank you properly. If you give me those corpses, I'll repay you by providing power for saving my life." Hearing this, Michael was surprised again. He had not been set up for this arrangement, but it seemed favorable to him. The guy he saved had his own unique gluttony characteristic, something similar to Michael's necromancy. Thanks to this, he had absorbed the corpses of the challengers. But what that had gotten him, Michael couldn't know, nor was he much interested. He just wondered if this was the power the guy was talking about, because if so, it looked impressive. But it was not as he had imagined. The fellow had said that the power he promised would be different. It was called Steel Wings and had been added to his exclusive store by a gourmet administrator. The guy, meanwhile, explained it's a power that allows you to create wings on your back with the ability to levitate. Michael thanked him, saying he would try it out as soon as he got back to the waiting room. The administrator of the Sword of the White Crane suddenly said, "Don't bother the applicant he had swept up," addressing the foodie. The Steel Blood Lord wasn't happy about who was hanging around her contractor, and the Black Devil was watching everything with interest. Michael wondered what kind of commotion the administrators were making since the competition between them was already going far. It was safe to say that they clearly wanted something from the applicants, but Michael thought he would get to the truth himself, step by step. In the meantime, he followed his new acquaintance. The guy was telling him that the common area is divided into an arena, an auction area, and a gaming area. In addition to this, he also revealed that there are only 3 other dimensions that have been uncovered in the floor implementation process. They were called Ares, Mim, and Callion. For example, First World contenders place a high value on chivalry. Morm's challengers are similar to them, but a little more aggressive. Here, Michael remembered Arnold. The pretenders of their world of Calon, on the other hand, were known for their races, which included elves, fairies, and beastmen. Michael noticed that the guy was quite knowledgeable, and he smiled back at him sincerely. He said he had found out everything in advance, exercising his right to ask questions. Meanwhile, they finally made it to the common area where more and more applicants were arriving. The guy suddenly held out his business card to him, saying that although he wasn't a rancher, he had asked to accept it. Turns out, he was the head of the applicant control team for the Hunters Association. When they entered the common area, all abnormal statuses were removed, and fights between challengers were impossible. The guy said he should now slowly move toward the auction area. Michael replied that he himself had a place he would definitely go to. When the surprised guy asked what the place was, Michael said it was an arena, then smiled. Except that after he got there, he quickly changed his mind because his first impression was incomprehensible. It looked more and more like a big gambling house where challengers watched others fight. Michael was a little confused as to where exactly the battles were taking place. He only saw chairs and some devices, but from the looks of it, he just had to sit in one of those chairs to take part in the battle. Michael did so, even feeling some relief. It was much better to fight sitting down, although it was unclear how. Suddenly, the arena system activated, and he had to make a choice between betting and dueling. Of course, Michael didn't fully understand what that meant, so he decided to take the help option. It turned out that by choosing to bet, he would be able to place points on the other contenders' duels. If he chose to duel, on the other hand, he could fight other people for rewards. When the duel was confirmed, the final ranking and the real names of the challengers became visible. A duel could only take place if both duelists put a skill, power, item, etc. as a reward. Also, the duel could only take place if both contenders had roughly the same level of rewards. Once the duel was confirmed, he would be able to fight his opponent in the Colosseum. It was over if one of them surrendered. Michael also realized that the reward for duels was the core of the arena, as the skills and items were unlimited. The guy smiled contentedly and began searching for the useful skill he needed to find his opponent. Meanwhile, some of the contenders gathered to look at the girl who was quite famous. She was called the Witch of Hellfire, the renowned huntress from America, Catherine Bennett. The girl sat in her chair, also choosing her reward and opponent for the duel, but no one was willing to fight her. She thought that maybe it was because she had too many wins under her belt, and everyone was just afraid. Catherine wished she didn't have that dueling statistic at all. Then she could challenge more often. Her administrator, Firelord, laughed, saying it was a mere trifle, but it didn't seem that way to her. She decided that she should stop wasting her time and leave the arena. There were only cowards gathered here. But suddenly, just as she was about to leave her seat, a new message popped up on her screen, requesting a duel. It was from North Korean contender Michael. He would nod forth, and it will be his first fight. It appeared that this guy came into the arena and immediately chose her. It was pretty interesting. Soon, the duel was confirmed, and the move to the Colosseum was underway. It turned out to be quite a spacious place, but it was the first time only Michael had seen it, so their chances were no longer equal. Catherine said she liked his fighting attitude, but before the fight, she should have observed her opponent first. The duel began, and the girl immediately activated her fire abilities, to which Michael was just browsing for now. Catherine added that the guy could consider it a good experience and activated the fire earth power. Michael watched her with curiosity, for he had not yet studied this kind of technique, nor had he seen it. Meanwhile, Catherine had already attacked him with a fireball that threw a fiery tail behind her back. The attack came closer and closer, and at first, Michael thought to just dodge it by moving away. However, he quickly realized that it was different with this flame, for it was literally chasing him, seeing that he only had a little bit left before the ball would catch up with him. Michael decided to change tactics. Catherine, meanwhile, said that he might as well give up, for this was his end, one that would not end until he reached his goal. But Michael thought differently. He activated a new skill, Sword Master Chi, and used it against the attack. As a result, it split in two, much to the surprise of Catherine, who realized she had underestimated her opponent. Sword Chi was many times sharper than usual because it was actually created by their mana, so it chopped through almost everything. Judging from the expression on the girl's face, she had seen this technique for the first time and was deeply impressed. They were once again standing in the Colosseum arena, but this time Catherine was waiting for the right moment to attack again. She realized she could only hurt him that way, and just then, he suddenly spoke, addressing her. He said that the girl had noticed he could get good experience here, so he would provide it for her too. In a quiet, secluded place where no one lived, one girl sipped tea while watching their battle. She watched Michael carefully as he fought Catherine, and it was quite interesting. The administrator didn't expect him to have already mastered the release of Che energy, which was just right for him. The girl thought she had made a great move when she sponsored such a wonderful force. In the future, she would need to secure the favor of the suitor, and perhaps he would fulfill her long-held wish. Michael, meanwhile, successfully deflected another fireball, aimed in his direction, and chopped it up as well. But Catherine didn't plan to give up so easily. She attacked him with 3 fireballs at once, coming from different directions. However, all Michael had to do was simply get away from them, and the instant acceleration skill helped him do just that. The boy found himself in midair, but was surprised to notice that the flames were aiming at him there as well. Therefore, he used Sword Chi again, which now increased his mana consumption by 2%. But as he shattered another fireball, he saw that some of the back of his clothes were slightly on fire. More precisely, it was the hollow of his assassin's cloak, and that was rather unfortunate. The cloak gave him speed. Michael thought in horror that now the effect of the cloak would be lost if it was damaged like this. He landed in front of the girl, who once again suggested he surrender. She said they could avoid serious consequences if he agreed. But Michael had no intention of giving in. He was only thinking about how disappointing it would be to lose such an exclusive skill. Meanwhile, Catherine had prepared for another round of challenges. This time, she created huge fire spheres. She said, "I even wonder how long he can hold out." The administrators also seemed to be watching the battle with interest, each holding a slightly different opinion. The girl said the spheres straight toward Michael, who, though ready to counter them, recognized his weakness. After all, she had a strong energy source. It had already been 4 minutes since he activated Swordmaster Chi, and his consumption had increased by 8%. He realized that if this continued, the battle would drag on, putting him at a disadvantage. So Michael decided to boost his strength with Absorb Souls, using Albert's Soul. Thanks to this, his stats increased, especially his mana. He also managed to absorb one of the opponent's skills, the rank 1 Lightning Sword, or Chi, which allowed electricity to flow along the blade. Michael wondered if that meant he would be able to launch energy over long distances and hit targets. Catherine, noticing that he was thinking about something, asked, "Do you have time to be distracted?" In that case, she added with a smirk, "I'll make sure all of your attention is focused only on my flame." Michael tensed up. The girl attacked him this time with fire arrows, quite a few of them. They weren't small either. Michael decided it would be best not to waste mana on sword skills and simply hide. He dodged the arrows, but there were too many, so reached his body. However, Michael wasn't going to let them hurt him. He reflected some with his sword and deflected others with his hands. He wasn't afraid as the Ash Blood skill activated immediately, healing all the burns. Meanwhile, Catherine was preparing another attack, but this time, Michael decided to try something new. He didn't know if it would work the first time, but it was worth practicing. So he activated the Chi power. The newly acquired Lightning Sword Chi skill was truly amazing, exceeding his expectations. Thanks to him, the guy was able to attack back from a distance using his mana to do so. It turned out to be a powerful counterattack, so strong in fact that Catherine had to use a shield to protect herself from the impact. The girl was amazed at the power with which this guy repelled her spears and arrows. Then he outnumbered her in strength. She could barely hold back the onslaught, but she realized she couldn't back down that easily. After all, fire was her element. However, Michael had long ago calculated everything down to the smallest detail and anticipated her next moves. He was standing behind her, his sword hovering near her throat. Catherine had no choice but to admit defeat. "I surrender," she confirmed. As a reward, Michael received a rank 2+ storm skill. Then it was over. They both moved to the common area of the arena on the 10th floor. Michael discovered information about the new skill by researching it. It was described as quite useful for stabbing blows. He had thought he was relying on swordsmanship, but this skill was something different. Nevertheless, it was his first win, and he was ranked 3rd in the final rankings on his server. This was a signal to start growing, so he soon confirmed the new duel again. This time, his opponent was ranked 11th on the Japanese server and looked accordingly. However, in reality, it turned out that the guy was better at flapping his tongue than fighting. He said that he didn't expect the 3rd-place Korean server to turn out to be such a barbarian. Here, Michael smiled. This infuriated the Japanese man. He asked, "Why are you so funny?" Michael responded in kind. He explained, "I find it funny that we both have the same thoughts about each other." Of course, this made the Japanese man even angrier. He attacked with his first weapon, a spear, but Michael didn't even bother to block it, easily dodging it. He realized the guy was weak. Such an attack from a challenger ranked 11th in Japan's final ranking seemed ridiculous to him. But then with a smile, he thought that he must have just gotten a little too strong lately. Since this kind of level seemed like child's play to him, he would easily be able to earn a lot of rewards. As it happened, Michael got the impression that it was simply a cornucopia of skills. A short time later, he defeated another challenger. This time, the opponent was ranked 10th in Turkey. Behind him fell number 7 from Russia, with whom Michael had a good fight. But in the end, he did some serious damage. Number 13 from Germany seemed to be the easiest for the guy. He dealt with it in just a few seconds. It went on like this until he achieved the new title, Dual Master. His strength increased by 2. Meanwhile, in the central lands of Mura, a young man was meditating on a stone. Suddenly, his meditation was disturbed by one of his subordinates who had come to report on his work. He explained in general terms that Master Albert had died at the hands of a challenger from Earth. According to the latest news, it had recently become possible to connect to the Earth dimension. As people had said, Master Albert was one of the first to embrace the attempt to do a floor infiltration there. The guy was still talking when suddenly there was a ferocious roar. They saw a huge monster. The one sitting on the rock didn't even glance in the direction of his new opponent, but he was already reaching for his sword. It had already been 5 years since he had stopped climbing to the top of the Tower of Trials, he remarked aloud. He stretched his hand toward the distance, and suddenly, a sword hidden in the rocks flew toward him. The weapon looked very powerful, but what was most impressive was that the guy hadn't done anything to summon it. Meanwhile, the monster roared again, preparing to pounce, but the sword was already in his hands. In the blink of an eye, he pushed himself off the ground, soaring right above the monster's head. The creature was momentarily puzzled. It wanted to eat him, but the guy was too nimble. The monster couldn't land a single blow. Then the guy attacked one precise and powerful strike. He aimed for the center of the monster's head, the spot where the pain centers of these creatures were located. As a result, the monster collapsed, unconscious. The guy waited a moment longer to make sure it was dead. His servant, watching from the side, was delighted. He marveled at how easily the young master had dealt with such a powerful spirit creature. The young master's martial arts are so powerful, he thought. Just contemplating his might gives you goosebumps. In the meantime, the latter turned to him, telling him find out by any means necessary who exactly killed Master Albert. It was quite some time before Michael returned to the 10th floor waiting room. He collapsed onto the bed, wanting to take a short break after expending so much energy that day. But after just a few seconds, there was no trace of fatigue. That was the beauty of the waiting room. The guy opened his status window, thinking he might have gained some new powers in such an unexpected place. The first of these was the power of Steel Wings, which allowed him to fly using his mana. Just thinking about it filled Michael's heart with joy. He was extremely grateful to that hunter. Right now, however, he couldn't afford to buy it because he didn't have enough ko. So Michael decided to read on. He suddenly had an idea. Why not attempt a synthesis of the skills he'd earned as rewards in duels? After some hard work, he ended up with 3 new skills, each with good ranks. Michael was surprised by how successful he had been in choosing the right skills to synthesize. He even ended up with a rank 1 skill, Shield Counterattack. And there was also the secret shadow step of rank 2+ and Frenzied Swordplay, also of rank 2+. The first thing Michael tried out was the Counterattack Shield. Its power was amazing. The guy figured that with that skill in his arsenal, almost no attack could hurt him. Moments later, he was already assembled for the 10th floor trial. The topic of the trial was collaboration. According to the terms, they had 3 hours to prevent the resurrection of the Lord, who devours darkness. The conditions for failure were the death of all participants or the expiration of the allotted time. The reward, however, was a rank 1+ skill enhancement potion. Soon, participants began to show up. The system announced that the team members were distributed according to their final ranking. First up was challenger Kim Hoon, ranked number 1 in all of Korea. He looked composed. Second was Martin Lee, ranked number 2 on the final ranking list. He seemed like a nice guy. The third challenger, with the nickname Hunter, appeared. Then Michael himself came out of the portal. And the last to come out was the 6th place contender in the final rankings, with the nickname Subigu. When all participants exited the portals, they were given a 30-minute grace period to rally. During this time, the trial was not considered to have begun, so applicants had a chance to prepare for it. Michael noticed that Kim Hoon and Martin Lee had met before, for they recognized and greeted each other immediately. But the challenger with the nickname, Suryu, was unfamiliar with either of them. Plus, he had his own strategy. Suddenly, he shouted, pointing his finger at Michael, "You're the same swordsman I met on the 4th floor." Guy added, that's when the carnage between the contenders for the right to grow fast began. Michael stood a little puzzled by his words, for it was the first time he had seen this man, but he understood everything at once. Kim Hoon asked if they had actually crossed paths earlier in the trial, because apparently this meeting was not a pleasant one. Subiyu continued to play the role of the victim, saying it was true. We did run into each other on the 4th floor. And he also added that this hunter was someone who tended to grow by accumulating achievements for kills. Michael himself, meanwhile, realized that the man in front of him was now the very person who had manipulated the chat room. For him, to see the others was an everyday occurrence. He created conflict by turning others against each other. The guy used this time to reap the rewards, for he only cared about his favorite person. Other people's lives meant nothing to him. That was the survival tactic he had developed, and he began to actively use it in another place called the Tower of Trials as well. The administrator, a lying clown, laughed at the contractor's deception, so much so that even the corners of his mouth were tearing up. That's what this guy with the nickname Sudi Gonyu was like. Now, he wanted to get rid of Michael on their new team. The guy saw that Michael looked puzzled, so he decided to add more fuel to the fire. And when Michael wanted to say there was some misunderstanding, the man accused him of killing his partners. Hearing this, Michael couldn't hold back any longer, asking, "What the hell are you talking about now?" At this time, Kim Hoon drew his weapon, saying that the Tower of Trials was not a place to behave frivolously. So now he continued, they will find out who is telling the truth and who is a liar. The latter will be eliminated from the team. Michael wondered if something would go wrong, and he'd have to deal with all three at the same time. That would be the worst-case scenario. Therefore, he should have prevented it, but he didn't know how. That's when Martin unexpectedly came to the rescue, suggesting they all calm down for starters. He recalled that earlier, Challenger Sudi Gong Yu had said he met Challenger Hunter on the 4th floor. It appeared that Sudi must know his real name, since the nickname system had appeared in the 5th floor waiting room. So if Sudi Gong's Challenger gave the real name of Hunter's Challenger, everything would immediately fall into place. It was obvious that the guy was a little nervous upon hearing this, but still decided not to back down. He pretended to remember the name and then suddenly blurted out that the hunter's name was James. He thought happily that there was no way to prove it anyway. Martin then turned to Michael, calling him James and asking if he had anything to say. To this, Michael replied, "I'm not the least bit amused," as he reached for the scruff of his t-shirt. He then pulled out his hunter's license and explained, "I brought this with me by mistake during my return to Earth." Upon seeing this, Sui realized he had screwed up. By doing so, Michael confirmed that he had lied to everyone present. Kim Hoon said, "It now seems clear who should be eliminated," as he gripped his battle hammer tighter. Sugagon realized that the situation had taken a very bad turn for him. He would only be able to save himself by a miracle. But suddenly, Michael turned to number one. "I apologized," he said. "I'll handle this matter on my own. Now I'm very angry at the guy who dared to accuse me of being involved in the murder of my comrades." Kim Hoon replied, "I understand. In that case, Martin and I won't bother you." Sui realized he had a chance. If he defeated this scum alone, he could survive. The test was designed for 4 people, but if they excluded him as well, it will be extremely difficult for the 2 of them to pass. Meanwhile, Michael reminded him that the guy had been babbling about some really funny stuff that now had to be taken responsibility for. Sumi replied, "I don't even know what it was. I only care about surviving." He then turned to Michael and added, "You're not the only one with powers," before activating some sort of technique. In the next instant, a swamp spirit stalk circled Michael's legs, but Michael quickly activated his skills in response. Thanks to his resistance to magic, the attack was completely destroyed. Michael pounced on the guy. He swung to finish him off. The man had just enough time to be frightened, but he decided he wouldn't lose this battle. The guy immediately realized that his opponent had the resistance to magic skill in his arsenal, and it was annoying. This time, he defended himself against Michael's attack, forming a solid shield over himself. All of it was more like spells. Kim Hoon said, "We should move back," but Martin replied, "The battle atmosphere is better here." Kim told him stop being cranky. Because there's nothing wrong with being cautious, Michael thought as he took the guy off the battlefield. Sunigun, meanwhile, attacked again, determined to finish him off this time. He put all his strength into the attack, firing a multitude of white spheres that flew straight at Michael, but Michael saw nothing special about them. The guy deftly and quickly dodged all the projectiles, continuing his run towards the enemy. However, as he swung for his counterattack, he saw a smile on his opponent's face. To make matters worse, Sunigan managed to deflect his punch just in time. Then he turned to taunt him. "It seems the hunter has become the prey," Sunigan said, his voice dripping with mockery. Michael didn't understand at first. It was only when he turned around that he saw the very spears he had just dodged moments ago. They looked menacing, and Michael realized he had fallen into the creep's trap, just as Sunigan had planned. The spheres merged into one, forming a powerful stream of energy that rained down on him. Sungyoon laughed contentedly as he watched Michael fall under the rubble of his attack. But then, the smile disappeared from his face. It was replaced by surprise and fear as the fog cleared and everyone saw the real picture of the battle. It turned out that Michael had time to apply the counterattack shield at the last moment, saving himself from the rubble. The skill also had the additional effect of absorbing 25% of the damage taken by the shield. He would then immediately return it, and Michael hoped to try out this effect in real combat right now. This was already starting to anger Sudi. He didn't understand how the guy blocked his attacks with such ease. Meanwhile, Michael used a moment's acceleration and came almost right up to him. All this time, Sudi had been summoning various effects and powers with the magic book, so he used it this time as well. He caused a huge concussion that sent large rocks to cover him, preventing Michael from hitting him. But the guy wasn't deterred by this. He confidently rushed toward the rocks, intending to destroy them with his sword. It did, though not the first time. The hard rocks soon cracked and split. Watching as he was about to finish off Sudagona, Martin turned to his friend and asked about Michael. But Kim Hoon replied that he had never seen his name on the list of highly ranked hunters. And if so, there was a good chance that on Earth, he was just an ordinary civilian who had grown so much. It was truly impressive, and both hunters recognized that Michael hadn't even fought Sudi at full strength. Kim Hoon remarked that somehow he felt as if Michael's level was comparable to his personal level. Upon hearing this, Martin was surprised, reminding them, "This guy is ranked number 3 in the final ranking so far." Kim responded, "Even though it's just a guess, maybe the guy was just underestimated by the system. This was most likely due to team trials, where the rank of challengers was awarded for common missions. But the most surprising thing was that Michael didn't seem worried about it in any way. All he did was what he did best. Right before their eyes, he shredded Sudi's spellbook. The attack also grazed his arm, causing him to scream in pain. But Michael didn't plan to stop. He stepped closer to the guy and held out his sword. The guy knelt down, holding his hands and squeezing the pain away. Kim Hoon was surprised that Michael didn't defeat his opponent, but simply demonstrated his superiority. He did it as if it cost him nothing. Sudi shouted desperately, urging him to stop. Michael said, "If you defeat him, maybe no one can complete the challenge, since the system only chose 4 players. He added, "Did you really think the test tower would give such a simple task that even 3 challengers could safely pass without losing a teammate?" Michael paused for a moment, glancing back at Kim and Martin, who were standing nearby watching the fight. Kim replied, "We won't interfere so you can decide what you think is best." For a while, Michael considered his options, and Sudi tried to use that hesitation to his advantage. Suddenly, he swung his sword toward Michael. Michael noticed it just in time. The attack wasn't strong, but the fact that Sudi struck from behind annoyed him. With a swift movement, Michael dodged and countered, causing Sudi to lose his balance and stumble back. He managed to stay on his feet and quickly moved out of Michael's reach. And he noticed his bright pink aura manifest and activate some skills. Turns out, Sudi used his unique deception characteristic, and all of his stats instantly increased by 10. He suddenly shouted, "I want to hold my trump card until the very end, but now I will finish Michael off with it." Didn't understand anything that was said, but prepared himself for any attack from the enemy. He put up a shield, blocking a powerful blow from Sudi, but didn't notice that Sudi had other methods of attack. The purple chains didn't pierce the shield. Instead, they went around it from high up and ended up behind Michael's back. In the next instant, they pounced on him like snakes. However, Michael's sixth sense kicked in. Thanks to it, he was able to sense the attack and activate the Wind Grace skill, increasing his speed by 40%. Thankfully, none of the chains hit him, and the boy approached Sudi again, shield out in front of him. "I know now," Michael said. "It's far more dangerous to mess with trash like me than to challenge the 3 of us to a trial." Sudi screamed in despair and anger, realizing that now, Michael would definitely kill him. And Michael used the counterattack shield skill, which instantly released the accumulated damage. The opponent was unprepared for this, so he could not defend himself in time from Michael's powerful attack. A moment later, Michael was already adding new items to his inventory. Among them, Sudi's equipment in particular. He liked the old High Menace rank vampire Count's tuxedo and the bloody celestial demonic sword of rank 1+. Michael hid it all away, saying he would use the items properly in the future. At this time, Kim and Martin jumped off the cliff where they had been watching his battle, which was already over. Martin said he was just great. Kim remarked there didn't seem to be any problems between them now. Everyone agreed and decided to move forward. After all, there were only 10 minutes left before the challenge started, so they needed to be prepared. They saw a large statue of a rider on a horse. It looked a little creepy, but that wasn't what bothered Martin. He wondered if it would come to life. Since it was the Tower of Trials, it could very well happen. He mentally agreed with himself. Glancing at the statue, he noticed something odd about it. First of all, the rider had a crown on his head. Secondly, Michael saw that a faint black mist was coming from it. None of his associates paid any attention to it, and Michael himself didn't pay much attention to it either. But, as it turned out later, this fact was not to be neglected. Meanwhile, they had come to the right place. Martin was surprised to see a huge room that was furnished with obscure decorations. Kim said, "It looks like we've come to the right place," but something caught the attention of all three contenders. They were huge statues of ancient warriors that looked quite intimidating. Martin remarked, "I got a bad feeling about this," and everyone agreed. In the very center was a huge throne, as if someone had been sitting on it, but there was only armor. Suddenly, the system informed them that the grace period had expired. The Dark Guardian squad was about to appear. The challengers were required to prevent the resurrection of the darkness-eating overlord. In the next instant, one of the statues of ancient swordsmen suddenly moved. It was a warrior from long ago, all in armor, and he looked quite powerful, even awe-inspiring. Following him, the other statues moved, and then they all jumped to the guys below. Kim said he had just about had his fill of bones, so it was a good time to stretch out a bit. Suddenly, Michael turned to everyone and pointed to one of the guards standing directly in front of Kim. The guy said that the one on his back had a head that the guards were carrying to the Lord for resurrection. Kim agreed, saying that in that case, they should prevent it and prepare to attack. He liked that it was pretty easy, as the guys just had to distribute the forces one per warrior. The opponents, meanwhile, attacked, but all three challengers were ready for it, and the fight began. Stepping on his opponent, Michael thought it would be best to deal with him in a single attack. He planned to use Sword Chi for this, so he dodged the warrior's attack and went behind his back. Except the guy didn't calculate that stone statues could use mana and create energy flows to attack. To his surprise, his opponent attacked him back and even blocked a bit of his own attack. He jumped back and began to analyze his opponent. As he always did in these situations, much to the guy's surprise, a stone warrior also possessed chi energy and used it just now. That meant these warriors were not as simple as they seemed. Michael wondered how the others were doing. They weren't doing well either. Kim also noticed that the enemy was using the same techniques as him. Then there was a pretty big explosion. The warrior who fought Kim used it. He ran toward the darkness-eating lord, or rather his armor, clearly with the intention of resurrecting him. He almost managed to get close to him when a sudden attack came from the side. The Dark Guardian managed to block it with his halberd, but time was lost, and that pleased Kim. After all, he was the one who attacked the warrior. This time with a new attack, clearly unwilling to let him fulfill his intention. The guy also figured that each of these scum had a level to match the boss. So he addressed everyone, telling them to keep their ears open and not let themselves be caught off guard. Then Martin's voice came from somewhere, noticing that Kim himself had just lowered his defenses. The guy suddenly added, disappointedly, that the hat didn't suit him, so he couldn't use it anymore. He then turned to the Dark Guard he had been fighting, saying, "For making me wear that stupid hat. Now, you will have to pay with your life." With those words, he drew his bow, which turned out to be his weapon, and released an arrow that traveled with incredible speed and power, hitting the target accurately. But the guard didn't think of stopping there. He suddenly ran straight at Martin with another attack. Martin, in turn, prepared to defend himself. In this, he had a huge advantage. After all, when dealing with mages, close combat was the standard. So Martin even smiled. After all, it only worked if the mage was an ordinary wizard and he himself was no such thing. With those words, the guy summoned a new weapon. This time, it turned out to be a huge, sinister scythe of death. Michael was impressed by this, thinking that after facing only weak opponents, the sight of these people stirred the blood. The main thing was only for him not to fail in such a team. He dodged the attack of the guard, who fought very confidently. Michael could really match the level of the boss, but he had no intention of letting him hold the initiative for long. He counterattacked with stones. The next step was to activate Wind Grace. The guy increased his speed by 50%. Except, instead of attacking, he ran past the guards toward the throne where the Lord was to return. Suddenly, he activated a new rank 2+ secret shadow walk skill, temporarily increasing his strength by 3. He then connected the frenetic swordplay skill, increasing his attack speed by 10%. The activation of the Swordmaster Chi skill was decisive. After that, he pounced on the Overlord's head. With all the extra effects activated, his power allowed him to shred it. Kim Hoon, seeing what Michael was doing, decided to help him and used his depth bomb technique as well. At the same moment, the guard he was fighting let go of his weapon from the immense power that pierced through his body. Although he was only a stone statue, the effect of Kim's attack was tremendous even for him. The Lord's head, which the guard had been delivering to the place of the armor, shattered. The weapon was badly damaged but had not yet cracked completely. However, there was still one member of their team left, who was already rushing their attack to make it decisive. Martin twirled his side in all directions, simultaneously fending off various attacks and striking back, But here, he jumped up and swung for a controlling blow, intending to crush the opponent's head. The guard who had him on his back tried to block this attack but was unsuccessful. Martin's scythe went behind his back and sliced the Lord's head in half, making resurrection impossible. The guards shouted loudly. By all appearances, this was a serious failure in their plan. Then the rest of the guards matched him and hurriedly fled the scene of the battle. The guys just watched. Kim Hoon said, "We should slowly wrap up already," and the others agreed. They ran after the guards, but it turned out to be a mistake, for the boys had not calculated one detail. Michael suddenly heard a strange sound coming toward them, as if someone was riding a horse. Just as suddenly, one of the guards stopped and knelt down. Slung his halberd on his back, the other guards knelt down, forming a small springboard for whom it was intended. The lads realized the next instant when a rider ran across it. It was the same knight who had been standing at the entrance, and now he was flying straight for the Lord's armor. The situation was dire, for the knight also had a head which he intended Vladimir to armor. Kim was the first to react and rushed after the rider, but it was useless, for he was already close to the target. Michael quickly assessed the situation and realized that it was really too late to run after him. This was bad. The rider, meanwhile, jumped off his horse and aimed at the armor, leaping to place the Lord's head there. Then Michael, with his last strength, decided that the best solution was to throw something. He swung his sword, using all of his speed, hoping he could at least knock the head out of the guard's hands. He threw his sword, which he also infused with energy, but it was unclear if he had time. After all, the guard had already almost placed the head in the armor. There were literally just a few centimeters left. However, at the last moment, Michael's attack caught up with him, preventing him from completing his action. The crown fell from his head, and the head itself slipped from the hands of the guard, who wasn't prepared for this. He was even a little surprised that he couldn't perform the resurrection. But that wasn't the end of it. Suddenly, the guardian screamed. His scream was quite eerie, and the guys realized that something else was about to happen. Martin, however, complimented Michael, noting that they had managed to buy a little time before the head was back with the guard. Michael himself was as surprised as the guard that his attack had been successful, given how little time he had to aim. Then suddenly, the guard raised his lord's crown. He performed an unexpected action. He put the crown on his head. In that moment, the boys got excited, thinking they had failed the task. The guard then drew his weapon, screamed loudly, and pierced his own head with his spear. The boys were greatly surprised by this, but soon realized his intent, for the guardian had decided to sacrifice himself. He wanted to leave the crown on his head, then chop it off and place it into the Lord's armor. The guys were already running to stop him, but in the meantime, he raised his head over his body. All three challengers simultaneously jumped up and swung for a joint attack. Meanwhile, the guardian was closer than ever to resurrecting the Lord, for his head had already touched the armor. The next instant, there was a huge explosion that threw the challengers a short distance away. As the fog cleared, a message from the system appeared stating that the condition for resurrection had been met. As a result, the Lord who devours darkness has risen, and the boys were frozen in anticipation of what would happen next. Michael was the first to read the next message, which stated a special mission to destroy the Overlord. The system also reported that any damage caused would be cancelled by force immunity. Only challengers with stats higher than the darkness devouring Overlord would be able to deal damage. All three of them were surprised, as no one had heard that monsters could use power. The Lord, meanwhile, summoned his sword, which glowed with a bright red aura and looked ominous. Then the Lord demonstrated his power by stabbing his sword where the boy stood. The others had to dodge. Michael, irritated, thought that it was rather unfair since dealing damage by itself seemed impossible. That meant there was absolutely nothing they could do against this terrifying monster who possessed the challenger's abilities. The Overlord attacked again with his long, sharp blade. Michael barely dodged, but the attack still hit him. These problems came down on them for failing to complete the mission, but it wasn't all bad. Suddenly, a good idea that could work came to Michael's mind, and he decided to carry it out. At this point, Kim and Martin ran up to him, asking if he was okay and saying they needed to come up with a plan. Kim offered to deal with the Overlord's guards first, but Michael suddenly made a request. He asked the boys to hold off the Overlord for a while because he had an idea with which they could win. All he needed was a few seconds, and then he would immediately join his comrades. When Kim asked what the idea was that had occurred to him, Michael simply replied that there was a way to kill the Overlord. This statement surprised Kim a bit, for even he didn't understand how it was possible, considering their stats were lower than his. However, Kim said that they would trust Michael to fulfill his request, only that he should hurry too. After all, it couldn't stand for long. Michael should not pull the cat by the tail. Michael agreed. After that, Kim and Martin pounced on the Overlord, though they didn't understand exactly what to do with him. But the important thing was that Michael got some time to carry out his plan, and he smiled. The guy turned to the three guards, saying that they were going to have to play an interesting game with him for a bit. Kim, meanwhile, activated his Warhammer for another attack, intending to compare their stats. He used the Death Bomb, and in an instant, the Overlord's body was subjected to incredible power. But before any damage could be done to it, the technique was nullified by force and inviolability, as expected, and their attacks were of no use to her. So the guys backed off, deciding to just wait. The Overlord suddenly went on the counterattack and activated his Overlord Greatness power. The system gave a message that the guys should show respect towards the Overlord. Any action that did not meet this requirement would be blocked. The Overlord attacked. Kim and Martin dropped to their knees, but it was involuntary, the result of their bodies being paralyzed. Kim activated the Magic Resistance skill, which partially removed his body's blockage, allowing him to move. The lad got to his feet, but saw that the Overlord had already swung his sword to attack. They had only seconds left. Besides, Martin still couldn't move, and Kim quickly reasoned what he should do. He grabbed his friend by the mantle, leaped to the side, tumbling over him with his body weight, and closed him off from the attack. But unfortunately, the Overlord's blow struck him instead, and Kim felt a sharp pain in his back. Martin was not the least bit afraid for his friend, for he never allowed anyone to injure him. He ran up to him and put one arm around his neck. He tried to support his friend to keep him from falling, but unfortunately, the Overlord launched another strike at them, attempting to deliver a decisive blow. The blade hovered right above their heads, and they were bracing for the worst when suddenly someone stepped in to block it. Michael arrived just in time, using his counterattack shield to protect his teammates. He apologized to Martin and Kim for being a little late, leaving them too surprised to respond. The only thing they could grasp was that he had just saved their lives, and that he seemed to have a plan. Indeed, Michael had prepared in advance. He quietly activated one of his auxiliary necromancy skills. With the aid of guardian spirits, his strength increased by 4, dexterity by 3, stamina by 3, mana by 6, and resilience by 4. With his stats significantly boosted, he was able to deploy his shield technique. In an instant, he released all the stored damage directly at the Dark Lord of Devouring Shadows, combining it with the energy of Swordmaster Chi. Yet, against such a formidable foe, it still didn't seem to be enough. And Michael activated a new skill called Lightning Sword Che. This made his sword look like a lord's blade, and the guy was also able to attack using his aura. He put the maximum amount of his strength into that blow, but he couldn't put his full strength into it without passing out. However, it was quite enough, especially since the surprise effect worked. Michael saw that the attack had gone perfectly and breathed a sigh of relief. The Overlord had not triggered a single effect. It meant that with these attacks, they now had a chance of victory. But the Overlord suddenly shouted furiously. Then he activated his Lord Majesty power again, causing Michael's body to block. The guy felt paralyzed and unable to move. Luckily, Michael had the right skills in his arsenal. He activated Forceful Breakthrough and Magic Resistance, which removed all the body blockages. At that moment, his Forceful Breakthrough, Magic Chain, and Magic Resistance skills increased by 1 rank to rank 2. He then activated the Counter-Attack Shield again, and pounced on the Overlord with a new attack. It was also strange that the situation actually looked very dangerous, but somehow Michael wasn't confused by that. He suddenly realized that he couldn't stop laughing. He thought it was because of the anticipation of his impending victory. His fundamental desire to get stronger flared like fire, and Kim and Martin noticed it. The latter said, "This challenger, Michael, is the truest monster with incredible strength." Kim Hoon replied, "We should congratulate him nonetheless. The top spot in the rankings now belongs to him." Meanwhile, Michael's shield's recharge had finished, and it had reached its maximum damage absorption limit. It was then that the boy realized this was the very chance with which he could defeat the Overlord. He knew that if he reduced the shield's area of effect, the energy density would increase. He did so and then released all the accumulated damage, forming a sharp laser that cut through the Overlord's armor. The Overlord didn't expect his defense to be penetrated. He was only able to dodge, putting his shoulder in place of his head. And Michael was already running towards him with another attack, while activating Wind Grace at a maximum speed of 70%. This was followed by the activation of the Furious Swordplay skill, and his attack speed increased by 10%. The last thing the Lord saw was the lad's gleaming blade, which he used to cut off the monster's head. All this time, he was being watched by the Steel Blood Lord, who smiled to herself, thinking how very lucky she was. After all, this challenger showing crazy growth was her contractor. The usual challengers climbing the tower were carefully prepared, taking no risks. But Michael Nonforth was a rare talent, one not easily seen in other dimensions. The only problem was that, over time, other administrators would begin to take more and more interest in him as well. So the girl needed to develop a closer relationship with the suitor before anyone else did. She did so for personal reasons too, as she still hadn't given up hope of getting her wish. The Lord Devouring Darkness had been defeated. The system announced it, but it was clear enough just by looking at the scene. A rank 1 plus skill boost potion will be added to the applicant's inventory as a breakthrough reward. As an additional reward, Michael was credited with 60,000 points and 2,000 COS. Then, the system suddenly announced that challenger Michael Nodforth had made a major contribution to the special assignment. As a result, he received another 10,000 points and 1,500 COS. The guy himself thought the reward totally paid off the difficulty. Martin looked a little puzzled and asked, "How did you manage to pull all this off in the first place?" To this, Michael replied, "I simply have a skill that's perfect for the situation." Seong then said, "Whatever the case, you've surprised us a lot today." He paused, then added, "How about we become friends?" Michael sent him a friend request saying, "We'll talk more in private chat. I need to patch myself up a bit in the meantime." As it turned out, more than 1,000 applicants successfully made the 10th floor breakthrough. So, system expansion began, a new category of dimension travel was created, and other dimensions were now available to them. Michael thought he was referring to the two worlds, Eris and Murim, that James had told him about. Suddenly, the system reported that the administrator's area of observation had expanded. This also applied to his intervention area, and communication with him in the waiting room was now available. However, an additional contract with the admin and a move to his personal domain also became available. It could only be contracted once, after which additional contracts would be limited. In any case, Michael thought he couldn't know for sure about all the intricacies of the scheme. Anyway, the first thing the guy decided to do was deal with what he had managed to get on the 10th floor, namely, the reward for the challenge. According to the description, he could increase any of his skills by 20% if he accepted it, which he did. The desired skill for improvement Michael chose was Favor of the Wind, which was his highest minus rank. Thanks to the potion, his mastery had reached perfection, and his skill increased to simply supreme. In addition, an effect had also appeared, according to which Michael will have 1% of his total magic power consumed. This will be applied when the total summation reaches maximum, instead of recharging the entire skill. The next step was absorption. Michael started with the Spirit of the Overlord devouring the darkness. He used it to increase his stats, strength by 5, agility endurance by 4, mana by 7, and stamina by 5 as well. Unexpectedly, one of the Overlord's skills, namely mana management of the highest rank, was also absorbed. After reading the description, Michael realized that he had most of his mana restrictions removed. He could now control it like someone with an innate talent. However, he couldn't just stand there and watch it. Suddenly, he got an invitation at my property from 2 administrators at once. They were sent from the Lord of Steelblood and the White Crane Sword. Michael was surprised at their simultaneity. Eventually, he accepted the invitation from the Steel Blood Lord and was transported to her domain in an instant. The familiar hut of the girl, in which the light was burning, immediately caught his eye. So, Michael headed there. Just a second later, the girl herself, who was wearing only a light dress, came out of there. She walked out toward the guy and then laughed, saying she knew he would choose her. The girl pretty much said that she had won the argument because of him, and Michael realized why the invitations had been sent. At the same time, the receptionist equaled him and they walked together. Michael also asked if she was cold, but the girl replied in the negative. Michael then said that he had gotten the mana control skill completely by accident and asked if she knew anything about it. Then the girl noticed that he had gotten a rather powerful skill and told him to use it now. She reasoned that by doing so, the guy would maximize the magical power in his body. Michael did just that. Suddenly, an incredible power surged through his entire body, so strong that it even became painful. The system announced that his rank 3 magic chain skill had been forcibly upgraded due to monoprol. Michael felt as if his physical stats had increased several times over. He suddenly wanted to test it and swung, striking his fist straight into the ground without any equipment. The steel-blooded lord even covered herself with her hands to keep the snow out of her eyes. But then something awkward happened. The strong wind that formed from Michael's blow ripped the dress off the girl's body, and it flew toward the cabin. The guy froze when he saw the girl naked in front of him because he didn't expect such a thing. In a moment, they were already sitting at the table in the cabin. The girl said, "There's no way you could tell that Michael was capable of something like that." The guy replied, "It was just a misunderstanding," but the receptionist understood that herself. She only smiled at him. The girl then told him to try activating mana using skills with mana control. Anyway, Michael nodded back at her and then asked, "Why did you call me here?" She smiled again and said, "The real purpose of expanding the system is to make sure admins are seriously nurturing applicants." But Michael didn't understand what that meant. Then the girl snapped her fingers, telling him that he would figure it all out for himself in a moment. The system reported that the Lord of Steel Blood Administrator was transferring power to the contractor using the interference zone. The The strength of the steel blood sword of the highest manus rank imprinted itself into Michael's soul. The guy asked, couldn't the administrator have performed something like this before? She replied in the negative. The girl explained that the additional contacts feature was also open and he could choose any new admin he wanted. However, she was helping him because she saw him as a huge opportunity. This, the guy didn't realize. Then she told Michael that administrators are rewarded by developing applicants, but that is not the ultimate goal. Everyone invests in one contender or another to fulfill a long-held wish. It was obvious that the girl wanted to say something else, but Michael suddenly received a lot of messages from the White Crane Sword. She then said she would end her story there for those too impatient, and besides, she had already transferred the power anyway. Michael nodded gratefully to her and accepted the invitation from the administrator of the White Crane Sword. He entered the forest and noticed that the clearing looked perfect for practicing. The guy couldn't resist trying out the new skill he had received from the Steel Blood Lord. As expected, the mastery of all the skills improved due to better mana management. It was truly magnificent, and Michael decided to increase his sword chi skill as well. But to his surprise, nothing worked. The sword remained unactivated despite the new skill. It was a bit strange. After all, Michael wanted to raise the rank of Lightning Sword Chi through the power of Swordmaster. He couldn't find an answer to this problem, but it seemed to him that the issue might be because Swordmaster Chi was a power. Suddenly, the system reported that the administrator of the White Crane Sword was expecting his visit. Michael decided to postpone his training session. Judging by the title administrator, he thought the person must be as old as Albert. However, when he arrived, he didn't expect to see a young girl sitting on a wooden tatami in front of him. She introduced herself as the administrator of the White Crane Sword and said, I've waited a very long time for you to show up. And Michael was still recovering from the shock of seeing not just an old man, but a teenage girl sitting in front of him. He remarked that it was surprising to see the administrator before him, someone he had hitherto only corresponded with. The girl smiled sweetly, saying she understood him perfectly and offered to go elsewhere. As Michael sat down on the floor, he suddenly felt incredibly refreshed. He turned to the girl, whose name, by the way, was Angela. She shared that she had always watched him from here for the moment he engaged in a fight to the death. Michael then asked if she really shared her power with a challenger she'd only seen a couple of times through the screen. But Angela replied that the guy should know his worth better because not everyone can beat someone like Albert. And then the girl suddenly said that he must believe her, for she was the one bound to Albert by contract. Suddenly, Michael wondered if the young girl held a grudge against him since he had killed her contractor. However, Angela said that she didn't need to escalate the situation as Albert was just a good contender. She added that she had managed to sign with many contenders. In her lifetime, she had never invited any of them into her domain until she met him, Michael Nonforth. The girl suddenly became serious and added, I'll tell you straight. She asked him to make a supplementary contract with her. Michael, in turn, asked, are there any additional benefits if I do this? The girl then replied, I can make you the administrator apostle of the White Crane Sword. In the tower, the term referred to a challenger who entered into a special contractual relationship with the admin. However, the admin could only appoint one apostle in their lifetime. Only apostles could take over all the powers of the admin. Michael was surprised that the patronage pact was so important, and he had made it with a steel-blooded lord. Then Michael remembered what had been said earlier. The DLP contract could be broken at any time. To this, Angela replied, I'm entering this deal for the same reason as the steel-blooded lord. I need the world's sharpest sword, the best sword that will never break or dull. Michael noticed that his admin had also mentioned this long-standing desire of hers, but it didn't seem to be an easy one. Then the guy decided to ask the White Crane Sword about it, relying on this young girl to tell him everything. It was obvious how Angela had been embarrassed at first to hear about her long-standing desire. Then her gaze clouded over. After a while, she said, the longtime admin's wish is a memory that comes from past regrets. She continued, at the same time, a long-held wish is a right given to the administrator by the tower. Similar to my tests, a long-standing wish is also a test that the admin can give to the contractor. And when the long-standing wish is fulfilled, the challenger will be rewarded. Here, the girl's voice shuddered, but she soon finished, adding, if one suddenly got a long-standing wish, it's fashionable to even change the past. Upon hearing this, Michael objected, it's absolutely impossible to change any event in the past. But Angela replied, you should know everything perfectly well yourself, whether I'm telling the truth or lying. You already know what the tower is. Then Michael remembered all the strange happenings and abilities that had only been unlocked in the Tower of Trials. He suddenly thought that if it was about her, everything became possible. And it turns out, even time. The guy suddenly turned to the girl, asking, can I ask a single question? How high must I climb in the Tower of Trials to fulfill your long-held wish? Hearing this, Angela was a little embarrassed, not knowing how best to respond. But soon she said, I think it has to be at least the top floor. In a few minutes, they had made an additional contract, and the girl was as glad as a child. Michael thought he still had to go for it in the end, but the terms of a long-held desire were not happy. So far, all he had learned was that the top floor of the tower was the goal he must reach. In addition, he was recognized as a true apostle of the White Crane Sword and gained a 10% boost to all skills in the Merma dimension. As a privilege, his strength was also increased by 3. He was also recognized as the apostle of 2 admins already. The guy thought that he couldn't miss out on this kind of advantage, which allowed him to become stronger immediately. Plus, he received an unexpected gift from Angela, who wished to strengthen her bond with him. He asked, "Have you heard anything about that woman?" But Michael didn't realize who she was talking about. When he clarified exactly what the girl meant, she said, "I'm talking about a woman looking for you." Angela then added, "She seems to have complete faith in you and all your powers." Of course, she herself, Angela, believed in him too, but she still felt she had to tell him something. She warned that his question tickets would be used in this, but Michael didn't mind as he had plenty of them. Suddenly, however, the system reported that all of his tickets had been used up. The guy wondered what the big deal was. Then the girl began her tale. "In the dimension of Myrm, there is a great power called the Myrm," she said. "Albert, who we killed on the 9th floor, held an important position of command in that alliance. Because of his high position, there were people from the Morm dimension now." He claimed revenge as his reason, but in truth, it was simple curiosity that drove him. The girl added, "I don't know when it will happen, but if you suddenly encounter a Karugawa, you must be ready to give your all in the battle. Otherwise, any skills will be useless." A short while later, Michael entered the waiting room, still reflecting on Angela's words. The person she had mentioned, Akuragawa Namong, was currently searching for him. This figure was an exceptionally dangerous opponent from the Murmur dimension. Michael went into the store, where he purchased the rank 2+ Steel Wings skill along with a return stone. He thought that although he had gained something new, he did not change much. Still, he had no other choice. He resolved to train diligently on Earth before facing a Karugawa here. Back in his room, the first thing Michael did was check his phone. There were 132 missed calls and 87 unread messages from Bethy. She had written, urging him to head straight to the Hunter Association as soon as he saw the message. Thus, Michael chose to leave immediately, activating his new skill, Steel Wings. He put on his old Count Vampire tailcoat. The speed with which he flew toward the Association building was astonishing. In less than 5 minutes, Michael had already arrived. A few people were just leaving the building. Some young men were chatting, and Michael overheard them mentioning some sort of mobilization. Suddenly, it froze as they noticed someone literally flying with wings. Michael landed a few steps away from them and apologized, saying he was still getting used to his new ability. Then he dashed toward the Hunter Association building, leaving the boys staring in surprise at his retreating figure. In amazement, they asked, was that really a person who just flew? Others nearby had also noticed. When Michael entered the right office, he found not only Bethy, but also, to his surprise, James. Greeting them both, he asked what urgent matter had brought him here. Betty was the first to speak, explaining that a serious incident had occurred in Japan, but James interrupted, saying that talking wouldn't be enough. "We'll see for ourselves," he suggested. He included surveillance video of Japanese hunters that had been published in Japan. Sensing a strong wave of gate generation, the Japanese Hunter Association formed a response team. 7 top-ranked hunters went to the site, but the man who appeared from the portal shockingly killed 6 of them. This is believed to be the first time an invasion of the Earth dimension by a challenger from another world has occurred. Michael then asked, are they trying to recruit a team to support Japan? The thought crossed his mind as he remembered the 2 guys leaving the building, but James didn't confirm his hunch. He said they don't recommend supporting Japan and then switched the screen again. There was visible footage of the only Japanese hunter who came out, where they could see him. He was a young-looking guy with black hair, his expression fierce and maniacal. He introduced himself, saying, "My name is Akutagawa Naomon. I am the Heavenly Sword Dragon, and I have come to avenge Albert." Hearing that, Michael thought, I never imagined I'd cross paths with this guy so soon. There was a tug on his sleeve. And Michael saw Betty, who said, it wasn't a forced mobilization at all. She added, this is the first time we've met together again, so let's have lunch first. But seeing Levi hesitate, the girl changed her train of thought, asking, are you going to sign up for the squad? Unfortunately for her, Michael said he would answer Japan's call and travel to the Shinjuku neighborhood of Tokyo, where the crime occurred. Betty looked confused. She had tried with all of her might to keep him from making this decision by any means necessary. She screamed, why do you always act so recklessly? A guy should at least think of others sometimes. Then Michael put his hand on the girl's head, thanking her for her concern. She calmed down. However, Michael then added, it's a problem that I have to solve, and it's certainly up to me. Akuragawa recalled how, even from a young age, he had been misunderstood by his peers. No one heard what he could hear. One of the boys said, "It's just sparring, so there's no need to attack so hard." At that moment, Akaragawa approached them, saying, "Not everyone can master the release of Chai energy at the age of 13. Albert said the kid has exceeded his expectations and will go far in the future. However, he added, "Martial arts is not meant to harm people. It is a path to excellence, and you can't hurt people for no reason." With those words, Albert stroked his head and then took his hand away. Another memory came to him, how everyone cheered him on as he passed the 20th floor of the Tower of Trials. But climbing the tower alone gave him no satisfaction. Such an incredible feat, accomplished at just 17 years old. But now it was time to move on. He mentally apologized to his mentor for beginning to actively use floor implementations. After all, the guy had suddenly suggested that nothing was more fun for him than killing others. But as time went on, he stopped enjoying it too. He thought that the scoundrel, Michael Nodforth, might be able to dispel his boredom. Meanwhile, Michael had left the association building and was already on a plane to Japan. There, he was met and Sue on his way to a luxurious hotel, especially for people like him. The girl who led him to the new place pointed to the entrance of the room, saying that other hunters were already waiting there. Michael was taken by surprise when he saw his new friends, Kim and Martin. They noticed that Michael was late. Toth replied that there were only 3 of them anyway, but Kim added that another challenger from America should be arriving soon. Michael nodded, adding, "At least it's safe to say each of us has epic rank abilities." He paused before continuing, "Except the challenger who appeared in the Shinsuku area is a real monster. Even the 3 of us might not be able to defeat him." Michael hoped the challenger from America would be just as strong, but soon the door opened. He saw him. 4th on their team was Catherine, who was also surprised to see Michael there. The girl manager asked, "Do you really know each other?" Michael replied, "We've crossed paths at the tower before." Catherine seemed uneasy. She noticed that she wasn't at all anxious to meet him under these circumstances. "I'd rather we met in a more normal setting," she added, her voice a little shaky. "I'm nervous like a child." Kim Hoon, who was watching their conversation, couldn't help but note, "This looks more like a love quirk." Hearing this, Michael shook his head. "There's no way that could be true," he replied. His words made the girl a little angry. Their conversation was interrupted by the manager, who suddenly introduced herself as the Japanese Hunters Association's presentee. "I'm Julia," she said. Michael was greatly surprised by this information. He had thought the girl was just a staff member. Julia continued, explaining that few countries had agreed to cooperate with them. But Martin, skeptical, asked, "Only 4 people came from all over the world, even with such a terrible turnout?" The girl suddenly bowed to them. "I am sincerely grateful to each of you," she said. Michael hurriedly lifted her head. "Now's not a good time to bend your back," he told her. Catherine, observing this gesture, thought Michael was being very kind. However, she soon realized that he was just being self-serving. After all, he added, "Instead of bending your back, the president could have given us a worthwhile reward." In truth, Michael was only here for the reward, and he asked that it be doubled in size and stature. After a little thought, Julia promised to fulfill his condition. As she would have to deal with a very dangerous opponent, the girl added that it wasn't that the situation was hopeless. In fact, they had chances too. After all, Catherine Bennett's abilities could make the difference in this battle. Everyone looked at the girl, and one of them shared that she had a flame suppression ability with a special effect. If she can touch a stronger opponent than her with her flame, the girl explained, all of his stats drop by 10. Also, some of his skills will be randomly sealed. So, with that, we can grab the initiative. Of course, that would only happen if she touched him, so it was up to the guys to create the right situation. Anything to give Catherine a chance to use that power. A couple of minutes later, they were on their way to Shinsuku's neighborhood. The news was reporting that a Chinese hunter of epic rank had just met a challenger from another world. They didn't move, but from the outside, it looked like they were talking to each other. Akaragawa asked the guy if he was Michael Nodforth, but he answered in the negative. "I'm Peter Das from China," he said, "and I'll make you regret coming to Earth." But Akunagawa only said that he didn't understand why the one he told to show up didn't show up, with only bugs scurrying around. Suddenly, Peter attacked using his jerk skill, and he even managed to hit Akunagawa in the jaw. Tough staggered but didn't fall. He was interested that the guy was using a fist technique. This was Akunagawa's first time in practice, so he figured he'd fight this guy. Peter saw something he was unprepared for and ended up bowing out with his life. There was a large explosion where they were fighting. It was the work of Akunagawa's technique. Meanwhile, Michael and his guys were approaching the battle site in a helicopter, and the battle's layout did not please them. Michael turned to Catherine, asking if she would be able to land properly if she was in the air. To the girl's surprised face, he replied that he had gotten one good but risky idea. Catherine then said that she had a skill called Chunk Clear that made her immune to all fall damage. Michael replied that it was enough for he would be able to hit the Muri and harm himself if the plan worked. With those words, he grabbed the girl by the waist and said they were on their way out. And it made Catherine a little uncomfortable. Michael activated the Steel Wing skill and jumped off the helicopter with the girl. Martin and Kim, watching this, decided that the guy was literally out of his depth trying to do everything on his own. However, they couldn't just stand by and watch either, so they too jumped off the helicopter. Catherine said that Michael was indeed insane, but she wouldn't deny it. He replied that he was glad the Chinese hunter had pissed off Akutagawa Neman. To Catherine, he told the girl he used the power as soon as it opened. In the meantime, he added that he had to leave her. And with those words, the lad increased his speed, leaving the girl behind. Peter, meanwhile, was still fighting Akawa, but he quickly realized that his opponent was very strong. The guy attacked using his techniques, but they were a bit clumsy in Akutagawa's eyes. Twelfth said that the Chinese man wasn't even able to properly concentrate the Kai energy in his fist. It still continued to use fist techniques. It was starting to annoy him a bit. The Heavenly Dragon sword swung long for a decisive strike. Using the Pireki energy released, he didn't have time to finish the guy off. He noticed some new enemy approaching him from the air. This surprised the merman a bit, but he had no plans to retreat. Still, he had to admit that the new opponent was fast. Michael pounced on him with his counterattack shield. It was a good move since it worked as both defense and offense. As a result, the Koopa couldn't react in time to better respond and flew backward a bit. There was a big explosion where Michael landed with the force he was rushing through the air. Akutagawa even hurt himself a little. He was on one knee, but hurt his left arm, which he used to block the blow. In front of him stood a guy in a red tailcoat who had literally appeared straight out of the sky. Michael, meanwhile, told him falling from the real sky is something you could do twice. Akutagawa was a little annoyed by the remark, especially since Michael said it without taking the overall situation into account. So he asked, "What's your name?" To this, Michael replied, "I've been looking for you so actively, but somehow didn't know who was in front of me." When he finally came face to face with Akutagawa, he activated the first rank Yashin's blood skill, reducing any pain by 40%. Michael responded by activating the will of the Swordmaster Chi, preparing himself for any attack from the minion. The man only said quietly, "I wonder who you are," except that you turned out to be a weak scoundrel. Oh, and to top it off, you're using a fake sword. With those words, Akutagawa struck out with his fists. He was furious that such a man could defeat Albert and refused to believe it. But Michael didn't care a bit about his words. He figured he should attack since the guy didn't have a gun, except the man wasn't using bare hands. In a flash, Michael extended his arm and summoned a sword. They collided and a great tension hung in the air, making the earth shudder. Michael activated the shield, thinking they'd done a lot of damage when they jumped off, but that didn't seem to be the case. His counter shield also shattered in one attack. At this rate, it would be difficult to use. In front of him, he saw a sword completely made of energy and mana. It must have been a true sword che, Michael thought. He had never seen such a weapon before. So he attacked from a distance, using the lightning chi sword. A large wave crashed down on Akutagawa, but for some reason, the guy was in no hurry to block it. Instead, he suddenly swung his sword and unexpectedly shattered the attack with the power of his sword. At that moment, two more challengers appeared behind him, intent on attacking his blind spot. Martin and Kim simultaneously struck where Akutagawa had been standing just a second ago, but he was able to bounce back in time. However, that wasn't the end of it. Catherine was already rushing toward him from behind, all her equipment ready. The girl activated her flame suppression skill and launched her hand at the merman's body. He tried to dodge, but there was another explosion. Catherine realized that the boy had still managed to keep her from touching him. Only the robe had been affected. Meanwhile, Martin pointed upwards, warning everyone where the enemy would be attacking from. Akutagawa stood on the lantern, saying they kept getting in the way of his fun. So he'd get rid of them. The instincts of hunters who had been through many battles screamed one thing. This attack was impossible to block. Akutagawa knew this very well in himself, which is why he directed it at them all, telling them to die. Kim, Martin, and Catherine realized that the only way to survive was to dodge this attack. That's what they did, but her range was much longer than the guys could have expected. When Michael was in Angela's possession, among other things, the girl gave him another technique. She said it was just an ordinary mana injection, but in the future, he would be able to activate complex techniques with it. Then the girl did something else and added that she had already administered an unusual injection, for this one would build a bond. Michael didn't understand a word of what she was saying, but he was honored to have a new ability. That Angela asked how he felt. The guy did feel a slight difference. He said that the first injection did feel normal, but he couldn't say that about the second. He described her as if the master of the White Crane was inside him. The girl smiled. She nodded and said, "It is now up to you to do the same with your sword, but you shouldn't have used it there because the technique could have failed due to admin interference." So Michael decided to use it in battle. And now, with Akunawa having such a dangerous attack, it was the right time. Skills and will were henceforth used by Michael, not through sword chi, but through his perception. He was using the first sword chi on Earth. The Tower of Trials was hit by player Michael Nonforth, and he even got a new achievement. Due to the increase in mana consumption by the will of the Chi's sword master, the restriction was removed. Michael thought he had finally completed the sword shy and turned to Catherine. He asked if she was all right. The girl replied positively, for at that moment he had used an attack of the same power. Thus, the blow was absorbed and the guy stayed alive thanks to him. Akudagawa laughed for some reason. He shouted, "This is exactly how the guy should respond. I was about to be disappointed in him." He added that the harder you try when building a castle, the more fun it is to destroy it. This time, Akudagawa was the first to attack, making a sharp lunge toward Michael, but the latter was alert. The guy thought that up until this point, all players from other dimensions had annoyed him, but this one was a real psycho. He blocked the Mimion's blow and jumped aside, joining his comrades. Michael asked Catherine to leave for a safer place, as it would be difficult for him to fight and protect her. The girl wanted to object, but then said that Michael was right. He himself was frustrated that he couldn't help again. However, the guy added that when the opportunity arose, they would use the plan with Catherine's fire. Afterward, all three of his friends fled the scene of the battle, but Michael knew they hadn't abandoned him. He, meanwhile, continued to fight with Akudagawa. They would come together and separate, each time with new attacks. Only traces of their sword energy glittered in the sky. Michael's was bright blue and Akudagawa's was yellow-white. The city of Tokyo-io shuddered from their battle. But none of the guys wanted to be the loser, so they continued on. Explosions occurred whenever the guys used powerful attacks, usually one attacking and the other responding. Kim, Martin, and Catherine realized why Michael had asked them to leave, as he had fought on a level playing field with this Marimian. But Kim objected. "I thought Michael was a little behind," he said. "At this pace, he might even die." Michael, however, was confident. He believed that after improving his C, he could fight the opponent. He remembered Angela saying that Akanagawa's swordsmanship was about the highest rank, but now it seemed to Michael that the opponent before him was simply a legendary fighter because he was incredibly strong. After some more fighting, Michael sank to his knees, unable to get up. He realized that he had used too much stamina. If he pushed himself any further, it would affect his actions. At that moment, he heard someone call out to him. It turned out to be Catherine, who threw him some kind of potion. The guy caught it and looked at her in surprise, as if asking what he should do with it. His confusion was taken advantage of by Akudagawa, who kicked the guy with his foot. He bounced backward, dropping the potion. Mormek caught it and said he'd drink it himself, so he passed on his thanks to Catherine. The girl and Martin watched as he drank it down to the last drop. After all, it was Catherine's only one. Michael clenched his teeth in anger at his inability to react in time, though he did manage something. Thanks to the potion, Akudagawa's stamina recovered a bit, he said. People always hope, and Michael was no different. He probably always told himself that he could win if he tried. But destroying such thoughts, the moment when optimism turns to despair, was the only thing that brought Akudagawa pleasure. With those words, he lunged at Michael again, intending to finish him off this time. Michael defended himself as best he could. Akudagawa noticed something about this guy. He didn't like it. He was getting the impression that there was still hope in the eyes of this challenger, even though he was close to defeat. Mormek gathered all his power. He gathered all his remaining strength into one decisive strike, aiming to end the battle. Michael barely managed to block it and was thrown back several meters, crashing into the ruins Akudagawa had already left behind. Still, he survived. Meanwhile, Mormek pressed forward with another attack, but was taken aback. Michael could hardly move, yet his eyes still burned with unyielding determination. "The Heavenly Sword Dragon," he shouted. Feel despair. His blade grazed across Michael's face, sending a sharp sting through his eyes. The pain was intense, but Michael refused to give in. His stamina was nearly depleted, yet he knew that if he focused every last bit of strength, he could still attempt one more decisive move. The real problem was that he could no longer see, making any counterattack nearly impossible. Despair began to weigh on him as he clenched his teeth, uncertain of what to do. At that very moment, Catherine suddenly rushed out of hiding to help. But instead of relief, Michael felt concern, because he knew that if his allies intervened recklessly, they might end up in danger themselves. He shouted for those to stay away, and even surprised Akudagawa a little. Merms was amazed that even while virtually on the verge of death, this guy cared about others. Suddenly, it all became clear to him. His comrades were the reason the guy wasn't desperate yet. Akudagawa had told him that. Catherine, meanwhile, attacked him with her fire technique. hoping to at least partially trap him. But Akuragawa was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the girl's back and swinging. Catherine didn't expect it, so she couldn't put up a defense in time and then felt the sword cleaving her back. Kim Hoon saw this and shouted for the girl to get out of there immediately, while he himself rushed at his opponent. His battle hammer split the air but did not hit the minion. Akuragawa watched them with interest. A few seconds later, he managed to overpower Kim as well, dealing damage to his head as he lost sight of him. Still, the guy's speed was even a little faster than Michael's, so no one could keep up with him. Michael, meanwhile, was blinded by Akuragawa. Gouging out his eyes, but he could feel his friends fighting. Mork, meanwhile, grabbed Catherine's head and walked over to Michael so he could hear her screams better. Then the guy brought his blade to the girl's throat, and the girl even stopped resisting to avoid the blade. Akuragawa laughed. Turning to Michael, he said, "Your friends are a little toasted." Michael screamed and called him a sick bastard, but Akuragawa only continued to laugh, delighted at his reaction. However, everyone had forgotten about Martin, who had a stealth skill that allowed him to get close to them. He used the ice grip technique and was able to free Catherine from Akuragawa's arms, who was frozen in ice. Martin ran with the girl, giving her first aid along the way. They should have gotten as far away as possible. Meanwhile, Akuragawa clenched his teeth in anger. His loot had just been stolen, and he was furious. A second later, he shattered Martin's ice barrier and prepared for a huge tub. In the blink of an eye, he was near them. They had already fled several meters, but they couldn't escape. Martin used the Zoba ball effect on Catherine. With the intention of sending the girl as fashionably further away, it was the only thing he could do. He decided to escape immediately, but unfortunately, he didn't have time. The stealth effect worked almost instantly, but the condition was that no one could touch him, or it would be useless, and so it was now. Akuragawa grabbed Martin's head. He threw him where he had defeated Kim a few minutes earlier, and the friends faced each other. Kim Hoon tried to stand up, but his strength was at its limit. He realized it would be enough to attack. Michael, meanwhile, thought it was the same as 7 years ago. He still couldn't protect anyone. Suddenly, the guy heard the squeak of a mouse, which for some reason had run into such a dangerous place. Soon, the squeaking intensified, and now a whole horde of mice were running in his direction. Such an uncountable number of mice that ran to the surface spoke to the fact that they recognized this battle as a disaster. Michael realized that this was his last chance. He gathered all his strength to make one last attack, except it wasn't directed at Akuragawa, but at the mice. Michael was using all their souls to restore their stamina. Akuragawa, meanwhile, had cut off Kim's arm and was about to do something else when Michael called out to him. Though he didn't see anything, he confidently told the guy to calm down, calling him a murmur pervert. But Akuragawa replied in the negative, saying he liked the guy's emotions better that way. While he was still saying this, Peter used his tub again, punching the merman in the stomach. The one didn't expect it, as an attack of this kind was indeed quite fast. Suddenly, the system gave a message that, due to the will of fire suppression, all his stats would be reduced. His sword chi was also blocked for 10 minutes. His fire sword was blocked for 10 minutes. Peter shouted that he was a hero of China and was still alive. But for some reason, he didn't risk fighting any further. After these proud words of his, he took Kim and Martin away, saying that they shouldn't have left this place now. Akuragawa got angry and wanted to catch up with him, but the system reminded him that he couldn't use sword chi for the next 10 minutes. This arrangement was very disadvantageous for the guy. He clenched his teeth and began to think about how he could do better. Then Morimek used one of his forced battle skills, firing hundreds of swords in the sky. They all collapsed into the square where the battle was taking place. Only Michael couldn't see them in time to dodge. This unique ability activated a barrier within a 30-meter radius that no one could pass through. Aikutawa angrily noticed that his sword sheet was blocked. However, he was free to use his body sheet. Bouncing toward Michael, he smugly asked, "What can the blind fool do?" Michael, on the other hand, stood as still as a statue, waiting until the end. He could realize when it happened, though. Soul Eyes can anticipate attacks. The guy thought this was already his end, including the edge of the barrier, but to his surprise, a full view of the situation opened before his eyes, even though they were closed. Somehow, Michael could see every pebble in the 30-meter zone where the barrier extended. As he lost his sight, he only began to see more and realized that he had been misusing his soul eyes all this time. It looked as if he had opened his third eye, which was exactly the technique Angela had passed on to him. The system reported that he had opened the true soul eyes, and the soul eyes skill had increased to rank 1. In this battle, he had put his life on the line and pushed his senses to their limits. As a result, the sixth sense skill had also improved to rank 1. He had survived a battle against a strong swordsman, so his Demon Slayer's skill would also improve to rank 1. In a short time, his body had endured many dangers, surpassing its limits. Akuragawa was surprised. Not only had the guy managed to dodge his blow, but now he was looking at him. He clutched his blade with confidence again, now looking even stronger than he had before. Michael himself realized that with these pumped-up abilities, he would be able to fight the weakened Ottawa on par. Michael attacked. Akuragawa defended. The Baramian didn't realize what had happened in that short time. For some reason, Michael's sword was getting sharper, and he was becoming stronger with every passing second. Michael activated the stealthy Shadow Step skill, and his movement speed increased by 30%. He added instant acceleration, favoring the wind, which boosted his speed by another 70%. Finally, he activated the Chaotic Sword skill, adding another 20% to his sword attack speed. But even with all those skills, Michael realized he was falling behind Akuragawa. It was too risky. After all, at this rate, he'd soon run out of steam, and his opponent would have all restrictions removed in 10 minutes. The only thing left was to win in close combat, as he had the advantage of his sword. Michael suddenly threw it toward his opponent, and Akuragawa thought the guy had lost his mind. Of course, he dodged the attack and smiled evilly. For now, Michael had lost his weapon as well. Akuragawa taunted, "You made a mistake." Being cornered, Michael attacked him with his fist. Michael, in turn, dodged the blow by ducking backwards. His plan was different. He used what the Steel Blood Lord had given him, the Iron Blood Sword. When his will activated, a new flaming red blade emerged from the guy's leg. Akuragawa was unprepared for this, so he was unable to put up a defense. The sword went through his body. Blood gushed from the merman's mouth, and he bent, but did not fall, remaining standing with the sword still lodged in his body. The blade scraped through his stomach. Victory suddenly seemed within Michael's grasp. It was only necessary to finish his opponent off. Akuragawa realized he needed to react quickly if he hoped to recover in time. At this moment, the will of the Rule of Fire expired, along with the unique ability of forced battle. The barrier was gone, which meant other challengers could intervene again. This was bad. Akuragawa pulled out the Stone of Return, muttering that next time he would see it through to the end. In the next instant, a gate appeared, seemingly leading back to the Change of Myrm. Martin and Peter shouted that the enemy was trying to escape, and they couldn't let that happen. At that moment, everyone realized that if they didn't kill Akuragawa now, it would spell disaster for the Earth. The challengers were at their limit, but they couldn't afford to hesitate. Every single one of them was determined to give their lives to defeat him. They pounced on the merman, saying they wouldn't let him escape, just as he was about to walk into the portal. The guy looked around and marveled that they still had the strength to fight, even though they seemed to be at their limit. It also pissed him off that they made it sound like he was running away. He had never run away before. Anger betrayed his strength. He raised the flaming sword and used it to end everything here and now. An incredibly powerful pillar of fiery energy shot toward the challengers who were charging at it. Catherine opened her eyes in surprise. She had never seen anyone with such a powerful fire energy technique before. The next instant, the entire Shinjuku neighborhood was flooded with bright light from an explosion on the outskirts of the city. Buildings within the range of Akuragawa's attack crumbled like houses of cards. Michael, who had time to run forward, activated his counterattack shield, but it didn't fully work. The system issued a message: the damage received from the enemy's attack could not be repelled. The shield was destroyed. The guy's arm was torn off, and Martin rushed to him with a healing technique, but Michael didn't think about it. He said the enemy is still here and glanced at Akuragawa, who decided not to go into the portal after all. Mohammed said he could have killed the guy with one punch and asked, "Do you really want to follow through with it?" It was disgusting, but Michael didn't know what to say. The enemy was really strong. Akuragawa took one last look at Michael, then said, "I'll be back again," before stepping into the portal. This time, no one interrupted him. Everyone was already at their limit, and there was no point anyway. Michael collapsed to the ground, and everyone rushed to help him get to the base. Meanwhile, Akuragawa had returned to the Myrma dimension, where his subordinates and servants were already waiting for him. They rejoiced at the return of their master, but he suddenly fell to his knees and spat up blood. The servants immediately went to fetch the doctor. Akuragawa vowed to take revenge on Michael Nonforth at all costs. That one was also lying in a Tokyo hospital at the time. He only regained consciousness in the evening. He tried to get up, asking, "Where am I?" Julia, who was on duty beside him, laid him back down gently. "You shouldn't move yet," she said. "You're badly scarred." But Michael didn't care. Then Julia confessed, "I don't even know how to thank you for your great sacrifice." Instead of answering, Michael suddenly stretched out his hand from where it hadn't been a second ago, surprising the girl. It was the Ash Blood skill that triggered it, allowing him to regain his arm. The first thing he did was ask, "Where are the others' rooms?" He decided to visit Catherine first. It turned out to be a bit of an awkward encounter. Catherine had just finished her physical and was sitting half naked. Martin wasn't doing much better. He had been prescribed crutches after breaking his leg in battle. Seeing Michael, however, pleased him. He was especially happy to see that his friend had regained his arm. Martin also noticed the slap mark on Michael's face. Michael explained, "I went into Catherine's room, and judging by her strength, she's fine." Michael then said he didn't see Kim-hoon in his room, asking if Martin knew where he was. The man replied that he had only seen him in the morning, adding that the friend was now in a bad state. Still, he had lost his right arm, which Akudagawa had so brazenly chopped off just for fun. It was already evening when Michael went to the roof of the hospital for Martin's advice. There he saw Kim. Toth noticed that the guy had healed his arm with the skill and said that it never ceased to amaze him. In turn, Kim showed him his wound, saying that he knew his right arm could not be saved. He went in to add something else, but Michael suddenly said he was sorry it had turned out this way. He added that it wouldn't have happened if he were stronger. Kim interrupted him, telling him not to worry. After all, he also had a suitable skill in his arsenal. The guy demonstrated it by covering his arm with a strange armor. They approached the balcony, and Michael confessed that he conquered the tower just for the power, as if he'd been possessed by something. Kim replied that it wasn't so bad because it was probably that drive that made him so strong. He added, however, that the strong should help the weak. Himself, at least he sincerely believed this. Michael nodded, saying that he had learned a lot from this battle and admitted that he had forgotten something very important. Then Kim said, "It's a relief that such a strong man isn't an evil psycho." He suddenly took off his mask and lit a cigarette, offering one to Michael as well. But Michael shook his head. "I don't smoke or drink." The boy looked at his friend's face, which could now be seen in every detail. He marveled, for his face seemed incredibly familiar to him. Michael froze with surprise as he looked him over. Kim-hoon smiled gently, still holding the cigarette in his teeth. "I forgot to introduce myself," he said. A few days later, they were all fully recovered from their wounds and stood for photos for the world's press. Each of them was interviewed, especially Michael, who was asked to share all the details of his battle. Michael also handed Catherine her necklace, which the girl had forgotten when she changed clothes. The gesture really pleased her, and she smiled at the guy. And the guy had to admit that the girl was beautiful. Martin, Peter, Catherine, and Kim headed toward the exit of their hospital, saying goodbye to Michael because he still had things to do. He put on his red vampire, Count's tailcoat, but suddenly noticed that there was some sort of change with him. The design of the tailcoat had slightly improved while he was in the hospital, and now it looked even a little better. His equipment was also polished to a shine. From Japan's point of view, they were heroes, so it made sense. Michael lay back on the bed, contemplating the fact that he hadn't planned on becoming so famous in the 3 days he'd been on Earth. Checking his phone, he saw a video of his battle. Turns out they had been filming from a helicopter the whole time. Reading the messages, Michael noticed that he was compared to a sword ghost praised for his skill. He was flattered by the title, but he hadn't expected that Kim-hoon himself would be the Lightning Emperor. Even among the 30 hunters of epic rank, he was rightfully considered the strongest in Korea from this troop. He defended the portals with a speed that other epic rank hunters, like Frank, couldn't even dream of. Then, on the roof of the hospital, he admitted that he wouldn't mind recruiting the guy to join him and held out his business card. Meanwhile, his time on Earth had expired. Michael prepared to go to the tower again. Still, he knew he should have gotten stronger to wear the title of Transparent Sword deservedly. A moment later, he was already sitting on the bed in his 11th floor waiting room, taking advantage of its effects. Michael thought he'd learned some lessons from his fight with Akudagawa, even though he'd almost lost his life. It was about stamina, which he appeared to lack, especially for long battles. Ash Blood was a recovery skill that boasted efficiency among all his other skills. However, it didn't activate if his stamina was at 0, so it was time to get a new skill. The only problem was that all the skills looked pretty good, but Michael knew what to do. The best way to deal with doubt while shopping was to buy up everything in stock. He bought the skill Auto Recovery Rank 3, Absorption of Moonlight Rank 4, Sunlight Absorption Rank 4, and Overgrowth Rank 2, spending almost all of his points. Michael's account had already been charged 55,000 points, but he realized he could still afford another skill. He chose the Rank 2 Blood Call for an extra 20,000 points. What interested him most were its characteristics. After all, he had accumulated enough points to acquire all the skills he needed. Now he could get to the fun part. Michael used his unique skill synthesis ability, starting with the most compatible skills. The first skill he successfully created was Rank 2 Photosynthesis, which allowed him to absorb mana from light. It was already impressive. However, Michael decided to add Blood Call to enhance the effect. A new skill emerged, Rank 2 Blood Contract, which allowed him to harness energy from creatures he defeated during challenges. This time, Michael realized he hadn't fully succeeded. The skill rank didn't increase and the effects of photosynthesis disappeared. He then decided to purchase the Blood Zone skill again, since he still had plenty of points. Now he wanted to try combining Blood Contract with Blood Call, and see the result. As a result, he gained a new skill of rank 1, Blood Seeker, which indicated that the synthesis had been successful. It was truly astonishing, for now, he could extract health, mana, and stamina from blood. It was also said that he could control it, but Michael didn't realize that yet. He decided to check things out visually. He cut his hand immediately, noticing that the blood droplets rose into the air instead of being healed by the skill. It was amazing. He really could control blood in the true sense of the word. The guy could give it any shape he wanted. Michael decided to try something. He extended his finger and to his surprise noticed that he didn't even need to make a cut to draw blood. At least not much. As a result, he reasoned that this skill would be quite useful, so it was worth saving. He went back to synthesizing as he still had a perfect the Eye of Truth skill. This time he had obtained a high plus rank Fire Dragon Eye skill, which allowed him to see invisible things. An added effect was that he could see all the information about the items and recognize the lies. Michael looked at his items with new eyes, seeing phrases that were not previously in the description. It was said of the vampire Count's tailcoat that it could temporarily create a blood shield. Now he turned his attention to his sword. It was said that the sword's true ability would unlock when the user reached the maximum stage. Michael suddenly realized that he was talking about the same flaming sword that Kuragawa had used to destroy an entire district of Shinsuku. It appeared that only those who had reached the flaming sword stage could awaken its true ability. Michael decided not to pull the cat by the tail. Instead, he chose to continue improving himself in the Tower of Trials. The theme of the 11th floor test was a mental challenge where he had to break through all 7 gates. He was given 7 days to do this, and the penalty for failure, as always, was death. When Michael was transported to the right place, he suddenly saw a man in front of him who greeted him. In front of him stood a man on one leg who said, "From now on, you will fulfill God's test." He explained that the 7 supreme tests of the god Ares awaited him, and now he was in the Temple of Testing. Seeing, however, that the boy didn't understand a word, the man sighed at having to explain everything again. He began by saying that tests at the Temple of Verification are pretty simple. At the beginning, they will check your body, and at the very end, they'll get to the hardest part, the mental check. It's very easy to break through the gate in which the high priest will be waiting for you. All you have to do is convince them or kill them, but at any cost, get through. When he finished explaining, the man suddenly put his foot down, saying, "We will now proceed to the first test." He pounced on Michael, attacking him from all sides, but the guy had no trouble fending off all of his attacks. He thought that such strength was enough to become a challenger with the qualifications of a pioneer. Unfortunately for the man, however, Michael was in no mood to lose any extra time here. So he activated the Bloodseeker. This time, he took the form of a firearm, aimed and then fired at the enemy. The man wasn't prepared for this turn, but it was too late. A bloody bullet ran through his skull. He fell to the ground dead. Michael thought he'd gotten a really ratty skill. He absorbed the spirit of the first priest, Johan, and his skill increased by 5.8%. Then, all of a sudden, the guy got a lot of messages from admins who happened to be watching his fight. They were new this time, and given their nicknames, Michael thought he'd attracted the right kind of attention. Next, he read that the Steel Blood Lord was shocked by his actions. The White Crane Sword was upset. Angela was probably resentful that he hadn't told her he was going to the trial, but the guy had other things on his mind. He walked over to Priest Johan's body and pulled some sort of shiny, disc-like object from his pocket. To find out for sure, Michael activated the Fire Dragon Eye skill and read the following information. Priest Divine Mirror rank 2. Plus, could use Divine Shield once with it. That was the end of the basic information, but the guy also read that he might be coming to prove his destiny. Therefore, using this mirror was more like a disposable protective barrier. In the meantime, Michael walked on, crossing into another testing room where another priestess was already waiting for him. Now sitting in front of him was a girl who Michael had to point out was quite attractive. Unlike Yan, who sat on one leg, she had a throne on which she sat proudly with her leg tucked behind her. When Michael asked if she would be grading his passing of the second test, the priestess responded positively. She introduced herself, saying her name was Jane, and that she was indeed in charge of the second trial here. At first glance, she seemed pretty nice to the guy, but then the girl threw a chair at him. His opinion quickly changed. Michael said, "Since you're using violence, I can use the same tactics." Still, it only meant that he was indeed undergoing a body check, so he should give his best. The girl, meanwhile, attacked him from a new angle. She clearly underestimated his abilities. From somewhere, she suddenly had a sword, which she swung right at Michael's head. But he managed to dodge. To his surprise, the guy noticed that she also had sword chi, only the energy was glowing pink in color. However, this variant of the sword was similar to the one he had used before, which meant it wasn't as strong. Michael used his Swordmaster Chi skill in response and attacked the priestess with a powerful stream of energy. The girl didn't expect this challenger to possess such a great sword chi skill. That's why Michael's attack repulsed her. She didn't understand how a normal player could use aura. Michael replied with a counter question, asking why not if you're using it yourself. He then quickly approached her, grabbed both of her wrists with one hand, and told her to speak about the confirmation. The priestess asked, "What are you up to? You could have just killed me and moved on, but you didn't." Michael continued to hold her against the wall, waiting for an answer. The girl, however, was in no hurry to speak. Then Michael didn't wait any longer. He turned to Jane again and said, "Just explain the ordeal to me." The girl finally spoke, telling him there are 2 more body tests awaiting you, then 2 of faith, and 1 for consciousness. But suddenly, Jane released one hand and grabbed Michael, telling him that he had better give up before the final test. After all, the girl added, no one had passed it yet. Every last one of them had gone mad or died from bleeding. Just in case, Michael checked the veracity of her words with the eye of the fire dragon. But the girl was telling the truth. Jane said that, as her last words, she would like to thank him for such a fight. Then Michael added that he wanted the girl to tell them if there was any way she could have avoided death. But Jane answered in the negative, saying that she was not afraid of death at all. All of her eye would simply go back to God, she said. Seeing how enthusiastically she said it, Michael slit her throat, thinking it was pointless to drag it out any longer. After devouring her soul, his skill increased by 8.8%. But for some reason, the guy felt disgusted. Either the mood was bad, or all these priests were obsessed with their god. Nevertheless, he continued onward. It wasn't long before he approached the door of the 3rd room. Michael swung it open, preparing to see another priest in front of him, but he still couldn't hide his surprise. This time, he was met by a middle-aged man who introduced himself as Lucilian, the future sword god of confirmation. With those words, he thrust his blade forward, declaring that today he would test the lad's martial arts. Therefore, Michael had to prove that he was worthy to pass on, otherwise death awaited him. As expected, the old man also wielded sword chi, and his skill was vastly different from Jane's. Michael even noticed that though unsteady, the man was holding the very same flaming sword. This kind of blade already spoke volumes about the 3rd trial, but Michael was prepared to overpower it as well. He realized that it looked like he was going to have to risk his life, so he threw himself into the attack without thinking about losing. However, during the first exchange, the lad realized that something was wrong with this priest's sword wielding. After all, as well as his body's capabilities, were inferior to Michael's, so he couldn't match the guy. But that didn't stop Lucilian from continuing to attack him, each time trying to land at least a small hit on his body. But much to Michael's surprise, although the old man was inferior to him in skill and prowess, for some reason the guy's sword was being destroyed. After seeing Akutagawa Namon use the flaming sword, Michael thought it was an advanced skill. But while fighting Lucilian, the guy thought that maybe Akuragawa Pubal was just too damn strong. It really didn't depend on skill. Michael was already fully convinced that his sword was losing. Lucilian kept attacking him, not allowing time to respond, so the guy couldn't accumulate strength. He suddenly turned to Michael, saying that although his sword was strong, it was beyond his power to destroy the sword in his hands. He added that it could only be destroyed by those who could endure what could not be seen. Michael, meanwhile, analyzed his opponent and concluded that he was stronger than him, but the flaming sword was ruining the whole situation. It was a little annoying because it felt like when someone dumber than you gets good grades. Michael decided he didn't care about what couldn't be seen, and prepared to attack again. Their blades met once more, and Michael exerted the maximum amount of force to overpower the priest. But the man said, only those who can withstand the hidden can create a sword that cuts through anything. Lucilian's words were already irritating him beyond belief. With that thought, Michael pounced on the man, managing to punch him in the throat. Blood splattered everywhere. Michael also realized the difference between the ordinary sword chi and the flame sword, recognizing the source of the latter's power. There was a will growing strong enough to become real. The guy was finally able to use it himself. Lucilian, meanwhile, bent over in pain, wiping the blood away with his hand. He hadn't expected anyone to understand the secret of the sword. Suddenly, the old man shot up with joy, exclaiming, "You have a perfect flaming sword, now that I had." Michael didn't understand why the priest cared more about his achievement than his own death. Lucilian held out a trembling hand to him, saying that the lad had passed his test and could now move on. He added that Michael had successfully validated his martial arts and could maintain it. Seeing that the old man was finding it increasingly difficult to speak, Michael swung his sword, saying, "I will end your suffering." When he absorbed the old man's soul, the mastery of the unique characteristic increased by another 14%. This was enough for his current rank to reach perfection and change to a higher rank. His necromancy was now rank 1, which meant there was probably an additional effect in the description. Michael was already excited and decided not to delay. He immediately went into the store and found the right tag. This was his sixth additional effect, which allowed him to absorb his opponent's will along with his soul. Seeing this, Michael couldn't hide his surprise. In fact, he now had a skill for absorbing willpower. He thought his characterization never ceased to amaze him, and after all, it was only another rank 1. Opening the window with his stats, he noticed they were almost reaching 100, which was very impressive. He had previously thought that he would never reach this level, but now the result was right in front of him. Michael absorbed the souls of all 3 priests as stat enhancements, and his strength increased by as much as 8. He also gained one of Lucilian's skills, unyielding will of the highest Minas rank. There was no one in the room during the last body test, which was quite strange considering all the priests before were sitting right in the center. Suddenly, Michael heard someone's voice coming from somewhere above. Oddly enough, he froze in surprise. When he turned around, he saw a boy soaring through the air using real wings. This time, Michael decided to attack his opponent first, even though he didn't know his opponent's ability yet. The boy had no trouble dodging Michael's powerful jet of aura and noticed that the guy didn't seem to be in the mood for conversation. But then the boy added that it was even better this way, because they could get right down to business. The boy spread his wings, introducing himself as Priest Kareen. He said he would test Michael's body according to the rules. The system informed Michael that he had met a strong opponent, so he activated the unyielding will skill. The boy himself had already realized that Michael's energy was incomparable to the previous priests. Kareen, meanwhile, activated his sword Che. The guy had reached his true form. Plus, he didn't look fake. Michael barely managed to dodge his attack, bouncing off to the side. Except he hadn't calculated that the room was made of large mirrors which reflected the attack back at him. If it weren't for the Dragon Fire Eye skill, the guy would have been dead from a back attack he couldn't repel. Michael realized he should attack while the opponent had used his sword Chai earlier. With that thought, he pounced on the boy. The boy flew even further back, higher this time, to defend himself. Then, immediately, he went on the counterattack, flapping his wings with such force that Michael was sent flying in another direction. As Michael fell, Kara had already prepared to finish him off with a new attack from his true sword. But to his surprise, the guy quickly pushed himself off the ground and was beside him again, blocking the attack. He just didn't want him to launch that beam again, especially since the flaming sword was already new to her. Here, Michael suddenly thought he realized how this priest probably always won battles. So, the guy clenched his blade tighter and activated his aura, saying that this time it would be different. Carrion, meanwhile, prepared to attack again, intending to launch her across the room of mirrors. However, when she saw that the guy was getting ready for something new, she smirked. "I'll prepare a little surprise for you, too," she muttered under her breath. It turned out to be her new attack, beams coming from 4 directions at once. All 4 emitted incredible power. Reflecting off the mirrors in the room, they quickly reached Michael, who was standing downstairs just watching. Then there was an explosion. Carrion thought another challenger had been finished. However, the system gave a message, build-up complete. When the fog cleared, the priest saw everything for himself. It appeared Michael had used the counterattack shield at the last second, absorbing the damage from all of her beams. Now, his shield released all the damage it had absorbed, and Michael aimed it directly at Carrion, enhancing the attack's subtlety. The beam went right through, cutting Kine's stomach, something she wasn't prepared for, so he couldn't dodge it. The boy spit up the blood, amazed that this was the first time he had found someone who could inflict such an injury on him. He asked the guy with a smile on his face what that was now. He didn't think the guy had magic. The priest was then asked if Michael had divine will. The priest replied that he didn't know what it was. Kine then announced that he had passed the 4th test. He had not run away from the battle and had emerged victorious. The priest died, and Michael absorbed his spirit, increasing his skill by 13%. A message followed. It said that he had also absorbed the opponent's will, since he was stronger than him. It became rank 2 plus divine power. Seeing this, Michael thought that the priest must have used it as mana. Now it had been transferred to him as well. He could feel some energy in his heart, but he couldn't control it, for it was different from mana. After that, the guy absorbed Kine's soul, improving his stats. His strength increased by 4, while his dexterity and stamina each added 3 more points. Mana increased by 4 and strength increased by 5. A short time later, Michael was already standing on the threshold of room 5, facing a test of his will. An old man greeted him there, calling him a martial arts enthusiast. She explained that the guy was determined to win to grow, and one day become the strongest. That was why he was so obsessed. Michael thought about it. He really didn't want to get stronger, but the idea of being the strongest never crossed his mind. He thought his grandmother was exaggerating, but the woman suddenly said something that caught him off guard. She wasn't exaggerating. Everything she said came down to the bottom line of his endeavors. The mere fact that she had read his mind was alarming. But on top of that, the old man was now standing at his back. This was something the guy didn't notice, and he was surprised by her agility. However, he also remembered that she was his opponent. Michael swung his sword, but to his surprise, the grandmother was nowhere to be seen. Then he heard her voice in his head. She added that it wasn't a test of physical ability, but a test of faith. It finally clicked. Such movements were impossible. The lad realized then that the priestess had invaded his mind. It was a strange feeling, like being in a challenge, yet he couldn't affect the opponent. His energy suddenly left his body, and a wave of unsettling sensations filled his mind, reaching toward his face. His whole body seemed guided by unseen hands, and before him appeared the astonishing figure of the priestess. Before he could react, his grandmother appeared, and Michael felt as if he had failed this trial. But the next moment, everything stopped. He was back, standing in room 5 of the ordeal, facing the little old man. His grandmother revealed that he had passed the 5 gates, even though the nature of his faith was unusual. She explained that the 5th gate begins with observing mental images. In other words, only those with an unshakable will can truly explore their inner world of images. She sensed that unwavering determination in him, a strong desire to improve and grow. She added that if he wished to surpass her, a frail old woman, he should act quickly. However, to her surprise, Michael replied that he would not do that. Such a response was quite unexpected. The priestess even questioned for a moment whether she had read his thoughts correctly. Then she asked him why he had thought so. Michael reminded her that she herself had said the test had been passed, so he can see the point in killing her. He couldn't even understand why she would ask something so obvious. But it was an unexpected turn for the priestess. She said she thought he would have done well, even if she had given him the official 5-day trials. After that, she patted him on the shoulder, telling him to go on. She wished him success as he went through all the gates. Michael thanked her and did indeed go on. However, his view soon became severely restricted. He realized the surface of the mirror had been swallowed up by darkness. Very soon, he found himself in a void where nothing could be seen. Suddenly, he heard someone come close to his ear and whisper a greeting. It was a girl. Michael quickly realized that he had just met the priestess of the 6 gates. He swung his sword to get her to disengage. He wondered if he was back in the world of mental images. And the girl's voice confirmed his guess. She introduced herself as Priestess Henner, saying she planted the seed so he could enter the world of mental imagery. Suddenly, Michael realized as the old man clapped him on the shoulder that it might have been a sign for another priestess. In reality, the purple smiled at him, telling him not to let the guy worry too much about it. She would keep a good eye on his physical shell while he was in the mental image world. Michael thought that for some reason, he wanted to be even more nervous about it, but the girl didn't mind. Then he asked, how should I have my faith tested in this trial? Anna noticed with a smile on her face that the guy immediately changed his tone after she put the knife to his throat. But then the girl explained that he was now in the world of his mental images. Here, he just had to try to see from the northern world of images, and once he did, the gate would open. She added that the world of a person's mental images depended largely on their beliefs, but no one had the power to oversee its creation. Michael clarified, asking, do I need to see something like my thought patterns in that void? Her replied that he had hit it right on the mark again, so she could begin her test of room 6. She announced the start of the 6th trial, and suddenly, Michael felt the water right at his feet. It was as if he were standing on water, and then he failed, beginning to sink deeper and deeper into the bottom of his consciousness. Of course, everything felt real to him. He even held his breath, so he wouldn't swallow water in this state. Hannah, with a slight tone, mentioned that she had forgotten to inform him that the pain in this state would feel like the real thing. So the guy had to find a solution to this problem as soon as possible, or he would drown without any water around. Suddenly, to the priestess's surprise, Michael activated the Serene Mind skill. He was rank 2, and his strength kept him from losing his composure. The restrictions of the mental imagery began to weaken. Now the situation was improving. The guy was out of panic and could hold his breath longer. Henner was impressed. Not only had he managed to escape the mental imagery pool, but he was also moving his body. The girl noticed with some delight that this challenger was able to defend himself, even on an unconscious level. Henner even had to jump away from him because Michael swung his sword and almost left the girl headless. However, this was only his physical body. Mentally, he was still submerged in the waters of his mental images. Henner didn't understand how this was even possible. In just about 2 hours, the guy had been able to completely regain control. Michael, on the other hand, was surprised by her words. He could say with certainty that it hadn't been more than a minute since he had been here. From this, he assumed that time moved much faster in reality than the world of mental images. It was dangerous, as he only had 7 days to complete this challenge. He couldn't afford to spend them all here. Michael thought that since he was able to feel his body again through the power of the skill, activating another skill should be possible as well. He activated the Fire Dragon Eye. With this effect, he could see his own world of images. Not even a few seconds had passed. The water suddenly receded from him, and he felt the ground beneath his feet, something solid to lean on. Michael wondered if he should call what he saw a sea of blood, because that's what it looked like. Veneer, meanwhile, grabbed her head, asking, how is it even possible that the world of images has opened up to him? But Michael had already realized that the test had been passed. He activated his steel wings. Upon seeing them, the girl asked, are you definitely human? You possess monstrous powers. Instead of answering, Michael lunged at the priestess, intending to finish her off from nearly ruining him. While conducting the attack, he thought about the world of mental images he had seen with a fire dragon eye. It looked extremely ominous and unsettling, though Michael had no clue what it could mean. The guy activated the technique he had borrowed from Akanagawa, and a multitude of swords appeared in the sky. Michael directed them all to the image of his thought world, which still instilled fear and anxiety. He also pulled out his blade, which had taken on a new coloration, indicating improvement. Following the swords, the guy himself landed, shattering the notions of his world and bringing him back to reality. He turned to the priestess, asking why his world looked the way it did and if he had made it that way himself. It also appeared that he had passed the test of faith, but Michael didn't understand what that had to do with anything at all. Then Henner explained that the test of faith was merely a way of recognizing himself. It was amazing that people didn't truly understand what they believed. So that was the purpose of the test. The girl also shared that she had read in his mental image world a promise to herself to become stronger. However, even with such simple desires and thoughts, staying true to them was another story. At this, they parted. The girl wished him luck, and Michael swung open the doors to the last room of the ordeal. After reaching the 7 gates, Michael found himself in a completely different world, one that looked more like a fictional universe. Looking up, he saw a huge light coming from somewhere above. Soon, a message from the system appeared. It said that the god of verification was watching him right now. Michael realized that it wasn't just light. His hunch was soon confirmed. He noticed then how a real eye, like a human eye, was now looking at him. He remembered Jane telling him that no one had ever passed the 7th test before. Then, an unexpected force chained him to the ground, forcing him to bow to the god of inspection. Michael was open to memories from his childhood, where he trembled, huddled in a corner, fearing death. It was the very moment he lost his parents, and Michael realized he couldn't stand it. He swung his sword and stabbed his arm, after which the Ash Blood skill instantly activated. Michael shouted she was going to die helplessly, for it was possible to get through anything. This was what the Tower of Trials was for, so that even those without talent could shine. Michael didn't know if he would succeed in injuring that eye, called the God of Inspection, but it was worth a try. After all, if there was even a small chance, and if he got even a centimeter closer to the enemy, the guy knew he could chop it up. Because it was the only way to pass the test, he attacked with his sword, Chi, using a powerful Aurora Flow, intending to leave at least a patch on the god's eye. It looked pretty good at first, and the attack actually followed a trajectory right in the eye. But the closer she got, the worse Michael saw her, because his consciousness suddenly began to blur. He realized he was about to lose him, so he had to end this battle soon, though he didn't know how. Unexpectedly, the system informed him that the verification god was impressed with his stamina. It also mentioned that the god was pleased to meet a player with a strong spirit for the first time in a long time and asked him to prove his worth. The god of verification remembered him and warned him of the beginning of the 7th stage. Suddenly, the eye that had been watching Michael all this time closed. The guy was alone in this dimension. He sank to the ground, wondering what he should do next, for in fact, the god of verification was gone. But what bothered him the most was that gods did exist, and the messages from the system were proof of that. While he was still thinking about it, he suddenly saw a strange mirror appear from under the ground in front of him. It became directly in front of Michael, and he looked at it in surprise, wondering what it could be, as suddenly the system reported connecting to him from the future and beginning to synchronize. Then Michael began to understand little by little. He extended his finger and touched the glass of the mirror to see if it was real or fake. Suddenly, he saw Yan from the first stage of the challenge looking sad about losing his mirror. Michael still didn't realize anything, as suddenly something happened behind him. Everything behind him was flooded with a bright light. The boy looked around and was greatly surprised at what he saw. The room he was in had begun to disappear. Instead of the room, he now saw a street filled with people. It was Christmas, and it seemed to be celebrated in Korea. Then Michael saw the same man in the red tailcoat and realized with surprise that it was him from the future. Watching himself, he noticed that he must have been testing a new skill, because he walked into a back alley and cut his hand. Michael didn't understand why he was doing this on Earth, and it puzzled him a little. Then, it horrified him. For the next moment, people on the street began to fall and die from the power he directed at them. Michael screamed at himself that he was crazy. The system announced that the reflection assimilation percentage had increased to 10.0. The boy bent down, feeling weakness in his legs, but he couldn't relax. He gathered his strength again and swung his sword, cutting off the head of Priestess Yan, or rather, her image. In his mind, confirmation of the situation made him realize how important mental defense was. Michael regretted being without the cold mind skill. Meanwhile, he continued to watch himself from the future, a version that had already gone wild. He suddenly muttered, "I would have started a long time ago if I knew what it was like." The reflection assimilation percentage went up to 20. Michael was still stunned by his words and actions. He couldn't believe this was really his destiny. The system reported that he was receiving a key deviation due to the severe shock, which was completely out of place. His head felt bound by something incomprehensible. The guy felt like his mind wasn't listening to him, making it even worse. He also didn't understand why he had become so violent. For all of he was possessed of power, he wouldn't do such a thing. But the system seemed to want him to take action, reporting that his mana reserves would be decreasing from now on. Michael felt that she was already overwhelmed and grabbed her stomach. Then, everything suddenly changed. Now he was watching himself in another dimension, namely the world of Myrm, where for some reason he had ended up. Michael from the future asked the Myrmians to call the leader of the Alliance to him. He added that he would spare them in that case, but his words lacked enthusiasm. Then, someone mentioned that a ghost sword had recently appeared in Myrm, and apparently, it was Michael. A man stepped forward, introducing himself as the leader of the Alliance, Arnold Lee. He asked Michael what his name was, but he didn't have time to finish because Michael suddenly rushed at him, launching an attack that the current Michael didn't even know yet. In an instant, all the men who stood in his way were dead, and Arnold Lee was badly wounded. The latter asked if Michael wasn't ashamed for killing everyone he had promised to protect, because it was so low. But Michael replied in the negative, saying, "Guys like that are just cannon fodder for me. Then you'll tire me out." With those words, he approached the Alliance leader, chopped off his head, and headed onward. The reflection assimilation percentage increased to 30. This time, the real Michael coughed up blood for the dozens of times the mirror changed locations after he killed thousands of people. The guy was like a monster, steeped in madness and obsession with power and his stature. A mad monster who never loses. In a way, the system itself made him that way. The reflection assimilation percentage increased to 40, and Michael screamed from the pain that shot through his head. The reflection assimilation percentage went up to 50, and that was already half of all his suffering. But for some reason, as the percentage increased, Michael became more and more pleased. Meanwhile, he arrived from the future at a place with a different location. This time, it was located on Earth. Suddenly, someone kicked in the door, and Michael saw Kim Hoon, who, for the first time, was more than a little pissed off. He asked if Michael thought he could get away with it after what he'd done. And then suddenly, the real Michael noticed his future copy holding Martin's body in his hands. Along with Kim came Betty, who quietly asked, "Why did you do it?" The girl couldn't even look him in the eye. But then she desperately screamed, "Why are you killing people to get stronger? You've already accomplished so much." Michael responded, "Why ask such a stupid and useless question? He dumped Martin's body. After all, he said he actually kills people because it makes him many times stronger." Then Kim Hoon, heading toward him, asked, "Do you know you're controlling lightning?" He added, "In this weather, you better get ready to die," and his whole body electrified in an instant. He pounced on Michael, saying people like him should die. Michael spread his arms as if waiting for him. He remarked that even he shouldn't consider Kim Hoon an easy opponent, yet he was the almighty Michael Nonforth. In the next instant, Michael chopped Kim Hoon in half. The latter didn't even have time to use a single attack. Betty was alone now, and tears came to her eyes. Just now, 2 of her friends had died at the hand of a third. The girl screamed desperately for him to stop, begging him to wake up, and strangely enough, it worked. The real Michael could barely stand on his feet anymore. He realized that just one mistake, and he from the future would devour him. Already at 50%, his brain felt like it was tearing apart. He had to find a solution before it was too late. The reflection mastery percentage, meanwhile, increased to 60, and the mastery of his mana scheme skill decreased even further. The feeling was terrible. Michael swung his sword with the last of his strength, wanting to dispel all these thoughts. He could no longer look at it, for he could no longer distinguish between pain and pleasure. The percentage had reached 70. Suddenly, just when the guy thought he was already losing consciousness, he felt someone touch him. It was Priest Yan, who asked if he had taken his mirror. The lab remembered finding it. One of its characteristics in the description was its ability to create a barrier and lower the assimilation rate. Then Michael decided to grasp this chance like the last straw. He activated the Divine Mirror of a rank 2+ High Priest, and the Divine Barrier protected his mind from that moment onward. The deflected chi canceled, and he, from the future, froze with sword in hand beside the startled Betty. Suddenly, he felt like it wasn't even his body. He realized he had to free himself from its shackles. Screaming loudly, Michael pulled free of him, saying, "I will not allow myself to be consumed by you and do such things." He tried his best to keep the remnants of his mind protected by the barrier, and he succeeded. The system reported that he had gained a steely mind, and his stamina increased by 1. On that day, a big explosion occurred at the place where he was standing. In reality, the mirror shattered. The system alerted him that he had proven his faith was not broken. Then Michael read a message. The god of verification wanted to meet him and was forcibly summoning him. Michael didn't understand what was happening, but the system window said he was being summoned to the divine region. The god of verification could also use his power for the sake of power in the tower. The administrators could no longer watch Michael. For him, it felt like freefall, and he even screamed in panic. It was over as quickly as it began, and soon he found himself standing in the middle of the vast sky. Then he saw him, the god of verification, descending bathed in dazzling light. The god asked who Michael was as he sensed divine power emanating from him as well. Michael couldn't answer at first. Finally, he managed to ask whether the tower had created him too. The god suddenly asked the same question back. He wanted to know if Michael himself was a divine copy created by the tower, but Michael didn't understand. Then the god clarified that such beings are usually called administrators and asked whether Michael was one of them. Michael replied that he was just a normal player. After a moment of thought, the verification god agreed and acknowledged that Michael had his own divine power and independent thoughts. The god realized that they could not recreate the original using only divine copies, so they decided to make use of an apostle of the divine copy. But Michael thought he had only killed Kareen. Thanks to that, he had gotten divine power. But as the verification god pointed out, the guy had no idea what it was. Michael decided to say he was just lucky. But the god asked, could it just be luck to perfectly clear a god's footprints? He added that the guy might not have known, but it wasn't a mere coincidence as he clearly sensed cause and effect. The god thought that the Tower of Trials expected a lot from him. Those words made Michael wonder. He wondered how the tower could expect anything more from a regular player like him. But the god replied, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have said anything about it. The tower is now angry. He said, this is our time to say goodbye, but I'll be watching you. Michael wanted to stop him. He had so many questions like, what is cause and effect? What will happen to him in the future? The god of verification thought for a moment, seeing the boy sink to his knees from the sharp pain in his head. He concluded that he had looked too far into the future and told him to remember one thing. When you stare at the abyss for a long time, the abyss starts staring at you because it always wants to consume the mind. With these words, the god left him, saying that the lad would soon return to where he came from. Michael asked in desperation, can we still talk? But God replied that he had no choice. He added that he would answer all his questions at the Temple of Verification. He told him lastly, do not trust other gods. That was the end of his ordeal. As a reward, Michael received 70,000 points and 4,500 coes. He also saw that an old verification mirror of epic Minas rank had been added to the inventory. Once Michael was in the waiting room, he thought again about the god he had met for the first time. It was a being that told him everything about Kara's divine power. There was no accident. So the tower wanted the guy to take his power, and that was probably the cause and effect. Plus, the tower expected a lot from him. But even assuming all the admin tracks were her idea, Michael still didn't understand why the tower would do that. After all, he was just an ordinary player, one of millions of others. Administrators, divine copies, the power of the gods, and the creation of the real. The god's words jumbled in his head. Michael didn't understand anything, and it made him sad. But he remembered the verification god's last piece of advice. At the very least, even if the other gods considered him an enemy, they couldn't harm him thanks to the tower. Then suddenly there was a new expansion of the system. Earth was now becoming the official dimension of the tower. This created a defense against invasion, and players from other dimensions were penalized. More players like Michael Nodforth became visible to the admins again. They flooded in with messages of congratulations. Suddenly, Michael remembered the words of the god of verification, who had said that the admins were those very copies. It appeared that they were also connected to divinity. The thought made him wonder, could he trust them? After a moment, he realized he couldn't trust anyone, and bit his lip in frustration. Still, Michael was determined to find out more and set off into the iron-blooded world of his admin. His administrator immediately ran out of the hut and asked if he was hurt. However, instead of answering, Michael suddenly attacked the girl. She barely managed to dodge the blow. She stared at him, and Michael asked in a strange voice, are all the admins cooperating with the tower to use me? It was then that the girl realized her contractor didn't seem to be free from mind verification yet. Michael, meanwhile, attacked her again, wanting to hear the answer to his question, but the girl didn't answer. She dodged the blows with ease even though she wasn't wearing any equipment. That's when Michael changed tactics. He cut his hand, and she noticed. Come to your senses, she urged. You're not in your right mind right now. But Michael had cut his hand in order to use the Bloodseeker skill and shape it into needles. He pointed them at the girl, asking, are the admins in the tower really using players together? The girl jumped away from him. Defending herself from the attacks, she said, "The guy is saying nonsensical things," and then, feeling seriously fed up with the situation, told Michael, "Get a grip on yourself already." However, the guy asked her back, "Why do you keep telling me to come to my senses if I'm perfectly fine?" He then swung his sword, activating the chi, and the girl screamed, "Don't do it." It was too late, however. The powerful energy of his sword pierced the path to her home. The steel-blooded lord looked around, seeing her now half-destroyed house in front of her. The girl grew more than a little angry and asked, "Do you seriously think you can do anything?" She raised her hand, summoning a multitude of swords, all imbued with chi energy. They flew at Michael. Even though he noticed them, it was hard to dodge them all, so he decided to just hide. But the girl asked, "Where are you going?" She was suddenly right behind him, and Michael didn't even notice. Then she grabbed his head and slammed it into the snow that covered her domain. Michael went a little cold. He managed to put his arms out just in time, so he didn't end up completely in the snow. So he was able to continue the battle after all. The hand he was holding the sword was swung near the receptionist's face, but she managed to dodge. Seeing that the contractor wasn't wondering, she pointed her swords at him again, restricting Michael's movements. It took a while longer before the girl managed to stabilize the situation and grab the guy. She tied him up and hung him from the rubble of her house. When Michael came to his senses, he apologized. To this, the girl said that she would certainly untie him, but she was afraid that next time he would destroy her house. She set down the cup she'd been drinking tea from while Michael was recovering. She told him not to worry, for it seemed to her that when he came here, there was still darkness in him, and she would forever be a part of him. After all, even though he saw himself from the future, it was still him. So his suspicions of the admins weren't entirely true. She put it bluntly, saying that no one knows what the tower wants, not even they, the administrators. Michael then asked, "Does that mean the tower doesn't expect anything from me?" And the girl agreed that it did. She activated her sword chi and swung it towards the guy's body, who closed his eyes in excitement. But the girl had merely cut the rope by which he was attached to the wreckage of her house. She added that the tower had never revealed her wishes to the players, so she probably wasn't expecting anything specifically from him. However, judging by his hesitation, the girl noticed that someone had told him about it, and Michael agreed. He said that the god of verification had told him the tower was expecting something special from him. Hearing about the verification god, the girl suddenly smiled faintly. She understood the reason for his doubts. As she stood up from the table, she said that all administrators like him report to the tower. She also added that she was happy he liked the tea, saying it was made from black dragon urine. Michael froze with his mouth open, the redness of his tea oozing out of it. Now he was starting to feel nauseous. However, he quickly came to his senses, saying that the god of verification had also mentioned that the admins had entered into some sort of contract with the tower, but for some reason, the girl said she couldn't tell him about the divine copies yet. She added that the guy would find out very soon anyway. Then Michael asked one more thing. He revealed that Master White Crane had told him about her cherished wish that all the admins had. But Michael wanted to know, asking the girl why she would confide in him and reveal it. The girl hesitated for a moment, then suddenly replied that she was just scared. She continued, saying that Michael underestimated himself, but she saw how obsessed he was with his height. So, for the sake of his stature, she felt the guy would immediately want to take the test of a cherished wish. Hearing this, Michael thought he must have been so obsessed with height because he didn't have his talent. And the girl, as if reading his thoughts, said that very soon he would realize how much he had underestimated himself. After all, the test of the 12th floor was talent. With these words, he suddenly realized he was back in his room. He sat on his bed and thought that talent was a gift from heaven that could not be changed. In the hunter world, everything was divided into 3 parts: skills, stats, and abilities. These were known as the 3 gifts of a hunter. But Michael had none of them from birth. He couldn't acquire new skills, his stats never rose above the basic level, and he had no unique abilities. If he had talent, he might have become a strong hunter, even without the tower. The boy felt a hint of sadness at the thought. Then suddenly, he recalled the words of his administrator. "Soon you'll realize you've been underestimating yourself." The challenge on the 12th floor was, in truth, a confrontation with one's own self, where the participant had to overcome their inner limits. Michael realized it was pointless to just sit and dwell on it, since the test was meant to measure his true abilities. With that in mind, he opened his inventory and found a rank 2+ skill enhancement potion, one that increased the effectiveness of any skill by 10%. It was a reward he could receive from the Japanese government after the Akudagawa Naman incident. Catherine had given hers as well, leaving Michael with 3 of these potions. Without hesitation, Michael used one, and selected the skill Magic Control to improve. It was a skill obtained from the Dark Monarch on the 10th floor, and it was the core of the other skills. Improving it was beneficial, and the system reported that the skill had been successfully improved by 10%. The next item he chose was an old epic Minas rank verification mirror. Michael picked it to read more information using the Fire Dragon's Eye. The mirror stated that he could only gain the thoughts of the past skill the first time he used it. Michael activated the old verification mirror by using the skill once. As expected, the mirror activated and popped up a message saying the player was gaining a skill from thoughts of the past. It became the high plus rank concentration and combat skill, where the combat skills from thoughts of the past were sealed. Because of this, the skill's mastery immediately increased by 11%. He could also increase its concentration by 20 times, but only for a moment. After all, no one canceled improvements. Michael liked this. He realized that he was now ready for the 12th floor test and started it. The theme of the test was surpassing limits. The condition was to kill your copy within 48 hours. The penalty for failure, as usual, was death. The reward offered was the ash crown of an ancient emperor of high Minas rank. This time, Michael found himself in some kind of hall, something similar to one of the 11th floor test rooms. The system subtly reported that the blessing of the god of darkness helped the alien dude create guards. It was also said that the offender should consider whether he knew himself well enough to outlive Michael's appearance. The guy remembered his admin talking about how the copy on the 12th floor would be perfect. In other words, she would know and be able to do everything that Michael himself did. The copy also inherited his talents, so it was not to be underestimated. Michael decided he should give it a try and threw himself into the fight. As strange as that may sound, he also noticed that this copy was created by a certain god of darkness, and thought he began to cross paths with the gods often. However, this copy was very similar to him, judging from the words of the Steel Blood Lord that prompted him, as well as a used question ticket. The receptionist refused to help for nothing. The copy could only copy one item, and it was the Vampire Council tailcoat, which meant the copy had chosen protection. But Michael figured that if the copy was of good enough quality, it was a good way to gauge his skills. He activated instant acceleration, wind grace, and increased his speed by 70%. It was all to test his talent, for the lad still didn't understand what he was about. He also activated the concentration in combat skill, doubling it, and noticed an unexpected change. It was as if time had frozen around him, and he was the only one who could break through that shroud. Such was his new skill, and Michael realized that he really liked it, for that one was truly cool. Lastly, he activated the Flaming Sword, finding himself already almost at the head of his copy with the attack. And that one, seeing the guy approaching him from a height, also activated her skill in response to his previous ones. Bouncing to the side and dodging the attack, the copy activated the Iron Blood Sword and prepared to defend itself. However, Michael thought it was obvious and realized that the copy was probably using a counterattack shield now. And so it was, for he knew that this combination was the only choice for defense in this situation. Then the guy suddenly saw that his copy didn't stop there. His shield suddenly transformed into a powerful red blade, and now the enemy had two weapons. This movement surprised Michael greatly, for he had never thought that his shield had such a property. They stood looking at each other for a while longer. Michael used this time to analyze. Just then, the opponent prepared to fight in a two-sword style that even Michael himself didn't use. He thought that because such a transformation was wasting a lot of mana, he didn't use it himself. But if his copy mirrored his actions, then why did she choose such an ineffective method? Of course, Michael himself had also thought about using the shield as a weapon, but he hadn't dared to do so in actual combat. His copy, meanwhile, made his move, pouncing on him and attacking with two swords at once. Suddenly, Michael felt a surge of anger, wondering if his opponent thought this was just a workout. They met, and the fight began, but it was impossible to even determine which side had the initiative. However, Michael soon realized he seemed to be losing a bit to his copy in terms of fighting skills. Perhaps it was because the copy used two swords at once, or some other reason. But that was it. Michael didn't understand how this could have happened, considering he had the unbending will skill. In most areas, he had an advantage, so he activated indomitable will. He thought that if his physical strength was inferior to the copy's skill, and if the opponent could maximize his concentration, then this was entirely possible. But that didn't help Michael at all. He couldn't see how he could win at this point. Now he realized that his copy was the real problem. It used the same sword techniques as he did, but had two of them at once. And Michael was having trouble keeping track of each one in time to avoid getting hit. But they were definitely his technicians because the copy couldn't think of something that he didn't possess. Michael missed a kick, which was pretty hard, and he was thrown backwards into the wall. After feeling this attack, he realized that the copy no doubt also had the Blue Heaven Dragon Sword. His fighting style suddenly became similar to Akutagawa's, the one he used to kill almost everyone who came against him. Michael thought he'd only seen his technique once, but remembered it well enough to repeat it. The incredible power made it clear why he looked down on the skills he had gained from the tower. And because the Mimian didn't have a skill or ability, but a real technique. It really made Michael wonder. He asked himself if skills could surpass these techniques and remembered the words of the Steel Blood Lord again. Suddenly, he realized what she meant when she said he shouldn't underestimate his talents. The system, meanwhile, reported that he had encountered a strong opponent and his indomitable will skill had activated. This was a bad sign for the system, thought Michael, but the advantage was not his. That meant only one thing: his copy had gotten stronger. But how? Michael didn't understand. He knew he still had an advantage in subjects and skills, so he couldn't figure out how it happened, but it didn't really matter. Michael had activated the concentration in combat skill, increasing it tenfold. He figured that since he couldn't find a way to win, he used all his skills that the copy didn't possess. After a few seconds, however, the guy bounced off an opponent who wouldn't let him touch him. He wondered if the one was really on the same level as him, since the copy was just a monster. Michael then increased his concentration 15 times, reminding himself that what he had in front of him was just the fruit of the god of darkness. That meant he, as the original, could be him. And it worked. The guy was behind his copy's back. He swung around, glad he could finally get to him, and attacked with full force. He also knew that wouldn't be enough, so he activated the Steel Wing to maximum speed. His concentration, meanwhile, increased by 17% due to the effect of the skill, and Michael shouted. His copy looked even a little confused, for she hadn't expected such a turn, but the fight wasn't over yet. Suddenly, his opponent reached out towards the approaching Michael and strained the veins in his arm. At first, Michael didn't understand why he did it, but then it became clear as his arm burst and splattered everything with blood. It also worked as a blinding effect because Michael didn't have time to close his eyes and blood got in there. He slowed his attack for just a second, but it was enough for the copy to escape. His opponent ripped off his arm and fled. Michael was surprised, wondering if he could have gone for such a thing himself. However, the copy's actions didn't end there. He suddenly felt a powerful energy from behind him. Looking back, the lad saw his opponent was already on his feet, albeit with one arm, but he counterattacked it with his sword. In addition, it was not a chai blade, but a shield transformed into a weapon, so the attack was quite strong. Michael realized he didn't have time to block it, and wondered if it was going to end for him now. A powerful pillar of martial energy chi was directed straight at him, and the guy was left with only one thing to do. He didn't even duck. He just fell on his back to dodge the beam, and it passed him by. He then increased the concentration by a factor of 20, and the system reported that he was now exceeding all of his limits. This allowed Michael to regroup and get back to his feet. He then grabbed his head. His copy looked at him in surprise, for she didn't expect the guy to be able to avoid such an attack. And Michael suddenly laughed, saying, "I can't believe I almost said goodbye to my life." His look changed, and he asked, "How dare this pathetic copy interfere with me?" The guy was nothing like himself. The system reported that he was experiencing a mental kickback as a side effect of surpassing limits. His copy decided that the original's new look wouldn't be much of a problem, so she attacked again. Michael, despite all his concentration, couldn't see the approaching attack in time. As a result, he was thrown back quite a distance. The guy was amazed at the strength of his copy. He slammed painfully into the wall, breaking it wide open, but it was avoidable. He did it on purpose. After all, thanks to this encounter, he was able to injure himself, which meant that blood control was available to him. Michael extended his arm and attacked his opponent with rapid volleys. The latter was forced to dodge, but then one of his drops hit the copy's shoulder at high speed, and the copy was surprised she hadn't noticed it, but it was too late. Now was his copy's turn to shudder at the explosion. However, his opponent was smarter than he thought. The copy went behind his back so fast the guy didn't even notice. Then they clashed blades again. It went on like that for a while longer before both guys recoiled. Michael noticed that his opponent's ash blood skill was also working well, quickly healing all wounds. It made Michael angry, but he had to admit that his copy was incredibly strong. Meanwhile, their battle was being watched by the administrators, including the Steel Blood Lord. Something irritated the girl, especially since Michael had fallen for this trick before. She couldn't openly help him, but she didn't feel comfortable just watching either. The only thing she feared was the tower's reaction. Still, the girl decided to try her luck and contacted her contractor, but suddenly her screen cracked. The system warned that her messages were temporarily disabled, so she couldn't prompt. Meanwhile, Michael noticed that his arm wasn't obeying him. It twisted oddly to the side, and then he suddenly slapped himself, even though he hadn't thought to do it. In fact, it was all just a shell. The guy bounced off of his copy, leaving her unable to act while he was in that state. His condition was indeed dangerous. The real Michael had suddenly begun to break through. He screamed for his dark version to stop interfering with his body and leave him, but so far it was all in vain. Michael thought he had already dealt with the version of himself from the future, but it seemed to happen again as a side effect. He screamed in frustration, saying that it was already annoying him beyond belief. That was why he was beating himself up. The real Michael tried to free himself from the bloody shackles that held him back, but it was difficult. All of a sudden, someone's voice said he'd been fighting Hain the whole time. The guy almost died, and he didn't even thank him. This was sent by Michael from the future, or rather, the version of him that formed in front of the real Michael. Toth yelled for the guy to just get out of his body now, but he interrupted him, saying his original was a fool. He asked if Michael still hadn't realized the most important thing up to that point, adding that he should think hard. Future Michael went on to say that he trained so long and hard, reached the 12th floor of the tower, but he couldn't even look at himself hearing this. Michael clenched his teeth in anger. The words of his version from the future hit him so hard that he couldn't help it and immediately burst into action. Suddenly, he managed to break the bloody shackles and pounced on his future self with his fists. He was a few centimeters away from his future version when that one suddenly stopped him with a bloody grating. Future Michael smiled evilly and turned around to leave. The real one screamed in frustration. He started to hit the bars, but to no avail. He then asked, "Where are you going?" Leaving him alone here. Then his version from the future suddenly said, "If you always rely on skills, you will never be able to use real techniques. You'll just watch everything for the rest of your life. I will take control of your body." With these words, the guy withdrew, leaving Michael alone behind the bars. The man screamed for the 10th time, but he realized that everything he had just said was true, albeit unpleasantly so. Meanwhile, his copy, created by the god of darkness, noticed a change in the original's behavior. Toth was still under the power of the self from the future and said, "You seem to be used to the feeling by now." However, he was unable to continue the fight as the administrator of the Steel Blood Lord sent him an item. It was a rank 1 Black Dragon potion. Using it increased mental strength and cleared the mind. And the real Michael realized what needed to be done. He strained all his strength trying to escape the bloody bars. He was even starting to succeed a little. This was displayed on his body, which once again began to act against his will. Rather than the will of his future version, Michael figured that at this rate, he'd be able to take complete control. He stuck his hand into his inventory. All he had to do was grab the potion the Steel-Blooded Lord had handed him and drink it. However, at that moment, Michael's copy approached him, swinging his sword and severing the hand that held the potion. The vial flew from the severed hand and crashed to the ground, but Michael didn't despair. He jumped right on top of it. With the potion spill, he quickly pressed his mouth to the broken vial and drank the new liquid. His copy, taken aback by the action, bounced back, surprised that the guy didn't even react to the severed arm. Then the copy was even more shocked to see that the original, who had been fighting from the beginning, was standing in front of her once again. Michael wiped the last of the liquid from his mouth and said enthusiastically, "I'm back, ready to continue our dance." He also realized that he could feel everything while his other self fought the copy. The guy had let things slide, too used to relying on his skills. If even his copy could do something, he would succeed. And with that thought, Michael clenched his blade tighter and prepared to attack. He increased his concentration 20 times again, but this time, he had more control over the process. The guy felt his thinking speeding up again and the ego of his psychotic version rising. But with accelerated thinking, he finally felt enlightenment in this interminably long moment. His copy didn't wait for the original to gather its strength and attacked first. Michael effortlessly dodged the blow and thought that this time he should put all of his accumulated skills aside. After getting rid of his common sense and stubbornness, he gained the Enlightenment achievement and his stamina increased by 1. Michael continued to rid himself of all things fake and gained the new achievement Trance. This time his mana increased by 4 and the system suddenly reported that he could defeat his opponent in battle. The Unwavering will skill deactivated on his copy and Michael pounced on it, full of confidence. He knew this time would be different, because he could feel the strength blossoming in his body. He had never felt this way before, but from somewhere, he had additional knowledge of how to fight. It was a strange feeling, yet now he was using Akutagawa Nemon's most powerful techniques. Michael trusted his instincts completely. He soared through the air even without steel wings, masterfully throwing punches. He reached top speed thanks to the grace of the wind and instant acceleration. However, suddenly his copy also made a sharp dash towards him, as if they were fighting as equals again. But this was not the case. Michael proved it by using the flaming sword technique on his opponent. At the same time, he dodged the attack. The copy failed to do so and flew off to the side. Michael landed with the confidence that the battle would soon end in his victory. Not much left now. His copy clearly discerned that some change had occurred, but did not understand what exactly had happened. It was a mystery to her why the original had suddenly seized the initiative, even though he had only defended himself before. And Michael continued to successfully repel all of his attacks, thinking that he was finally beginning to understand everything. After all, by paying attention to techniques rather than skills, his understanding of the techniques grew and thus his combat experience increased. Besides, it was happening incredibly fast, which couldn't be helped, and Michael even smiled. Now it was his copy's turn to be angry that she was losing, but his opponent wasn't giving up. And Michael thought that as his understanding of the techniques increased, he was finally seeing the flaws in his copy. After all, she was the one trying to imitate Nemon's real techniques. However, in that case, mistrust might weaken the chi of his flaming sword, and he would lose. Which meant, even when practicing with Nemon's techniques, one must focus on strengthening the flaming sword. Michael realized just in time and concentrated all of his aura into the sword he had set against himself. He swung it like a transformed counterattack shield, making his attack as tight and fast as possible. As a result, he managed to wound the replica with a beam to the shoulder, but he realized that it wouldn't end there. The guy activated the true Bloodseeker skill, transforming drops of his blood into a multitude of needles. Then he brought them all down on his copy, which realized it couldn't reflect them all. After all, Michael had only used her blood from the wound, but he had gotten it through his body. He could do that too. His copy, anticipating its imminent doom, wondered in amazement, trying to figure out what was driving its original. Then there was an explosion. When the fog cleared, the winner of this battle was immediately visible. It was the original Michael, who had gone behind his opponent's back while he was trying to figure out what to do. Then he attacked again. His opponent barely had time to put up a counterattack shield to repel his blow. But even with the defense, it was clear that the copy was beginning to lose significantly to the original, and Michael was happy about that. He managed to break through the shield and wound his opponent in the shoulder, making his opponent grudgingly grimace. Of course, his regeneration skill went off immediately, but Michael understood him better now. The copy rushed to attack, and the guy noticed that she was twirling the sword in her hands a second before blocking his blows. The opponent then connected both hands, forming a windmill like in the movies, but it wasn't enough. Oddly enough, that was not how Michael was able to break through his new defenses, but he didn't need to anymore. He suddenly noticed that the copy's fighting style had also changed and become more aggressive, for they were fighting to the death. But to his surprise, the copy changed the owl's aggressive method into a soft sword. It was another of Agawa's techniques. Michael wondered how much longer he was going to imitate him. But as the French used to say, he who doesn't take risks doesn't drink champagne. So Michael decided he had nothing to lose. He activated the counterattack shield skill and used it as a sword, just like his copy. The latter was surprised since the original didn't usually take such risks. After all, such a technique consumed mana. But Michael wondered why he was so surprised. After all, he was the only one with the courage to use such techniques. Plus, he and his copy had the same skills. Michael muttered, "It will soon be over for my copy." The boys clashed blades again. This time, the original was attacking, and the fight took a completely different turn. After all, both opponents were using two swords at once, and it was impressive. Neither one was inferior to the other, but Michael soon realized what his problem was. He had only just mastered the true flaming sword sheet, so he wasn't yet able to reload as quickly as the copy sword did. But he could still take his chances. Suddenly, Michael turned his body around and kicked his opponent's blocked weapon. He used the momentum to push off, delivering a counterattacking blow from a different angle. It should have worked. However, the copy was already too angry. It immediately rushed after him, and the original had no choice but to accept the fight. Michael thought the copy had turned his shield into a sword as well, and had done so in the first way, as soon as they started fighting. But that meant that his own sword-shaped sword should also meet that level. Suddenly, however, his blade snapped in half from his opponent's powerful force attack, and Michael barely had time to bounce back. He suddenly thought he might even die if the copy hit with this attack, but for some reason, he threw the sword away. The boy thought, if the copy is myself, then now that the counterattack shield is gone, my opponent will think this is his chance. He'll want to take it and will attack with his last strength. It did, and the copy pounced on him with an unexpectedly large burst of strength. Michael could barely block it. He held back the onslaught from himself and thought involuntarily that he could admire his strength. After all, it was the personification of himself in front of him. But suddenly, it hit the guy in the stomach and he flew off. Michael hit the heavy tile, but a plan to overpower himself had already matured in his mind. He landed and got to his feet, preparing to execute his plan. However, he realized he needed to step back first because the enemy was angry and stalked him, not giving him a second's rest to gather his strength. But that's what Michael expected from his copy. He put his hand out, signaling that he was finally caught. His copy didn't even realize what had happened. At some point, Michael's blade went through her body. It was the bloody hand that Michael had been controlling with his skill all this time that did it. After all, the steel blood sword he threw out and his opponent's impatience were all he needed to succeed. Now, with his copy seriously wounded and unable to fully defend himself, Michael would let him attack and finish him off. Suddenly, his copy screamed, rising to his feet. His opponent spread his arms as if preparing for some sort of technique. Michael noticed this and thought with wonder that he can still move in this state, with a sword in his body. As expected, his copy decided that this wasn't the end. A monster suddenly appeared in front of him. It was still a copy of him, but its appearance more closely resembled the monster from the tower. The monster pounced on Michael, and he thought it would be best to run away and come up with a new plan. He didn't have much time, though. The copy was getting closer and closer, and Michael didn't like it. He was a bit confused by the fact that his attack tactics had changed drastically. But then the guy saw a wall in front of him, signaling the end of the room. The only choice left was either to fight or punch through the wall and run on. Michael chose the latter. Meanwhile, his monster copy's hand almost reached him, but still failed to grab him. Michael suddenly realized the copy was still using the same skills as before. Suddenly, there was an explosion, but Michael was in relative safety. The debris didn't hit him, but the fog cleared. He saw his copy using ash blood to retrieve her blade, and she succeeded. Meanwhile, Michael activated his counterattack shield, preparing to defend himself as effectively as possible. He quickly transformed it into a sword, and the shield's recovery time expired. He turned to the monster and asked, "Why did you stand up? Is that really all you're capable of?" This infuriated the copy. She lunged straight at him, but Michael no longer felt any fear at the sight of her. Michael thought that this stupid monster had already completely lost its mind, but he had to defeat it. As strange as it may seem, a surprise attack in close combat called for one technique, an explosion of his own body. His opponent went out of its mind, endlessly producing these explosions. But it also meant that the ash blood would absorb too much stamina. Hence, when her stamina was at 0, the copy's attacks would stop, and Michael could finish her off. It went on like that for a while longer. Then his opponent finally stopped, and Michael punched her. There was no point in stalling any longer, especially since his copy had completely run out of steam in the meantime. He turned to his copy, telling her that she was definitely finished this time. She got even more angry, but there was nothing she could do anymore. So she simply decided to leave the scene of the battle. But Michael wasn't going to let her go so easily. "My copy isn't going anywhere from me now," he said. It was his turn to run after her, intent on finally finishing what he had started, killing himself. But that wasn't all. Michael was almost there when he saw something strange. His copy stopped running. With its last strength, it concentrated a powerful clot of blood overhead. This should have been the final and decisive attack, Michael thought, but he simply shielded the counterattack again. However, the enemy struck with such force that Michael was thrown back a few meters. Yet, he remained alive. Michael smiled. He realized this was his opponent's last attempt. But after that, the copy couldn't take the strain and stop, or rather, it was a chance for Michael. After all, his shield had reached its maximum damage absorption limit, which meant now it would all turn into an attack. As he transformed it into a blade again, Michael concentrated the power of the shield into a small sphere. He then launched that sphere at his opponent, almost as if he were playing golf. But it was fun. Weakened from the extraordinary amount of stamina used, his copy was unable to dodge. The attack came right to her face, leaving no chance of escape. Michael decided to finally end things with a release and return the damage of the counterattack shield. This time, he caused the explosion himself, which spread throughout the entirety of the 12th trial room. There was nothing left of his copy. Soon, he received a message that he had successfully passed the 12th floor. As a reward, he received the gray crown of the ancient emperor, high menace rank, and 80,000 points. On top of that, he was also credited with 3,500 ko and gained the additional skill Last Resistance of rank 1. When Michael was back in the waiting room, he immediately saw that the counterattack shield had increased by 1 rank. All of a sudden, the guy got sick from the reboot and spit out blood as his biological needs. This indicated that the fight had been really hard, and the opponent was incredibly strong. The ash blood skill worked, which had never failed the guy, though he hoped it would cure their bound too. If he didn't have such a trump skill in his arsenal, he couldn't have gotten this far. Michael suddenly asked himself if it was even possible to climb the tower with peace of mind before heading back to the waiting room. He forgot to absorb the spirit of his copy. It was a strange feeling, for he had absorbed the spirit of another self, effectively killing himself in another version of himself. Suddenly, the system announced that admin messages, which had been restricted for the duration of his battle, were available again. The steel-blooded lord complained about the system because of the sanctions imposed on her due to her cup of tea with the contractor. She asked him to treat her well from now on, and Michael agreed, thanking her for that. He also learned a new fact. Administrators are sanctioned if they interact excessively with contractors. Suddenly, he saw that all the admin messages which had been restricted were now being printed at the same time. There were an incredible number of them, and Michael didn't even have time to read all of them as new ones appeared immediately. He was surprised to think that so many administrators were watching him. They were all cheering for him. and the steel-blooded lord even provided assistance. Some admins were shocked by his talent, in the difficulty level of the challenge, saying he looked like a monster, while others reacted as if they were fed up with him, asking, is he really a contender who's still only on the 12th floor? But the administrators' differing views didn't end there. Michael noticed new messages popping up, admins who just said what they wanted and then disappeared when they lost interest, sending meaningless messages. At least that's what Michael thought. He was very curious about it, but he couldn't ask directly. He also didn't understand why, of all people, this was happening to him and why all the admins were trying to get his attention. Suddenly, he thought it might be because of a system extension that gave admins new privileges. For example, they had the opportunity to make a request of him, but their nonchalant response changed that a bit. But since that's the case, admins not contractually bound to him could also benefit in the future. Michael asked if they didn't think it was a little wrong for everyone to just flood him with messages. He added that if they needed something, they could send him force as support. Seeing that the administrators had quieted down a bit, he said that for their information, the offer only applied to the first 3. He said this to make the admins compete, as everyone wanted him to remember them specifically. Not a minute later, the 3 admins who had previously expressed their displeasure sent him requests for added power. Michael nodded contentedly, then turned around. He looked at the defeated copy of himself, thinking about what was also important. After all, he had absorbed the opponent's soul, but he hadn't used it yet because he didn't know what would happen. The enemy not only had the same stats as him, but also the same skills and powers, so it was even interesting to see what would come out of it. After absorbing the soul completely, his skill immediately increased by 28%. That was the highest he had ever received. The system produced a message stating that the composition of the soul of the false applicant, Michael Nodfor's soul, was completely identical to his own. However, he then read that an attempt had been made to extract the false applicant's divinity, and this surprised Michael. First, all of his stats increased by 10, and he also absorbed the Lighting Sword Chief skill, but the system gave an error. It said that the skill was already acquired by the challenger, so it would simply improve by 1 level and become a high rank. Then, Michael was surprised to read a servant's message that said the divinity had been successfully extracted. It was also reported that his divine power had become rank 1, and it was now becoming possible to transform it. For Michael, however, all these words were empty. He had no idea how to use her, but it turned out that he could now experience divinity just like Karain, who he had defeated. When he returned to the 13th floor waiting room, he saw that another system expansion had begun. Communities that were globally segregated by country were now fully integrated. Also, messages of different types of difficulty were now available. Team arenas for trials were no longer tied to one country. Individual county-level country rankings would also be fully integrated. Michael decided that this was by and large a pointless expansion of the system. After all, he was already encountering foreigners. But if it goes on like this, eventually the community will be integrated with other dimensions too. After all, in addition to Earth, the Tower of Trials also operates on Murim and Ares, as well as another interesting world. And what happened next made Michael open his mouth in surprise. He saw the final ranking of the 12th floor. According to it, he was ranked first with a super legendary rank, the highest possible rank. In other words, he had become the strongest. That was the main reason why he was climbing the tower. At least for the moment, he had become the strongest challenger on Earth, and that was impressive. But Michael had heard that the Tower of Trials had long existed in dimensions such as Ares, Murim, and Kalan. Compared to these, Earth was an extremely weak dimension. Just the other day, it had officially been recorded as a dimension for climbing challengers. Michael thought that if they didn't increase Earth's power, they would become the target of another dimension, just like they had been on that day. So whether it was before or now. But he needs a powerful force that can defeat anyone. The guy opened the inventory and found information about the ancient emperor's gray crown, which had fallen to him as a reward. Since the rank of the item was high, its performance seemed powerful. Michael then decided to go for the additional breakthrough reward by unlocking the information on the last resistance skill. According to her, this skill could prevent 1 death, which was truly amazing. Michael wondered about it. After all, the recovery time was a week. Considering the effectiveness of the skill, it wasn't even a penalty. During this ordeal, in addition to receiving rewards, he had also managed to shake the admins out of their powers. He went into the Forces tab, and the system asked him which choice he wished to make. Michael chose Support Forces. The first option was a rank 2+ Blood Heavenly Energy, with which he could replace mana with Chai Energy. Next was the same rank's Warrior Defense. With it, he could gain Divinity Control and Luck so far. The last power was called Inst Magic Charge, with which he could recharge his mana from nature. After evaluating all the powers, Michael concluded that each one was quite unique and very good for a rank 2+, so he couldn't stop his choice on anyone and bought them all for special points. All three of the administrators who had given him his powers reminded Michael not to forget their generosity. The guy also remembered the extraction of divine power before he absorbed his copy soul. When this happened, he felt the energy settle heavily in his heart, unlike how it had been before. Suddenly, Michael decided to test this power, thinking he could now control it like Kareen. He stretched out his arm and concentrated, preparing for something unusual. But to his surprise, nothing happened. The guy just froze with his arm outstretched, not realizing what he had done wrong, but it was even expected. His body just glowed, but no special abilities or anything like that showed up. Michael figured he could reproduce more than one of the recovery or strengthening techniques, the ones used by the priest during the test on the 11th floor, and it annoyed him a bit. After all, the guy was full of expectations and, in the end, achieved exactly nothing. So all efforts had been in vain so far. He tried to calm himself down, telling himself that otherwise his vile personality would come out again, and there was no way he would let that happen. Suddenly, he received a message from the White Crane Sword. The girl was inviting him to her domain. She said she'd love to help him master his divine powers, but Michael refused for some reason. The system reported that Angela cried because of the shock she received from the contractor's rejection of her invitation. But Michael said he could learn how to use divine power later, if he needed to. He added that he wanted to do everything on his own, without relying on other people. He also thought to himself that it wasn't the divine power that was more important now, but his skill. Michael remembered the look Akiragola had given him when he said he'd be back. Still, right now, he should have been focusing on what he could do to become stronger. At least that's how it was going to be until he killed Akiragawa, because he was bound to return to Earth. With that thought, he walked into the store and found one of the powers he had acquired from the administrator's blood, heavenly energy. The description also said that upon entering battle, his senses would be heightened by the blood energy throughout his entire body. Michael decided not to hesitate and try it out as soon as possible. He activated the power and immediately felt a strange sensation. It was as if he had been reborn into a fighter, his blood boiling. He realized that this was exactly what he needed. The guy was about to think it was a great skill with no backlash, when suddenly his eye hurt. Michael grabbed at it, but his dark personality had already emerged and the situation had become dangerous. Michael grabbed his face and began to stretch, wanting a darker version of himself to emerge from his body. The guy sensed that this person was different, also crazy, but not the same as before. He, or rather his personality, activated the steel blood sword, telling the original to finally die. Michael took advantage of this, and with his last strength, he activated the flaming sword Che in his other hand for defense. One hand wielding a steel blood sword attacked him, while the other hand blocked from the outside. It looked ridiculous. Michael wasn't laughing, though. His second personality had said he was going to get rid of what he couldn't get. Michael swallowed nervously. This was a situation he hadn't foreseen, but he needed to find a solution immediately. His left hand was growing heavier, and he realized that soon he wouldn't be able to control it at all. The blade would pierce him. However, the guy noticed that the sword was absorbing the blood energy generated by the blood sky energy. Unexpectedly, the system reported the creation of an improved celestial demon blood sword. It was said that the user who reached the flaming sword level maximized the activation of the exclusive effect. It was called blood energy, and it revealed the true ability of his sword. Michael was able to change the course of the battle. He pointed his sword at himself, then stabbed his chest near his shoulder, intent on speeding up the vile version of his blood energy. By the feel of it, though, it came out a little differently than the guy had envisioned. The system reported that if the conditions were met, the true abilities of the heaven-blooded blood sword would be unlocked. The item's name was changed to Heavenly Demon Sword of True Blood, and the design changed slightly. Michael noticed with surprise that he could even feel a separate blood slot. Now, the special blood slot looked really impressive. All that was left was to fill it up. After thinking for a bit, Michael decided to activate the Fire Dragon Eyes skill to find out more information. The basic information reported that he could absorb the blood of the victim he killed and imprint 3 random skills. But the additional information said that he could already use the Blood Feast skill and store the skills in his sword. Michael thought that was pretty cool since he could capture as many as 3 whole skills right in his weapon. You could tell that he had come across a fascinating item of a growing type that the world had never seen before. The guy decided to try it out right away and went to the 13th floor test, the theme of which was strategic combat. He had to work together with his companions to kill a vampire count in 2 days. The reward for breaking through was a random skill book of high plus rank, and the penalty, as always, was death. Michael was a little surprised to see this. For now, he had gotten a combined trial, which meant that, although he didn't have the best memories of this type of ordeal, the sight of an award with a high plus rating improved his mood slightly. He accepted the challenge. Team selection began. The small area had 4 portals again, 1 for each contender on the team. Michael was the first to step out and immediately thought about going to the city to kill everyone there himself. After all, with the powers he now had, he could destroy at least one city. Meanwhile, all the contenders showed themselves out of the portals, and their nicknames became visible for better teamwork. One of his companions was a red-haired guy nicknamed Turovsky, who kept wondering why he'd gotten here. The second member was a boy with the nickname Legendary Ninja, who was feeling a little awkward. The last one was an old man with the nickname Clock Tower Wizard, who also greeted everyone. Seeing their nicknames, Michael suddenly thought, remembering the summary board for the previous floor. He recalled that two of the people below had their names listed, and each of them held a high rank. The first to speak was an old man smoking a pipe and imitating his style. He remarked, "This place completely reeks of blood. No one is getting past me, for the room itself speaks volumes." The old man suggested they might have ended up in the vampire's refectory. Suddenly, two figures appeared behind him, agreeing with his statement and praising the old man for his insight. A girl and a boy, both vampires, pounced on the wizard, asking, "Has the dessert arrived for us?" They added eagerly, "We'd love to eat it." The old man, momentarily confused, didn't react right away, but his two companions had already taken care of the vampires, leaving them mangled in seconds. Turovsky beheaded the vampire, and the legendary ninja took on the girl. Both handled it lightning fast. The boy turned to Turovsky, saying, "I guess you're the best in the Ukraine Guild." Turovsky replied, "I have no intention of hiding it." He added, "My name is Andrew." The boy then introduced himself. "My name is Soto Mimoto. I'm a Japanese hunter of epic rank." Soto asked, "Are you ready to fight? The vampires will sense the death of their comrades and come in droves." The old wizard spoke up, "You don't have to worry. I set up a barrier beforehand." He added, "Thanks to me, the vampires won't be able to sense anything." Soto looked at him with interest. The old man introduced himself. "My name is David Taylor. I'm the humble wizard of the clock tower." Soto must have known something about it, for he said excitedly, "That's the best of all the magic towers in our world." David smiled, saying, "I was lucky to find myself dragged into the Tower of Trials in my old age." That was the end of it, and everyone turned around looking at Michael, who had decided to introduce himself as well. He said, "I am a South Korean hunter of the second rank, Michael Nonforth." He added that he had heard something from the receptionist about the ordeal on the 13th floor. Even weak vampires could easily surpass the skills of rank 2 hunters. What to speak of an earl standing on par with an epic rank? And his special ability was physical regeneration, so undressing him would not be easy. The tower stated that the key to this trial was the salvation of ministers. They were hiding in different places, but if you found them and helped them, they would deny you a huge amount of help. The boys sat around the fireplace in the guest room and began to discuss the best way to sneak into town. David suggested, "Sato, use the stealth skill, and I'll put up a barrier myself to block the presence." Michael stood listening silently as they talked amongst themselves. But when he heard that the guys expected to handle the test in 10 days, he couldn't wait any longer and gave his opinion. He observed that it was highly inefficient to pass the test in this manner. David frowned and looked at him suspiciously, asking, "Do you know any other way?" Michael answered positively and smiled, saying, "There is a method with extremely high efficiency." The old man asked, "What was the method that was more effective than the one we had, the one only 100 of us had come up with together?" Suda wanted to find out too, adding, "The strongest challenger in the world rankings probably has his own secrets." Michael agreed, saying, "Everything brilliant is simple. My way is called hit and take." To demonstrate the seriousness of his intentions, the guy drew his sword and swung it for greater effect. Then he snapped his fingers. With a rumble, the gate that separated them from the outside world opened. It was night outside, and there were many vampires standing there who hadn't been able to enter earlier because of the barrier. Michael finally said, "If you guys just shut up and attack, we can kill them all and pass the test." The vampires, meanwhile, smelled the odor of human flesh and began to approach Michael. They pounced on him, but he had expected it. He wanted to show his partner how it was done. All three of them simultaneously opened their mouths in shock. Sita wondered if he was going to accidentally kill them, but Michael enthusiastically said, from now on, they were starting a head-on breach operation and rushed at the vampires first. Of course, he couldn't stop everyone at once, so some of them ran toward the rest of his teammates. However, as the vampire approached them, he saw the boys gradually disappear from sight. The other vampires warned their companions, saying these human brats are using magic. This was in fact true. David had put a root cover up on them, saying it shouldn't last long. He wondered to himself why, during every combined test, there was always a fool willing to make a fight. This pissed him off, and he told the others, unfortunately, it would be best to eliminate Michael Nonforth and back off for now. Meanwhile, Michael marveled at the vampire's power, asking, do they really have the basic Bloodseeker settings? This was quite a surprising discovery, since monsters in human form use their blood. They, too, had the ability to transform it, giving it any shape. Hundreds of needles aimed at Michael. His companions were retreating. He turned around to look at Michael one last time, wondering why he had done this. After all, the guy didn't understand why he had made such a reckless choice, but suddenly, he had to take back his words. He caught the others' attention, telling them to look in the direction where Michael was fighting. Meanwhile, Michael activated his fresh blood skill, forming large spires out of it. The vampires even wondered if the guy was one of them, for his ability to manipulate blood was astounding. To be more precise, she outnumbered their forces, and Michael demonstrated this by attacking them with his spikes. Seeing that they couldn't do it themselves, Vess and the vampires panicked. They decided it was necessary to call the Count for help. The guys thought it made sense to move forward with a plan when faced with such an enemy. David was especially amazed. The old man couldn't understand how such an ignorant method of Michael's could work. David Taylor was a high-level battle wizard, having been on the front lines for a long time. In addition, he was characterized by a sharp mind and acumen that not everyone could boast of. In the Tower of Trials, he had also overcome every challenge, every time, with the help of his outstanding strategies. And once he was on the 13th floor, he used his sharp mind and developed a clear strategy. A more effective strategy than the one he came up with simply didn't exist. However, then he met Michael. When the man first talked about his hit-and-take strategy, the old man thought, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? After all, action planning was the first thing that needed to be done to solve the problem. Michael Nodfer, on the other hand, suggested that they just shut up and attack, assuring them that this was how they would pass the test. And now, by the looks of it, he'd proven to them all that those weren't empty words. Half the vampires were already in his hands. Meanwhile, Andrew approached the old man, asking if it was better to leave everything to Michael in that case. I support the idea, he said. The guy's doing a great job. But David raised his hand, urging them to listen to him. I recognize that Michael Nodfer has incredible power, he said. However, the vampire side is literally the size of a city. It's overwhelming for one. The old man then asked, why has team hunting become one of the tower's tests? If everyone used to rely only on themselves, it was because no matter how strong they were, when a situation of disorderly combat arose, it was simply impossible to handle so many variables alone. And soon, Michael Nodforth would feel it too. So, they needed to be there to help him. The old man was still talking when the vampire suddenly managed to grab Michael's arms and immobilize him. The guy got nervous seeing the rest of the monsters jump on him, preparing to attack. He had no choice but to inflate his arms, which swelled up to the size of huge balloons. Then he burst those orbs, solving two problems at once. He drove his enemies away from him and drew more blood. This allowed him to recreate the sharp, bloody tentacles he used to impale the vampires with. At the same time, Michael activated the Ash Blood skill to heal his hands. However, he noticed that at this rate, he would have to use recovery items relentlessly. Blowing up his own body, although it was a good skill, cost too much to use often. But things changed dramatically when one of the vampires grabbed his head and called Michael an apostle. The others thought about it for a while and also accepted the words given as truth. Now they thought that God was punishing them. Michael thought that these vampires seemed to have deluded themselves into thinking he had come to them as God's punishment. However, one fatty suddenly pointed at him, telling everyone to take a closer look at him. He said the guy was out of breath, which only indicated that he was no apostle. Such news pleased the vampires more. They realized that the guy was exhausted and was the most ordinary person. This was worth using as a chance to attack, and they pounced together, expecting a quick victory. But of course, Michael couldn't let that happen. He used the Bloodseeker skill again. The vampires, noticing that he was trying to do something with the blood again, slowed down a bit, but continued their attack. Meanwhile, Michael formed 4 bloody orbs that were probably not ordinary. But instead of attacking with them, he suddenly popped all the marbles into his mouth and swallowed them. Turns out it wasn't blood at all. In fact, he had absorbed a couple of souls of defeated vampires. Michael carried out this move to enhance his abilities, while the energy spheres he created allowed him to absorb power more effectively. One of the observers exclaimed with excitement, "Round 2 is about to begin," but the vampires immediately scattered. Those standing too close to Michael were caught within the searing energy radiating from his hand, while the ones farther away managed to escape. Watching this unfold, his teammates finally understood why he held such a commanding first place in the world rankings. Andrew was the first to rise, saying he was tired of sitting idly by, and Soom quickly joined him. Meanwhile, Michael spent all the souls he had gathered, raising his stats by an average of 4 points. He was surprised to find that his growth through battling the vampires was even greater than what he had achieved from his own replica. Moreover, if he could defeat the Count as well, it would serve as an exceptionally valuable trial of self-improvement. Another benefit of this situation was that he continued to attract the attention of the administrators. Michael believed there was nothing wrong with leaving a strong impression on them. After some time, once he had cleared most of the vampires around him, he finally turned and saw his comrades. Michael said that he thought they had gone in search of the priests, but they showed their heads. David replied, saying they had made the decision to follow his instructions. Even though they were initially hesitant, Michael noticed that they were all finally realizing the effectiveness of the hit-and-take strategy, and that was a good thing. He activated his sixth sense skill to better assess the current situation, and honestly, she wasn't happy about it. The only thing the guy felt around him was a sea of blood. It had engulfed the entire city, leaving ordinary people unable to walk the streets freely at night. The entire situation in the area indicated that his main opponent, the vampire count, was about to show up. Old man David said that the count also possessed supreme magic, but the problem was that the power of it was incredibly overwhelming. Listening to their judgments, Michael couldn't help but wonder if these were the same high-ranking hunters he had once admired. Then he addressed them, urging them to leave the place immediately and bring the ministers. Hearing this, Sonia asked in surprise, how will the priests help him? If they themselves were around, Michael then told it like it is, saying that being around him would only get in the way. To absorb the spirit of the vampire count, I must fight him alone. That was also one of his motives. Andrew replied, we'll probably do as you asked, but I'm not used to obeying others. They left Michael, and David said lastly, we'll return as soon as we find the priests. Michael could still feel the sea of blood relentlessly closing in on him. He wondered if it was time to fight in earnest. He activated battle concentration, increasing it by 5 times, then the blood heaven energy power. Thanks to the latter, his Bloodseeker skill was fully activated, and new features were unlocked. He could now interfere with all blood manipulation abilities within the range of the skill's application. Even he could feel it. The vampire count sat on a throne in his castle, located in the center of the city. He sensed that some insignificant human dared to resist his power. This he disliked very much, and though he planned to preserve the infrastructure of the city for later life. But now he will just make this place a living hell, as no one should allow themselves to resist his power. Michael, meanwhile, had also noticed the Count's presence. He suddenly realized that the reach of his power was greater than the lad had thought. He even became nervous, wondering if he wouldn't be able to block the vampire Count's attack. Meanwhile, the Count was dining on his third grape of the night, which held 6 vampires at once, all because Selden Nair, that was the Count's name, was of enormous size, not even comparable to giants. He couldn't even remember any more when it started. The guy just fought again and again, climbing higher and higher. The essence of his life became a battle, as it often is with those who desperately crave more. And when he came to his senses, he was already standing on top of a mountain of countless corpses. Soon, his thirst reached the heavens. The god of battle appointed the challenger, Selden Nair, as his apostle. And the latter had a new desire. 3 powers had been destroyed by the likes of him, and so many people had been killed. The fountain of life was filled, has turned red with blood, and if he completely conquers the last country, the god of battle recognized him as a true apostle. The peak of it all would be his becoming king of the vampires. That was the young earl's wish. He was sitting on his throne, pondering his plan, when suddenly a servant came to him, reporting great trouble. The servant said that the forces under the earl were killed by one man who had come to their city. At a signal, 2 other servants brought in a large mirror, through which the Count could observe his domain. In reality, everything was broadcast through an eye that hovered in the sky like a bat. Selden thought he had been crowned, that he had dealt with all the fools who claimed to be heroes. He asked which country had sent these barbarians this time. The servant replied that they had just shown up unexpectedly. But such an answer displeased the Count very much. He said he did not believe that his precious subordinates were so brutally murdered by someone who just showed up unexpectedly. Selden became furious. His ordinance asked the Lord to moderate his anger, for it was working on them too. But Selden didn't care. He thought he would have been a true apostle long ago if he had conquered the city. Michael reasoned that it was better for him to retreat for a while, for the Count's attack was too powerful. The boy thought that if everything turned out this way, he should forget about the city and concentrate on saving the lives of his comrades. Finding them was not difficult, for David's barrier was clearly visible in the midst of the sea of blood. Michael struggled to rush toward his companions, but the wave of a huge bloody stream inevitably followed him. Michael pushed off and jumped toward the barrier, hoping he would make it in time. He put his arm out in front of him. At the end, he was in front of his comrades, who were still standing under the barrier. He activated the counterattack shield. It was a rather wise decision, for this way, the water would break against his shield and do less damage to the barrier. However, it was incredibly difficult to hold back this onslaught, and besides, Michael was only doing it with one hand. But he knew he should hold out a little longer. Hunger, for every second, was worth its weight in gold. Just as suddenly, his shield split into hundreds of pieces. The guy froze in surprise, still holding out his hand. A huge torrent of water knocked him off his feet and onto the ground, where he continued to be tossed from side to side. When the wave passed, he was badly battered by the current. Lying on the ground, Michael could barely move. While his comrades rushed toward him, the guy activated the Ash Blood skill, recovering his health. He asked the others if they were okay, and they responded positively, saying they survived because of him. However, that wasn't the end of it. Suddenly, they all heard a growl so loud it was as if someone was shouting into a microphone. Then the boys saw the vampire Count himself, to whom the growl belonged. Seldon landed near them, looking surprised. He said, "I'm impressed. You humans survived such an attack. This means the deaths of my men at your hands were no mere coincidence, as I had first thought." Looking at their team, the Count reasoned that 3 of them were key figures, and Michael was barely alive. That meant it was fashionable to ignore him and focus on these 3. The Count prepared himself. It was no secret that he could wield blood just perfectly, forming a bloody dagger from it. The Count shouted, "All people are like annoying bugs that are always bothering me." He added that he would tear them all to shreds if they got in his way. That got his comrades a little excited. But then Michael, who was already on his feet, suddenly called back. "Step back, boys," he said. They were okay with this arrangement, saying they'd back off for a while, but the guy could always rely on them. This didn't please Seldon. He shouted, "I won't let anyone go so easily." After saying that, he rushed after the 3 applicants who were trying to leave the place. The Count was angry. He had never met people like this before. He usually dealt with everyone within 5 minutes. As he raced at breakneck speed toward the guys, he suddenly noticed Michael right beside him. Seldon wondered with amazement, is this the same man who had earlier been lying pressed into the wreckage? He couldn't understand how that man had appeared here. Meanwhile, Michael asked if he had ever heard this saying that words eventually become seeds. So everything the vampire Count had spoken, Michael intended to return to him. He even smiled. This attitude displeased the Count, who decided to deal with the insolent youth first. Seldon shifted his path, preparing to attack, but Michael was faster and restrained him in an instant. Michael remarked that it was the Count himself who had earlier spoken about being torn apart. So now, his own words had come true. Andrew and David froze midway through their retreat, astonished at how quickly Michael had subdued the Count. In a single moment, the vampire shrank in form and collapsed to the ground, while Michael stood tall above him, 2 swords in hand. Turning to the boys, Michael told them to hurry and search for the priest, but Cito felt there was no need for that anymore. Michael thought otherwise. He asked, "Didn't anything strike you as odd?" and nodded toward the Count. After all, there should have been a message marking the end of the trial long ago, yet for some reason, it hasn't appeared. Michael activated the Fire Dragon's Eye, hoping the skill would show him the whole truth about his opponent. Hovering his gaze over the Count's arm, he saw the message that Seldon's body was now recovering. This was due to the power of regeneration, and everyone was amicably surprised that the monster was capable of such a thing in his current state. Then Michael once again said, "We should hurry up and bring the priest's face to find some relics." So the Count replied, "Searching is my specialty. I'll try to find everything as quickly as possible." Meanwhile, the Count's body was already half recovered, and there wasn't much left to his full appearance. Within seconds, Seldon was standing in front of them again, and this time he was serious. He screamed, "How dare you do such a thing to me? Now you're not leaving here alive." Michael, on the other hand, noticed that the opponent had incredible regeneration power. This meant his recovery and blood control skills were far more effective than what Michael had in his arsenal. However, in terms of fighting ability, the advantage was clearly on Michael's side. The guy quickly realized this. The vampire, meanwhile, was even angrier about the fact that there was no way he could hit it. Then, instead of bodily attacks, he used his blood manipulation skill and grabbed piles of rocks. Covering them in blood, the Count directed this rain of stone directly at Michael. But Michael remained calm. He realized he wouldn't be able to defend himself from all the attacks at once, so he decided to act differently. The size of the rocks was big enough to even kill him, but it also meant something else. He could dive under them, covering his head with his hands. Michael instinctively dodged the largest debris while the rest just flew past. They crashed into the walls that still remained standing from some of the buildings, but it seemed that now they too had come to an end. Seldon was pleased that he was now setting the pace of the battle. "I'm the best at blood management techniques," he said. Only Michael didn't care. He activated instant acceleration and was quickly at the enemy's back. The man didn't realize what that meant. Seldon turned around to see his opponent, but Michael was already packing. Suddenly, the Count felt an intense pain that pierced his body like an electric current. Then he was shredded again by Michael. But the boy knew that, even though he had mangled him into smaller pieces this time, the vampire would still regenerate. And he was even curious if the Count was really impossible to kill. At least it required something holier or a clergy member, who might not even be in town anymore. After all, it was now completely destroyed. It would be far stranger to see a single living priest. While he was thinking about it, Seldon finished regenerating and reappeared in front of him, this time in his original form. He asked, Do you really think you have the power to kill me? Because that's absurd. Michael replied with a mad grin, I'm just curious how many more times I can mangle you. After all, sooner or later, a vampire must die. It doesn't matter who does it, the priest or myself. The Count, meanwhile, noticed that his body was shaking. He wondered if it was Count Selden Nair, who was shaking with fear. After that, he shouted, Don't you dare underestimate me. I will become the king of vampires. But in response, Michael only cut his body apart again. This was his third time. When Selden recovered again, he told him, Don't think you're going to win just because you're hurting me. However, Michael didn't even listen to him. Without letting the Count finish speaking, he mangled him for the fourth time. During the next regeneration, Selden said, You're only human. You'll soon pass out from exhaustion. But Michael kept attacking, killing the Count over and over again. In the end, he chopped him for the 7th or 8th time. Selden suddenly asked, Are you that legendary player? Michael didn't even pay attention to the question. He had only one goal in mind. He also unlocked the Battlefield Artist achievement and a new Torture Art Rank 3 skill. After seeing that Michael wasn't tiring, Selden decided it was pointless to continue. With most of his clothes torn, he reasoned it would be best to leave the city immediately to stay alive. But Michael was already waiting for him on the retreat road. He reminded him, I'll return and learn every word you said. One such fate was that the Count had said he wouldn't let them leave here alive. Michael twirled his sword with a smile. Selden wasn't just trembling anymore. He was afraid of the guy, thinking it wasn't a man, but the devil himself in human form. When his body had been chopped up for the 10th time, the Count offered him a deal, saying he would do anything just to get him to stop. However, Michael still ignored his words, paying no attention to the Earl's suggestions. He even plugged in the new achievement, Beginning of Madness, thanks to which the skill Pain Amplification rang. 3 skill became conscious. Selden, meanwhile, could stand the agony no longer, begging the lad to stop and saying he would give him everything. And suddenly, Michael stopped as if thinking about his words, which pleased the Count very much. After thinking for a bit, he suddenly waved a finger toward the half-crouched Selden, who was confused. However, when the Count realized this was his chance to end his eternal suffering, he flashed a confession to him. Michael said he had a plan brewing, and added that if the Count cooperated, he would give him the blessing of death. Selden was kneeling, so the lad couldn't see his face, but he didn't need to. The Count asked, What do I have to do? Instead of answering, Michael activated the counterattack shield skill, saying a modified version of it. It was called a counterattack sword. The item transformed into a large red cross. He stuck it into the ground beside the Count, who was still kneeling with his head down. Michael then told Selden, Attack that cross until I say stop. It was as different a requirement as possible, so it took Selden a while to figure it all out. But Michael helped him by reminding him of the Count's eternal torment that would continue if he didn't comply. Selden's mind was unable to make sense of the series of events that had happened to him today. Like a snowball, first some crazy person showed up and then destroyed the greatest force in vampire history. No matter how much he thought about it, the Count of her video, there was no logic here. And suddenly, he had a new hunch. He wondered if all that was happening to him now was somehow connected. Was a test from the god who had promised him to make him an apostle. And yet, from the beginning, he had thought it strange that a human had the ability to control blood. A vampire savior who makes true warriors out of his subordinates teaches them to be on guard. The thought seemed very plausible to him. Meanwhile, Michael saw that the shield had maxed out. It meant that now he would be able to release the accumulated damage at the right time. He told the Count to stop. The Count immediately stopped stuffing the cross and looked at the guy, waiting to see what he was going to do next. Michael angrily said, Now it's time for you to die. The thought of a savior instantly fell away. Selden couldn't tell if Michael was a god or a man. He thought Michael looked more like a monster than anything else. The guy, meanwhile, said that since the Count was constantly regenerating, no matter how many times he was killed, he'd be atomized to the point where there wouldn't be a single piece of flesh left. With those words, he hurled his sword at the Count, a preemptive bloody orb of Selden from his shield. Then he activated an instant release of the accumulated damage, which was to be poured directly into the orb. Selden was a little scared, but eventually realized that this way, he could finally die. A moment later, there was an explosion of immense power, but it didn't go beyond a ball from the counterattack shield. Michael just stood and watched, hoping it would work, but even if it didn't, there was still a relic plan. Fortunately, the system congratulated him for successfully breaking through the 13th floor by adding a random skill book to his inventory. He also received 90,000 points and 4,000 kos, with an additional 5,000 kos given to him as an extra. Michael thought happily that he had succeeded in killing the vampire Count and was now absorbing the blood he had spilled. According to the skill of his sword, he was getting a blood feast effect that absorbed the opponent's blood into the blade. The guy activated this effect, wanting to see how cool his sword was now. Plus, it could absorb blood too. Doing so, his sword level increased to high Minis rank, and he also imprinted a 2+ blood enhancement skill on it. According to the description, it strengthened the blood control area and increased strength and control. Such effects were very much to Michael's liking, but the others would fall off topic when they heard the conversation go on and on about blood. Michael decided to test this skill as well, activating it and immediately sensing an incredible situation within a huge radius. He now possessed a blood control ability that surpassed even the vampire count. Michael got the feeling that he had become the vampire king that Selden had so desperately wanted before he died. All in all, things looked good, but the guy realized that there would be some misunderstandings in the will because of this ability. Michael used the Spirit of the Fallen count to improve stats, increasing everything in the range of 4 to 8 points. The system also reported that it had managed to detect divinity from his spirit, and an extraction attempt had been made. Michael remembered seeing the same message when he absorbed his clone's spirit and watched curiously further. And next, the system announced that his divine power rank was being increased by 1 level. Michael realized that he didn't know then that the condition for extracting divinity was the difference between whether or not the soul had divine powers. Considering that divinity was not extracted from normal vampires, perhaps the extraction was only applicable to those with divine power, at least on the same level as his. After absorbing the divinity, he also saw a message. He had been granted one of Selden's skills, Charisma 2-. According to the description, when absorbing a spirit more powerful than the user, a power extraction assessment was made. Michael had some guesses about this. It seemed that spirits associated with gods or apostles were considered highly ranked. The assessment completed, and the system reported that Count Selden Nair had the power, which had now been extracted from Michael. It was called Harvest of Faith, rank 2+, and became engraved on the soul of challenger Michael Nodforth. However, he couldn't read more about it in detail, because his comrades had already joined him. They reported that the priest had protected the people with the power of defense. And there were more survivors than they had anticipated. The civilians came out of their hiding places, hailing Michael as the hero who had saved them from the vampire count. Unexpectedly, the guy realized that the power of reaping faith found a strong belief in the user. He suddenly understood that these people were sending him their faith, which was far more important than he could have imagined. In addition, apparently faith sent under the influence of delusion was also regarded as faith. After all, people thought of him as God's messenger. Michael thought he should use this opportunity effectively. So the guy activated the newly acquired skill, Charisma rank 2, making himself more attractive. His weight in the eyes of others increased, and they became more susceptible to his influence. Michael thought that he had never once lied. However, he suddenly received an achievement for it. His mana increased by 1. Suddenly, the system reported the activation of a more powerful divine power effect, announcing the mythic's calculation. The effect was committed based on actual result versus the faith of the believers. The myth of the vampire slayer soon formed. Michael didn't understand what it was, so he activated the mythic to check. New effects were immediately added to his attack. Inability to regenerate and exorcism. These didn't mean much to Michael, but they sounded cool. He thought that the inability to regenerate must have been added after breaking the Earl's healing chain. The exorcism effect was probably a result of the mass murder of vampires in the city. Divine power, combined with the newly found harvest of faith, took the form of myth. Michael felt the divine power he had never used before steadily flowing outward. When the myth was activated, there was an absorption of divine power within his force. Suddenly, Michael was approached by David. He said, "I thought you were an infantile fool at first, but it seems I was wrong." The old man held out his hand, asking if Michael would forgive him. Michael was surprised by such a gesture from the old man, but he shook his hand, replying, "Of course, I don't hold a grudge against you." Suddenly, the system reported that the god of battle realized his potential apostle was dead. It was also said that the god of battle sensed his divine power and grew hostile. Michael felt as if someone had forcibly bent him to his knees. He couldn't get up because of the immense pressure. The ground beneath the civilians' feet suddenly shuddered and cracked with a jolt. The system reported that they were entering the divine realm. In an instant, some people fell into the lava hidden underground. The boy didn't realize what was happening, for the ordeal was already over. He saw David also pushed into the stream of people. The old man was far from his portal, just like Michael. Only Soido and Andrew had managed to leave the ordeal before. Michael quickly assessed the situation and then turned to the old man. "We should shake hands one more time," he said. David didn't understand why Michael suggested it, but in the next instant, after complying with his request, he flew straight to the portal. Michael tossed it so at least one of them could make it to the exit. The old man held that this method was ignorant. However, he added that the guy wasn't expected to be any different. Besides, the method turned out to work. He successfully escaped through the portal. but Michael saw that there were still people on the ground, terrified. The guy yelled for all of them to move aside, and he himself slammed his fist into the ground, activating his counterattack shield. Its radius of action spread to an area large enough to completely cover the remaining people. Old David, who was already moving to his waiting room, didn't know if this guy was a hero or not. However, he thought if there were heroes in this world, should they look like this? The British wizard hoped that Michael would also return safely to the waiting room. Now, he was a real hero in his eyes. The guy turned to the men, telling them to get across the bridge sooner rather than later. Michael had a little hope, but no longer felt any surge of faith. Then, another thought crossed his mind. He thought of returning to the waiting room as well, when suddenly the system informed him that the battle god was disgusted with him. Suddenly, some people grabbed their heads, which split open in pain before bursting. It was so unexpected that Michael froze in place, watching everything from his vantage point in amazement. After a while, there wasn't a single living person left under his shield, but Michael couldn't do anything about it. The system reported that the god of battle had said the pathetic dog raised by the tower had crossed the line. Michael stood motionless, thinking over his words. He suddenly felt very sorry for the innocent people he had tried to save. The boy turned to the god. Knowing that the god could hear him, he said, "The one who has now crossed the line is myself." After all, as long as he had the protection of the tower, the god would have a problem if he tried to harm him. Michael added, "If you don't have anything to say, I'm off," and headed for the portal. The system informed him that the god of battle chuckled fiercely and said he was looking forward to the mortal's imminent end. When Michael moved back into the waiting room, he saw that the system was expanding again. Elixir-type items and Halo enhancement items were also added. New items, all of them. The guy felt like he was covered in the blood of the people he couldn't protect today. Anyway, all the floors were just spaces created by the Tower of Trials. He fought also the god of battle, for it appeared that he was on bad terms with him because of the murder of the count. Michael remembered the words of the god of verification, who had warned him not to trust other gods, for they would consider him an enemy. Then Michael decided that he should stop thinking about things beyond his control. Instead, he should concentrate on what he could do now. And boy, did he pick up a stone of freshness. He then opened an exclusive store and was surprised to find that he had as much as 11,500 CO in his account. He bought the epic rank Ghost Path Power, using up 10,000 CO at once, but it was worth it. The description said that he would be able to develop his own skills, and it would become easier for him to realize his own enlightenment. A few minutes later, Michael was already standing in the forest, the location of the White Crane Sword Administrator's domain. Angela was already waiting for him, noting that they hadn't seen each other in a while. She was glad to see him again. The girl reported that she heard from that woman that his enemy was a child of the Namong family. Michael agreed, saying that it had come out somewhere along the line, but Angela noticed he was concerned about something. She said it must have been because of Akunagawa that he used Tio to buy her power. Michael nodded. Then the girl added that he had made the right decision in opting for her strength. In Laven's terms, Michael Monforth was a genius because he had already mastered the forms of swordsmanship. Moreover, on the 12th floor, or trial, he had studied the will of the sword and even improved the technique itself into a double sword technique. The very fact that he had acquired knowledge of the Namong family's techniques and refined them showed he possessed the qualifications of a great master. Even if he found a sword sect, it wouldn't be surprising. After all, the power he had chosen this time was a great choice. Everything he would learn or realize now would be converted into tower-approved abilities. And she also promised to teach him everything, but on one condition. The girl said that a mentor-mentee relationship should be established between them. After much thinking, Michael suddenly answered positively. He said that he would become her student, which surprised the girl a lot. Angela then hastened to say, "I'm not trying to force you into anything. You can think again." But Michael raised his hand, urging her to stop. He said, "I've already decided. I will become your student." The girl then replied, "I appreciate your choice." She added, "The sword of the White Crane is a challenger, fuller than the 40th floor." Angela asked, "Will you regret your decision later?" Michael wondered, "Would I have any reason to?" Of course, the girl answered in the negative. She told him in Marimo, only one master can be a mentor. When Michael said he was fine with it, the girl said that you should start by fully introducing yourself. She continued, "I am the 17th head of the Beck Swordmaster family and the strongest Mermaster of the past generation. And from now on, I, Warrior Angel Beck, will be your mentor." Michael was stunned by her words. He was especially surprised that the girl was Muram's strongest master. He bowed to her, following the procedure. Then Angela started telling me the theory. Martial arts are largely divided into spiritual and physical methods. The spiritual method is a technique that purifies and stores external mana inside the body. The mana accumulated during the purification process is called internal energy. The physical method, on the other hand, is a technique that utilizes the body, which includes all of its skills. Michael suddenly had a question. He wondered if his blood sky energy belonged to the category of spiritual methods. He asked Angela if he would have any trouble learning, given that he already had a spiritual method. He added that he had even mastered it already. The girl looked at him strangely for some reason. She suddenly asked him to explain everything in more detail. Michael said he thought he had imagined something. Hearing this, Angela asked, "Were you trained in aura cultivation by a steel blood lord?" Michael replied, "It wasn't quite like that." He didn't know if he could trust the girl since she was also an administrator. She suddenly said she didn't believe him, adding that she needed to see for herself. Angela moved closer to him in a flash. Pulling up his tailcoat, she placed her hand on his stomach, as if she were checking something. Suddenly, he felt some kind of energy coming from her hand. He asked his mentor what she was doing, but Angela only replied, "Sit quietly for a second, and then I'll explain and show you everything." After some time, he reported that he had seen no sign of mastery over any spiritual method. At that moment, Michael thought the blood sky energy was a power sent to him by one of the administrators. Its activation improved his combat sense, so he used it often, but now the girl had disappointed him. After all, it really wasn't a spiritual method, but just a force. Michael had nothing else to think about. The boy turned to his mentor, asking, "Could you stop sitting in such an ambiguous pose already?" Hearing this, Angela flashed a glance away from him. "Sorry for checking in such an unusual way," she apologized. However, the girl added, "I'm not comfortable with such an arrangement," which surprised Michael. She was angry that a scum from the Church of Blood Demons dared to send such a lowly spiritual method as a force. When they changed their surroundings and went out into the garden, the girl asked if he might not study the spiritual method. After all, he was able to accumulate mana without it, and if he mastered it, he would simply be able to use different methods. In addition, her martial arts techniques were practically unrestricted by the spiritual method. Michael activated his combat concentration, increasing it tenfold to grasp everything he would be taught on the fly. Meanwhile, Angela activated her sword chi, and the guy saw her swordsmanship skills for the first time. They were excellent. He had only seen a soft image of the girl all this time, so he didn't even know how she fought. The girl, meanwhile, announced that she would now demonstrate the first technique of her 7 white sword techniques method. It was called White Sword Cutting the Sea. Suddenly, Michael felt all its energy. At least, what the administrators put out in their blows was truly mesmerizing. Angela apologized, saying that he may not have been able to see everything properly, but that was the minimum speed for such a technique. However, to her surprise, Michael replied that it was fine, saying that he thought he could do it again. Michael felt as if space itself was tightening and stretching, making it impossible to avoid the impact. Such was the technique of dissecting the sea. The name was quite justified, for with this technique, it was possible to conquer even the sea in the swing of the sword, which resembled raging waves. Michael tried to replicate it. When he was done, he looked back at Angela, saying that he had tried to repeat everything exactly as she had shown him. He asked if there were any mistakes, but the girl's face spoke for itself. She couldn't believe her eyes. Geniuses have existed in all times. They achieve much greater accomplishments than others. Geniuses who demonstrate the pinnacle of their ability to understand, evaluate, and master the objects of a field. However, even geniuses could only reveal their true abilities after practicing. Angela was shocked that someone could completely replicate her technique after only seeing it once. After all, her method of wielding a sword was a martial art containing more advanced techniques than a Kurugawa Namon's method. She said that Michael had previously reproduced the earlier 2 techniques of the noble Namon family, the Heaven Flaming Sword and the Heaven Soaring Sword. Both techniques were part of the Heaven Sword Forms method. However, Michael had potential far greater than this. He was able to replicate a difficult level technique after seeing it only once. Angela called him an intuitive genius, saying she'd never heard of anyone who comprehended things that way. The girl suddenly smiled and added that it meant he could learn most martial arts in just one day. Originally, martial arts were understood through practice based on each person's unique path. However, Michael Nodforth didn't need to find his way. He could just watch and repeat. Finally, the girl told him about the mana replenishment method, the fist-fighting method, and the art of body weightlessness. Right down to the golden grab technique, Michael eventually mastered everything he could. Amongst it all, the most effective was the sword-wielding method of the 7 white sword techniques. The first one he had already been shown. The second technique, White Sword Piercing the Sky, was powerful and stabbing, allowing it to pierce through the opponent's defense. White Sword Creating Void was a defense technique that distorted the space around his sword. Seeing him successfully assimilate them all, Angela clapped her hands joyfully like a child. After quite a bit of training, Michael thanked her, saying he had learned a lot. He still addressed the girl as a mentor, and she was glad to be someone important to him. However, it was time to say goodbye. Michael bowed to her, telling her that he should be on his way back by now. He promised he would visit her later, but until then he wished her good health. He called her his mentor again, which completely won Angela's heart. She was very happy. Still, she managed to come to her branches. And as if nothing had happened, she answered him in the same way, wishing him luck. She added that if he put an effort commensurate with his talent, his skills would improve quickly. When he got back to the waiting room, the guy thought it was a bit far-fetched considering his current level. He hadn't yet mastered all 7 white sword techniques, but it was time for a change in his arsenal. He chose the Demon Slayer technique, thinking that although it had served him well, it wasn't enough now. To cover Akuragawa's heavenly sword forms or the mentor's 7 white sword techniques, Michael activated the Iron Blood Sword power in the combat concentration skill. Continuing to practice, he noticed that his steps were more perfect than before, more precise. However, it was still not enough to develop a skill from his new power sword, Ghost Path. The guy remembered Angela's words, saying that skill development could only be created through a system. The system had to recognize the technique as a skill. So the guy continued to practice in the waiting room. Suddenly, the system reported the activation of a more powerful force effect sword, Ghost Path. And then it happened. The new skill, Sword of Mixed Beginnings of High Menace rank, was unlocked. Michael was happy about this effect because he had just succeeded in creating his first skill based on the embedded effects. However, although it was good that adjustments had been made to the skill description, there was still something bothering him. He opened the inventory and found the reward for the 13th floor challenge, a random skill book. According to its description, he could obtain a random rank 1 skill. The book itself couldn't be given to anyone. Michael thought he could cheat a little, so he activated the warrior defense skill, temporarily increasing his luck. As a result, he gained the demonic blood spirit sword of rank 1+, which gave his blade demonic properties. But that wasn't enough for Michael. He activated the skill synthesis, centralizing it around the Sword of Mixed Beginnings. After a while, he completed the synthesis and got a new skill. The guy worriedly looked at it. The skill was called the Axe Sword of Mixed Beginnings and had an epic menace rank. After reading the detailed information about him, Michael realized that he was now ready for the 14th floor test and went into the portal. The theme of this challenge was a water fight where he had to kill all the monsters in the lake within the allotted 7 days. The reward for his successful breakthrough was a high plus rank wind spirit boots, and the penalty was unchanged. Literally, as soon as Michael found himself at the location, the system reported that he faced a strong enemy. In front of him stood none other than Akutagawa Naman, who had already defeated all the monsters of the lake. He asked, "Why did it take you so long to show up? I thought you got lost." Michael only smiled upon seeing his nemesis. The guy immediately activated instant acceleration, next battle concentration, warrior defense, indomitable will, and of course, Wind Grace came into play. This time, he increased his speed by 70% at once, but it was boosted even further due to the effect of his boots. The two boys pounced on each other, each of them preparing for this fight since they had said goodbye on Earth. Akuragawa was the first to notice the change because he remembered that Michael hadn't used the flaming sword last time. That he was able to master it in such a short time surprised the minion, and he asked Michael about it. However, the latter responded with a question. "Why does this surprise you so much? This is just the beginning." With those words, he activated the counterattack shield and immediately transformed it into an additional blade. An attack followed, and the Morimek was even more surprised that the guy was now fighting with 2 weapons. Michael, meanwhile, kicked him in the stomach, sending his opponent flying. But Akuragawa didn't hit the wall. He managed to put his legs out. But that didn't help him much, for Michael was already preparing a new attack, and Akuragawa was again surprised at his speed. A huge wave of powerful energy sent out by the sword was rapidly approaching right at him. The merman had no more than a second to defend himself in time. He was able to do so, for he was not a miss either. Although Akutagawa only used 1 sword, he did it skillfully, so even Michael envied him. However, the advantage still lay with the other guy. He asked the Marimi how he felt about these new attacks. "It's my newly created epic rank swordsmanship skill," he added. The demonic sword of mixed beginnings was considered to contain various demonic sword techniques. The sword attack and double attack could be performed 2 more times, completely repeating the movements of the original and with the same force as the sword he swung himself. Michael thought it was already a kind of cheating. Still, it worked. He turned to Akutagawa, pointing to the wound on his cheek. The boy said, "I will torture the merman until he dies." Those words startled him. However, the next instant, Michael activated some of his power, healing the wound on his cheek. "It's only a scratch," he said. Then, Akutagawa pounced on Michael, seeking revenge for the fact that the guy had managed to hurt him, at least that badly. Their blades clashed again, and this time the battle lasted a little longer. But still, without a winner yet, Akuragawa noticed that the swordsmanship and movement techniques Michael used clearly belonged to the world of Mima. He asked, "Why did you conceal this fact earlier?" Michael replied, "I didn't conceal anything. I was scared to death at that time." Akuragawa wondered, so you studied it all. How did you manage to master such techniques in such a short time? Michael suddenly grinned. Even though we haven't seen each other for a long time, you're still the same brazen liar. Akuragawa scoffed. You're talking nonsense. You expect me to believe you mastered martial arts in less than a week? Michael shrugged. I won't force you to believe it, but I'm not recanting. They lunged at each other again. Their powers were so evenly matched, the only difference being their mindsets. Akuragawa was focused on how he could finish Michael off sooner. Michael, on the other hand, was thinking about how to use his new skills more effectively. After all, every fight was essentially a workout, and what better way to train than sparring with such a tough opponent? Suddenly, Michael switched to a more aggressive attack and began to crowd Akuragawa backwards. The latter opened his eyes in surprise. After all, he recognized the martial art with which Michael had attacked him, and that too was unexpected. Suddenly, anger took him, and he shouted, "How dare the guy steal the noble family swordsmanship?" This put Akuragawa out of his mind. It was clear that their battles would now take on a completely different character. Michael replied that he had actually created it, diligently repeating the Marimian's outburst because he should have only seen it once. He also added that the problem was probably that his fencing techniques were too primitive. Akuragawa couldn't bear it. He shouted with anger and attacked Michael again. The latter involuntarily hesitated. As expected, the Murmic was excellent. Swordsmanship and movement techniques, as well as unorthodox lunges, everything testified to Akuragawa's skill. But he had no idea that he was giving Michael a masterclass. The guy knew he had to memorize everything well now and then hit back. Meanwhile, Akuragawa activated the new technique called Battle of the Strongest. Again, this was something Michael hadn't seen before, so he prepared to defend himself, though he didn't yet understand how the technique worked. The system reported that within a radius of 30 meters, a unique characteristic had formed a dueling zone. It was something similar to what Murmic had used last time, but now the walls look even stronger. Akuragawa angrily said that the guy got caught and that he would finally end it because the guy was already annoying him. But suddenly, the Merc was forced to stop. Now it was Michael's turn to attack. He used his new skill, Bloodseeker, which again surprised Akuragawa, for he had not used it before. He added that Murmic had actually made the mistake of restricting them to that barrier and directed his attack at it. Akuragawa still didn't understand how it was even possible to master the art of blood, since even he himself didn't know how to do it. He said that even after mastering martial arts, the guy took up his tricks again. In the meantime, Mike had already approached him, and with lightning speed, began to deliver blow after blow. Murmic felt he couldn't keep up with blocking everything. He was already missing several attacks. Then a powerful punch to the stomach sent him flying into the air, something he definitely hadn't expected. It even flustered him. Akuragawa was surprised that he'd been thrown back to the height of the barrier, meaning he'd opened himself up for a frontal attack, and soon enough it came. Michael was already waiting, ready to deliver the decisive blow and finish off the Mirian. Therefore, Akuragawa had no choice but to forcibly deactivate his unique characteristic. He managed to avoid a collision with Michael and jumped away. But to his surprise, Michael was already standing beside him. Before he could react, Michael hit him hard, sending him flying again. Not wasting any time, Michael rushed toward him, determined to finish the job and make sure the Mirim didn't get up again. As he ran, he destroyed everything in his path, except maybe the people. But there were none here. Akuragawa lay on the ground, unable to get up, but he recovered quickly. Then he realized the guy was attacking again. When Michael approached him again, he managed to get up, but the amazing thing was that he was already losing. Michael turned to him, saying, "Such floundering is not befitting of Mirim's title of genius." Hearing those words, Akuragawa closed his eyes and then laughed quietly at the fact that the guy actually thought of him that way. After a moment, he laughed out loud, much to Michael's surprise. He could realize what was so funny. The guy thought that Muramek had lost his mind, but then he remembered that he had, and just watched him. The man said he didn't know how he did it, but he was really able to master martial arts and become stronger. He added that Michael was an amazing fighter, even though he used Tower's tricks. However, with those words, Akuragawa pulled out some kind of rock. Michael decided it was a sneak attack and pounced on him. But Akuragawa continued, "Do you think I wouldn't have a backup plan?" He squeezed the stone in his hand. Some of the energy the Muramek had absorbed was released from him, and he felt much better now. At that moment, Michael reached him, and they met blades once again. Forming a huge wave, the stone that Akuragawa used was called the Floor Introduction Penalty Removal Stone. Now, all of his skill limitations and characterization reductions, penalties from the introduction, were canceled out. This meant he could use his power without restriction, and the Mirak did so. He asked Michael if he was curious as to why he was called a sword dragon. Then, a dragon's head appeared from his sword. Michael watched it all, shocked, for he had never seen a sword take such a powerful form before. Akutagawa added that a scum like Michael shouldn't have seen that enhanced Che in the first place. So, consider yourself honored, he said. Not everyone gets the chance to fight with the most powerful Che. He swung his sword, sending a wave of energy. But this wave was much bigger, more majestic, and more powerful than anything before it. Michael remembered Angela telling him about the chi technique, more specifically the use of magic on the sword. After all, the chi of the blade adds properties to it that contradict the laws of the sword. So, it is comparable to magic. A flaming sword, for example, adds one more property. In the next stage is enhanced sword chi. It allows all the surrounding magic to be used safely. And Michael clearly saw this in Akutagawa's example. The guy didn't swing his sword very often, yet because the attacks were so powerful, one or two were enough. They were aimed at Michael in the form of a purple dragon, under the light of Akutagawa's magic. Michael was having a hard time. He didn't think he would encounter the enhanced chi so soon, but he kept dodging. It didn't sound all that scary in words when the girl talked about it, but it was a truly amazing skill. The range of his attacks increased a lot, so it became difficult for Michael to even get close to his opponent. In addition, his movements became stronger and faster, all of them unusual and dangerous, as if the sword turned into a living dragon, acting at the will of Akutagawa, who was its master. The onslaught of each attack when Michael didn't have time to dodge or block them was insane. If it wasn't for the two swords he was still clutching in his hands, he would have long ago failed and missed the attack. It seemed to the guy that Akutagawa was a bit stronger than the vampire count, but that turned out to be a silly assumption. Sword enlightenment. Michael sensed it as he listened to his mentor, but it seemed people from Merm skipped a few stages due to enlightenment, and it was kind of cheating too. Akutagawa, meanwhile, decided to move on to more serious attacks and turned to Michael with a smile on his face. He wondered if the guy wasn't having fun already, since a few seconds ago he'd said he was still learning new skills. Michael thought with annoyance that he should have gone straight for the full force and finished his opponent before he used the stone. After all, he had originally wanted to learn something, but now things had gotten more complicated, and he had to fight seriously. The guy activated the will of the heavenly blood cultivation technique, which was another skill he had learned. Michael ran at the enemy with only one thought. He remembered that this man had slain a lot of people on Earth. Akutagawa, meanwhile, attacked him again with his enhanced chi attack. But now, Michael knew what to do. He activated his next trump card, the white sword of the void folding technique. Thanking his luck, he was able to compare their strengths and respond with an equal amount of energy to the merman's attack. Seeing this, Akutagawa shouted. Who else had he stolen techniques from? For it was all useless in front of the enhanced chi. With those words, he added more power to his attack, magnifying it to a size that the man couldn't repel. Michael, in turn, activated his combat concentration skill, boosting it by 20 times. This allowed him to dodge in time. All the while, he had his speed at maximum. In an instant, he was behind the merman's back. Realizing he'd entered his opponent's blind spot, Michael decided to use the momentum for a counterattack. He struck Akutagawa with his sword. The merman couldn't even turn around to defend. There was a huge explosion. To Michael's surprise, it was a mimian defense technique. The impact sent him slumping to the ground, pain surging through his stomach, blood leaked from his mouth. And he realized that his insides had been hit, which he was not all happy about. Then it was his turn to be surprised as he felt the enemy approaching from behind, preparing an attack with his last bit of strength. Still, thanks to his skills, he was able to dodge, avoiding the deadly blow. But Akutagawa did not retreat. He attacked him again and again. The boy could already feel his strength running out. He would break through his opponent's attacks at the last moment before they hit him, but it couldn't go on like this forever. Michael thought the mermic was using two techniques at once to keep him in his sights, and he didn't like that. With his side vision, he saw Akutagawa swing in to kick his leg in the stomach. However, he didn't expect the blow to be so hard that it knocked him down. Akutagawa, meanwhile, punched him in the stomach with such force that Michael sank underwater, going deeper and deeper to the bottom. Still, he managed to free himself and swim out, only to face another knockout from the merman. The guy had been thrown back onto the rocks and was now quite seriously injured. Spitting blood from his mouth, Michael staggered. Akutagawa, on the other hand, felt great. He pounced on him with another attack, one that Michael probably wouldn't have blocked by now. Mork shouted, "This is where you meet your end." He put all the remaining power he had into the strike. Michael wasn't even able to block in any way. He just put his hands out, covering his head. It was primitive, but he figured at least his opponent would be weakened from the effort. All that was left was to hold back the blow. When it was over, Michael found himself without his tail, which had been left behind on the rocks under Akutagawa's feet. Nuramek looked on in amazement. The lad, though breathing heavily and wounded all over, had withstood such a powerful attack and was still able to continue fighting, albeit towards his own defeat. Akuragawa admitted he was surprised. He hadn't thought the guy would fight against him for so long. However, he smiled a crazy smile, raised his sword again, and activated the enhanced Che. The tournament is over, Akuragawa said, his voice dripping with satisfaction. But it was fun. I'll remember this fight. Meanwhile, Michael is on his feet, saying that after everything he's been through, he just won't die so easily. He activated the counterattack shield skill at the last second, absorbing the damage from the opponent's powerful chilling energy. His shield limit filled up so quickly that he almost immediately released all of his accumulated power as his counterattack. Akuragawa smiled, marveling at Michael's fortitude, but it seemed to him that victory was on his side. Suddenly, he made a sharp lunge to the side. Instead of repelling the attack, he moved closer and stabbed Michael in the throat. He finally saw the fear in Michael's eyes, and it gave the minion indescribable pleasure. He was clearly insane. With a swift motion, he cut off Michael's head. Michael only had time to think about the last skill he hadn't used yet. This was the last battle, the 12th floor reward that nullified all critical damage. All of his senses were heightened for a time, and his skills were enhanced with a recharge time of 1 week. Miraculously, Michael's head reattached to his body, and it happened as if in slow motion. There was no way the enemy could somehow interfere with this process. Michael felt his heart pounding in his chest again. He figured the time when he could use that extra reward for the 12th floor was finally here. There was another reward on the 12th floor. He had activated the exclusive skill of the ancient emperor's Ash Crown. While using it, his mind was gradually being polluted, so Michael also activated the Cold Reason Will. Now he could use rank 1 plus spirit magic. Mirovec was right, he thought. I still have trump cards up my sleeve. He added, calling for his servants. Suddenly, monsters appeared behind the surprised Akuragawa's back. Michael commanded them to kill the Marinian. They pounced on him, forcing him to act quickly. Akuragawa was stunned. He even has necromancy in his arsenal, he thought, but he still said, I can't beat him anyway. After all, enhanced chi was a powerful technique, so some monsters weren't a hindrance to him. Akuragawa dealt with them in a flash and approached Michael again, who hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Moons grabbed him by the throat, saying that now they'll see if the guy can resurrect again. He swung around to chop his head off once more, but for some reason, Michael did nothing. Though this time, he might have had time to block. Akuragawa's sword was already near his eyes, only centimeters away from piercing them. Suddenly, however, the mermech stopped, horrified to find he couldn't move. He asked what the guy had done, and Michael took his hand. Taking it off his neck, he threw it away. Then he turned to Akutagawa, reminding him that he had already told him the wound on his cheek would hinder him for the rest of his life. After these words, the monster summoned by Michael loomed behind the Moranian's back. Akuragawa felt its presence with fear and realized he couldn't use any techniques to defend himself. As a result, a monster bit his head off. The last thing Akuragawa managed to shout was a curse at Michael. Ever since he was a child, he hadn't shown any special skills and was even spoken of with derision and disdain. His dad asked his mom how she could have given birth to such a talentless child. I doubt his blood even runs in it. Akutagawa listened to all of this, not understanding why he was so disliked. After all, he had done nothing wrong. Back then, he just enjoyed his sword without thinking about things like strength and power. After all, true geniuses built their own way of the sword rather than learning other techniques to emulate society. These words were told to him by his grandfather, who became the lad's first mentor and raised him fully. He later became the head of their Nam Gun clan, and under his patronage, Aku began to grow and improve rapidly. He was already becoming proficient with the sword and would rush to his father after each successful mission to brag about the results. Such was the case when he bragged about killing the disguised blood cult scum by bringing their heads. He wished his father would praise him, showing that his son had become quite strong and developed abilities. But the man replied to him, "Remove the abomination from the room." He asked why his son was so fixated on the murders and added, "You should strengthen your spirit if you don't want to become a monster." These words hurt Akuragawa. Tears welled up in his eyes. The boy thought about why his father disliked him so much. He couldn't understand why his father didn't even appreciate his efforts. It made the pain hurt even more, but for now, he couldn't do anything about it. He continued to try, desperately hoping for his father's attention. Meanwhile, the strength of the ancient emperor's ash crown had been used up, and the item was destroyed. All the monsters Michael had summoned to distract the enemy also perished. Michael was the only one left. The boy was surprised to notice that Akuragawa was still alive, despite his head lying separated from his body. Mormek quietly asked Michael to put an end to this, but Michael decided to speak a little longer. He remarked that their meeting had been truly amazing, as it wasn't even supposed to happen. Two people from different dimensions had come together in a battle that was both incredibly difficult and painful. But then, Michael suddenly realized it had also been fun. Akuragawa was a great fighter. He said that if they were friends, they would share accomplishments and enjoy their time together, either on Earth or in Manhwa. This was what he thought and expressed to Akaragawa, who lay in a sea of his own blood about to reply to something. Suddenly, he screamed, calling Michael a stupid bastard, but the guy could see it was just a cry of desperation. Akaragawa asked, if you're saying such a thing, do you think you will pass the tower? These words are empty hypocrisy. He added, while your head is still conscious, let me tell you something funny. Mormek admitted that he had stopped conquering the tower. He hadn't invaded them just to kill. After receiving divinity, he became an enemy of one god and felt threatened with death, for the latter was very powerful. The Chosen inevitably encountered divinity, Mormek continued, and they have to meet different gods. You'll meet Michael soon too. But if you continue climbing the tower with such thoughts, you cannot prevent the gods from destroying your world. They have all the abilities and powers to do so. However, Michael calmly and firmly replied in the negative, that will not happen. This surprised Akaragawa, activating a new and final attack to finish off the enemy. Anyone who wants to destroy my home will be killed. And after saying that, he pierced Akaragawa's head with a bloody spike that he activated with the Bloodseeker. Murim only had time to scream in pain before his soul left his body. Murim's heavenly dragon sword was dead. The system reported a successful breakthrough, and Michael was rewarded with high plus rank Wind Spirit boots. He also received 10,000 points and 4,000 cows. But then the system announced that more powerful rewards would be given. The system reported the creation of the myth by activating the will of a divine power. A calculation of the myth's power was made based on the amount of belief, and Michael simply observed the process. The result was the mythic battle-hardened warrior. From that point on, he gained the title Unstoppable and the reflection effect. After absorbing Akaragawa Nelman's soul, his skill increased by a shocking 47%, raising his necromancy rank. It now amounted to a high rank, meaning the guy could check the information for DP effects. He also thought about how invaders from other dimensions were killed. Their bodies always disappeared, but Akuragawa's body remained motionless. Having absorbed Ottawa's blood, the rank of his sword had increased to high, and a fear enhancement slot was also added. Michael thought he could strengthen his flaming sword once more, but now there was one last problem left. These were clothes that could no longer be recovered after their battle, and thus should have been returned. The system reported that the administrator, Lord of Steelblood, wanted to sponsor his contractor with armor. The administrator of the White Crane's sword also mentioned how Michael would be better suited for a rogue, given his fighting style. Michael was surprised, remembering that the admins must have been watching in the entire battle and were now even offering to help. Still, he decided to look in on his first patron first and moved into the Steel Blood Lord's domain. He immediately noticed some changes. Namely, the girl's house had changed. It now looked sturdier. No longer a little shack, it had become a whole house. And such a change was for the better. Considering he was the one responsible for the destruction here, Michael approached and opened the doors of the house. Peering inside, he saw his receptionist. She smiled at him, saying, "We haven't seen each other in a while," and praised him for his good robo-treat in defeating Akaragawa. The girl added, "You've crossed a large mountain, so you can consider what I'm about to give you a gift." Michael noticed she said she was going to give him armor, but instead, she held out some kind of pendant to him. She laughed and said, "The armor will appear if you add some magic power." Michael thanked her, saying, "I'll find a use for it," before heading to the White Crane Master's domain. He greeted his teacher, and for some reason, she looked a little hurt, pouting like a child. The girl said, "I thought you'd come to me first, but you chose the Steel Blood Lord." She added, "I'm disappointed." Michael bowed his head and asked, "Please don't be angry." Then Angela said, "I want to ask you something." Michael looked at her curiously, noticing she blushed a little. But still, she said, "I really wanted to try styling his hair." When Michael heard this, he was both surprised and slightly uneasy since he doubted her skills. She didn't even have any tools, but Angela confidently declared that 7 white sword techniques would be enough. He held out his hands, asking her to be careful so things wouldn't get messy. But it was already too late. Angela had begun. To his surprise, she was far more skilled than he had expected. Within just a few minutes, Michael could already see the results in the mirror. It was even faster than a hairdresser. The new hairstyle actually looked pretty good, and he genuinely liked it. He told Angela so. Angela smiled and replied, "That's a relief. If you hadn't liked it, I wouldn't have been able to take it back." Then she quickly escorted him out of her domain, reminding him to use his item outside the tower, the pendant given to him by the Steel Blood Lord. Still, Michael sensed that Angela was acting a bit strangely, so he decided to return to the waiting room, where the system expansion awaited him once again. This time around, a quest feature became available, which was essentially some sort of assignment from the admins. It was also said that they would be linked to the past lives of administrators and rewards would be given for them. He could get one quest on each floor, and Michael suddenly realized why the receptionists were trying so hard to please him. They wanted to give him a quest, but the guy had a lot on his plate right now, so he proceeded to do everything in order. First, he decided to look at the new myth, Battle-Hardened Warrior, activated along with the title Unstoppable. In doing so, his body was able to work at its maximum despite his condition, which was quite convenient. When activating the reflection effect, the worse his situation was, the stronger he became. Michael thought that the skill from Vampire Slayer was quite limited, but this myth was suitable for all fights. He also decided to look at the new effect of his necromancy, which said that the characteristics of the god of death had received enlightenment. Michael didn't understand what it meant. He even activated the divine power. But still, nothing changed. For now, it remained incomprehensible to him. But Michael knew that in time it would all fall into place. Finally, he got to Aku Dagawa's Swarming Heavenly Sword, which gave plus 10% to most stats. With his mana, he could activate the Heaven's Rupture effect, turning the sword into a shaft of destruction. And when combined with the sword, the exclusive skill, Sword Sense, would be activated, allowing him to double copy one of the sword skills. Michael thought that Heaven's Rupture could rival Sword Chia in strength. He remembered Akuragawa's techniques, and Sword Sense didn't tie skills to items, which spoke to their versatility. He must have gotten such good items because he had defeated Akuragawa, a far superior test boss. Then Michael took a new blade and achieved unification with it. Now, he could copy the skill of any sword. The guy didn't think for long, quickly choosing the Sword Sense of high plus rank. He successfully absorbed it, and the guy liked that he now had another good skill in his arsenal. After all, he had absorbed the skill on his own, and now he had 3 attempts for a copy instead of 2. He activated the skill again and chose Heaven's Rupture of high plus rank as well. Due to Akanagawa Nemon's soul absorption, his stats had also increased, rising by 4 to 7 points. Michael noticed a message. It was from Betty, which surprised him since he hadn't seen her in a while. As it turned out, she was angry that he had never once contacted her from the tower. After all, they were partners. Michael figured the girl was most worried about him when he went to Japan, so she should have written him off. He opened other messages and suddenly came across one that was rather strange and frightening. Someone had written to him with a report saying she didn't know what the situation in the tower was right now, but she had news. The girl reported an invasion by a player from the world of Ares who had massacred London. This shocked Michael. For some reason, he was reminded of Akuragawa's words, as he had said that he wouldn't be able to stop the gods from destroying this world. This made Michael angry, for he then replied that such a thing would not happen. He himself would not allow it. However, right now, everything said otherwise. A true horror was unfolding in the city of London, UK. Near the city's main tower, Big Ben, a strange, irregularly shaped magical sphere suddenly appeared. It turned out to be quite hard and slammed into the tower at high speed, leaving a decent dent in it. Soon, they crowded the entire area of the tower, which wouldn't be able to withstand such attacks for long. The civilians who stood below were pounced upon by unknown dragon-like creatures. They grabbed people and killed them. This was the second invasion of the Earth dimension in Michael's memory. The UK government had already sent in a rapid response team. They told of the situation. Something similar was also organized in Korea. They were told that first, the challenger from Ares created a black sphere over the lawn. Right after the first massacre, the strange magical creature suddenly disappeared and hid inside the black sphere. However, it was rapidly increasing in size, and to prevent further casualties, the British needed their help. Then one of the hunters asked why Korea had become so active. Not because it made money, but because during the Shinjuku incident in Japan's Shinjuku region, the flow of hunters had been cut off. After the incident in Japan, the status of their country was elevated, which had a positive impact. These words were said by Michael, who was also present at the meeting, though he stood apart from everyone else. He was spotted by Betty, who noticed that he had changed his hair, but more than anything, she wanted to talk to him. When the meeting was over, they met at the exit. Michael apologized for returning to the tower without warning her. The girl replied that since he had realized his mistake, perhaps they could close the subject. She asked that he treat her at least a little like a partner from now on and asked, what about his battle gear? Michael said he was keeping her inside and was about to explain everything when suddenly, the gathering of those willing to go to London was announced. Everything was voluntary, as usual, but Michael said it was time for them to slowly move out to land as well. Patty suddenly declared, we don't need to get on the plane this time, and held out her boyfriend's hand. They walked with her to the roof, where Michael saw an interesting sight before him. He felt like he was in a movie. In front of him stood a few people in black suits, resembling foreign agents. Betty smiled contentedly. She said, I've also rocked some skills while climbing the tower, including spatial magic. Now I can move anywhere in space just by setting coordinates. I even got permission from the association. Hearing this, Michael was surprised and couldn't say anything so as not to interrupt the girl who had already started moving. She designated the coordinates as the target and used the auxiliary magic teleport to get them there. Meanwhile, the UK hunters watched in amazement as the unknown spheres grew larger and larger. Strange magical creatures resembling lizards and quite strong in appearance began to emerge from them. The hunters of Britain specialized in magic and nursing better than anyone in the world. They resolutely defended their magic tower from enemy attacks, preventing the dragons from harming it. One of their squad members turned to the newcomer and told him to focus all his attention on the portal. After all, he said, if an object from another world gets through, something terrible could happen. The newbie boy nodded. His job was to guard the portal. Suddenly, he heard another orb materialize right behind him. A dragon emerged from it, and the boy screamed in terror, forgetting all the techniques he had been taught. Suddenly, the portal lit up, signaling the arrival of someone from another world or corner of the earth. In the next instant, the monster flew into the air before it could harm the boy, who was left standing there in a panic. But then, he saw the lizard fall beside him. For some reason, it looked like it was already dead, which surprised him. After that, he looked up and saw those who had done this to the monster. Michael and Batty had come out of the portal. The girl turned to the young wizard. Are these the magical entities? She asked. The man hurriedly stood up and bowed to them, apologizing for the insufficient preparation in the barrier. Michael replied that he shouldn't have worried, as they would provide their assistance. Betty then asked, when did this second attack occur? This time, another mage answered her. We can handle the cleanup here. You should head to where everyone is gathered. He ordered the newcomer. Escort them to the right place. The boys followed the kid down a set of ancient steps. The steps seemed to lead to a dungeon or something similar, but Michael paused for a moment. After descending those steps, they entered a short corridor they needed to cross quickly. Once they had managed that, the kid opened the massive wrought gold doors and invited them inside. Inside was a lavish hall, where other contenders from around the world, Korean contenders included, had gathered. Michael noticed that many hunters had rushed in to lend their support, but for some reason, he felt that the wizards from the magic tower were acting somewhat arrogantly. After all, everyone outside was laboring in sweat, while the top officials were lounging at a table. It was then that Michael suddenly noticed David, the wizard he knew. David was sitting in the chair of the tower's chief executive. Seeing Michael, the old man was very surprised, not hiding his delight. He was glad to see the lad alive. David said, there was no way I expected to meet you like this, adding that he was honored. Beefy looked at the guy, somewhat surprised. Quietly, she asked, are you really familiar with this man? But Michael didn't have time to answer. He got straight to the point, saying, the huge black sphere is a high-level barrier. Although we almost succeeded in destroying it when it was still small, the opportunity is now gone. From this moment on, no matter what we do, we won't leave a scratch on it. Suddenly, David handed Michael his seat. The other mages watched in amazement, asking, who is this man? Some already knew his name. The old wizard thought that giving up his seat at the head of the table to save the country was nothing. After all, others didn't know anything, but he knew for sure how strong this young man was. David asked, in your opinion, is there any way to solve this problem? And smiled. Waiting for his answer, Michael said he would just destroy the black spear on his own, which amazed everyone present. David was a little shocked by his self-assurance. He dared to say it was impossible. The other challengers and mages were also shocked. They couldn't believe the guy said it so easily, but Michael meanwhile continued. He added that he would do it on one condition. David braced himself, expecting something strange, but he wasn't ready for what Michael said next. The guy asked for the awards of everyone here. Of course, the others didn't like this. They protested, asking who he thought he was. The old man was also a little shocked by such a request, but he said he would need to consult with the responsible people about it. Michael replied that he didn't mind waiting. However, at this rate, London could disappear off the face of the earth. He knew that people would act even without rewards if he pushed them far enough. But still, he insisted that what was due to him must be given. Meanwhile, the old man glanced again at the sulfur. Suddenly, he agreed. By all means, he shouted, I'll get it done if the guy keeps his promise. The mages present in the room rushed to stop him, telling him it wasn't such an easy decision, but David didn't listen to them. He asked Michael to destroy the Dan orb as quickly as possible, and that was all he was waiting for. He took out the pendant given to him by the Steel Blood Lord as armor and activated it. In the blink of an eye, he was wearing protective gear, and the guy now had two swords in his hands at once. He suddenly swung them and directed his attack toward the wall, behind which he could see a black spear. It wasn't the best way to get to her, but at least it was the fastest. The guy punched through the wall. He prepared to head off to eliminate the sphere when he suddenly heard someone call out to him. It was Batty. The girl looked a little worried, and Michael wondered if she was worried about him again. He smiled at her, showing her that he would be fine and would get this problem over with quickly. Then the guy jumped off the tower, saying he'd be back soon. Now, he had to come up with a plan. he activated the exclusive effect of the Wind Spirit Boots, Wind Path, of high plus rank. Because of this, he was able to run through the air straight towards the black sphere and already figured out how he would proceed to start. The hunters and mages, meanwhile, simply watched him, amazed at his speed, for he was almost at his goal. A moment later, Michael was standing on a sphere that seemed even larger up close. However, the guy drew his sword, saying, "It's about time to start trying to chop up the stale breadcrumbs." He activated the Heaven's Destruction skill, the additional effect of which was the ability to destroy magic power. With that thought, he swung both swords at once and prepared to strike the center of the sphere. With his new skill, even the system reported that he had no limits to what he could break. Michael decided to test it out. He struck with all of his might, and the people watching him, even from the tower room, could feel this incredible power. The black sphere suddenly split open, and the characteristic purple light from Makudagawa's sword effect appeared around it. Michael smiled at the thought that he had managed to get his hands on it, and he then copied it onto his original sword. He squeezed it tighter, pressing it deeper into the split in the sphere. It was almost cracked. The crack had reached nearly to the middle of the sphere, but it was still holding. But it was enough already. A hole formed in the center upstairs where Michael was standing. It was large enough for a man to enter. Without thinking long, Michael jumped into the sphere itself. The system reported that he had entered a magical void zone. So far, he hadn't sensed anything. He wondered if he should consider the inside of the barrier as a completely different dimension. After a bit of thought, he realized he could find out with his spiritual eye, but what he saw shocked him. It was said that any entities other than the owner of the zone would see a terrible illusion that could not be dispelled by skills. The system also sealed all sentience-related skills. There was also a penalty, a reduction of all stats by 18. Michael turned around and saw a multitude of monsters in front of him. Although they were only illusions, they looked very real. Suddenly, one of them attacked him, and Michael had to defend himself. He hit the monster and killed it with the first blow. However, what surprised him was that the illusion was so strong that it was even capable of using physical force. Michael activated the power of Serene Mind, and the effect of the magical zone void was cancelled through the magic resistance of the skill. Disorientation was also cancelled, and the sealed parts of the skills were undone through the skill's forced breakthrough penalty. The penalty, which reduced all stats by 18 units, also ceased to take effect. All monsters surrounding him disappeared, and Michael saw the bright light that marked the end of the chasm. But thankfully, he landed on his feet. Still, it was dark all around, and that annoyed him. Michael knew that the clothes the White Crane Master had given him could be restored with mana. It was a very useful option, because even though he was fighting illusions, there were plenty of them that could hurt him. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. "I'm surprised to meet such a strong opponent on Earth." Michael quickly pounced on him, chopping off his head within a second. His opponent had been something like a mage. The mage suddenly said, "Interesting, a skilled craftsman found in such a wretched dimension." But he had also considered such an arrangement. Michael covered his face with his hands as a large flash of light nearly blinded him. However, it gave the enemy an advantage. Michael activated the battle-hardened warrior mythos, and an indomitability effect was added to his divinity control. Seeing this, the magician was surprised. He asked, "Are you an apostle? There could be no gods in such an insignificant dimension." But Michael decided to prove him wrong. Using the Bloodseeker skill, he aimed at his opponent. The magician, seeing how strong Michael was, used the invisibility effect to hide from his attack, but it was useless. Michael simply concentrated his power into one hand and spread it throughout the area. Bloody tentacle needles pierced the mage, as well as all of his doppelganger clones, which he had created to confuse him. It amazed the magician that the enemy was able to hit him and all of his clones so quickly and accurately, despite the fact that they were invisible. However, suddenly, the magician reappeared, whole and invisible, right in front of Michael again, saying that even though he was an apostle, that didn't mean he could do whatever he wanted in the mage's domain. But the guy knew it was fake too. The mage, meanwhile, released some small elf-like creatures, saying that he wouldn't escape death anyway. This turned out to be a whole invasion of self-destructing spirit techniques that flew at Michael. The guy decided to use his counterattack shield against them, shaping it into the form of a bat to fend off the elves. And he was very good at it, until not one of their spirits got close enough to hurt him. His opponent, meanwhile, was surprised by the guy's savvy, so he decided to retreat, preparing for a new plan of attack. Michael thought he wanted to have a protracted battle, but that wasn't the way to do it, because the guy wanted to end things quickly. Although the space of this sphere was quite large, it was still all about limited space. So even though it was a bit barbaric, Michael thought he could just destroy the entire inside of the sphere. He released the accumulated damage of his bat, activating the Heavenly Demonic Sword healing skill, after which the exclusive effect of the Demonic Sword of Mixed Beginning skill took over. Double attack was activated. He then directed all that power at the sphere's wall, followed by a huge explosion inside it. From the outside, the sphere looked like it had been cut with a knife, but not all the way through, making it appear even larger. Inside, however, things were a little different. Michael stopped trying to break through the wall and approached his opponent, who didn't even notice him. The mage breathed heavily and sank to his knees, surprised that the guy was able to wound him in his own space. It made him angry. Plus, he asked Michael why a monster like him was in such a miserable dimension, but the guy didn't even let him finish, telling him to immediately destroy that black sphere. The magician replied that it was complete nonsense because he had put so much effort into it, which was why Michael had broken his arm. To do so, he used 2 skills, among which was pain amplification, and from now on, his enemy felt double pain. The mage grimaced in unbearable pain, questioning, how dare he do this to the future archipelago of the Empire? The enemy could no longer even kneel. Collapsing on the ground in a pool of his own blood, he realized what Michael was trying to accomplish. He shouted, I can't destroy the orb. Michael used fire dragon eyes, but the skill showed that there was no lie in the challenger's words. Then Michael ordered him to call himself, describe his dimension, and explain the purpose of the invasion. It turned out that the mage's name was Sandal. He was from the Ares dimension, and his purpose for coming to Earth was to gain faith. Michael wondered, what do you mean by that? Sandal replied, you came here without even knowing. The tone didn't please Michael. He stepped on him with his foot again, reminding him not to waste time talking. Sandal then said, in the hidden ruins, I saw an ancient text that said, outstanding wizards and knights can break through the wall of improving skills through faith. Through people's faith, divine power is accumulated in the heart, where the ring is located. Michael interrupted, asking, shouldn't you, on the contrary, save people to gain their faith? Saul replied, fear of the absolute is also a kind of faith. He decided it would be quicker to achieve it that way. When Michael asked why he chose Earth, the mage answered, there seem to be no gods here to hinder me. Michael paused for a moment, taking his foot away. I have one more question, he said. What about the god of verification and verification? Sandal replied, I don't even know if such gods exist, except that it is a lie. After all, Michael still had his spiritual eye skill activated, allowing him to tell when the mage was lying or telling the truth. The boy thought he had asked just in case, but it turned out that Sandal clearly knew about these 2 gods. So Michael approached him, understanding. The more important the information, the less likely it was to be shared. But Michael had a few more tricks up his sleeve. He activated his torture art skill and used it on his opponent. His gaze was intense, as if he was ready to burn the mage alive. It will be interesting to see how long you can last, he said. Meanwhile, it was getting dark outside, and Seidel was screaming for the unbearable pain that pierced his body time after time. The mage asked, just kill me. But the guy healed him with his skill over and over again after each round of torture. After a while, Seidel managed to extract a lot of information about divinity, magic, the god of verification, and the god of battle. It had been about 7 hours since he entered the sphere, and the long torture had worn down his strength. However, despite everything, he finally understood what divinity was. That was perhaps the most important thing he had learned. First of all, simply having divinity did not make him a god. When the magical organ called the nucleus in Mima, or the ring of the heart in Ares, was opened, it became possible to accumulate the divinity, the purest energy of them all, the purest form of magic that responds most easily to any will. By accumulating this power, he would be able to increase his level dramatically. The only problem was that he still didn't know how to use this power properly. There were 2 ways to accumulate divine power in one's heart, but it was very difficult to dismantle and purify the magical power, 1 drop at a time. Therefore, the way to solve this problem was nothing but faith. For if one had strong faith, strength would accumulate in the heart faster. That was all Seidel had learned from the ruins. He said it was a prophecy and added that the priest of the god of battle had ordered it not to be told. Hearing the mention of the god of battle, Michael clenched his blade with anger. He had not expected it to be directly related. It was just as the god of verification said, Michael thought. I would not trust the other gods, for they would consider me an enemy. But he had no idea why a god he only knew about through a couple of short messages had enlisted him as his enemy. The battle god's hostility towards him was clearly affecting Earth as a whole, which Michael really didn't like. If this continued, his world would eventually come to an end, because this had happened before. Michael thought that now this god of battle had truly become his real enemy, that he must destroy. He soon killed Seidel, ending his torment, and then absorbed his spirit, increasing his skill by 4.4%. After activating the exclusive skill Blood Feast, he consumed the blood of the challenger Sigdal. His sword had now gained a new rank, going from high menace to just high, and it also absorbed a new skill. The blood slot imprinted a rank 1 plus soul ego grant skill, but Michael decided to read about all of that later in the waiting room. Michael thought that in order to fight a god, or rather, to at least try to oppose him in some way, he would have to prove his divinity. and then it was business as usual. He defeated the enemy, and his black spear technique dissipated on its own. Michael was honored as a hero. He thanked the mages, saying that he had thoroughly enjoyed his 2 days of rest and should now head back. He carried with him to the tower the dimensional bag that Body had given him, telling him to treat it with care. Michael patted it. It now held all of his awards earned in this raid. There were a lot of them. Skill enhancement potions, random skill acquisition books, physical ability enhancement potions, etc. The guy was able to snatch an incredible amount of items. But it clearly wouldn't be a big loss for the UK. He picked up his name tag, which showed that his rank had increased. It was now listed as high. Looking at it, Michael involuntarily remembered how he constantly thought about it. You could say it was his dream. He had previously thought that his desire to become a high-class hunter would remain nothing more than a dream. Now the guy was asking why he didn't have an epic rank, which would have suited him obviously better. After the raid, the British Hunters Association made a request for a press conference. In addition to being asked if he had any desire to stay in the UK, he was given several annoying suggestions. Similarly, in South Korea, they tried to lure him with various baits like tax breaks. But wealth and fame on Earth were not so important to him now, for if the Earth itself disappeared, it would be of no use to him. What he really needed to achieve was growth. For he had a battle with the god himself ahead of him. Even if a god were to concentrate the power in his hands to stop him, behind Seedol's words, divine power is the result of putting magical power into its purest form. So Michael set about practicing his concentration, training his divinity. He tried to feel his dantian, which was the core in the center of the abdomen or the ring of the heart. However, as expected, no matter how many times he tried, the result was the same. Although he could refine his magic power to some extent, he wouldn't be able to bring it to a perfect state so that it transformed into divine power. He tried to do at least something during the guy's stay in that void, but he never managed to create any sword chi or magic. Faith and fanaticism. Michael couldn't believe that divine power would be triggered by that kind of will. It was faith that was the basis for the creation of the battle-hardened warrior and vampire slayer. Therefore, as expected, he could not, right now, utilize divine power to its fullest extent. The boy put on the hood of his hoodie and prepared to head back to the Tower of Trials. After all, climbing further up it, he would be able to figure out what was what sooner or later. It was the only way. Soon, he had already entered the 15th floor, the theme of which was war, as strange as it may sound. Someone told him to kill those stupid occultists who rejected their god of darkness. The two men looked amongst themselves, questioning why Mrs. Rain had accepted such a request. A burly man peered into the tent Michael had moved into, his appearance slightly scruffy, but that didn't stop him from yelling at the guy, asking if he was shirking his duties. Grabbing him by the hood, he told the guy to quickly get up and join the fight. After all, the order had long ago been given to go on the attack, and he was still sleeping here. The man was clearly angry. It wasn't until they came out that the man noticed the guy's clothes didn't match the battlefield. Michael, hearing about the Holy War, asked if it was about religious conflicts. The system announced the start of the 15th floor challenge. He was given 17 days in which he must lead the temple. To victory, the reward for a successful breakthrough was a protection bracelet of an unnamed god of epic plus rank. Michael quickly reasoned that the number of enemies amounted to several thousand. It was probably the most he had ever fought. The men on whose side he fought were praising some Mrs. Real, who was leading them all into battle. The big guy explained to Michael that she was the commander of their mercenary squad, the one everyone feared. After all, the girl was a consummate aura user. He said it with such enthusiasm that Michael wondered. Meanwhile, the sentry on the tower reported that a new stream of battle god occultists had arrived, and everyone should get ready. Michael, at first, just watched everything with interest, but when he heard about the god of battle, his face changed. After all, if one were to organize everything that was currently going on around them, they could draw the following conclusions. He was a mercenary hired by some nasty guys serving the god of darkness, and at the moment, they were at war with the side of the people who worshipped the god of battle. Suddenly, Michael felt motivated. For to him, in any battle, there was bound to be a winner and a loser. The system announced the beginning of a special task leader's path, according to which he must win the recognition of the leader. Real had a strong desire to learn the secrets of the sword. She was a commander recognized by mid-level mercenaries. For her, a person with no aristocratic roots, the battlefield was the only place to grow. And so, after going through many battles and being between life and death countless times, she reached the level of aura user. Her actions were limited, however, as she had never been trained on how to use it. Therefore, she had no choice but to continue wandering around the battlefield and risk her life. The girl did this so skillfully that she would be the envy of the best knights in the kingdom. Her sword technique reminded Michael of his lightning sword in some ways, yet he couldn't feel that energy. Ray thought that, even by eye, the number of enemies numbered in the thousands. As for the number of their allies, including the corpses summoned by the Priests of Darkness, there were about 700,000 heads. The picture was completely different from what the Priests of Darkness had said. If the slightest mistake was made, they would all be in danger. Her mercenaries rushed to the girl, but she broke away from them. After all, it was dangerous to fight any of them. She would be the one to defend them, not the other way around. A siege golem, large and sturdy, suddenly appeared in front of her men, instilling terror with his appearance. The big man, who turned out to be the vice commander, was approached by his comrade. "Lady, she's been ambushed," the comrade reported. The man shouted, "It can't be." But the situation clearly suggested otherwise. Only a miracle could help the girl now. Not only had she found herself cut off from her squad because of the golem, but she was also surrounded on all sides. Rio realized, too late, that she had no strength left at all as the first opponent suddenly pounced on her. The girl only had time to think, is this really how I'm going to die? An insignificant, pathetic death. And because she never made it to the top, it was quite sad. So tears came to her eyes. As she closed her eyes and prepared to die, she suddenly felt someone's powerful attack knock back all the enemies around her. Ray looked at her rescuer in surprise, not believing she had escaped death. Michael, meanwhile, told her, "I'll be away for a while to block the attack. You better back off." On a battlefield that could safely be called insanity, such a calm voice came from somewhere. The girl even thought she was dreaming, not believing that Michael was real, for he fought even better than she did. The guy also had his own fiery aura, which overpowered his opponents. The girl stopped crying. The people who fought on the side of the god of battle were surprised at the sudden appearance of such an experienced warrior. Michael, meanwhile, was killing them one after another, not allowing a single attack to get close. He had the perfect combination of strength, flexibility, and grace. Rael had the impression she was watching a god. It was truly beautiful in her eyes, and Michael seemed to her to be a fruit of art that was careless. The guy himself noticed that he was very strong in such fights and could fully replenish his stamina. However, skill only grew by 0.00001%. That was a bit sad, but he was happy to at least absorb skills. There were countless of them, and Michael thought he could create some legendary skill through synthesis. He continued to exterminate the enemies, who were already far fewer in number than they had been before his appearance. After a few more minutes, the battle god's side announced the retreat of their forces. Seeing that they were failing, one of the commanders said, "People should not fight this monster alone. Instead, send forward golems." Then, huge golems grew in front of Michael and became his new opponents. One of them swung its arm at him, and the guy used the 7 white sword techniques. The first technique was white sword piercing the heavens, which Michael applied at the right moment. He then jumped upwards, completely shredding the golem into pieces. It was quite easy. Even his allies on the darkness god's side marveled at his strength. As the guy destroyed the Gullion with a single blow, Ray noticed that Michael had used the same skill again when he'd saved her. She got an interesting impression of the guy. It seemed to her that he was distorting space itself, and that was beyond the sword's capabilities. Meanwhile, the golems summoned by the supporters of the god of battle had been defeated. People marveled at how Michael dealt with them in seconds. They had never seen anything like it. Then suddenly everyone fell silent. The general of their troops spoke up, asking what they were making a fuss about. He said that this guy's appearance only meant they had one opponent left. The man was named Moore. He was a priest of the god of battle and had personally come to the battlefield for support. Moore ordered a group debuff to be prepared, his secret weapon that could temporarily restrain even a dragon. He added that if they caught this guy, victory would be in their hands. Michael, meanwhile, continued to fight. He could sense that there had been some changes on the battlefield, but he couldn't figure out exactly what it was. He felt his opponents approaching from behind. He attacked them with a powerful wave of sword che. People were frightened by such power, so no one dared to approach him for a frontal attack. Morris saw it too. He was shocked that the guy managed to fend off a group attack so easily. He even thought there was a priest hiding somewhere near Michael to help him dodge these tricks. However, it was all his. Michael acted alone and in the blink of an eye approached him, thrusting his blade in. He stabbed the priest in the stomach. The priest didn't even have time to see the guy get close to him. Michael didn't forget about the others who were also his opponents. He aimed bloody projectiles at them. Those were confused, covering themselves with their hands. They thought Michael was a real monster. One of them decided that, since he couldn't openly use blood control, he'd at least enlist that. He applied drops of blood like bullets, which, however, killed as deadly as if they were fired from a firearm. Especially since he had killed their priest, who had come to support his men. That had to depress the situation. As it was, the people soon realized they couldn't handle Michael. So, they decided to call the bishop. They retreated, and the system reported that everyone on the battlefield had sensed his presence and that he had completed the special mission. As a result, the Invincible 1 achievement was obtained, and all of his skills increased by 4. Meanwhile, the Darkness God Squad had also retreated. Michael was offered the best barracks. He headed toward it, but suddenly, he heard the same big man who had dragged him to the battlefield address him. The man bowed and apologized for his behavior, but Michael told him not to worry, calling him an orc. He added that he would like to get some rest and headed for the barracks, telling the man he could go as well. Michael thought that once he defeated 1,000 opponents, everyone began to respect him, even giving him the best seat. He opened the system window, remembering that a message had appeared during the battle, but he hadn't had time to read it. The message said that he had killed many people and consumed their souls, and his talent as the god of death was slowly beginning to develop. Suddenly, Michael recalled reading about a similar effect in the new details of his unique characterization. It said that the Dana of the god of death had received enlightenment, but Michael didn't even know who he was. He was very interested in what it all meant, but for now, he could only speculate. Suddenly, he felt someone's presence, which clearly indicated that someone was watching him. Michael swung his sword at the roof of the tent, for it was from there that he sensed the strange feeling. It did not move. In the next instant, the ground fell beneath Rain, who had been watching him all this time. The girl hadn't expected to be noticed at all, but now she found herself on the ground in front of Michael, who was eager to hear her explanation. Rain stood up and said that the other was not to be expected of him, for the lad's senses were incredibly developed. In the meantime, Michael appreciated the girl as a warrior and concluded that she did possess some talent. Still, the guy asked what she was doing here, adding that she was lucky she hadn't died from blood loss earlier. The girl replied that she was fine now. It was mostly thanks to him. Michael asked, do people here always thank others so secretly? And Reel was confused. She suddenly changed the subject, asking, are you someone important? I haven't seen you among the mercenaries 5. Michael thought that was problematic since he stood out so much on the battlefield. The girl had already figured out what was going on. Reel added, I feel a divine presence. Ordinary mercenaries aren't capable of that. So the girl suddenly became serious, asking, who are you really? Michael thought for a moment before answering. Then, he suddenly decided to play with her a little. He answered, the god of darkness sent me. Rain was greatly surprised to hear this, for they were, in fact, his servants. Michael didn't stop there. He added, I am his apostle, justifying himself by saying he had no other choice. Then Rainel asked, is that really true? Michael realized she might have already guessed that he was lying. But suddenly, the girl sank to the ground, saluting the apostle and saying, I've insulted you. I apologize. Michael involuntarily thought he'd gone a little overboard with his alibi. He turned to the girl saying, we should keep this a secret so the spies can't find out anything. However, Rain asked, can I tell it to you then? Michael replied, it's okay. After all, true comrades see each other at once. He smiled at the girl, portraying sincerity. Hearing about true comradeship from the apostle of the god of darkness, the girl glowed with happiness. Meanwhile, Michael had started a new special assignment to identify an object of admiration. According to him, the strongest mercenary among the allies should be admired by him, and this object would be noted. After completing the task, the strongest mercenary could take command of the army. Suddenly, Michael saw a mark light up over the girl, indicating she would be his target. Michael thought as he went through the guide's task. He wasn't sure how he would manage the squad's men. However, things looked much easier now, because with Rain's help, he could arrange everything. The guide took the girl's hand and thought that this floor would probably be one of the easiest. All of his stats had reached triple-digit values, averaging between 113 and 121. That was great. Michael smiled contentedly at the fact that he felt so much stronger physically. Now, during this battle, he had also absorbed a bunch of skills which needed to be organized. He opened the list of his powers and skills, intending to read in detail about each new one. So the guy went into the tab for recently acquired skills. Charisma was one of them. Since he already possessed it, the rank just increased. But there were many others besides her. The ones that might come in handy right now, however, were especially absent. There was only one option left. Michael activated his unique skill synthesis power and immediately amplified its effect with warrior defense. After all, this avocado added luck and infusion, both incredibly important. The powerful force became visible, even through the tent of his barracks. Crossing skills, he sat like that until evening. However, his labors were not in vain. He received an absolute attraction of rank on plus. Also, the whole arsenal was replenished with the steps of the Wolf of Darkness. This skill was already of high menace rank. The last one was the Steel Jaws skill, which Michael also liked and decided to keep. Warrior's Defense was the power that activated the last time his sword was synthesized. And come to think of it, Michael could have said he had it all. He meant sword skills. After all, there was a Sealed Blood Enhancement skill, a Soul Ego Grant, and a Soul Enhancement skill, all of which had different ranks. Michael decided to familiarize himself further with the soul ego grant skill he had received from Sinindel. The description said that once used, the skill would be gone forever, but Michael even liked that. He decided to apply it to his swords, activating the right technique. Now he had to choose between a barrier or an object. After all, that's where the soul ego grant would go. Michael thought for a moment. The grant of soul ego meant to give an item a personality that supported it. It wasn't about a one-time use. So, naturally, Michael chose the celestial demon sword. He thought it would be more appropriate to use it. As it was a growing type item, the system reported that the True Blood Heavenly Demon Sword was impregnated with the soul energy of the Heavenly Demon A. Suddenly, Michael heard someone's voice, rejoicing that he was finally back after such a long time. This was spoken by the Heavenly Demon Askold, who enjoyed universal reverence, worship, and applause. Michael thought it seemed that some crazy person had been put into his sword. Meanwhile, some guy had activated a quartz mixing technique that was supposed to help in the battle. Suddenly, a rider appeared on horseback. Only he had an unusual appearance. He was a dead man. The other fighters praised their comrade for such an admirable technique, and the latter thanked them. In the meantime, Michael, who was said to be so young but already a ruthless butcher, walked by them. He blew off the heads of 1,000 enemies, and not a single muscle on his face wavered. His companions were uncomfortable even being around him. But Michael did not care about these conversations behind his back. He walked on, thinking what a quiet and beautiful night it was. Suddenly, however, a familiar voice addressed him, asking if he was mocking him by ignoring him. After all, the celestial demon A was the first to speak to you, the voice said. But you defied me by refusing to talk. The demon thought he'd escaped from hell, only to find that this boring little man had become his master. Michael suddenly replied, "It's not that. I just wanted to move to a safe distance, one where no one could listen to me." The demon, on the other hand, responded, "I have no words for you. You don't even know the technique of mental communication." It added, "At first, I thought you were from the same area as me, but are you a contender too?" This made Askold laugh. How absurd, he said, for someone not to know the name of a heavenly demon. Michael then asked, "What floor have you managed to reach?" He changed his tone, sounding oddly strange. "I've made it to the 41st floor. Much to Michael's surprise, the tone of the demon's voice suggested it was true. In that case, Michael thought the information the demon possessed must be quite significant. He also realized that he could gain a lot of benefit from dealing with this demon. But suddenly, he had another thought. Michael said he heard that challengers who died starting on the 41st floor could be revived as admins. He wondered why Askold didn't want to be transferred as an admin. The man replied, "There's no way I'd be that long of a tower. Such a lowly existence is not for me," he added. "I couldn't stand it." Michael then said, "While you were alive, you must have been an outstanding warrior, but now you're just a soul ego." He brought the sword closer to him, telling Askold, "Don't forget this fact." But suddenly, the area around him shuddered with the power that the sword-shaped demon radiated. Michael's words had clearly reached him. He asked, "Do you think I don't know that myself?" Then Askold said, "You shouldn't worry." He figured the guy was trying to build a clear leader-subordinate relationship, so he added, "That will definitely help you in the fight." Even without all of his former power, Askold was a martial arts genius and a master of magic. He said, "I can help you accomplish all of your goals," and even demonstrated a bit of his power around him. Everything around him shook once again from the incredible energy of the sword, which leveled the trees with its power. Michael looked at this with great surprise, for he had never been able to wield his blade so skillfully himself. But the effect of this scene was tremendous. The guy stood in the middle of the cleared field, completely impressed. Then he told the demon, "You really have good support data." Michael added that he was from the Earth dimension, though the demon had probably never heard of him. So it was. Askold then said that the current capacity of the sword could not fully contain his soul. It was hard for him to stay conscious for long, but he was able to sense that another person was coming this way. That was the end of their conversation. Meanwhile, Michael was approached by Rain. The bro was running and a bit out of breath. She apologized for distracting him from his training, but said they were suddenly attacked by an enemy. Hearing this, Michael thought he should give credit to the Tower of Trials. It would never, ever let you get bored. He asked the girl to tell more about the attacking elite units of battle priests that were also pulling up to the battle. Michael himself said he would go there immediately to assist the priests. Meanwhile, the battle raged on full blast. The soldiers were protecting the priests, for if the enemies killed them, the magic of necromancy would be dispelled. The enemies were called vile animals, cowardly creatures who crept in under the cover of night. Michael noticed that there weren't as many enemies compared to last time. There were somewhere around 100 in total. However, these ones were clearly of a higher level. They used powers that were definitely divinity-based. Though it was a trifle by his standards, the enemies continued to close in on the priests. When Rain arrived at the scene of the battle, she was surprised to find that quite a few people had already died. She saw that there was a very strong aura coming from some of the enemies and realized those were clearly highly ranked fighters. But Michael, who suddenly put his hand on her shoulder, asked if he could ask the girl for a favor. He said that no matter how strong the enemies were, or how hopeless the situation seemed, she should trust him completely. After all, he trusts her too. With those words, the guy bestowed a smile on her. The girl even blushed a little at hearing such a thing, but Michael said it deliberately. And then Michael rushed into battle, calling Rain with him and saying that they should protect the priests. After all, a temple can only be built if they are available. The girl agreed. She suddenly became serious and rushed into battle as well, saying that she would definitely protect her men. The sister, meanwhile, reported that the mercenary Rain deeply admired him, so the special assignment was done. Now, the fighting spirit of the allied camp was internalized, and careful command kept the ranks from breaking up. Michael heard the girl wish him luck, saying that if they ever saw each other again, she would treat him to some embroidery. Michael replied that it was the nicest thing he'd ever heard, so he was happy to accept her invitation. The guy activated the steps of the Wolf of Darkness's skill, because the time of day was just perfect. It was a walking technique that mimicked the movements of the Wolf of Darkness, a legendary creature. Its effect was to increase mobility by a factor of 2 in the dark, and Michael quickly internalized it. He had already killed many opponents, noticing that not all of them were highly ranked. One man, who had interrupted a dozen of their men, was surprised to feel that the line had reached him as well. Michael was rushing him from behind, saying, "You'll regret daring to attack our camp at night." Meanwhile, near the entrance to the garrison of troops, things were somewhat worse, but the men were not wondering. The enemy had already broken through their equipment and was moving toward the main camp, where the command was located. The big guy, whose name was Dane, shouted for his comrades, "Don't panic." Close ranks. The onslaught of the enemies was difficult to contain, but they had the advantage, for they were on the defensive. Therefore, if they scattered now, they would only face a miserable death that would end everything. But unfortunately, so far that was the case. In many instances, his men lacked combat experience. Suddenly, Dean felt himself being kicked in the stomach, but he remained standing on his feet. He only grimaced in pain and marveled that he couldn't spot his opponent's attacks in time. But fortunately, the man was already being rushed for help. The rider, Rainel herself, was running to save him. The girl swung her sword in a flash. She was near her opponent. With one accurate strike, she killed him. Michael was surprised that her blade possessed divinity. Also, the girl's swordsmanship skills were astounding. Dean was surprised by this as well. Though he'd videoed Mistress in battle many times before, each new fight felt different. The girl, meanwhile, turned to him, asking if the man was going to play sick. After all, he'd only been punched in the stomach. Dean replied that, of course, he hadn't even thought about it. Rain stopped suddenly, snorting. She felt like a sort of squad leader again. So the girl shouted, giving the command to form up, leaving only the tankers in the vanguard. She ordered them to take a defensive position, and they immediately followed her orders. Next, Ray moved on to the archers, saying that they were their main fighting force. "We'll be standing behind the tankers, and the melee damagers would be left to protect the healers." The morale of all the soldiers increased in an instant. Now they were all ready to fight back against the enemy, who still had quite a few men left. However, camping the enemy also had a few rounds up their sleeves, for their opponents looked on with a smirk. They rushed to attack, saying they would glorify their temple, while the side of the god of darkness prepared for defense. The archer drew their bowstrings and opened fire on the advancing army, but the tankers stood firm. First of all, the people of the battle god wanted to kill the girl in the center, because they immediately realized that she was in charge. Hearing this, the tankers tensed up but continued to stay in formation, not letting the enemy troops through. The people behind Raynol's back said they wouldn't last long at this rate. They asked to join the fight as well, but the girl refused, saying their purpose was to protect the priests. After all, if they maintained their position with faith in their hearts, that person would come to them. It was about Michael, of course, who had been biding his time all along. Sneaking up on the enemy's rear, the battle god's side was surprised that he was here so quickly. Michael had already prepared to destroy them one by one, doing so with great skill. Rain couldn't hide her joy upon seeing Michael. She glowed with happiness as she watched the boy fight. Meanwhile, Michael used his Bloodseeker skill, forming new targets to attack. They turned out to be bloody rods that bound all the enemies in a flash, taking them hostage. Suddenly, Askell turned to him. "How dare you use it not in battle, but like this?" However, he admitted that he had to like the way the guy mercilessly chopped down his enemies. The demon suddenly added Michael would be a great swordsman if he came from Urim. The guy himself felt the sword suddenly filled with mana, which spoke of the demon's presence. Michael thought that this was the technique of mental communication. He just needed to transmit his voice through magical power. This surprised Askell, who asked, "In such a short time, you've been able to master her. Michael responded with a simple question. Isn't something like that something anyone who knows how to control mana can do? Then Askold said, if you follow my logic, half of the martial artists are in Merm, not even worthy of being called that. For if he wasn't a genius himself, he wouldn't be able to summon his soul. Hearing this made Michael a little uncomfortable. He said, I probably understand what the demon is talking about. Askold then added that he was starting to feel sleepy again, so he had to leave. Michael turned around to walk as well when suddenly he was approached by a priest and stopped. The boy said, the senior priest wishes to see you, and asked Michael to follow him. Surprised by this, Michael decided it would be impolite to refuse. He was led to a room where several other priests were gathered, along with their chief. The chief addressed the boy, calling him the killer. Michael replied, you can just call me Nameless. The old man remarked, I'm sure the boy will please the god of darkness. Michael thanked him. The elder priest then asked, do you know why I called you here? It's to discuss the reward. When Michael answered in the affirmative, the old man became serious. He asked, what reward do you expect? But Michael said that, in that case, he would ask a counter question. He asked the high priest what kind of offering he was prepared to give, all while activating his absolute attraction skill. Because of this, High Priest Ko entered an unusual state. He now clearly felt Michael's powerful presence and declared the greatest reward he could bestow. These are the finest holy relics of the Church of the God of Darkness, Michael continued. It was a sudden decision. Some of the other priests immediately objected, saying that relics could not be handed over to outsiders. But the elder silenced them. Before us stands the one who will lead the way to victory in this trial. For a moment, Kel felt an overwhelming force radiating from Michael. It was so intense that the old man briefly wondered if he was staring into the gaze of a dragon. Holy relics are marvelous treasures that contain divine power, and now they were being brought forth for Michael. Kel remarked that these relics of the god of darkness were of the highest quality and therefore deserved the utmost care. Michael activated the Fire Dragon Eye skill. The first item was an offering seal of unique rank. With it, he could obtain a new skill. Next came the Veil of Night Absorbing Flame. The same rank, this skill would allow him to revive after death. These were very valuable items, and Michael decided to save them for the trial. However, judging by the augmentation he read with his dragon eye, he wouldn't be able to get past the 15th floor. Despite this, he couldn't help but feel excited. Nothing happened by accident in the Tower of Trials. Obtaining such items meant he would have to face some pretty strong opponents in the future. Michael already had a sense of impending danger, which made him uneasy. He took the seal and veil, intending to bring them with him when... Suddenly, the priest addressed him again. The old man said, the war has just begun. I hope the lad will demonstrate decent strength. But Michael replied, you don't have to worry about that. I've already earned Mrs. Rain's trust. With that, he said he had to leave, and the priest waited for the lad to depart. Afterward, he suddenly wept at being forced to give up his relics. Michael's technique dissipated, and he walked contentedly down the road back to his barracks. Suddenly, he was called again, and this time the person was Raynal. The girl wondered if his private conversation with the high priest had ended on a good note. Michael responded positively, saying that everything had gone well. However, he suddenly noticed something. The boy wondered if the lady swordsman had been waiting for him here all this time. The girl stammered and looked away. I promised to buy you a drink, she said, her voice soft, and I have one request for you. Real said it so embarrassed that Michael smiled involuntarily. However, when he heard the request, his smile faded and he became serious. It could even mean a new special assignment. A few minutes later, they were sitting at one of the tables. The girl was drinking even more than Michael. However, he noticed that the alcohol was not very strong. The guy was sober as a whistle. But it seemed even that was enough for Real. A moment later, she collapsed on the table. In fact, her body had long since exceeded the human limit. Because the alcohol was very even, Michael managed to continue staying sober. Real said he was definitely like a monster. Michael replied, the most important thing is that the drink has a wonderful flavor. He then reminded the girl of her request. You were going to ask me for something after all, so you should have done it now. For some reason, Rain lowered her eyes and even frowned slightly, as if she was about to say something she didn't like. She suddenly remembered a situation from her childhood. When the people from the castle took away all their food, it was for the needs of the kingdom. But the country's officials clearly abused this, taking more than necessary. She even remembered one of the knights hitting her daddy. She had pounced on him, beating him with her fists. Then she was kicked painfully in the stomach, which made her burst into tears. At that moment, she faced the injustice of life for the first time. The man who had hit her said, if you're jealous of us, then let you become a knight too. Her parents were annoyed by this behavior of the king's servants, but they knew there was nothing they could do about it. Now, those memories flooded into Rain's mind, and she made a decision for herself. Suddenly, the girl looked straight into Michael's eyes and asked him to be her teacher. She wanted him to teach her swordsmanship. Michael wasn't ready for it. He even stopped drinking, setting the mug aside. He quickly began weighing the pros and cons. Secretly, the lad hoped the request would be to his advantage, but it was a simple and personal request. Michael had completed the special assignment, became an object of admiration, and had gotten everything he could from Raynal. Paying more attention to the characters of the world Tower recreated felt like a waste of time. So he got up from the table, saying he was refusing, and turned to leave. He told Rael she should get a good night's rest as the fight would continue tomorrow. However, the girl had no intention of letting him go so easily. She suddenly snapped to attention again. "Real," she said. "I have to get stronger, no matter what." Though it sounded quiet, her voice was confident. Suddenly, she rose from her seat and approached Michael. Then she surprised him with her determination. The girl fell to her knees and bowed, her face right on the ground. Michael looked at her differently, now interested in why she wanted it so badly. Ray, meanwhile, continued to plead with him. "No one but you can help me with this," she said. "I'm bound to learn from you. I'll do whatever you tell me." Michael smiled involuntarily, thinking that a little fun couldn't hurt. After a while, they were already standing on the makeshift training ground. The first step was a stand-up, but Mike immediately said, "You don't need to be so serious. It's good that you're trying your best," he continued. "But if you overdo it, you'll become too conniving. You also lack combat experience right now, so you need to strengthen your mana network." Michael added, "Now go practice your aura a bit." He turned Rain around, positioning her with her back to him. He had activated the Fire Dragon Eye skill and stimulated the girl's chakra points. Ray thought he was showing her the path of mana, as though telling her to follow him. In essence, it was similar to her method, but there was one difference. Michael's way was more refined. To put it more accurately, he was gorgeous, but Rain didn't understand how one could achieve such a thing. Michael, meanwhile, said that it was her personalized monopath way that he had created based on her needs. He added that a girl should train her aura every day using this method. That was the end of their session. Soon, he was sitting in his barracks again, deciding to check his awards. The guy pulled out a bag he had gotten from Batty. It held all the awards for helping Great Britain. He stuck his hand into the bag, which was actually much larger inside than it appeared on the outside, and pulled out the first item. However, he decided not to waste time and dumped all the contents he had received from the British Association on the ground. There were quite a few items. However, in Michael's eyes, it was just a bunch of useless trash. After all, he already had all sorts of effects and skills. The last ones he synthesized were 3 high menace and rank 1+ skills, so it was time to use them. With that thought, he activated the Steel Absorption skill, something akin to a mask formed on his head, which however was alive, or rather, he could control it himself. The description said that absorbing the steel made his body stronger. It also boosted one random characteristic. Michael figured he'd see everything right away. He brought the first steel object from the bag up to his head, which was now wearing this mask, and then took a sharp bite on a piece of metal, which to his surprise, broke through like a rusk. The system reported that he had absorbed a steel cloud cane and his mana increased by 1. The guy was even surprised because the stats were increasing so fast it was a bit cheaterish. He decided to try again and absorb the heavenly steel stone this time. The result of this absorption was a 0.8% purification of his body's dirty chi. This was accompanied by a spit of blood, and Michael looked at her, not realizing what dirty chi was. However, in the next second, he suddenly noticed that his body felt lighter. Michael thought he was initially amazed at the look of the skill, but now he was glad he had acquired it. The guy could never have imagined that he would be so eager to die objects. He had already absorbed 8 of them, but suddenly received a message that he could no longer do so. Turns out the mask had a recharge feature that only allowed you to absorb 8 items at a time, but compared to the speed of characterization gains, it couldn't even be called a disadvantage. Michael disabled the skill, and the mask disappeared. Now he turned his attention to another curious object. His guy didn't absorb it, of course, because it was a sacred relic of the god of darkness. His black seal activated an offering effect that allowed him to summon items. Michael figured that if he put that seal on his hand, there was a chance it would stay after the 15th floor. It was a little scary to instill it in himself, but he decided to test it out and prepared to imprint his hand. He pressed the seal onto his hand. The system immediately reported the activation of the effect. The object was absorbed by the mark on his hand, and Michael watched as the seal slowly faded away. Suddenly, a bright beam of violet light illuminated his barracks. Michael squeezed his eyes shut. When he opened them again, he saw a mark on his hand, shaped like an animal that resembled a wolf. The system informed him that the tag would never disappear. And then the next thing he knew, he was suddenly bombarded with messages from the admins. Michael was surprised to read them. They were all a little strange. The admins were not happy that the tower had gifted him such an item. Michael had thought they'd been silent all this time, but now they began writing as soon as he used the seal. Some of the messages suggested there was still time to change his mind. This too surprised him even more. He even wondered if it was a useless item after all, judging by the admin's reactions. The tower had given him something he shouldn't have, and was making Michael quite tense. All of these messages explained nothing, leaving Michael confused about what was going on. And then suddenly, the system reported a leak temporarily blocking admin messages. Admin Tower warned administrators that if this happens again, it would be banned from viewing player Michael Nodforce's trials. Michael, meanwhile, thought that this relic mystery might be bigger than he realized. However, he was determined to find out everything once he used it. With that thought in mind, Michael activated the offering effect, which spoke of sacrifice. Based on that, he could sacrifice any skill, talent, or treasure to the God of Darkness. However, this didn't really appeal to him. He couldn't understand the point of it. After thinking about it for a bit, he still decided he should have a good look at everything first. In this, he was aided by Batty's bag, from which he drew a new object. It was a wizard's cane, one he had decided to donate to a god. So Michael chose to donate the treasure, and the system asked him to leave the item in the right place. Michael did just that. He decided to donate the most useless item. Next, the system asked him to choose a god to whom he would donate the item. This greatly surprised Michael, for he thought that since the signet belonged to the god of darkness, he would be the one to whom the sacrifice was made. However, his surprise increased several times when the system suddenly reported an error. She said there was no trace of God in his divinity, so the redirection process kicked in. Michael was recognized as the owner of his own divinity, so his own donation would be addressed to him. The god couldn't check into that. After all, the rank 3+ item, Little Wiz Staff, was his own victim. The system reported that he could also transform the item into divine power. Michael looked at all of this with his eyes wide open. He didn't realize what was even happening right now. It was a bit confusing. However, one thing he realized for sure, now he could increase his divine power by himself. There was, however, a slight nuance. He didn't know how to use this power. Though, as new myths are obtained, so too will the uses of divinity be found. And while he could only hoard it, with that thought, Michael moved on to another relic. That would be the Veil of the Night the guy decided to save for later. He also thought that the tower would not have given him these items for nothing, so the time to use them would still surely come. But for now, a battle awaited him. They won a few battles and allied mercenaries, the priests became more confident. However, everyone but him was taking quite a big risk every time they entered the battlefield. Michael wasn't thinking about keeping his life, he was fixated on something else. It was his height. The guy figured that at this rate, the ordeal would go smoothly, but his attention was suddenly drawn to the people who pointed to the sky, which had turned red. It turned out to be a very real portal that drew the gazes of all the participants in the battle. Michael was also surprised by this appearance during the battle, for it could only mean one thing. Someone was about to appear from this portal. His theme suddenly had a strange feeling, which was then replaced by horror. He thought, this can't be happening. But that seemed to be it. The system reported the activation of the divine and punishment will. In the next instant, a huge table of powerful laser energy rained down directly on the people. It was extremely dangerous, and Michael realized that the gods had now intervened in their battle. He extended his arm, preparing to use a counterattack shield when the pillar reached him as well. Michael made the shield as huge as possible so that it could cover as much area as possible. However, it was also much harder to contain him like this. Soon the attack hit the shield, and then it stopped. A small puff of smoke came from the sky, indicating a reload. Michael was the only one left unharmed. Thanks to the healing effect, he was able to heal all of his wounds. And there were quite a few, for the attack was strong. He wondered who it could be. Meanwhile, the people he saved were amazed that they managed to survive it. But some fell to the ground, unable to fight anymore. Michael didn't like that. Suddenly, a guy appeared from the sky, wings like Kareem's. He turned to the men of the God of Darkness and said that he had good news for them. The people, meanwhile, thought the guy was a real angel of their god. Except that, in reality, it wasn't like that. For he added that the merciful god of war had decided to use divine retribution on them specifically. Michael thought he'd felt a similar sensation before. Now it was happening again. They were taken by surprise. What could men do against the power of a god? The system reported that the god of war used divine power to partially condescend. During indulgence, a god cannot fully control his myths and will. God had condescended into Apostle Jiranavia, who could not utilize all the divine power. The difficulty of Michael's 15-floor challenge increased dramatically. He thought, here they go again. However, the system suddenly gave a message that it thought the guy could handle it, so the ordeal would not be interrupted. But Michael thought the tower should have asked him first. Meanwhile, the god of war, the apostle's body, said that today he would be able to kill this dog with his own hands. Of course, he was talking about Michael, who had prepared for defense. The guy figured that if he didn't start putting his best foot forward right away, it would be dangerous. Therefore, he activated instant acceleration and wing grace, increasing his speed by 70%. This was followed by the activation of the combat concentration skill, also 20 times at once. Meanwhile, Yan activated the will of the heavenly blood cultivation technique. When everything was ready at Michael's place, he thought, now he'll deal with this cocky guy quickly. However, to his surprise, the god of darkness had the same speed and was beside him with a punch in the blink of an eye. He grabbed Michael's face, and he didn't even have time to react in any way. The god of darkness then slammed his head against the rocks and continued to hold his head while closing his eyes. This was so the guy couldn't see and block his next attack up close. It was going to be decisive, especially given Michael's condition. The guy spit up blood. The attack had damaged his internal organs, and her power was staggering. He suddenly thought that the opponent, for the first time in all his battles, was the strongest, because the system suddenly reported that he had died. And it was a bit of a weird feeling. It was as if he was floating in the air, unconscious, but he could feel his body being destroyed. Michael slowly opened his eyes. He thought it was all just a dream. However, he had died at the hand of the descended god of battle. His stomach had been pierced. Memories of all the trials he had faced in the tower flashed before his eyes. There really was a lot that had happened in that time. Up until now, he had handled everything well on his own. However, now was different. All the faithful meetings and connections he had made with people were now meaningless to him. Everything would come crashing down in the here and now because, unfortunately, both wins and losses are part of life. That's how it ended. The wound on his stomach was too deep for him to continue fighting. He was slowly dying, and the only thing left to do was to accept the fact of his death. Probably because he had already decided everything for himself. Even this darkness seemed cozy. Suddenly, he felt as if someone was approaching him from behind, and it made Michael turn around. This was some girl who wanted to hug him, but he wouldn't let her. However, the girl said that he had nothing to worry about since she was not his enemy. Michael then asked, "Who are you?" The girl smiled lightly, saying, "It's a little funny. After all, although the situation had been recreated by the system, it was a bit unfortunate that he didn't recognize the one he had entered this war for." Michael then asked, "Are you the god of darkness, the one we fought for?" The girl responded positively and complimented him for being so quick-witted. She wanted to pet him, but Michael wouldn't allow it. He stopped her hand. The guy told the girl, "Don't touch me." The girl suddenly agreed, replying, "It's not time yet, but you'll soon figure it out for yourself. I'm not your enemy." Now the tower had made a mess, the girl suggested moving on. She added, "You should humor me properly since I lent you my power." Suddenly, Michael felt the wound in his stomach begin to heal, and the girl continued, "From the moment you open your eyes, everything around you will change." At first, Michael only realized that she had helped him heal his injury. Suddenly, a sword appeared in front of him, which he gripped tightly. The god of darkness smiled as she looked at him. She allowed him to utilize the blessing of apostolate that had been bestowed upon him. Michael still lay motionless, but the god of war realized that he was still alive. The price a man deserves for daring to defy the position of God was death. The people who saw this cried out that they were now doomed. This caught Yen's attention, and he glanced in their direction. A while back, a guy named Michael Nodfort used a magic shield. This meant that his power was now greatly reduced because there was no one who could protect these people. The god thought he would finally destroy them all this time. And suddenly, Rain ran up to Michael. The girl saw only the guy's weapon, to which one of the relics was strapped. Soon, she saw Michael himself. Noticing the wound on his stomach, she thought it couldn't be fatal. Plus, it hadn't lingered yet, since all of this was happening while Michael was talking to the god of darkness. Jam, meanwhile, flew off to the right distance to deal with all the humans on the side of the god of darkness. He thought that, as expected, the body of the future apostle was unable to withstand the coming. It was an extremely weak body, which annoyed the god of war, but there was no other option. He had to cancel his adventuring, but even without it, he was incredibly powerful. Suddenly, he screamed from the power that overwhelmed his body. Now this was the future apostle, Zurhan, and the lad wondered if the coming of his god had been delayed. He would have died of a broken heart. But through it, he received God's grace. His divine power became stronger, and the guy thought that he had become the strongest being under this heaven. A god of battle commanded the future apostle to stop talking nonsense and quickly prepare a force. It was the power of heavenly punishment. The guy suddenly felt the wrath of his god for procrastinating. A column of powerful energy suddenly descended from the sky again, falling directly on the place where Michael was lying. Everything was up in smoke. Selva was hard to see anything, but Zerdan realized it wasn't good. It was actually the activation of the exclusive Veil of Night effect. In a little while, there would be a complete revival under her influence. The system also added that an apostolization state entry was made. A moment later, Michael was reborn. The qualities of the god of death manifested more strongly, loudly announcing his presence. Challenger Michael Nodforth, recognized as quasi-divine for the duration of his tenure. As an apostle, he had 3 key divine words: death, darkness, and immortality. This greatly surprised Zur'an, who realized that the coming of the god of darkness had now occurred. However, there were no apostles on her side, and that didn't please the guy. He pounced on Michael. The guy screamed that he would rip him to shreds and pointed a huge trident at him. But Michael didn't even blink an eye as he collapsed on top of him. Now, possessing a new power, Michael used it to activate a new absorption effect that worked perfectly. The guy's appearance had also changed. His body was now covered in unknown armor, and he was wearing a mask. It all looked more like a masquerade costume, but Michael was focused on his opponent. His aura had also changed, turning black. It filled the space around him. Zora was surprised to notice that beneath the mask of this new creature was the same guy who had been defeated by his god just a couple of minutes ago. Michael noticed him too. He remembered that this man was his enemy and prepared to attack. Then the guy, clearly not wanting to get involved in the battle, started to head away from it. But Michael had already drawn his sword, which looked somewhat larger than before. He took aim, realizing that the fleeing future apostle of the god of darkness was about 70 meters away. Michael then used the divinity of death, and his power surged dramatically. The true blood heavenly demon sword he wielded also pulsed with a new energy. It was an incredibly powerful force that he sent as a chai attack toward the man. The guy was cleaved in two. Surin couldn't even scream. He was greatly surprised that he had been hit from such a distance. Michael thought that this attack was far better than the clumsy one used by Akuragawa. The guy activated a more powerful effect, the Serene Mind Power. Now the condition had stabilized a bit, but the problem was the coming of the god of battle. Looking at the body of the future apostle, cut in half, Michael thought there was nothing more to worry about. Both camps retreated, fearing they would become cannon fodder in the struggle between the two titans. Michael should have found the warrior people sooner and joined them. After all, if the remnants of the forces completely retreated, they would have to sweat during the next battle. Suddenly, Zeron's body, which had been behind his back, miraculously reconnected. The battle god said that even though the guy had been recreated, he was still his future apostle. He shouldn't have been killed. At least now, he and Michael could fight in earnest and finally decide who was stronger. The god of battle re-entered the body of his future apostle and shouted, "I will grant you death from now on." And this time, it would be real. And he tensed up hearing it, but didn't show it. He only had 12 minutes to complete his apostolization, and in the meantime, the god of battle attacked him. He used powerful spikes, aiming them at the guy who prepared to defend himself. Michael thought that earlier he had been killed by a single spear, but now there were several at once. He activated indomitable will and battle-hardened warrior skills. As a result, his stats increased by 118 and even a special buff activated. The buff increased his stats by an additional 18 units. Now, Michael felt incredibly strong. The god of battle, meanwhile, swung his finger downward, aiming fiery spears straight at Michael. Those pierced through the ground with a tremendous rumble, signaling the immense power of the attack. However, Michael managed to dodge every attack. He faced it repeatedly. One spear almost grazed him, but he bounced back just in time. He could see for himself that the power of these attacks was considerable and would surely kill him again. But this time, it was different, for he wasn't about to lose to his enemy. Michael prepared to sheath his sword when suddenly someone stopped him. The boy was surprised to realize that the enemy had gone behind his back and grabbed his arm, preventing him from reaching his sword. Surin was under the control of the god of darkness, who had ordered him to wipe Michael out. This arrangement did not please Michael. He realized that he could die again, and there was no way he was going to let that happen. Suddenly, wings formed behind his back, surprising Zurin, who was caught in their attack. At the ends of his wings were claws, like those of a hypogre, and Michael aimed them at the enemy. Zurin did the same, but Michael managed to shred his wings with his dark energy. Seeing this, Zurin panicked. He hadn't expected Michael to unleash himself like this. In the meantime, Michael finally retrieved his blade, intending to defeat his opponent. He heard Askold suddenly speak, saying that it was finally his turn to go on stage. However, Zur'an didn't plan to give in to them so easily. He was controlled by the god of battle, so he had his powers. Asked by Askold, in the meantime, what kind of crazy god it was that had come down from heaven, he added why the difficulty level of the test had suddenly increased several times. But Michael didn't know the answer to those questions. All he asked in return was to use whatever support skills the demon had in his arsenal. However, the latter replied that it was not a problem that could be solved by support skills. The demon asked if the guy had gone through the apostolization procedure. But Michael suddenly shouted, "There's no time for chatter now." As if to confirm his words, 2 attacks cut off his left arm and right leg. In this condition, his chances of winning were reduced to almost 0, and Michael understood that. Zarin, who by then had fully recovered his wings, prepared to finish the job. He created a fireball of incredible power with an effect like Michael's counterattack shield and aimed it at the guy. But one was able to dodge something while regenerating his limbs with ash blood. Askold said he would give him all the power, he could right now. He activated the mana surge of skill. Next, he activated a lightning-fast thought process and then the little heart, which was created as a virtual magical organ to aid in the movement of mana. However, as a result of this, his strength decreased by 0.4% and continued to drop by the same amount with each passing second. Michael had even received a report that, at this rate, Heavenly Demon Sword Soul's ego might disappear. However, he liked the buffs the one provided, and the ranks were high, but fighting face-to-face with Soren was still an impossible task for the guy. He decided to fix it and suddenly flew into the sky with great speed. Soren, who had been watching this, was surprised that the guy wasn't tearing toward him. He noticed that the guy was using his head, however, for that way he would be able to buy some time. Meanwhile, Michael had flown quite a distance away and asked the demon to tell him everything he knew about deities. The demon said the guy should give him time to think about it, but soon replied. However, his words were incomprehensible, and he was just sifting out methods that wouldn't work, he thought. While he was doing that, the future apostle of the god of battle approached them again, already targeting Michael with an attack. He said, "It seems you've decided to go for the ploy, but it won't work." Soren added, "This time, I will tear you into tiny pieces, so you won't be able to recover." Michael told A, "If you don't tell me some method right now, I'll lose and die." The man replied, "I've come to the conclusion that there's no way the current Michael can defeat this monster. You should have used the power of God, for though limited in your state of apostolization, you could have done so." The demon said, "I will signal you at the right moment, but for now, you need to take the enemy by surprise." Askold added, "You'll only get one chance. After all, there's just over a minute before the end of your apostolization." Suddenly, he felt a new strength fill his body, accompanied by a sense of lightness. He had never felt this before. Even though his opponent had already moved behind his back, Michael didn't flinch. He looked directly at him, making it clear he was watching his every move. Zeren swept near him with unexpectedly fast speed, attacking Michael's fear. But Michael only laughed. "Do you think you can hit me with such trivial swordsmanship?" Michael, however, had everything going according to plan. He activated the sea-splitting white sword technique. Suddenly, a tremendous energy clustered around his blade, which he brought slightly closer to Zeren's face. Zeren was clearly not ready for it and couldn't react in time. The attack was successful and unexpected, just as Askold had said it would be. Now, all that was left was to finish off the enemy with divine power. But suddenly, Michael froze with surprise. It turned out that it wasn't enough. Zeren screamed again, activating his new attack to kill Michael. He said, "Your skills and techniques are satisfyingly entertaining, but it's not enough to overpower me." At that moment, Askold told Michael to get ready. Zeren attacked again, and Michael noticed that the speed of his attacks increased even more. He dodged each one at the last second, but he didn't back down. All he had to do was wait for the moment his opponent opened up. The man didn't seem to be planning to stop. On the contrary, he added to the intensity. Then Michael decided that if not now, then never. He pushed his swords forward. Space itself seemed to grasp them, and now he could control it, fending off the attacks. It was the idea behind the 7 white sword techniques he had copied after only seeing them once. Zoran asked, "Does the man really think I'll set myself up for a hit so easily?" Michael, on the other hand, thought he could break free of his grip by balancing the position with his white sword. He wanted to use the white sword to create a void, but suddenly, Askold told him not to. The demon urged him to trust him, saying, "You should have taken the hit for the enemy's attack. All you have to do is stand still." A moment later, the attack reached him. Michael realized he had to hold the blow. This, however, was quite difficult, as the enemy used all his power. Zoran sneered. "You really hope to block that with your power?" He approached, thinking he could kill him permanently. And suddenly, Askold signaled. When the attack was right near Michael's eyes, he used his divinity. It was exactly what the demon had advised him to do, but so far it had had no effect. Though Zeren's attack pierced the lad's eye, the future apostle was greatly surprised. He saw that Michael had activated his divinity and added that now was just the right moment for total annihilation. Michael realized it himself. He pounced on his opponent, who could only move a finger. In the next second, the bloody ball of blood burst with Zeren, and he flew a short distance away. The demon told Michael to stop, saying the opponent could still throw something out. The guy asked him, "Do you really think the body the deity is in would be the same as a human body?" Instead of answering, Michael used a double consecutive attack. First, Demon Sword. The special effect of this attack had been activated. Michael swung it again, aiming its full power at the remaining headless body of his opponent. He even got scared because the situation was not in his favor and asked the guy to stop. But Michael did not heed his request. He only increased the power of his attack, which Sauron was no longer able to contain. The battle god thought that he had never seen something like this on the 13th floor before. Meanwhile, the guy finished his attack by chopping the future apostle's body into pieces. The next in. The system announced the successful passage of the 15th floor. His reward was a defense bracelet of an unknown god of epic plus rank. He also received 10,000 cuddle and an additional reward, a divine ore of an unknown god. Seeing that it was finally over, Askold laughed. I had already begun to doubt, he said. But Michael has proven he is capable of many things. Now, he can return to Earth. The guy landed, his wings beginning to slowly retract. He started to second-guess himself. He had also gained the reincarnation and opponent achievement, resulting in an 8-point increase in his stats. All of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword soul skills had also been deactivated. His strength decreased by 9.4%. Michael then asked if the demon was okay, but Askold was in no hurry to answer, which puzzled Michael a little. Then the demon suddenly asked, can I really be alright after such a battle? He added, you're lucky it wasn't a completed descent. Otherwise, we'd both be dead by now. Meanwhile, Michael looked at Askold, who now appeared to be a girl. However, she said, that the guy shouldn't judge her by her gender. However, he realized that himself in his battle with her. Still, Michael was greatly surprised, for her voice seemed masculine to him as he fought her in the form of an apostle. Then he asked if the girl had possessed the ability to show herself like that from the beginning. She replied in the negative, saying that she thought Michael himself was the cause of it, or rather, his divine power. With these words, Askold approached him. The girl said she couldn't keep this form up for long, so they should have gotten right to the point. Michael didn't understand what she was talking about, but he braced himself just in case. And as Skolda suddenly reached out her hand using some sort of blood consumption power, an unknown energy pulled from her hand, reminding Michael of his blood seeker skill. The system reported that due to the activation of the sword's special effect, his rank had increased. There was also mention of a new ability engraved on Michael's soul. Asuka said it was the consumption of the true form, and now the effectiveness of the ability would be much better. She also, Aloe, asked how come he was fighting a god. But she needed to rest for now. Using her abilities made her want to sleep, so the girl told him, tell me all about it later. After that, it became a sword again, which Michael took in his hand. This discovery of the girl's abilities surprised him, as did the fact that the demon was female. The boy walked over to the corpse of the defeated Zeren, who lay motionless. Michael's attention was drawn to his wings, which he wielded so skillfully. However, suddenly, the guy saw them stirring and prepared to attack again. He didn't understand how this was possible. After all, he had received notification of a successful mission, but Zeren's body was really aiming at him, so it was worth doing something about it. In place of the severed head, it created an eye-like sphere that was still pointed at the guy. Michael didn't understand why this was happening if he had already defeated his opponent, and then he suddenly remembered that successfully passing the test was winning the war. However, it must have been because Soren couldn't do anything else that the tower counted it as a successful full pass. Michael remembered the notification of a significant expenditure of divine energy when the god of checks tried to meet him. Therefore, the god of war too had to expend a considerable amount of divine energy to condescend. But this was getting out of hand. The god of war suddenly roared that he would definitely kill Michael. He added that he didn't think that was the end of it either. Michael decided that the first thing he realized as an apostle was this: one who receives divine power without connection to God gets the opportunity to strive to become a god. And the reason the god of war was so hostile to him was because he feared the birth of a new deity. The boy clenched his sword, thinking that everything was falling into place now. The god of war even used the descent to kill him. However, he was only a tower dog. Toph shouted that he would make the guy sorry, but the guy was beside him in a flash and poked him in the eye. Michael added that he always kills those who consider him their enemy. The system reported that the heaven-piercing sword had destroyed a difficult-to-destroy item, and its rank had increased. The last thing the god of war in disguise had time to say was that he would definitely tear the guy to shreds. Michael was even a little surprised at this certainty, but decided not to pay much attention. As Kula had advised him to absorb it, the boy heeded her advice. He used divine power, and his darkness consumed the said target. The god of war could do nothing about this condition. He had to accept the loss of the future apostle. The system announced that Michael had successfully absorbed Zeren's soul, increasing his skill by 7%. As expected, it was exactly what the soul of the body that served as the host for the descent of the god had. And then he suddenly read that he had consumed a soul stronger than his own. Some sort of judgment began. The presence of will in the soul of prospective challenger Zeren had been confirmed. The system extracted it for Michael's benefit, which surprised him. As a result, the instant step 1+ will was engraved on Michael's soul. Now, he could instantly move to any location within his field of vision. That meant he could move anywhere from now on, which made the guy very happy. He decided to check it out immediately. But suddenly, the system crapped on him again. After all, she reported that her time in the apostle state had expired. Now Michael had only his powers again, and his familiar form was back. Michael remembered running around as a kid with his friends at school. They played soccer and had fun together. He really loved that time. Here, before his eyes, one of his friends turned around to ask why he wasn't running. Michael looked at him, not realizing where he was supposed to run, but that was only from the outside. Michael, who was a kid back then, knew exactly what he had to do. Moments later, they were already celebrating victory in a soccer match with their team. The boys were heading toward the entrance of the school when suddenly, an unknown creature invaded the playground. It was incredibly large, and the guys were quite surprised at its size. Michael's sweat broke out, realizing that the monster in front of them was a portal monster right on the school grounds. Its size and build resembled something human, though very exaggerated. Apparently, a god stood before them then, who took the form of one of his apostles. But Michael didn't realize it at the time. He was a kid and incredibly scared. To make matters worse, the monster reached for him with its huge hand to finish him off. Michael screamed for help. He was gripped by fear and unable to move, and thus unable to escape. Then he woke up scared and sweating from the nightmare. The guy was breathing heavily. If he hadn't woken up, it would have been really bad. The system, meanwhile, reported that thanks to the will of cold reason, all of his negative emotions were disappearing. But Michael didn't even realize where he was. Apparently, he had passed out. The guy got up and headed toward the exit of the tent where he saw something interesting. All of his main associates and more recently his friends were waiting for him outside the barracks. When they saw him come out, everyone rejoiced greatly, not hiding their excitement. The big guy apologized again for being so brash with him all this time. But suddenly someone approached Michael, calling him an apostle. It turned out to be a senior priest who said that the guy was the true savior of the cult of darkness. Then for some reason he fell to his knees and asked why the apostle hadn't helped them when things were so hard for everyone. Hearing this, Michael frowned slightly. He took on a serious expression and said everything must happen in its own time. He explained that he could not have acted sooner to represent the apostle of the god of war, but he hadn't. After all, our cult won the holy war, and that is the most important thing. He told the old man, "Wipe your tears. We've won. You should be happy." Michael then activated his absolute charm skill to make his words sound as convincing as possible. The system announced that the crowd had fallen into a worshipful state, causing their judgment to slacken. They were now acutely aware of Michael's presence, perceiving him as their protector. Unexpectedly, Michael received a message from a verification god impressed by his cheating skills. The god of darkness also smiled contentedly. Meanwhile, Michael began absorbing the faith gathered from nearby territories, and enough had accumulated to create a new myth. Michael was very happy with this news because he would gain a new effect. This time it was called First Savior and was safely integrated into his divine power. When using this mythic, a save effect was activated, along with the True Seeker effect. Both effects increased his stats and divine power. Michael raised his hand, bidding farewell to the men and wishing them luck. Then he bestowed a smile upon them before soaring into the sky, flying toward the right destination. People looked up at him with admiration. Michael had completely succeeded in capturing their hearts. Meanwhile, he continued his flight, hoping to reach his destination as quickly as possible. Soon, the boy found it and smiled happily, for he would finally be able to leave this fictional world. Before him stood a portal, and he approached it to return to the waiting room. Michael landed somewhat awkwardly, his first thought being that he should rest. He also realized that he had never spent so much time on floors before. At this rate, he might have become attached to all those people in their tower-created world. Soon, he entered the portal and returned to the waiting room. The receptionist began to congratulate him. Two of them, namely the White Crane Sword and the Steel Bloodlord, had invited him into their domain. Michael apologized for making them worry, saying, however, that he would stop by another time. He thought of the divine power that used to simply accumulate in his heart. It could have been used and spent on myths and wills, but much had changed. Through apostolization, Michael was now a pseudo-god and could use divinity directly. He also remembered that one particular divinity had become darker for some reason. The description mentions something about the god of death. The guy concentrated divinity in his hand and aimed for the floor. He then kicked and punched the tiles in the waiting room, which, however, was a frequent occurrence. Michael was greatly surprised at the effect. The walls of the waiting room, which usually recovered in seconds, now did not regenerate at all, or rather, did so much slower. It was quite unexpected and surprising. So Michael decided that it spoke to the power of his strength as well. He then moved on to the 15th floor's reward. The first was the defense bracelet of an unknown god. He also received a divine ore of an unknown god. Both items were worthwhile. Plus, they had to be pretty strong since they had an epic Minas rank. Michael absorbed Czar's soul and increased his stats by an average of 3 to 7 points, as well as one of the apostle skills, the rank 1, Layman of the Strong. But Michael remarked that given his efforts, it wasn't much of a reward. He had extracted divinity from Czar's soul, and that had been successful. Michael felt his own divinity greatly enhanced. He then opened his assignments, looking through the requests from the admins. There were up to 87 in total, each admin wanting to give him his own special assignment. Michael was surprised to see so many assignments. However, there was nothing wrong here. Suddenly, a task from the administrator of the Soldiers of the Fallen World caught his attention. He gave out his savior of the end quest, and the reward was the ability to put an indestructible ability effect on 2 products. Such an assignment was just right for Michael as he was thinking about how to fix the Celestial Demon Sword. Because of the EEG of the soul, he was hard-pressed, so the guy didn't hesitate to accept this assignment. The system reported the replacement of the 16th floor test with an end savior task. It also said that only a few administrators would be able to supervise him. The test began, and its theme was simple, but Warrior was given 48 days to complete it. The condition for successful passage was to make a choice he would not regret. It was a bit odd wording, but Michael figured he'd find out all about it later. Suddenly, he found himself on a bed somewhere in the room and noticed that his body was unbearably sore. His gear was limited, and some items had been moved to his inventory. It was also said that the guy's strength exceeded the test limit, so all of his stats were set to 50. Michael got out of bed and realized he didn't feel well. It felt like he was sick. Suddenly, a gag reflex formed, and the guy covered his mouth with his hand to keep from spewing it all out. He hurried out of the room he was in. For some reason, it reminded him of a fighter's barracks again. Meanwhile, a girl approached him, saying, "You're finally awake." Michael turned around and wanted to ask what was going on, but he couldn't finish. He suddenly felt the urge to vomit again, and this time, he couldn't hold it back. The girl who had come to him told him, "Don't overdo it. I'll call the others in the meantime." She added, "They'll be here soon," and suddenly turned to Michael, calling him Neil. He didn't understand at first why she had suddenly said that name, but when he looked at his reflection, he understood. After all, it was different. The sister reported that the admin hero of the ruined world was watching closely. Michael thought that in this ordeal, he had become a character named Neil, but one he now saw in the reflection of the water. His physical condition left much to be desired. The main item, the True Blood Heavenly Demon Sword, and all the armor were sealed. And although the pain was making itself known, he thought it was better to play the role of Neil properly, at least from the start. Luckily, he still had the items he had bought on him just in case. Among them was an eye patch of detection, as well as handmade explorer gloves that helped me adapt to unfamiliar situations. Suddenly, he saw people in front of him, all glad he had finally opened his eyes. It turns out he was an apostle chosen by the goddess, and his return was also called a miracle. Suddenly, the blindfold reported several enemies approaching the nearby well. This was very useful information. Michael began to look around, then simply activated the exclusive auto-detect effect. According to him, enemies caught in sight were surrounded by a red halo. The guy realized with great surprise that it was working out. All these comrades were his enemies. Now he understood why the quest settings were geared towards psychological difficulties. For starters, he reasoned, something strange must have happened in the tent. By then, they had moved exactly there, and Michael thought his skills were still working. An old man with green hair looked at him questioningly, asking if he had lost his memory. Then Michael decided to answer in the affirmative, saying that he couldn't even remember who he was. The girl who saw it first said the aftermath was worse than she thought. However, she added that they didn't have time, so she would explain it briefly. She continued, "Neil is the troop's only apostle of the Dragon God Church. They set out together to defeat the Demon King, with Neil getting seriously injured in the battle against the Great Evil. That's why he lost his memory. Besides, the Demon King serves the Demon God. Together, they plan to bring the incarnation of the Demon God into this world. If that were to happen, their world would come to an end." Michael realized that in this world, only a KO warrior under the protection of a god could kill a Demon King. Because of this, people had forced him, who had been riddled with battle wounds, to join the campaign. As a warrior, he would have to face all kinds of enemies until he reached the Demon King. In the meantime, he needed to recover his skills as soon as possible. The rest we could discuss on the way, the girl offered. They were already on their way to the demon realm. There were 3 people in total, not counting the guy. One guy, a blonde guy, asked if Neil, really didn't remember anything. He wondered if the man didn't even remember his name. But of course, Michael didn't know it. The guy then introduced himself. "My name's Alan Nix," he said. He added, "Stop using that kind of speech already." She was a little too respectful, and Michael realized that his character didn't talk like that. Michael turned to the old man then, and the man introduced himself as Jack. "Titles don't matter much to an old magician like me anymore," he said. Alan noticed that even when the world was on the brink of destruction, the belly clock was still in full swing. He offered to do a little hunting for some gain while they drove. After all, he said, "We've lost all our food. If we don't hunt, we'll have nothing to eat." The guy stopped, saying they'd get something edible, and Michael could rest for now. In a little while, they were already roasting the kill game. It was getting dark outside. For now, they were sitting without the guy, and Jack said Neil's so KO wrecked, he couldn't act as a rescue warrior. However, they weren't wrong. Even though it was mean, it was the only way to save this world. Acting in moderation so the guy wouldn't die, Alan offered to take him to him. Everyone agreed with the decision, prizing the fact that Michael was just a tool to save the world. However, they didn't even realize that he had been watching them the whole time. He suddenly thought about just finishing them all off here and now, but held back. The boy shook his head, pushing those thoughts away, and thought about what he should do. After all, he should not have forgotten that he needed to fulfill certain conditions to pass this quest. And if he acted in a hurry and something went wrong, it could complicate the situation. After that, the comrades continued to go out hunting whenever they had the opportunity. This allowed Michael to have some free time, which he used for personal purposes. He ran from where they had stopped and came to a halt in a spacious clearing. The guy thought it was the perfect place to practice when suddenly he heard someone growling. Some kind of monster suddenly appeared behind him, and Michael thought he had wandered too deep into the forest. In a moment, he had disposed of the monster and was sitting on it, contemplating what to do next. He decided to start with a snack and cut off a straight raw piece of the monster, which tasted like chicken meat. Currently, his body had no problems with physical activity. Even if he didn't eat or sleep, eating rat meat for days was a tough task for him. His comrades also banged pots at night. It seemed like normal childish antics to him, but for now, he was able to tolerate them. However, Michael thought it was time to slowly retake the initiative. He activated the Ash Blood skill and improved his body condition in an instant. Because of this, he had made a full recovery, but this was unknown to anyone but himself. When he returned, his companions were already seated near the carriage, and he had to explain that he had been away for a short time. Michael noticed that the hunt ended earlier than usual today. The girl from his team, meanwhile, rose from her seat. She said he wasn't feeling well, so he might have difficulty acting on his own. But Michael replied that he thought the girl was just annoyed that he was out of her control. He added that he'd been in bed for days and was bored, but Jack suddenly stopped him. The old man could see that Michael had completely healed his body, and asked how he had managed it. Michael replied, I was just on vacation for a few days, but added it was fun. After all, the old man had said he was not a mage specializing in healing, yet somehow he was able to recognize at a glance the changes that had taken place in Michael's body. Jack didn't know what to answer, so Elaine came to his aid, telling him they needed to hit the road. A moment later, they were once again traveling to the demonic realm. They didn't have much time left. Jack hesitantly asked, is it possible that your memories have come back? The man replied, my memory is still not recovered. He was about to add one more thing when suddenly their carriage bounced on the road. It was because the horse that was carrying them refused to go any further. So the boys got out of the carriage and looked at the place where they had arrived. The system reported that they had been exposed to an environment filled with demonic energy. The longer they stayed, the more spiritually drained they became. The girl, whose name was Isabella, said that from now on they could no longer travel by carriage. That also meant it would be harder for them to look after Michael as before. But he unexpectedly disagreed. On the contrary, he said, I feel more comfortable that way. In the demonic dimension, the energy of demons could unsettle the human mind. Countless creatures lived here, beings powerful enough to overwhelm entire groups. Even seasoned warriors admitted that surviving in this dimension was no simple matter. Michael and his companions stood before the exit of the dimension, all visibly surprised. Michael himself confessed that the sight gave him chills. Alan, on the other hand, was shocked that he could not recall anything at all. His memory seemed completely gone. Suddenly, Jack approached and produced a strange object. It was a sword. The old man explained that this was the weapon the young man once valued more than anything else. It's called a holy sword, Jack said. Michael immediately sensed the power within it. The young man was also surprised that Jack would reveal it to him. Clearly, it was an act of goodwill. Meanwhile, the monsters in the demonic dimension saw them. They prepared to attack the humans as soon as they entered their territory. All the while, the owner of this quest experience was watching. The administrator of the Soldier of the Fallen World thought he could handle it, since it had been so long. He could no longer bear the bitter memories of that time. Back then, he had been weaker than ever and needed the help of his comrades. However, what they had done to him still haunted him, lingering in his mind even to this day. The administrator remembered the battle well, for it was because of him that he had lost his life. But now, it was a quest test for Michael, who saw no obstacles in front of him. He did not depend on the support of his comrades and was the first to rush into battle. This forced Neil to just watch him, not interfering with the guy going through his test. Thus, the effect of his homemade gloves took hold, and now his mind was protected. Due to the large amount of demonic chi, his mana was also increased by 2. It was remarked by his companions, though he had lost his memory, he remained just as impatient. However, they thought it would be difficult for him to fight these monsters alone, and Alan offered a solution. They just pretend to help and exhaust him, like he said they would. It had to be done to make the guy feel desperate. But so far, Michael was only toppling his enemies. His comrades had to admit that he was incredibly strong, and it surprised them. In fact, at this time in his past life, the real Needle wasn't actually that strong. He used his sword's ability, Sacred Light, a sphere of powerful and pure energy formed at the tip of his blade, which he directed at the monsters. Though they were unprepared for such a thing, the attack was successful. Flying a little ways away, she met an obstacle in the form of the first monster she encountered. Then there was a huge explosion that severely damaged the monsters' bodies. He did so much damage to them that it made them swim. Michael realized that this blade was indeed incredibly strong. He might even have gained some unexpected abilities. His comrades were discussing one night that he had forgotten who they were and must have lost some of his combat experience, so they had no other choice. They had to end everything during this battle. However, things looked completely different now, and Allaire and Isabella didn't understand what was going on. James noticed it was strange too, as the guy fought like he'd been fighting all of his life. Ella nervously asked, why is Neil suddenly so strong? This was clearly not part of their plans. In the evening, they camped again to spend the night. Everyone sat in silence, munching on the yushka that had been prepared in advance. Michael glared at them all, but no one dared look him in the eye. There was an awkward silence. The guy thought he had gotten stronger and destroyed a lot of monsters, but no one was happy about it. Disgust, excitement, guilt, anxiety, and other similar feelings hovered in the air. But Michael saw only negative emotions, and it even annoyed him a little. After a few minutes, they finished their food and went to bed without further ado. Michael himself lay on the bed in his barracks, thinking about the situation. The boy closed his eyes, and when Jack peeked in on him, he saw that he was asleep. However, when the old man left, Michael opened his eyes in a flash and realized what he had to do. A few minutes later, he was already flying away from the camp on his steel wings. Looking around, the lad wondered if he should go hunting alone. In front of him was a large, dense forest, and a mountain range began further away. Then he activated the instant step wheel. With 3 odors, he could move to any place in sight. The recharge time was 10 minutes, but that was enough for him. In an instant, he was over the mountain, having saved about 50 kilometers. Michael was pleased with that. He had covered the distance in a second. He thought that this was incredibly useful and worth cherishing. He could perform such instantaneous movements with his divinity. However, this only worked if the object was in his field of view. Accordingly, if there was any obstacle, he would not be able to jump over it. But this power would be very useful for choosing the right moment during battle and for an emergency exit in dangerous situations. All indications were that he had acquired amazing power. But now, it was Earth deciding what to do next. Michael looked around. He used the Fire Dragon Eye's skill and glanced at his sword. It was a dragon god sword of epic plus rank. When divine power was injected, an exclusive holy light effect could be obtained. When he prayed sincerely, he could activate the prayer, gaining power from his offering to the dragon god. There was also an exclusive punishment effect he could activate against demons and monsters. However, this item would disappear after breaking through challenger Michael Nodforce's personal challenge. The vet thought it was rather unfortunate, but expected nonetheless. He decided to use his sword sense to absorb the abilities of this weapon beforehand. Slashing his arm, he activated the Bloodseeker skill. He then pointed the bloody spikes toward the monsters roaming below. They didn't understand what it was, so they couldn't even defend themselves. The bloody torrent knocked them to the ground, piercing through their bodies. There were quite a few of them, but Michael didn't leave any alive to stay out of the way. He himself landed near them and made their bodies his lab rats. Here's the revised version. And then he stuck his sword into the stone, preparing to swap it for another. He had now taken Akudangawa's destructive heavenly sword of high plus rank. He could acquire the item's exclusive effects as skills. Michael could only convert 2 of the 3 effects of the holy sword into skills. And of course, the abilities he chose had to be the best. The first one he selected was the holy sword, which immediately became fully mastered. It was the same with the second one, a punishment skill. The system reported that the number of uses for the sword sense's skill had been exhausted. Michael decided it was worth it, for the Saint Sword's abilities were too powerful. In particular, effects such as Holy Light, whose power was far greater than even a counterattack shield. Most importantly, like the shield, it would be used immediately. He activated the skill. Now, having absorbed the effect as a skill, he could use it without a sword. It was easy enough to just put his hand out and concentrate, which he did. However, at the last second, he suddenly noticed that something had gone wrong. There was a large explosion, which however was directed in the wrong direction. Michael had to use the Bloodseeker skill to heal his injury because he had the entire lesson to himself. He could understand why he couldn't control the direction of the sword's attack. The monsters that surrounded him started laughing, which Michael really didn't like. He pointed the blade at them, and once more, used the holy light. This time, it was more successful, and the monsters succumbed to the incredible power. The guy didn't understand why. When he used the holy sword, everything worked properly. Then, a crazy idea suddenly came to him. He wondered what would happen if he exercised control with something other than mana. Through divine power with this thought, he once again prepared for the attack. This time, he gave direction with divine power. As expected, that was the answer. The attack worked perfectly. It zeroed in on the monsters that stood exactly in front of him as test subjects. The power of this attack was incredible too. Michael liked that he understood how it worked. He was now able to control this skill more freely. One time, Michael even decided to use it to its full potential. Alan, who in the meantime had gone to take a leak, didn't expect to hear something like that. First, there was a small sound somewhere in the direction of the mountains. The guy turned around, and then the sky was illuminated by a bright light from an explosion that occurred in the area of the mountains. Alan was greatly surprised by what he saw. It even made him tense up. Michael, meanwhile, was delighted with the effectiveness of his attacks. She was a roofie, and of course, he was sorry to part with that sword after the ordeal was over. He received the achievement Warrior Successor and the special power Dragon Transformation. It had now been restricted for receiving it due to a special test penalty. Michael, who had not heard of this power, was surprised that it was so powerful. The system then announced that the dragon god had sensed its substantial presence. He was very much impressed by his exploits and watched the lad with interest. Unexpectedly, he offered him the position of apostle. Michael declined. However, the dragon god didn't seem to take no for an answer. He offered him the position again and again. Soon, Michael realized he had an annoying temper and wouldn't let up. The next day, he prepared with his companions to continue the journey. They were just about to have breakfast, and Michael had time to think things over well. If you look back at the history of the 16th floor, the dragon god was the one who protected this world. To be honest, Michael didn't have the best impression of him. After all, he had been threatened by a deity before, an entity that had abandoned even the warrior who tried to save this world. A subject that had never once given a warrior proper power was clearly not to Michael's liking, so to avoid being noticed, he didn't use the prayer effect. The moment the dragon god unknowingly offered him the position of apostle, God asked, "Why is such an insignificant being refusing to serve me as an apostle?" He added, "One day you will realize my greatness and become my apostle." The other gods seemed to support Michael, with a god of verification and darkness on his side. Then the dragon god concealed his presence, asking Michael to give his proposal. It was all one last thought. The steel-blooded lord praised the boy for his unwavering faith. The white crane sword was proud and admired his willpower. The warrior of the ruined world administrator thought his choice was interesting. He kept watching the guy the whole time. In some ways, he and the boy were even similar. While Michael was thinking about what he should do next, Alan recounted his experience yesterday. "I saw a beam of light shining from a distant mountain," he said. Michael replied, "You must have imagined it." Jack then spoke up. "It would be more accurate to think of it as a natural phenomenon created by demonic energy." Isabella agreed, saying, "I see no other normal explanation here." Soon, they were again confronted by monsters. This time, Michael took them on alone. He did it because he could try out different abilities, including the new Lifesaver Mythic he activated, and his stats increased. However, immediately after, he received a message about the special test penalty. His stats decreased again. Then Michael applied the truth-seeking effect, but he had to find followers for it. Based on that, he realized that both skills would not be fully realized here. Nevertheless, everything was going smoothly. His comrades never once got tangled up under his feet either, all because he single-handedly defeated everyone and continued to do so. His comrades really just stood idly by, waiting for him to finish. Just then, Michael killed the gatekeeper of the Demon King's castle, and they could go inside. But the more he demonstrated his power, the more grim their faces became. That was perhaps the main change he noticed in the boys. Opening the doors, they entered the castle and immediately found themselves in a rather beautiful living room. Suddenly, Michael was approached by a lamp, asking if he might never have lost his memory. Michael decided to mess around a bit and asked them what they themselves thought. Then Jack came over to him with some kind of jug, saying that they should focus on the battle now. He held out the jug to him, adding that it was a rare rank reinforcement potion. Michael used the Fire Dragon Eye's skill to test his words. Alan, meanwhile, reminded him that he would have to face the Demon King soon. So this potion was supposed to help him. Michael wondered if they had put poison in it. Then Isabella asked in reply, "Do you doubt us?" The guy shook his head and replied, "No, I'm even touched by such concern." He brought the jug up to his mouth and sipped some of the liquid. Suddenly, the system reported that he had been dispatched by the poison of the demonic swamp sea worm. After 5 minutes, the poison would spread throughout his body, and he would no longer be able to use mana. Meanwhile, his comrades approached him. They told him not to hold a grudge, as they had no other choice. But Michael only smiled. This puzzled the boys a little, and they stopped. Michael then added, I never thought that all the comrades of the warrior would turn out to be traitors. It made his comrades feel awkward, but they had their own motivations. Taking advantage of their moment of confusion, Michael tried to summon his sword. However, the sword would not yield to the summons. It was held back by the old man using his magic. He said, I have sealed your holy sword. You won't be able to use it anymore. Michael then asked, since when and why did you have thoughts of betraying a warrior? Isabella screamed. Did he really think they wanted to betray him? She said they just had no other choice. Michael thought about it. He wanted to understand why people acted this way, but such an explanation seemed incomplete to him. And suddenly, everything came together when he heard someone's new voice. It's foolish to ask your comrades about it. Nothing will change anymore. They are just faithfully fulfilling the contract they made with you, the voice said. The Demon King spoke those words. Michael asked, are you the one behind it all from the beginning? The king smiled wickedly. He added, we've seen each other once before when you defeated a great evil. Then Michael realized it was about the warrior who was the master of this ordeal. This demon had come close to his companions when Michael lost consciousness during a battle with the great evil. But Michael didn't understand why the man had used treachery when he could have just killed the warrior. He asked the king about it. The king replied, it would have been too boring. The king seemed amused that the dragon's fiery skill hadn't detected any lies in his words. The Demon King, meanwhile, added that this was far from all. He suddenly laughed out loud, saying he was so smart and savvy. In truth, this very situation was a tribute to him. It surprised Michael greatly. The king continued, saying that just like Michael had gone through much suffering to be recognized as a warrior of the dragon god, he too went through trials to become an official apostle. And lastly, the king said, all you have to do is be sacrificed on the altar of the demon god and die. Then Yoon, the king of demons, will be able to become an apostle. He asked Michael how he felt now. Perhaps you're in despair, or maybe you're just angry, the king mused. Either way, it abuses me. Then, he suddenly added, you should have guarded your companions better. That didn't please Michael anymore. The warrior's memories of each of his companions flashed before his eyes. They were all good people, his best friends and partners. He had always been with them for as long as he could remember. Every time he felt that these people could be trusted, he had always believed in them. Yet he still did not understand their choices. But still, the cause of it all was that damn Demon King. If he hadn't hexed something at his comrades, they would never have betrayed him. Of that, he was sure. Neil thought he'd gotten too overexcited, but no matter how many times he looked at the scene, his blood kept boiling every now and then. The system informed Michael that the hero of a ruined world administrator was scrutinizing his choices. He really wondered what else this guy, who probably had his own friends, too, would do. The Demon King, meanwhile, activated his power with which he wanted to carry out his plan. He implied it by grabbing Michael by the throat and arms, telling him that they would now proceed to the final step of the ordeal. Suddenly, huge jaws, furnished with sharp needles, hovered over the guy. The Demon King was excited to begin the sacrifice ceremony. After laying a warrior on the altar of the demon god, he would finally become an official apostle. With that thought, he pushed with his foot the lever that was responsible for the trigger mechanism. And then, a huge spiked jaw came down on Michael at an incredible speed. The boy stared at the approaching spikes, but couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly, he held his breath for some reason and concentrated his energy. Except it didn't seem to help because the spikes still fell on him and crushed him. Blood seeped from inside the altar. The Demon King came to his senses, for it signified the activation of the ritual of the offering, and thus its apostolization. The king appealed to the demon god, saying that he had donated the blood of the warrior to him as requested. However, the system suddenly informed him that the demon god was looking at the king with pity because he had given him poison blood. Suddenly behind his back, Michael said, it looks like the demon god is a little angry. With those words, he activated the Holy Light skill, saying that he wanted to make the best choice. But no matter how much he thought about what happened, it seemed this world had lost hope of salvation.